Chapter 1. This child I do not want. I stand at the edge of an abyss with no one to rescue me. Shenyan. In the hospital, the registration line stretches long and winding. Despite it being a weekday, the number of patients requiring registration is far from scarce, and the atmosphere is somewhat cacophonous. In a corner, a figure blends into the crowd, inconspicuous yet striking. Her professional OL attire accentuates her graceful figure, exuding a sense of poise and competence. Seated on a bench in the hospital corridor, she bends slightly, her hands casually resting on her lap, fingers gently tapping the fabric of her skirt at the knee. With her head bowed, she remains silent, an anomaly amidst the clamor of the bustling hospital. Patient number 23, Shun Yin, please proceed to consultation room 5. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the computer calling her number, Shun Yin finally lifts her head, retrieves her bag from the side, and rises to enter room 5. She hands the examination report to the doctor and then takes a seat. The doctor glances at the results and begins, "The fetus is already 7 weeks along, developing well. Congratulations." Shun Yin remains silent. The doctor inquires further, "Are you married? Have you experienced any previous miscarriages? Do you have any gynecological conditions?" After receiving no response to his 3 questions, the doctor looks up, noticing that the young woman appears quite youthful. He quickly checks the report for her name and age. Shen Yin, 22 years old. She is of legal age, dressed as a corporate professional. She hardly resembles a wayward young woman. It seems she might be bewildered by her first pregnancy. Thus, the doctor gently advises her, "You must inform me of your medical history so that I can." Don't. A soft voice interrupts the doctor, melodious yet tinged with an underlying tremor. Shen Yin raises her gaze, fixing her eyes on the doctor, and states firmly, "I do not want this child." Amidst the pleasant tone, her words resonate with unwavering finality. The doctor is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure. "Even if you do not want it, you still need to disclose your medical history." He reiterates, "Have you ever been pregnant and miscarried? Do you have any gynecological issues? Why do you wish to terminate? Are you married?" The question about marriage is posed last, and he adds, "You must sign for the abortion. Remaining silent is not an option. We must not delay the subsequent consultations. I am not married, nor do I have any gynecological conditions." Shun Yin's eyelashes flutter slightly, her memories drifting back to a few years prior, her lips feeling as though burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, making it difficult to utter a single word. "I was pregnant once before, and I miscarried." The doctor nods in understanding and asks, "May I inquire why the miscarriage occurred?" "Of course," Shun Yin replies. The doctor poses several more questions, to which Shun Yin responds one by one. Throughout the exchange, her expression remains devoid of excess emotion. The doctor, having encountered countless pregnant women over the years, has witnessed the spectrum of reactions from overwhelming joy to heart-wrenching despair over unwanted pregnancies. Such a profound stillness is indeed a rarity. Since her entrance, her demeanor has been unchanged, marked only by her responses and an overwhelming silence that permeates the air with a sense of oppression. Although unaware of her past experiences, the doctor continues, as per protocol. "If you are unmarried, a guardian or boyfriend's signature will be required. Who would you prefer to contact, your parents or your boyfriend?" "My parents passed away in a car accident when I was 17. Shun Yin interjects softly, "I have broken up with my boyfriend." Having said that, she finally raises her head to look at the doctor once more. "Can I sign for myself?" The doctor hesitates before responding, "Yes." He opens a drawer beside him, retrieves a document, and pushes it towards her. "This is a relinquishment form, indicating your voluntary decision to terminate the pregnancy. Once you sign, I can arrange the procedure for you." Shen Yin picks up a pen from the side, her gaze fixed on the signature line at the bottom, ignoring the text above. As she begins to write, her hand trembles uncontrollably. With her lips quivering, she grips the pen tightly, completing her name in one breath and sliding the relinquishment form back to the doctor. "Thank you." Her tone remains subdued throughout, and the doctor glances at her once more but refrains from further comment, proceeding to issue her a surgery order. Having not eaten the previous day, she is eligible for a painless abortion, scheduled for later that afternoon, an affair lasting less than an hour. As she is wheeled out, The effects of the anesthesia have yet to fully dissipate, leaving Shun Yin in a semi-conscious state as the nurse ushers her into the recovery room. Time passes before Shun Yin finally opens her eyes. She does not move, but instead stares blankly at the ceiling. Having just undergone surgery, she feels a dull ache in her abdomen. Buzz. The phone in her bag vibrates, rousing Shun Yin from a reverie. She lifts her hand to unzip the bag and retrieve her phone. Noticing the caller ID, she swipes the screen and places the phone to her ear. Ling Ling, what's up? Yin Jia, where are you? Comes the anxious voice from the other end. Shun Yin lowers her gaze. I have something to attend to today, am not at the office. The voice on the other end responds, but there's a very important dinner tonight. This investor is crucial to our company, and Mr. Liu specifically requested you to attend. Shun Yin remains silent for a few seconds. I understand. After ending the call, she places her phone back in her bag and prepares to rise from the bed. A slight pain radiates from her abdomen, causing her to furrow her brow as she reluctantly dons her shoes and gingerly makes her way out of the recovery room. Upon arriving at the company, she encounters Lu Lingchuan descending the stairs. Today, he is impeccably dressed, donning a formal black plaid suit paired with a matching tie, the diamond tie clip adding an extra touch of allure. His polished shoes gleam brightly as he stands tall and elegant, exuding an air of sophistication. His facial features are sharply defined, yet his expression is aloof, his demeanor stern and detached. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Lingchuan glances up briefly. Shun Yin steps out of the taxi, adjusts her attire, and, in her high heels, approaches Lu Lingchuan, stopping about a meter away. Mr. Liu. She bows her head slightly, her tone respectful. Lu Lingchuan offers her a fleeting glance, uttering no words as he opens the car door and takes his seat inside. Shun Yin closes the door behind him and then rounds the vehicle to enter the passenger seat. Today's business meeting is scheduled at a luxurious 5-star hotel. Lu Lingchuan places great importance on this project, having personally overseen it from the outset. The other party seems aware of this, thus remaining obstinate, striving to secure the maximum benefit. The two parties meet in a pre-arranged private room, initiating the encounter with a handshake. Hello, Mr. Liu. I have long heard of your remarkable talents. Seeing you in person today is indeed a pleasure. In contrast to the youthful, seemingly more vulnerable figures of Lu Lingchuan and Shun Yin, the opposing group consists of shrewd and calculating middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. Chapter 2. Never have I tasted such unpalatable fare. Gong Shuheng stepped barefoot onto the ground, her head heavy and her feet light, rendering her unsteady. Su Qingliang supported her as they ventured outside, pausing in the courtyard to sense the earth's energy before leading her to the kitchen. There, she quietly leaned against the wall, resembling a fool who could not comprehend human speech that a gaggle of children surrounded her, chattering incessantly, reminiscent of sparrows startled from their nests, their lively banter leaving her bewildered with questions she could not answer. How old are you this year? What is your name? Do you remember where you are from? Finally, Xiao Wu turned to Su Qingliang, who was busy cooking with a clay pot, exclaiming, Big brother, she's a mute. You should give her a name. She looks older than you. Let us call her Wu-er. And you can be Lu-er? No way. I was here first. The little girl protested, her temper flaring at Su Qingliang shot her a glance, and she promptly shrank back, pouting and turning away in disappointment. Their so-called meal lacked any grains. It consisted of a handful of wild mushrooms collected from the mountains the previous day, mixed with some wild grass leaves, all boiled together in a dark, soot-covered pot. The pungent aroma of mushrooms mingled with the scent of grass filled the air as Gong Shuheng inspected the chipped, glazed bowl in her hands, while the others, ravenous as wolves, eagerly slurped the hot broth, heedless of the scalding heat. For the sake of survival, they had been reduced to foraging for wild grasses in the mountains for so long. What right did they have to complain now that it was cooked? Gong Shuheng brought the bowl to her lips, struggling to pour its contents in her mouth. In her life, she had never encountered such distasteful food. With something in her stomach, Wu-er regained her spirits and, undeterred, nestled closer to Gong Shuheng. I've always been Wu-er. I'm used to it and can't change now. Since you just arrived, you can be Lu-er. All right, I'll take care of you from now on. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree. The little girl seemed to have forgotten their earlier banter, speculating that she might be a simpleton. How could a fool ever speak? To everyone's astonishment, Gong Shuheng suddenly replied, "Find out it's just a name. It doesn't matter." Her voice, still tinged with youth, was rendered hoarse from the muddy water she had choked on earlier. Even this single word ignited a surge of pain within her. The second boy approached, not a fool. "Huh. Is your voice broken?" Gong Shuheng nodded that it's all right as long as you're not a fool. It doesn't mean you can't speak. Perhaps you'll be fine after a while. This child had a comforting nature. After their meal, they cleaned their bowls and gathered together to account for their day's findings. The second boy produced a pouch he had carried with him, releasing an odor far more pungent than the sour stench clinging to their bodies. "What is it?" "A money pouch, silver." Not just the children, but even Su Qingliang's eyes widened in surprise. Inside was a full ingot of silver and some scattered coins, clearly remnants from a wealthy household. The second boy's breath quickened as he called out, "Big brother, take care of it." He thrust the pouch into Su Qingliang's hands, their most prized possession at this moment. Gong Shuheng remained seated in the corner, asking, "Is there still water in the tank? Can we boil some more?" This place had been pillaged, leaving only what could not be carried away. The water tank was one of those remnants. Boiling water was not a monumental task, yet their supply of firewood was scarce. Months of heavy rain had drenched their stockpile, and they were left with only what had recently dried under the sun. Moreover, a newcomer demanding things was rather excessive. None would indulge her whims. That Su Qingliang chuckled darkly, causing the children to fall silent. "Do you find it foul? Just turn left when you exit. There's a ditch not far away. Go wash yourself, that we don't coddle anyone here." Regardless of her noble origins, she would now share their fate of scavenging and filth. That's not it, Gong Shuheng struggled to articulate, panting between words. "When you returned, it wasn't smooth. There was a tail behind you." The children were oblivious, but Su Qingliang and the second boy understood immediately. They sprang to their feet. "First, boil water. At least 4 of us are here, and we are outmatched." She was currently a liability, unable to fight or even flee, and one desire to perish again. So soon after having survived, it seemed the intruders were waiting for them to fall asleep before making their move. As there was no sound from outside the courtyard, even astute Su Qingliang had not detected anything amiss. He could not afford to investigate whether Gong Shuheng's warning was true. Thus, he directed the children to utilize everything they could within the house. Gong Shuheng interjected succinctly now and then, and they busied themselves. Eventually, they slipped out the back door, climbing over each other into the forest, leaving only Su Qingliang, the second boy, and the fourth boy inside. The night in the woods was equally terrifying. Having dwelled in the deep mountains, they were all too aware of its perils. Hence, they dared not wander far, huddling together in a thicket, holding their breath. As Xiao Wu began to doze off, they finally detected movement. The third boy, clutching a dagger, leapt to his feet, but was forcibly pulled back down by Gong Shuheng's hand over his mouth. Moments later, a scream pierced the night. Time was of the essence, and their supplies were limited. Fortunately, there weren't many attackers at the entrance. They had set up a trap with a sack of wood ash and devised 3 checkpoints. No matter how the intruders entered, they would trigger one of the traps. The doorway was narrow, preventing 2 from entering simultaneously, leaving the first unfortunate soul to bear the brunt. Inside was pitch black. Once the ash rained down, visibility was lost, and it would obstruct those behind, as Su Qingliang accurately splashed the boiling water, scalding the intruders. Then the second boy jabbed forward with a sharpened stick, having endured beatings and hunger for years. Su Qingliang was nothing if not experienced. Agile and quick, he lunged forward with a makeshift weapon, tackling one of the intruders and delivering a fierce blow. The end came swifter than anticipated. Hearing the commotion, the 3 hiding behind cautiously retraced their steps as Su Qingliang lit a torch. Indeed, there were 4 intruders, but now they lay lifeless. In the dark, they had felt fear for their lives, but seeing the aftermath intensified their terror. They had taken lives. The second and fourth boys slumped in shock, while Su Qingliang trembled, clutching them tightly, shivering uncontrollably. "It's all right, don't be afraid. We've seen dead bodies before. There are so many corpses down the mountain. And the next courtyard still has unburied remains. They're everywhere. Don't be scared. Gong Shuheng furrowed her brow slightly, calling out to the third boy, San, find a suitable place to dig a grave and bury them. Chapter 3. What matters is that she is still alive nearby. Several courtyards lay, devastated. Entire families wiped out, their belongings stripped bare. Yu Qingliang forced himself to remain composed as they cleared away the bodies of the fallen, working together to drag them inside before gathering what could be used for burning. Gong Shuheng insisted that if they did not handle the corpses, they would have to move. Decaying bodies would give rise to disease. The danger below made survival imperative. It was best to retreat from the world and not descend the mountain again. Securing the sanctuary was their foremost task. As Yu Qingliang was uncertain why Gong Shuheng believed the corpses would bring disease. Yet the stench of the rotting bodies was indeed nauseating, detectable from afar. Burying all of them would be no simple task. Perhaps it would be easier to burn them. They labored until midnight, finally igniting a fire that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire village, with dark smoke rising. Yet no one paid it any heed. Exhausted as if they had been beaten, they leaned against the wall, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Gong Shuheng, having slept for so long, could not find rest, her gaze fixed on the starry sky illuminated by the firelight. This was merely the beginning. To the south of Tiankei, a great plague was looming. Floods and droughts were always accompanied by pestilence. Yet this time, she was too weak to protect herself, let alone others. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The previous night's fire had consumed the corpses and the rooftops, while the adjacent earthen walls stood stubbornly, blackened but intact. After a night's rest, Su Qingliang had recovered, while the second and fourth boys were still shaken, unable to even glance at the charred site. Only the third boy, lacking first-hand experience, remained carefree, waking up to call out to Xiao Wu and Gong Shuheng. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, let us go up the mountain. The three of them are young maidens, not yet of age, and there are certain tasks they are unable to accomplish. Thus they can only engage in what they are capable of. During this season, food can be found in the mountains. To avoid hunger, they must be diligent. Last evening, the meager meal they had consumed left their stomachs nearly empty after a restless night. Each has grown accustomed to the intermittent days of feasting and fasting. Their limbs often weak from hunger. The youngest, merely 12, is still a little girl, yet she already bears the demeanor of an elder sister, carrying a tattered, mismatched basket on her back and wielding a hatchet for chopping firewood. Leading the way, Gong Shuheng, clad in the straw sandals of the fourth sister, follows closely behind with Wu, each grasping a sharpened stick. Yu Qingliang has no intention of descending the mountain again. At the entrance, he busily weaves straw sandals, for the newcomer lacks even a pair of shoes, and they have none to spare. The second sister has taken the fourth to the nearby river to wash the cloth they had gathered yesterday, hanging it on a bamboo pole to dry in the sun. There is not a single idle person among them. Gong Shuheng has never experienced such a life, the prickly straw sandals and the muddy mountain paths, each step a struggle against slipping. Yet for her, none of this matters. What is significant is that she is still alive. As long as one lives, anything is possible. It is death that leaves one with nothing. This season should be a time of harvest. Yet due to the weather, many things have failed to grow. After several days of sunshine, the mushrooms and wild edibles in the forest are frantically sprouting, ensuring the three do not return empty-handed. Gong Shuheng encounters a few tender gold hair grass and ground cherry, appearing quite fresh and likely safe to consume. The slight bitterness can easily be overlooked in times of hunger. She also discovers 2 roots of heavy mai, which she carefully excavates, each root roughly the size of an egg, segmented. The youngest sister leans in. Can we eat this? Indeed, Gong Shuheng replies succinctly. Today, her throat feels somewhat better, yet she remains reticent, speaking in single words rather than phrases. You may not seem very large, yet how do you know so much? Gong Shuheng responds. Perhaps it is because I am originally from the mountains? But your Mandarin is quite good. It is very different from our local speech. Gong Shuheng falls silent, but on their way back, she collects a few handfuls of red clay, placing them in her basket. Much to the discontent of the youngest sister, this is useful. Thus, the descent is quelled. The newcomer possesses considerable knowledge. She merely listens to the entrance, A length of sky blue cloth hangs, having been soaked for too long. The color blurred, speckled with many flecks of hemp, but for them, this is trivial. A new pair of straw sandals lies by the door. Su Qingliang and the second sister are nowhere to be seen, leaving only the fourth sister at home to watch over things. Being barefoot, he cannot venture up the mountain. Upon seeing Gong Shuheng and the others return, he leaps up. "Quick, return my shoes." A simple-hearted child. Despite having feet nearly the same size as Gong Shuheng's, he refrains from touching the new sandals, as the eldest has declared they are for the sixth sister. Gong Shuheng returns the shoes. The new sandals pinch her feet even more, yet she pays it no mind. The fifth brother inquires, "Where are the eldest and the second brother?" "They have gone to gather hemp. Why now? They should have aged somewhat." Chopping some to soak and seeing if they can spin out a bit of hemp thread for sewing clothes. The situation is the same everywhere, in the city or the mountains. Relying on the government for relief is uncertain. Everything must be managed by ourselves. The youngest sister directs the two younger ones on what to pick and what to sort. The fourth sister continues to turn and dry the firewood. Gong Shuheng meticulously peels the heavy mai, rinses it clean, and lays it out to dry in the sun, not intending to consume it all at once. Certain foods should not be mixed indiscriminately. Today's meal remains a stew of mushrooms and wild greens. This cannot continue. Gong Shuheng ponders as she cleans the ground cherries. Perhaps they could devise some traps to try their luck. The items drying in the sun resemble a family striving to make ends meet. Without Gong Shuheng needing to speak, the youngest sister begins to report to Su Qingliang. Little Lu is originally from the mountains and recognizes many things. Without her, we surely would not have gathered these today. Gong Shuheng leans against a shaded spot, closing her eyes to rest, ignoring the occasional glances cast in her direction. Su Qingliang is restless, not resting even under the midday sun, teaching the second brother how to weave straw sandals. With so many children and so many shoes in disrepair, he cannot manage alone. There's a great deal to accomplish. They cannot spend all day on just one task. Chapter 4. Life struggles against the seasons. Gong Shuheng rejuvenates herself and then rises to enter the kitchen, beginning to produce saltpeter using a broken clay pot she found, employing the leaching method. Life cannot do without salt. This is a process she has never attempted before. She has only read about it in ancient texts and has a vague impression, so she can only give it a try. The steps are few, yet for a novice, it is quite challenging. Su Qingliang is unaware of what she is tinkering with, as long as it is not too outrageous. He leaves her by afternoon. She finally sees some progress, extending her hand to offer a small amount of the scarce powder to the youngest sister's lips. Instinctively, she licks it, her eyes widening in surprise. "Salty? Salt?" "Yes." The youngest sister darts outside. "Salt." The eldest lure has boiled salt from the earth. Su Qingliang, who usually maintains a composed demeanor, is momentarily taken aback, springing to his feet and heading towards the yard. Gong Shuheng carefully gathers the minute amounts of powder into a few bowls, which is still very little. She wonders if it amounts to even 2 chien. That if they were to eat, it would be gone in a single pot of soup. Can you boil salt?" Gong Shuheng replies, "I cannot. I have seen it done before, so I tried it. We cannot be without this. They are out of money, and even if they had some, it could not be bought now." Su Qingliang paces anxiously. "What is special about the soil you used? We should go up the mountain to dig it now." "Not so fast. We lack the proper tools. With just the clay pot. How much water can we boil? Even if we add that old ceramic vessel, it would still be insufficient. This village has been completely plundered by refugees, leaving nothing behind." Su Qingliang's previously hopeful heart is instantly dampened by her words. For them, this is too daunting a task. Last, the night allows for a proper rest. The bedboard, which had been moved outside for washing and drying during the day, has finally lost its musty odor. Gong Shuheng lies alongside the youngest and fifth sisters on the same board. The room is filled with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Unable to sleep, the youngest sister mutters to herself, "I long to return to the days of begging in the city." Gong Shuheng asks, "Were the days of begging truly so wonderful? At that time, it felt unbearable, yet now I find them particularly appealing. Even though the dilapidated temple lacked a clean bed, there was always something to eat. It has been so long since I have tasted oil or fat that I have nearly forgotten what grain tastes like. The eldest always find a way to procure leftover food. The chef at Ju Fu Jai is exceptionally skilled. Even the chicken bottoms he prepares are simply divine. The flavor of gnawing on leftover bones with a bit of skin still attached is simply exquisite. Gong Shuheng, who has long refrained from eating, finds herself tantalized by the mention of food. Let us sleep. Once asleep, we will forget. Perhaps I will dream, where everything exists that I in the absence of that clamor. Gong Shuheng quietly rises, descending from the room to select a favorable spot outside to bask in the moonlight. Her movements are minimal, yet Su Qingliang awakens nonetheless, getting up to glance after her, observing as she settles by the haystack at the edge of the yard. Has she fallen asleep there? What a curious behavior. In a perfectly good house, one chooses to spend the night outdoors. The deeper the dew settles, the more indifferent one becomes, as the weather is still relatively mild. It is not cold enough to freeze one to death. This individual is cold-hearted, treating life as if it were a small dog to be kept for as long as he has a mouth to feed. He will not suffer from shortage. However, should someone else's life come to an untimely end, it would merely entail digging a pit to bury them, and he would feel no sorrow whatsoever. At the break of dawn, when the realms of Yin and Yang converge and the moon is about to set, a faint halo falls upon Gong Shuang, only to vanish swiftly. The sun shines relentlessly, and the damp ground has long since dried. Autumn has arrived, yet the weather has turned unexpectedly warm. Trees are budding anew in this season, and the vegetation buried in the soil is fervently pushing forth. Gong Shuang, accompanied by two young ladies, continues to explore the mountains. The crops previously sown by the villagers have been entirely drowned, yet some are beginning to show signs of life under the sun's rays. Though it may be too late for them this season, one cannot contend with the changing seasons. The prospects for what lies above the ground seem bleak. Thus, it is wise to cast one's gaze further afield, to what lies beneath the soil. Yam and radish are the best options, with wild berries also being viable, though lacking in flavor. Yet at such a time, having something is better than having nothing. They are not particular. For the first time, Su Qingliang feels there might be some truth in the saying that good deeds are rewarded. Perhaps his good fortune has arrived, allowing him to find such a useful little girl. With her extensive knowledge, without Lu it would have been challenging for them to procure food, and they might have had to descend the mountain, rummaging like those refugees, resorting to theft, with no one knowing what calamity might ensue. Recently, they have been entering the mountains early and late, setting traps by noon at their doorstep. The previous incidents served as a warning. Though this place is a distance from the foot of the mountain, it is not far enough that at this moment, the entire village consists only of them. Even if they do not descend, it does not mean that someone might not accidentally wander in. Some wild beasts on the mountain, unable to find food, may also roam about. Anything is possible. Should they encounter a formidable foe, their fate would be sealed. They must guard against both intruders from the valley and beasts from the mountain, not daring to relax for even a moment. Half a month has passed swiftly. With the incessant sunshine, and judging by the water in the creek, the water at the mountain's base should have receded considerably. Su Qingliang intends to descend and ascertain the situation below, whether the government's disaster relief supplies have arrived, and if they might be able to claim any. Gong Shuheng, after some thought, advises against it. I believe it is best to refrain from going for now. She calculates a divination for Su Qingliang, indicating that it is not an auspicious time for distant travel. Yet, how should one interpret this? It was once accurate, but now its reliability is uncertain. The eldest. Su Qingliang has always had his own opinions in matters. Even the second eldest, who has spent the longest with him, merely obeys without daring to interject, let alone a newcomer like Gong Shuang. He casts her a glance, his resolve unchanged by her words. Gong Shuang sighs. It is futile, for each has their own destiny, and one cannot force what is not meant to be. Even at this juncture, she clings to her stubbornness, refusing to awaken from her delusion. She planned to descend the mountain the following day to gather intelligence. But when that day arrived, she was unable to do so. At the break of dawn, as the sky began to brighten, Su Qingliang rose, stepping outside to find Gong Shuang. A small figure crouched there, Scrutinizing two individuals sprawled on the ground, the sudden pang of alarm gripped him as he called out, "Lure!" and hurried towards them. Gong Shuheng stood up to regard him. They appeared to have fled from the mountain. They collapsed just upon arriving here. How long have they been here? Not more than an hour. At that time, it was still dark, and seeing no immediate danger, she refrained from raising an alarm, not even glancing at them until now, when she could finally see clearly. Chapter 5. The absence of essentials. Su Qingliang called for the second and third brothers to rise. Together, the three of them dragged the two suddenly appeared, uncertain of their intentions, to another courtyard. The girl possessed striking features, seemingly around 16 or 17, while the boy appeared slightly older, with thick eyebrows and a pronounced nose. However, in this moment, one could not ascertain their true beauty due to their eyes being shut, their faces pale and gaunt, covered in mud, presenting a woeful sight. Their clothing, caked in dirt, did not resemble that of common folk. Rather, it seemed to be fine satin, likely worn by someone of nobility. Su Qingliang frowned slightly, moving them away from his doorstep. Choosing not to intervene further, he had resolved to descend the mountain today to assess the situation outside the village. Yet now could not proceed. Upon his departure, he left behind a group of younger ones. Should these two harbor ill intentions, it could spell trouble. Gong Shuheng, as usual, washed her face by the creek, squatting by the now diminished mountain spring. She thought it prudent to dig a couple of pits for water storage. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight, which seemed rather ominous. Soon, she heard the third brother calling her, "Lu, we leaving." They planned to venture into mountains today, first checking their traps to see if they had caught anything. The third brother had even brought along an axe that I have a feeling we will certainly have a bountiful catch today. I dreamed of eating meat last night. Gong Shuheng glanced at her. This girl dreams of meat every night, so perhaps today she would have her wish fulfilled, after basking in the moonlight and being drenched in morning dew for so long. Attracting a small beast should be feasible. Wu also yearned for meat, but it was not so easily obtainable. If not, perhaps they could encounter some yams. Hoarding them along with the mud would suffice to stave off hunger in winter. Today, Su Qingliang remained at home with the second and fourth brothers, peeling hemp that had been soaked. Transforming it into hemp thread was no simple task, and Su Qingliang could not guarantee success. So he could only attempt at first. The peeled skins were hung out to dry before extracting the fibers to twist in a thread. They did not seek perfection. They only needed something usable. They lacked so many essentials. If they did not prepare adequately before winter's arrival, they would likely freeze to death before starvation claimed them. The two sat there, focused on peeling the hemp, while Su Qingliang twisted a nearly finished coconut rope, all busily engaged in what they could do until footsteps echoed nearby. The two individuals, who had earlier been unconscious, stirred and stumbled toward them. Stopping just at the edge of the courtyard, the gentleman raised his hand in greeting. "I am Zhuang Jing and from Qingshu County. This is my wife, Tangda. We thank you for your kindness in taking us in." Su Qingliang paused his work and looked up at him. "You two are fleeing from the disaster? Indeed. What a coincidence. So are we, though we arrived 2 days earlier than you. Thus, they lack the ability to aid anyone. There are several vacant houses here. Feel free to choose one for temporary lodging. It is sufficient to shield you from the wind and rain." Zhuang. Su Qingliang recognized only one person by that name, the wealthy Zhuang from Qingshu County. He was the most affluent and ostentatious person Su Qingliang had ever seen, even more so than the county magistrate. Over 50 years old, with numerous wives and concubines, he owned vast properties both within and outside the county. It was rumored that besides shops and fields, he had other businesses in the prefecture, wealthy beyond measure. With so many wives and children, it was uncertain whether Zhuang Jing was related to him. What was the name of the eldest son of the Zhuang gentry? Su Qingliang suddenly found himself unable to recall. Zhuang Jing and Tang had fled here, expecting to find hope upon seeing houses, only to discover they too were refugees. They had gone a long time without food, feeling dizzy and weak, barely able to stand T.O.B. alive amidst the flood, yet ultimately face starvation. The irony of life is truly a jest. Su Qingliang frowned slightly, then called out to the second brother, "Go fetch 2 yams for them." "Eldest brother." The second brother expressed his discontent vehemently. Those were their hard-earned rations, gathered by the younger sisters through their toil, and he barely had enough for himself. How could he so readily give it to outsiders? Go. The second brother, though reluctant, complied, rummaging through to retrieve 2 yams, which he handed to Zhuang Jing, and this is all we can offer. The rest you must figure out for yourselves. Zhuang Jing did not even recognize what these things were. But this was the first gift he had encountered in many days, and the giver was a mere youth much younger than himself. He accepted them with both hands, bowing again in gratitude, then supporting the feeble Tang as he prepared to return. Su Qingliang added, "Those must be roasted before consumption. Do not handle them directly with your hands, or they may cause itching and sores." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jing nearly dropped the 2 muddy sticks he held. Was he implying they were poisonous? How could one consume something toxic? He paused, puzzled, glancing back. Su Qingliang had already lowered his head, busying himself again. Rest assured, they are not deadly. Once they had departed, the 4th brother finally spoke. "Eldest brother, we do not have enough for ourselves. Just this once." After a moment, he added, "Second brother, 4th brother, if we wish to survive here, we cannot rely solely on our small group. It is dreadfully perilous. Even though he has found a refuge, he remains restless at night. He fears that malevolent individuals may approach and that ferocious beasts might descend from the mountains. He is oblivious to the situation below, although he contemplates venturing down to ascertain the truth. Trepidation grips him. Just a few days ago, when the skies finally cleared, they witnessed unimaginable horrors. Those who survived the cataclysmic deluge were no longer human. They resembled demons that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. In their struggle for survival, humanity had long since been stripped away. The younger one, Seer, was still too innocent to grasp the gravity of their plight, but the older sibling, Error, understood the weight of the situation upon hearing his words. Yet, they could not ascertain whether the others were good or evil. Thus, they resolved to observe with caution that if warmth in numbers was essential, it was evident that their survival depended not only on their reliance on others, but also on mutual support. To endure, one must strive independently rather than solely seek assistance from others. In this harsh world, who could truly save whom? As the two conversed, Seer, still perplexed, mused aloud, wondering if there might be treasures hidden within the trap. Sanjia often spoke of dreams filled with meat, and indeed, he too had dreamt of such delights. After all, with enough dreams, it was conceivable that they might come to fruition. Suddenly, Lao San rushed down the mountain. Breathless, eldest brother, there's a big one. A truly massive creature. He had scarcely paused for breath, his voice preceding his arrival. Su Qingliang sprang to his feet, retrieving a sharpened stick from the house, and called out, guard the home. Lao San, lead the way. Seer, stay with me. What of Wu and Lur? They were merely watching from the side. It's a wild boar. Eldest brother. Su Qingliang was stricken pale with fright and fled up the mountain. Lao San, in his fervor for meat, had evidently lost his senses, returning alone and leaving the 2 younger ones behind. When he returned, he would surely flay that wretched girl alive. Chapter 6. Settling accounts upon return. The trap they had dug together was not overly deep. Its interior lined with sharpened branches. The unfortunate wild boar, still a juvenile, weighed perhaps 100 pounds. Pierced in the eye by the branches, the spirited creature bellowed from the pit, attempting to escape. Gong Shuang, wielding an axe, struck downwards with great force. Though small and emaciated, she possessed a strength that could fell the creature. Her blow caused the boar to lose consciousness. Wu clung tightly to her arm, peering cautiously into the trap, fearful that the creature might awaken and leap out. Gong Shuang closed her eyes, dispelling the momentary dizziness that surged within her, and gradually attuned herself to the sound around her. This body was a far cry from the one she had once inhabited. Perhaps she would never regain her former self. It was only when she sensed the approach of individuals from the mountain that she slowly opened her eyes. Su Qingliang arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the 2 younger ones unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief so profound that his legs nearly buckled beneath him. He gestured towards them and then brandished the sharpened stick, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The boar was not particularly large, and it seemed to be unconscious, making it feasible for them to retrieve it. Soon after, Lao San and Lao Si arrived. Panting heavily, Eldest brother, you were incredibly swift. To be cautious, Su Qingliang struck the boar again, then called for their assistance in extracting the creature from the pit. Without delay, they worked together to haul the unfortunate boar down the mountain. They were close to the village, and, after a short distance, the houses nestled within the valley came into view. No one had anticipated that digging a pit would ensnare such a sizable creature. The incessant rain had caused much of the vegetation in the mountains to decay, driving the beast to roam recklessly in search of food. As Su Qingliang walked, he contemplated creating a well-trodden path near the village while devising additional traps in other areas. Otherwise, the danger would be insurmountable. With the prospect of meat on the horizon, the younger ones were suddenly invigorated, frolicking about, oblivious to Su Qingliang's somber demeanor and silence. Zhuang Jingyan and Tang Yu were busy cooking yams, their faces smeared with dirt as they struggled to ignite a fire and bury the yams, feeling as though they had accomplished an immense task. When they heard commotion outside, Zhuang Jingyan stood up and shook himself. "I'll go take a look." Su Qingliang and the others had already dragged their prey back and discarded it in the courtyard. Rather than rushing to process it, he called out sternly. A chill ran down Lao San's spine. She realized that this was not a good sign. When the eldest brother addressed her in such a serious tone, it typically heralded her misfortune. Instinctively, her legs buckled, and she knelt. "Eldest brother, I was wrong." The surrounding chatter fell silent. Even Gong Shuheng appeared taken aback, momentarily confused by the turn of events. They had captured prey, which should have warranted joy. Yet, she sensed an impending storm as Su Qingliang regarded Lao San. "What did you do wrong?" Lao San, with her dirty face, gazed back in bewilderment, uncertain of her transgression. In any case, when the eldest brother was angry, she knew it was her fault. She would concede for now. As Su Qingliang turned to retrieve a stick, striking her once. Lao San winced but suppressed her cries. The others stood frozen in shock. Lao Er hesitated, knowing too well the nature of the eldest brother. If he said Lao San had erred, then she had indeed erred. Mistakes had consequences, often severe, so enduring a beating was trivial compared to the specter of death. After the strike, Su Qingliang inquired again. "Do you understand what you did wrong?" Lao San bit her lip, lowering her head, grappling with the realization of her mistake. Was it that the boar was not large enough, or that she had not run swiftly enough? Su Qingliang struck her again. Lao San grasped the tattered remnants of his trousers, pleading, "Eldest brother, just tell me what I did wrong. I am but a dense blockhead, often unable to comprehend matters without your guidance. What did I do wrong? I will amend my ways." She could not claim ignorance, nor could she offer vague excuses, for she had faced this consequence before. The last time, Su Qingliang had warned her that should it happen again, she would be cast away. She had no family, no home, and knew that following Su Qingliang was her only means of survival. Where else could she go? Let go. Su Qingliang seethed, wishing he could kick her into oblivion. How had such a fine girl learned to act like a scoundrel? "If you do not let go, tell me where I erred so that I might correct it." As Su Qingliang raised his hand for another strike. Seer trembled in fear, while Wu began to whimper. Gong Shuheng leaned against the wall, her eyelids drooping as if she were oblivious to the unfolding drama. Lao Er covered his face, grasping the reason behind the eldest brother's ire. But how could he explain it to Lao San, who was so obstinate? Had she not realized that the younger ones depended on her? Wu and Lu were so small. Did she not consider that she should have taken them along instead of abandoning them to chase after the boar? Had her desire for meat driven her to madness? Had she forgotten the younger ones entirely? "Sanner, do you not comprehend how deep the trap we dug is? Could it not potentially harm a boar? Did you not consider the possibility of it climbing out? Did you not think that its struggles might attract other creatures? In your quest for food, have you lost your mind, forsaking even your siblings? What day will come when you abandon them altogether?" Su Qingliang did not voice the rest of his thoughts. Lao San, stunned, slowly released her grip. She swiftly turned to glance at Wu and Gong Shuheng, her complexion darkening, and knelt even straighter. "Then go ahead and strike me. Beat me to death if you wish that I was wrong. I was simply caught up in the excitement and did not think things through." Indeed, the likelihood of such circumstances arising was considerable. Regardless of the outcome, Both Wu and Luer would have perished in that situation. That it was her fault, as Yu Qingliang struck her once more, then cast his gaze over the group. Though we may be beggars, we are first and foremost human beings. We live for sustenance. Yet our existence is not solely defined by it. That if you call me eldest brother, then I trust you understand the principles of survival. I hope you can embrace them as well. Never, under any circumstances, abandon your companions, unless you are prepared to die in the next breath. Chapter 7. Not like them. Gong Shuheng quickly raised her eyes to him. The youth, clad in tattered garments, stood with an upright posture that moment. Aside from his ragged clothing, one would scarcely discern that he was a beggar. As Yu Qingliang turned, and Lao Er sprang to his feet. Rushing to pull Lao San up, as Lao San rose, she winced in pain, as Yu Qingliang was known for his harshness, leaving no room for leniency. The thin fabric she wore offered little protection, and the strike left a deep bruise that would swell in moments. Once the sting subsided, Lao San, still trembling, gathered Wu and Gong Shuheng close, apologizing. I am sorry. I was reckless. That I vow that such an incident will never occur again. Should I repeat such folly, may I subsist solely on wild vegetables for the rest of my life. Gong Shuheng, who had always kept her distance from others, found herself unaccustomed to such intimate contact. The small body suddenly stiffened, and after hearing those words, it softened again, feeling that the oath was indeed quite venomous. One must understand that the third sibling dreamed incessantly of consuming meat, to the point of madness. Moreover, she wasn't that large either. After Su Qingliang finished reprimanding the others, he squatted in the courtyard. Evaluating the lifeless monkey they had brought back, he then raised his gaze to glance at Zhuang Jing'an, who stood at the edge of the courtyard. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Jing'an approached. Do you need assistance? What could you possibly do to help me? Slaughter a pig. Are you capable of that? Zhuang Jing'an certainly was not. He had never even killed a chicken. He pulled out a dagger from his person, the only item he possessed for self-defense. With this, perhaps he could slice open the monkey's skin. He had previously observed butchers slaughter pigs, always beginning with the bleeding and then scalding the hair. He wondered if they even had a pot at home at this moment. Without a pot, even if they bled the animal, how would they scald its fur? Su Qingliang took the dagger, examining it closely before looking back at him. Is this yours? I found it. It's unclaimed, so it belongs to me now, he replied. As Yu Qingliang remarked, since it is now in my hands, it is mine. Zhuang Jing'an's expression shifted slightly as he opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. With a chuckle, Su Qingliang, how can one ascertain the outcome without making an attempt? Thus, Gong Shuheng, carrying a basket of sunflower greens, and Wu, holding a small bundle of fragrant lotus leaves adorned with 4 fluffy creatures, along with the second brother, who bore a slender bundle of bamboo, descended the mountain early. As Yu Qingliang had already stripped the skin from the monkey, Zhuang Jing'an offered assistance, which amounted to fetching water from the pond a few times. The third and fourth brothers, however, did not participate, instead sitting on a rock, diligently peeling hemp. Tang Yu also arrived, joining the two in their task. She appeared gentle in nature, speaking softly, and quickly became familiar with the third and fourth brothers. A stark contrast to Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an, who had spent half the day together, yet scarcely exchanged a couple of words. Despite her mild demeanor, Tang Yu was remarkably efficient in her work, leaving others pleasantly surprised. Have you peeled hemp before, Sister Yu? Tang Yu replied to the third brother's inquiry while working. Yes, but not many times. I found it intriguing and tried it a couple of times. Their family was not particularly wealthy, but had some assets as merchants. In addition to their shop within the city, they owned 2 sizable farms outside, where they cultivated grains and raised mulberry trees, employing many to help with silkworm rearing. The daughters of merchant families were certainly pampered compared to those from peasant households, but were entirely different from the refined young ladies of scholarly families. She was not only expected to learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also had masters teach her self-defense. From an early age, she learned to manage household affairs alongside her mother and accompanied her brothers on inspections of their shop and farms. It was common for her to be in the public eye, which led to disdain from the genteel families. Daughters of merchant families aspired to marry into official families to elevate their status. Even if they could not become the primary wife, being a concubine would suffice. If that was unattainable, they would have to follow in their parents' footsteps. they might end up managing the shop and engaging in trades to make ends meet. The more they learned and ventured outside, the more skills they acquired. At it was precisely for this reason that, after escaping the flood, she was able to endure alongside her husband until now. Sister, can you sew clothes? Of course. The third brother sprang up excitedly, momentarily forgetting the beating he had just received. His exuberant voice drew Su Qingliang's attention, who glanced back. Meeting his gaze, she quickly shrank her neck and returned to her task of peeling hemp. Sister may I learn to sew from you? Certainly. However, we must first have needles and thread, and of course, fabric. The thread should not pose much of a problem. With everyone peeling hemp, their intention was likely to produce some hemp thread. Needles, however, were much harder to come by, and fabric was a significant issue. With the amount of hemp they had, if they could produce 2 bundles of thread, it would be a success. To weave fabric, they would require an abundance of hemp thread and a loom, which was far too challenging for them at present. Upon hearing this, the third brother sighed. It truly is difficult now. We do have fabric, but since we are not familiar with anyone, we cannot just use our own things freely. Sister, did you come all the way from the city? Tang took a moment before responding. When the weather changed, she had been at Yunjiao Temple outside the city, praying for blessings. Due to the torrential rain, she was unable to return to the city, having contributed a fair amount of incense money. She thought it prudent to stay at the temple for a couple of days until the weather cleared. Unfortunately, the rain persisted without end. It was already autumn, yet thunder and lightning roared, and the downpour was terrifying. Days passed without any sign of respite, filling her with dread. Just then, Zhuang Jingyan, also worried, braved the rain to fetch her back. However, the mountain path of the carriage had collapsed. Chapter 9. The few who survived both found themselves trapped in the temple, waiting for the rain to cease. Regrettably, it showed no signs of stopping. The monks in the temple began to panic as the villagers at the foot of the mountain were increasingly afflicted by disaster. Eventually, the water from the city moat overflowed, flooding into the town, turning the entire Qingshi County into a vast sea. Those who had escaped earlier rushed up the mountains in droves, swarming into the temple. The monks tasked with protecting the temple were utterly overwhelmed, leading to the deaths of many. The storerooms and kitchens were completely looted. The servants they had brought along were killed by the rioters. In the chaos, the few who remained alive grabbed what little valuables they could carry and fled under the cover of night. They ran in different directions, becoming scattered, enduring hunger and fear on the mountain for over a month. Zhuang Jingyan ventured out secretly to survey the situation. From the mountaintop, he could see the entirety of Qingshi County. Below, the land was submerged, with water nearly reaching the halfway point of the mountain. The lush mountains were surrounded by floodwaters, resembling a few solitary islands. Countless lives Su Qingliang remained silent, casting a glance at Zhuang Jingyan. Without hesitation, Zhuang Jingyan spoke up, "I shall accompany you up the mountain. My wife will stay at home to look after the little ones and can lend a hand." As Su Qingliang nodded in agreement. Gong Shuheng chose not to participate further. She emptied the basket of the sunflower greens she had brought back and handed the now empty basket to Su Qingliang. San'er, brimming with delight, entered the house carrying a piece of meat that was devoid of any fat and tossed it whole into the pot with water, igniting the fire. Although she seldom engaged in such culinary endeavors, she was certainly capable of it. All that was required was to cook it through. Gong Shuheng carefully retrieved the salt she had been saving and added a pinch, causing San'er and Wu to gaze at her with wide eyes. They had been boiling water with mud daily and had never dared to taste it, their mouths nearly forgotten the flavor of salt. I asked it a lot. They wondered. This pot of ingredients needed some flavoring for a proper meal. Subsequently, she went back inside and brought out 2 small baskets, rummaging through them for a while before selecting a bowl of beans and a few herbs to wash, which she then added to the pot. Tang Yu, watching this unfold, was taken aback. "Can all of this be stewed together?" Gong Shuheng succinctly replied. "Yes." San'er chimed in. Luer said it's definitely fine. Over the past half-month, Gong Shuheng had introduced them to many unfamiliar and previously unseen ingredients. Each one consumed had not caused any harm, indicating they were indeed edible. Hence, in matters of food, from Su Qingliang to Wu, they held a deep trust in the newly arrived Gong Shuheng. Chapter 10. an unusual kind of foolishness as the ingredients were tossed into the pot. Sanner and Tang Yu tended to it, while Wu Er remained captivated by her jumping cat. Gong Shuheng settled into her usual spot in the corner, holding a handful of bulrush she had gathered from the mountain. Contemplating her next weaving project, the item she was crafting resembled the pouches worn by nobility, albeit larger and coarser, yet functional enough to hold items. They had gathered beans and other edible items from the mountains, but had nowhere to store them. Error expressed a desire to create some household items. Yet Gong Shuheng was uncertain of his capabilities. It was best to take matters into her own hands for now. Tang Yu observed the reticent and seemingly out-of-place Gong Shuheng, then glanced at the petite center effortlessly carrying a full bucket of water, before finally looking at Wu Er outside, murmuring to her jumping cat. There was an undeniable peculiarity about these children, distinct from anyone she had encountered before. However, such observations were trivial compared to what was simmering in the pot. Even without fat, the meat was still meat. The ingredients added by Gong Shuheng suppressed much of the inherent gaminess, and the mingling of the meat's aroma with that of the beans wafted out, tantalizing the already hungry individuals who swallowed their saliva repeatedly. Tang Yu washed all the sunflower greens, intending to add them to the meat broth upon Su Qingliang's return, requiring only a brief blanch to be ready for consumption. Wu, losing patience, curled up at the door, exclaiming, "Why haven't they returned yet?" The meat was not too tender, and the beans seemed undercooked. They needed more time to simmer until everything was fully soft, coinciding with the return of the others. Sanner comforted her, while he himself couldn't help but swallow his own saliva, his stomach growling audibly. Tang Yu, unable to contain herself any longer, informed Sanner, "I'm going to check the yard and see if there's anything useful." Perhaps they could scrounge a meal together before they had to fend for themselves afterward. As of now, they lacked even bowls for their meals. Upon reaching the yard, she glanced once more at Gong Shuheng, who was diligently occupied in her corner, seemingly oblivious to the enticing aromas wafting from within. Gong Shuheng always immersed herself in her tasks easily as the sun began to dip in the west. Su Qingliang and the others finally returned, the three brothers laden with goods, and even Zhuang Jing'an had not returned empty-handed, bringing back a basket of sunflower greens and wild chives. Su Qingliang carried a basket of soil, leaving Zhuang Jing'an puzzled as to why he would carry soil from such a distance when the area around the house was abundant with it. Su Qingliang simply stated, "It's useful." Error remained focused on repairing their household items, returning this time with a bundle of willow branches, while Seer brought back edible wild vegetables, some of which had been sampled by Gong Shuheng a few days prior, and others they were already familiar with. Only when the sound of their footsteps reached her did Gong Shuheng lift her gaze, stretching her stiff neck to inspect her handiwork. The grass pouch she had woven could hold approximately a liter of rice and was taking shape rapidly. From within the house came Sanner's jubilant call. "Dinner is ready." With the addition of sunflower greens, the pot was now filled to the brim, though it still primarily consisted of wild vegetables. It was undoubtedly the best meal they had enjoyed in quite some time. Besides the meat, there were pea-sized beans and some quickly perishable radishes. The radishes, stewed with the meat, were truly delectable, albeit in short supply. Much of what could be dried and stored had remained untouched, reserved for emergencies in the winter. But tea this time of year, finding something to eat in the mountains was already a considerable blessing. To be candid with so many people, it was challenging to feel full from a single pot of food, yet everyone felt immensely satisfied. They even ladled in water to rinse the pot, boiling it before sharing to drink. Su Qingliang chose not to accept the wild vegetables brought back by Zhuang Jing'an, which implied they would have to fend for themselves for dinner that evening. As for how they would manage that, it was no longer a concern for Su Qingliang and the others. Gong Shuheng remained seated, though this time she was not weaving but gazing thoughtfully at the collapsed area across from her. When Error passed by, he gave her a puzzled look and even waved his hand in front of her face. "What are you looking at?" Regardless of how many edible items Gong Shuheng recognized, Error always felt there was something oddly foolish about her. Gong Shuheng withdrew her gaze. There could be many useful items within the collapsed area, such as picks, axes, and cauldrons. Some things are impervious to the earth's weight. Without suitable tools, our efforts are futile. That area is far too large. Digging it out feels no different than moving half a mountain. The pressing concern remained to gather provisions for the winter. Gong Shuheng let out a soft "oh" but fell silent, realizing she might have been dreaming too grandly. What should have been a simple task now felt insurmountable. She flicked her finger against her thumb, and aside from the nearby weeds swaying slightly, nothing else occurred. After their meal, the sun had set, and rest was not an option. Error took Sanner and Seer to continue searching for hemp to soak behind the house, while Su Qingyang remained at home to construct a simple nest for the jumping cats. Gong Shuheng energetically completed the grass pouch she had been working on, packing away the scattered items. She noticed several such pouches lined up against the wall of their room, each filled to the brim. A novel sense of satisfaction washed over her, a feeling both unfamiliar and comforting. Next, she proceeded to clean the medicinal herbs they had brought back. Rinsing off the dirt and laying them out to dry on the stone slab by the yard, she categorized and wrapped the dried fruits and vines using banana leaves, storing them away inside. Then, she grabbed the pickaxe and ventured to the former vegetable garden, beginning to till the soil. The edible items had already been stripped clean, leaving behind a barren expanse devoid of even wild grasses. Gong Shuheng had no experience in farming, but she had tended to medicinal herbs before. While the methods were different, the process bore many similarities. Most importantly, her frail body required gradual strengthening, and tilling the earth was an excellent way to build her strength. However, the makeshift handle added to the pickaxe was designed for an adult, making it awkward for a small frame to wield. Yet, she remained oblivious, tirelessly at work, even as beads of sweat rolled down her brow. When Su Qingliang finished constructing a simple nest for the mountain critters using sticks and mud, he stood up to find she had already turned over quite a sizable patch of land. Su Qingliang approached her, gently placing his hand on the pickaxe handle. "Take a break. Let me do it." Gong Shuheng glanced at him and then released her grip. The climate here in Qingshi County differed from Tiandu. Whatever was planted at this time would need to survive the winter. Thus, Gong Shuheng was entirely unsure of what to plant. Su Qingliang was equally at a loss, having never farmed before, setting aside their beggar status. They were still city dwellers. However, even among city folk, individuals varied greatly. For instance, Tang Yu had knowledge in this area. Chapter 11. What lies beyond yet? At this moment, the options for planting were limited. Vetch, cabbage, and radishes were all viable. But they lacked seeds. The vetch, mentioned in the Book of Songs, was an ancient vegetable believed to be a failed domestication. Cabbage, a progenitor of greens, and radishes were also potential candidates. They could indeed sow wheat now, but they possessed no seed for that either. This foreshadowed a grim future. If the court in Tiandu did not come to provide disaster relief, organize the rebuilding for the victims, or distribute seeds, they would soon face not only plague, but also a greater famine. Gong Shuheng contemplated the places she had visited recently. Perhaps I can find some radish and mustard greens to plant. These can survive through winter, and the garlic chives are readily available nearby. Wei Kai had encountered some wild vegetables, yet was unable to find any seeds. Such discoveries on the mountains were largely left to fortune. After consuming a dish of meat-laden vegetable stew, she suddenly realized that only the wild greens, when boiled, were truly unpalatable. Gong Shuheng, with an impassive expression, gulped down a bowl of wild vegetable soup, contemplating that soon they might not even have a soup to consume. This place was not particularly close to the foot of the mountain, yet there were paths for ingress and egress. If Wu Jingyan and his companions could locate it, others could too, should the court fail to dispatch personnel. The remaining individuals would inevitably venture into the mountains for survival. Those who had tasted blood could no longer be deemed human. For the moment, they resorted to consuming their own kind to stay alive. They forfeited their most fundamental humanity at that juncture. They would confront even greater challenges, not to mention the impending famine that Su Qingliang felt a pressing urgency. We must expedite the traps we are setting around the house. Tomorrow, I will continue with Lao San and Lao Si at home, while Lao Er should take Lao Wu and Lao Lu into the mountains, sticking to the periphery and avoiding deep ventures. If we encounter any ferocious beasts, it could spell disaster. Once settled, they retreated to their respective quarters for sleep. As night descended, the temperature had dropped. None of them possessed even a single cotton quilt. And despite the thick layer of hay spread on the beds, They still huddled together for warmth in the dead of night. Gong Shuheng, as usual, did not return to her room. The weather was splendid. And thus the moon graced the night sky each evening, albeit in varying phases and emerging at different times. Yu Qingliang lay down only to rise again, standing quietly at the door, observing the figure sprawled on the stone slab at the edge of the courtyard. After a while, he turned, colliding with Lao Er. Lao Er stifled a yelp, hastily covering his mouth, suppressing the sound. "What are you doing awake? What is wrong with you? So silent, you nearly scared me to death. Almost had to act. You are awake too?" Lao Er whispered as he rolled into the pile of hay. Once Su Qingliang joined him, he remarked, "What is wrong with Lu Er? Why does she prefer to sleep outside on the stone slab? What is so appealing about sleeping on a stone slab? Sleeping on a stone slab allows one to see the moon and stars. It is not as dark as inside the house." "Isn't she cold?" "Perhaps not." Su Qingliang recalled their earlier encounter with Gong Shuang. They had fled to the mountains when the floods came, fortunate to escape that calamity. Gong Shuang, however, had been entirely submerged in the floodwaters for an indeterminate duration, yet somehow survived. Truly a miracle. As Yu Qingliang had pondered more than once whether this individual they had salvaged was even human. An normal person could have endured such an ordeal and emerged alive. Yet, she had indeed survived. What lay outside? Stars and the moon. But only certain beasts of the mountains prefer to roam outside throughout the night. At by dawn, the dewy chill had dissipated significantly. Gong Shuheng awoke early. Gazing thoughtfully at the eastern sky, Zhuo Jingyan and Tang Yu intended to accompany Su Qingliang and the others up the mountain today, so the couple rose when the light was just beginning to break. Initially believing it to be quite early, they were taken aback upon seeing the young girl seated on the stone slab, seemingly up before them. "Lu Er, you're up so early?" Gong Shuheng responded with a soft as a greeting. Hearing the commotion, Su Qingliang and the others emerged from their rooms, several of the younger ones still bleary-eyed, their tousled hair adorned with bits of hay. Zhuo Jingyan stepped forward to greet Su Qingliang. "Are we heading up the mountain?" "May we join you?" Su Qingliang assessed the couple with a glance. "You should stay and help us set traps." "Traps?" No further explanation was offered. The pick and axe were to remain at home, while Lao Er carried only Su Qingliang's dagger for protection. Zhuo Jingyan entrusted his dagger to Tang Yu, who had a dilapidated basket on her back, containing a sickle they had unearthed from beneath the cupboard yesterday. Rusty, it took considerable effort to sharpen it on a stone, but it was now barely functional. Perhaps it would prove useful. Thus, their party ascending the mountain comprised 5 individuals. Lao San was the most talkative, while Wu Er chimed in with her, filling the forest with their lively chatter before dawn had fully broken. "I love going up the mountain with Ergo. He is always a good luck. And by extension, my fortune seems to improve when I accompany him." Lao Er never considered himself particularly lucky. He simply exercised greater caution than others. Wu Er nodded in agreement. "It would be wonderful if we could catch some game today. After eating meat, who wants to settle for vegetables? My expectations are modest. I would be content with just finding some bird eggs." This was a more realistic hope. Lao Er sighed. "Do not make wishes so casually. Whether it flies above or scurries below, we can only watch helplessly when we encounter them. We should focus on more practical matters. It would be best if we could find some edible items. And if we could uncover seeds, that would be even better." This was indeed their primary objective, and the most pragmatic one at that. Gong Shuheng, carrying a basket, surveyed the surroundings in silence, aside from Tang Yu. The others had grown accustomed to her quiet demeanor. This Lu Er was typically reticent, only speaking when necessary, otherwise remaining mute. The village once boasted fields, all neatly terraced, nestled within the nearby mountains and forests. But alas, they had been utterly ravaged by the floodwaters, leaving chaos in their wake, with many areas submerged and collapsed. The previous season, they had planted beans and millet, but the seedlings perished when the floodwaters arrived. Remarkably, some roots had survived the prolonged inundation, now growing wildly alongside the wild grasses, seizing the brief opportunity to bask in the sunlight before the harsh winter set in. This brief period was their only chance for growth. It could not sustain itself for long and was destined to bear no fruit. Thus, Lao San and the others simply harvested the tender shoots to boil for sustenance. Finding wild vegetables was relatively easy at this time. Yet locating seeds proved to be exceedingly difficult. Gong Shuheng diligently dug into the soil, uprooting the radishes that could thrive in winter. They would take them back to plant in their fields and see how they fared. Aside from the wild vegetables that would currently fill their stomachs, they had no means to preserve much else, lacking both salt and containers. Therefore, they could attempt to cultivate them, even if the cold weather hindered their growth and prevented them from bearing seeds. At least they could be stored for a few extra days. Gong Shuheng remained steadfast in her belief that one cannot ascertain the feasibility of a task without attempting it first. Understanding her perspective, the others found it plausible. Aside from the wild vegetables intended for immediate consumption, they uprooted anything edible. Tang Yu favored using some of the wild vegetables to make pickles, as the women in their village often prepared various pickled dishes. Currently, they could make chive and sunflower pickles. Can you do it? Sanair inquired. At IT is hard to say, but I have seen it done before, and I know the method. The crux of the matter is that we lack salt and containers for pickling. They had learned how to boil salt, but could not produce it in large quantities due to limited resources. If they were too careless and ruined it, they would face difficulties in their meals. Tang Yu suggested, perhaps we could try our hand at making pottery. Chapter 12. The first completed ceramic tripod. It seems that every task at hand is an urgent necessity. Yu Qingliang wishes for 8 hands to tend to each responsibility. In truth, if they were to descend the mountain for a brief moment, they would discover that the traps surrounding their dwelling could afford to be delayed. The victims from the towns below have all made their way to Xingzhou Prefecture. The relief workers dispatched from Tiandu have already arrived at Xingzhou. It is said that those who reach the prefecture not only find food, but also shelter and can receive grain and seeds. For the survivors, famished and desperate, this is an overwhelming temptation. Those arriving at the city outskirts, in groups of 2s and 3s, were soon separated by soldiers, far from the immediate entry they had envisioned. Anyone exhibiting symptoms such as coughing or fever was herded to one side, while the asymptomatic stood in line on the other, awaiting their turn. Soldiers were busy preparing meals, boiling large pots of thin porridge mixed with bran and sawdust. The starving victims scrambled forward, fearing that they might miss their chance. After the meal, men, women, and children were once again divided. The men were conscripted for labor, tasked with constructing the prefecture, clearing the moat, and erecting temporary shelters. The women were set to spinning, weaving, and sewing. None could afford to sit idly and await aid. Under the dire circumstances of disaster and epidemic, relying solely on the relief grain from the court was insufficient for survival. The prefecture needed to function normally. The surrounding areas required urgent clearance. While the chill had yet to fully descend, the land needed to be prepared for sowing, as planting must be completed swiftly. If they could endure this winter, by the time spring arrives in April or May, they might just survive. That IT appeared simple. Yet by this point, the elderly had perished, infants were lost, and there were scarcely any young women left. The surviving men were acutely aware of the fate that befell their kin. They could resort to cannibalism in their hunger. Yet when faced with soldiers wielding weapons, they dared not breathe, their ragged bodies hunched and submissive. Terrified that a moment's delay might invoke the lash of the overseer's whip. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qingliang and his companions toiled day and night, preparing for the winter. They had erected stakes at both entrances of their courtyards. How one masters such skills ultimately rests upon themselves. It necessitates a process of repeated contemplation and the distillation of experience. Fortunately, the pot they crafted can be deemed a success. What remains is to refine and fortify their previous efforts in the firing process. In total, they fashioned 6 vessels, both large and small. However, only 3 emerged intact from the flames. The ancient cooking implement known as ag, characterized by its 3 legs that allow for a fire to be lit beneath, has elicited considerable joy among them. With the G, they can boil water and prepare meals. And most importantly, the successful firing of this item enables them to allocate time to create even more wares, jars, pots, and basins. Yu Qingliang claimed the largest one, as necessity dictated that, with their numbers, a larger vessel was warranted. This particular one is sufficiently spacious to accommodate their cooking needs and facilitates Gong Shuheng's salt extraction process. Zhuang Jingyan took 2, while the remaining clay was fashioned into several bowls. These 2 are among their most pressing requirements. Functionality outweighs aesthetics. As long as these items serve their purpose, that is sufficient. A success rate of 50% is ample for their needs. After their meal, the second eldest joined them. The third son instinctively sat beside Tang Yu to help with the flax, while the fifth observed and learned. Gong Shuheng ventured into the fields with her hoe. She still preferred solitude over mingling with the crowd. Her interest in agriculture was markedly greater than her enthusiasm for molding clay or spinning flax. Su Qingliang recognized this inclination. Some of the plants they had recently sown together had perished, while others thrived, most of the latter having been planted by Gong Shuheng, but he observed for an extended period. The method remained consistent, yet seedlings tended by Gong Shuheng exhibited a notably higher survival rate. Gong Shuheng was typically reticent, her responses to inquiries succinct and to the point, seemingly unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Su Qingliang attributed this to the notion that everyone possesses their own strengths, suggesting that perhaps the sixth child excelled in this domain. Thus, they decided to dedicate their time to assisting in the excavation of the surrounding vegetable plots, leaving the particulars of planting and crop selection to Gong Shuheng's discretion. Gong Shuheng had thoroughly explored the areas surrounding the village, gathering a significant assortment of edible, medicinal, and seed-bearing plants inside their dwelling. Half of the storage rack, constructed from stone slabs and wood, was filled with foodstuffs, while the other half was entirely composed of woven baskets of varying sizes crafted by her. These baskets were lined with various leaves and contained assorted items. She endeavored to cultivate anything that was non-toxic and potentially edible. As night fell and exhaustion set in, apart from Gong Shuheng, who remained outdoors, the younger ones quickly succumbed to slumber. The second son entrusted the hidden silver to Su Qingliang, who accepted only a small portion. Keep the rest safe. It may prove invaluable in the future. I will manage with a little less. This should suffice that if circumstances remain favorable, we shall venture forth again. If not, carrying excess coin may not be prudent. After a moment of contemplation, the second son concurred. Then I shall take only a small amount. Should the opportunity arise, we can procure what is essential. That if officials from the court appear, remember to inquire about household registration. Once registered, we would be considered good citizens, no longer forced to wander. Though the taxes would be burdensome, we would enjoy our freedom. With registration, we would obtain travel permits, allowing us to go wherever we please, and future generations would have the opportunity to study and participate in examinations for a brighter future. Su Qingliang instructed him. We will first explore the township, then proceed to the county. Should the county yield nothing, we may even journey to the prefecture. We might be gone for several days. But do not worry. I will adapt as circumstances dictate. After I depart, you must keep a close watch on the others, particularly the third and fourth. The third lacks discernment and requires guidance. The fourth is overly cunning and demands careful handling. The fifth is naive and needs instruction. The sixth appears simple-minded and is of little concern, leaving you to shoulder most of the responsibility. However, the second son was still quite young, having just turned 14 after the new year. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will ensure their well-being until your safe return. After saying this, he handed Su Qingliang a dagger. Keep it concealed, for self-defense, Su Qingliang declined. This item is cumbersome to carry. It is better left with you. Should we encounter any game, it would be cumbersome to process. Without it, I am merely descending the mountain to gather information, not to engage in conflict. The blade is not always required. Often, one must rely on wits. Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an left early. Gong Shuheng, perched upon a stone, merely lifted her eyelids. Their journey would not be without hardships, but they would return safely. As for her lack of intervention, why should she? To survive, one must find ways to venture forth and continually experiment. To aspire to be a caged bird requires the fortune of encountering one who possesses a bird cage. Chapter 14. Nurturing slowly for the time being. The endeavors of crafting traps and pottery have reached a temporary halt. With Su Qingliang absent, the second son assumed the role of the eldest. Their daily routine consisted of foraging for food in the mountains during the morning and gathering firewood or tilling the land in the afternoon. Those remaining at home were tasked with maintaining their ongoing duties. However, Gong Shuheng decided against ascending the mountain today. She intended to construct a bow and arrows, having thoroughly scoured the nearby areas. They had collected sufficient food, provided that rain did not elude them for several months. Wild vegetables would remain plentiful in the nearby wasteland, yet subsisting solely on such fare was insufficient. Humans, unlike herbivores, are omnivores. Lacking a considerable supply of grain necessitated the pursuit of ample meat. Given her current frail condition and slow recovery, hunting was not feasible. She would have to rely on external assistance. Upon announcing her intention to fashion a bow and arrows, the others paused in surprise. How does one even do that? They possessed no prior experience. Gong Shuheng focused her attention on the bamboo she had harvested. I will experiment on my own first. The bow's frame could be constructed from bamboo, which, when fresh, retains a degree of flexibility. The bowstring would be made from hemp rope. The arrows could be fashioned from suitable bamboo or wood, supplemented with a few collected feathers. Her goal in this endeavor was to facilitate hunting, and the second son had no objections. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation. This girl exuded an unusual aura, possessing knowledge beyond her years. Her sudden desire to craft a bow and arrows may not be mere fanciful thinking. Perhaps she could indeed succeed. Do you need our assistance? Gong Shuheng shook her head. No, I require solitude to concentrate. Your presence may hinder my performance. The second son nodded. Very well then. We have bamboo already cut at home that if you find it unsuitable, you know where to look for more. Not stray too far. We shall leave the axe with you. We are heading to the mountains. Gong Shuheng slightly inclined her head to indicate her understanding. Tang Yu also intended to accompany them up the mountain. With the G successfully produced and bowls now available, they would need to kindle their own fires, lest they continually impose upon the younger ones for meals. Upon learning that Gong Shuheng would remain home alone, she expressed concern. Is that wise? Gong Shuheng assured her. It is. Once all had departed, Gong Shuheng finally relaxed. Exhaling softly, she raised her hand and effortlessly sliced through the bamboo fence with a swift motion, leaving a clean, sharp edge. However, the next moment, she felt a wave of dizziness and plummeted to the ground, her complexion paling. Though her spirit was well matched to this body, it simply could not endure it. She would have to nurture it, taking her time. After sitting on the ground for a spell, the buzzing in her mind gradually faded and the dizziness subsided, restoring the color to her lips. Slowly, she rose and took the axe from the door. Moving alone proved much more convenient. Her petite frame allowed her to traverse and chop bamboo with remarkable agility, as if it required no effort at all. She subsequently dragged the bamboo back into the yard. The bow's frame would ideally be crafted from beast horns, while tendons would serve as the bowstring. However, lacking such materials, she had to make do with what was at hand, despite having no prior experience. She envisioned the design in her mind. After wasting one piece, she successfully completed the second. The hemp rope she had previously twisted came into play, its strands seamlessly merging under her deft manipulation, appearing as a single cohesive line, even emanating a faint glow that swiftly faded. She fashioned one bow, one quiver, and 9 arrows. Gong Shuheng found herself utterly drained, drenched in sweat, resembling a fish that had just emerged from the water. She collapsed into the eaves for a considerable time before slowly regaining her composure. Glancing at the sky, she noticed a solitary cloud, but rain remained elusive. The stream in the valley had run dry, leaving only the 2 large pits they had dug with water, which showed no signs of overflowing. After another 10 days of sunshine, it was likely that even the water in the ponds would evaporate. Life in the mountains was manageable. Not far above, in the bamboo grove, there lay a substantial pond that would not run dry anytime soon. However, the situation below was far less certain. When the second son and the others returned from the mountain, they found Gong Shuheng absent. The door was closed. Only the pile of bamboo shavings at the edge of the yard confirmed her industrious presence. The third son muttered, I wonder if Lu succeeded in making her bow. The second brother remained silent, his gaze fixated on the fence before him. The slanted fork in the path appeared unnaturally level, a sign of recent use. The fourth brother, clutching his stomach, cried out in hunger, and along with the fifth brother, began to sort through the wild vegetables they had gathered, pouring them from their basket. The fifth brother called out to the third sister, Sanjia, how shall we prepare this meal? Shall we make yam and wild vegetable soup? We have the loofah. It can be cooked together. Today had proven fortuitous, as they had stumbled upon a wild patch of loofah, with about a dozen of varying sizes, some no larger than a fist, while others were as large as a human skull. They had managed to bring them all back. Although loofah soup may not be as delectable as yam, it was still edible. The yam supply was dwindling, and winter had not yet truly set in. After speaking, he placed his hands on his hips and turned around at the door. Is Lu'er not home? Has she gone up the mountain? At that moment, Gong Shuheng was still seated cross-legged on a large rock by the pond within the bamboo grove, meditating while patiently waiting for an opportunity. The stream in Mountain Gorge had run dry, and the creatures of the mountain could not survive without water. They could only seek out ponds like this one, that although this location was close to the village, the bamboo needed to be cut was located on the outskirts, and few ventured deep into the grove. Thus, numerous traces of wildlife surrounded her. She sat in stillness, seemingly merging with the stone, exuding no trace of human presence. Should misfortune fail to arrive, she would simply capture it from the pond. Of course, even if it did arrive, she would still catch the creatures in the pond. It was merely a matter of timing. Hearing a rustling sound, she slowly opened her eyes, reached for an arrow from her quiver, and without even aiming, released it, striking the stealthy cat that was inching closer to the pond. Recently, due to natural disasters, survival had become challenging for both humans and wildlife in the mountains. However, the jumping cat was an exception. Despite being prey for many carnivores, it bred rapidly and abundantly. Had she not heard the voices of the second and third brothers calling her from a distance, she would have intended to remain there until dusk. Nevertheless, her venture had been fruitful, yielding 1 jumping cat and 2 water shuttle fish. Though the sun had just begun to set in the west, Gong Shuheng, being merely a 10-year-old girl, could not wander into the mountains without the second brother searching for her. Thinking of the impending meal and wondering where they had gone, she called for the third brother to join her. Not long after, she heard a response. "We're here. We're back." Moments later, Gong Shuheng appeared before her 2 siblings. Hands full. Chapter 15. No relation to others, the third brother opened his mouth, struggling to find his voice for some time, before racing towards Gong Shuheng, reaching out to touch the already lifeless rabbit and the still-breathing fish. "Lu'er, did you catch all of this?" he asked incredulously. Gong Shuheng replied. "Who else could it be? Was it a gift from the mountain god?" "Well, that's acceptable," he remarked. "You truly are impressive. It's hard to believe. Did this rabbit not meet its end by accident?" "It was shot with a bow and arrow," she stated, drawing his attention to the bow strapped to her back, nearly as tall as she was. Just as the focus shifted, the second brother interjected. "What about these 2 fish? Were they also shot?" "Let's say they were." She replied that I didn't go into the water. I speared them with a bamboo stick. The second brother took a deep breath, accepting the item she held as they walked, asking, "Are there still such large ponds in the mountains?" "Deep within the bamboo grove, but I wouldn't recommend going there." The third brother followed closely behind, his eyes lingering on her bow. "Why not?" "Because there are wolves and possibly other dangers," she warned. She had seen 2 snake skins, indicating the presence of at least 1 snake thicker than her thigh. "You went into that grove?" The second brother's eyes widened in alarm. "Wasn't that too risky? With your slender arms and legs, you might not be enough for a beast to take a couple of bites." Had it been the third brother and the others with such audacity, the second brother, despite his usual good temper, would have been unable to restrain himself. He felt compelled to instill a sense of caution in them, to teach them which places were safe and which were not. However, Gong Shuheng was an exception in the second brother's eyes. The others had taken their time to adjust, yet she remained an enigma, shrouded in an air of mystery, her true nature concealed beneath layers that were impenetrable to prying eyes. Thus, I advise against it, and I too shall venture there less frequently. But less frequently does not mean never. I will seize opportunities to visit that. It is a splendid place, and resting by the pond brings tranquility. It resembles the forbidden grounds behind the 2 Instruments Palace on 4 Elephants Mountain. In the wake of this flood, with corpses strewn about and resentment in the air, to encounter such a spiritually abundant place is truly rare. Spending more time there would be beneficial for me. The task of skinning the game was left to the third brother, as the young girl was quite nimble. However, that would be a matter for after the meal. At present, they were all ravenous, their stomachs rumbling incessantly. They had to wait until Gong Shuheng returned, ensuring the entire family was gathered before they could eat. The sky was still relatively bright, and once they finished their meal, they would have to attend to other matters. The two large fish would provide sustenance for dinner, while the jumping cat could be killed and hung up for later. Tea had already cooled, and a touch of salt should preserve it longer. The task of processing the game was entrusted to the third brother. Gong Shuheng once again began to prepare earth and salt to ensure the game could be stored for an extended period. It needed to be air-dried, and for optimal drying, salt was essential. Salt was a precious commodity, hard to come by, but easily consumed. Most of the salt used across the 9 provinces was exchanged for sea salt from the Eastern E. The mountain folk utilized earth salt and brine. The second brother remained nearby, dutifully assisting her. This was not their first time undertaking this task, and they were familiar with the general process. They had a newly made large cauldron, which made things significantly easier than before, though their resources were still insufficient. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They would acquire what they needed gradually. Tang Yu had started the fire herself, after cooking a bit to appease her hunger. She came to take a look at what was happening. When Gong Shuheng mentioned she wanted to make a bow and arrow, Tang Yu had thought it was merely a jest, but after hearing the siblings speak along the way, it seemed quite plausible. Curiosity piqued, she wanted to see if the bow had indeed been crafted. Upon arrival, she found the group busily engaged in their tasks. The second brother was hauling mud into the house, while the fourth brother was chopping wood in the courtyard. The third and fifth brothers were nowhere to be seen. What do you need the mud for? Lu Er has a use for it. The second brother replied vaguely, uncertain if he should disclose the method of salt production, which was quite valuable. Do you need any help? The second brother firmly declined. No need. Have you eaten? I have. But weren't you saying Lu Er wasn't home? Has she returned? As long as she yes back, I'll go gather more hemp you want me to go with you? The hemp around here has been nearly all cut, and can it still be used at this time? The season is nearly over. Let's try and see. We must find something to do. I'll be just behind the house, and I can also gather some dry firewood. After saying this, he departed, not inquiring further whether Gong Shuheng had managed to craft the bow and arrow. Having exhausted all usable items at home, they temporarily set aside the matter of salt production. The third brother had finished processing the rabbit, after hanging it up and wiping his hands dry. He approached Gong Shuheng and asked, Lu Er, may I touch the bow you made? Of course. That item had been hung on the wall behind the door of the main hall since her return. The third brother had been itching to try it ever since they were on the road, and it had been quite a challenge to restrain his eagerness. Once Gong Shuheng consented, he dashed into the house. Retrieving the bow, which, though made from simple materials, was crafted with great care. Not only the fourth brother, but even the typically composed second brother was drawn in by its allure. Few children could resist such a thing, especially those like them who came from humble backgrounds, exuding a wild essence. The third brother held the bow with an air of competence, but his aim was entirely off. Gong Shuheng stepped forward, grasped his hands, repositioned them, and instructed him on how to knock the arrow and draw the string to the appropriate tension. Due to a lack of materials, they had to make do. Even if we make do, the fact that this can shoot a jumping cat is already quite impressive. The third brother gripped the bow, string in hand, eyes squinting, his mouth curving unevenly as he aimed at a small sparrow pecking at the fence. Then, releasing his hold, the arrow flew forth. He was momentarily taken aback, for it felt as though he had exerted little effort. Yet the arrow zipped through the air, piercing the sparrow's body. The siblings were momentarily stunned. The third brother could hardly believe it. Could it be that I am a naturally gifted archer? She had never touched such an object before, unable even to gauge the appropriate force. Yet her accuracy was astonishingly precise, truly remarkable. Gong Shuheng answered her with utmost sincerity. No, the three of them turned their heads in unison to gaze at her. Gong Shuheng gestured to the second one, saying, You may also give it a try, about 3 zhang away. Any farther is unfeasible. Her current capability only extends this FAR.AT that moment. The second one still did not comprehend the meaning of her words. However, after he successfully shot down a sparrow, he suddenly began to understand. It was the bow and the arrows. Gong Shuheng nodded. Indeed, the impressive accuracy was due to the bow and the arrows, with no relation to the individual wielding them. Anyone who possessed this bow would achieve the same level of precision within the effective range. Beyond that distance, it would be ineffective and larger prey would be unattainable, as the necessary strength might be lacking. The fourth one stood in a daze, perplexed by the silent riddle exchange between the two, his gaze flitting back and forth between them. Chapter 16. He truly has lost his mind. Only these 9 arrows remained. If they were damaged, they would be lost. Initially eager to take them out for further practice in the woods, the third and fourth ones hesitated upon hearing this, reluctant to part with them. They reluctantly returned them to their original place in the house. How sturdy could bamboo be? What if it broke? The fourth one glanced at the bough, a thought forming in his mind. He could attempt to make one himself. There was no shortage of bamboo in the mountains. There were plenty of unused pieces he could chop down and try with. That night, the second one found himself unable to sleep, stepping outside. He caught a glimpse of a small figure sitting cross-legged at the edge of the courtyard. After hesitating at the door for a moment, he entered the yard, mimicking Gong Shuheng's posture as he sat down beside her. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes and glanced at him, but he asked, "Aren't you cold sitting out here at night?" "Not cold," she replied. "If it snows, will you stay outside?" "No, I will go inside. If it snows, there won't be any moonlight." He reasoned. She was not foolish enough to remain outside. After speaking, Gong Shuheng closed her eyes once more, falling silent, her breathing so faint it seemed she had melded entirely with the night, for once. The second one, like a child, felt a surge of playful spirit and mimicked her, sitting cross-legged and counting his fingers on the earthen ground beside her. Gong Shuheng paid him no mind. They were merely coexisting without disturbing one another. Before long, the second one's head began to droop, that a sudden chill from the night breeze jolted him awake momentarily. He thought to himself how truly mad he had become. Here he was, a perfectly normal person, choosing to learn from someone so peculiar that he attempted to rise to go indoors to sleep. But before he could fully stand, he collapsed back down. His feet had fallen asleep, as the temperature continued to drop. Preparing winter clothing was becoming an urgent matter. Reeds, cloth, and thread had all been gathered, and they had even managed to accumulate some leather, but they were still short of sewing needles and scissors. Tang Yu was increasingly worried. It had been over half a month since Zhuang Jing'an and Su Qingliang had left, and they had yet to return. Living in the mountains had its advantages and disadvantages. Currently, the drawback was the difficulty of coming and going, leading to a lack of information. The second one pondered, "I should go down the mountain to take a look." The third one was the first to object. "What if you go and don't come back?" They had always relied on the eldest as their anchor. With him gone for nearly a month, the second one had been barely managing to keep things in order. If he too were to leave and not return, they would be at a loss as to how to survive. "That I will go." As the only adult among the group of children, Tang Yu felt it was her responsibility to descend the mountain in search of their missing friends. She cannot rely on a bunch of kids to do so. No, what if it's still chaotic at the base of the mountain? It would be even more dangerous for you to go. A young woman descending might attract unwanted attention. The fourth one asked, "So we just wait?" Leaning against the wall, Gong Shuheng spoke up, "I will go take a look." She reiterated her intent. The third one dismissed her again. "Those down the mountain are desperate and capable of anything. If you go, you might be caught and be of no use to them." Gong Shuheng responded, "I will take my bow and arrows. Should I encounter any wrongdoers, I will deal with them first." Her bravado was striking, as if equating a human life to that of a mere pheasant. Yet in the end, she did not take the bow, opting instead to carry her old basket, filled with various bundles of herbs she had meticulously prepared. She clutched the fragment of silver the second one had given her and the precious dagger as she descended the mountain. Time had passed, and the waters below had receded, leaving behind the remnants of corpses long since dismembered by scavenging beasts. Occasionally, white bones could be seen peeking through the soil, entangled among the rubble. The distinction between river and dwelling had blurred. In this span of time, seeds had sprouted, striving to grow. Compared to them, the rulers of this world appeared tragically fragile. This once-in-a-century flood had ravaged the entirety of Xingzhou Prefecture. The situation upstream remained unknown, but within Xingzhou, the landscape had been irrevocably altered, reportedly the hardest-hit area. The living had been drawn away by the allure of food, scattering in all directions. Those afflicted with illness were quarantined, while the fortunate ones who survived merely by taking medicine managed to escape a dire fate. Those who fared poorly were corralled together, left to fend for themselves, eventually to be burned to ashes. In the aftermath of the flood came the plague, resulting in untold deaths. The survivors were forcibly conscripted for labor, first to clear the silt, then to cultivate land, and subsequently to construct dikes and redirect river waters. It was said that if one worked for 3 months, they could bring 3 people to the government office to register for household registration and receive a measure if she spoke the truth. Su Qingyang had been conscripted for military service, and it was uncertain whether he would return home this winter. With only a few children left behind, their survival became exceedingly difficult without anyone to care for them. They had saved her life, thus binding their fates together. That is one aspect. Moreover, having miraculously survived, she yearned to live freely this time, whether in the world at large or among the common folk. She felt her presence was no longer required. She wished to experience true freedom. The young doctor, somewhat regretful, observed her tattered appearance and believed she did not understand. In this world, one must have food and drink to survive. Merely living was insufficient. One must earn money to support the family to truly care for them. Gong Shuheng resolutely declined, counting the considerable sum of money offered to her. The price was fair, yet the quantity was scant, thus the money was not substantial. Upon seeing her unwavering demeanor, the doctor relinquished his attempts. Nevertheless, being a kind-hearted person, he suggested, since she recognized medicinal herbs and understood the art of concoction, it would not be unreasonable to make a living from this. There is currently a significant shortage of medicinal materials in the city, particularly honeygrass, lu ji, and sheep horn, which were in high demand and fetching decent prices. Gong Shuheng glanced at him. "You are a good person. Good people will be rewarded." The doctor chuckled softly, shaking his head, remarking that the notion of good people being rewarded was often a fallacy. Many good individuals inadvertently sacrifice themselves to benefit others, sometimes even at the expense of other interests. How could such individuals be deemed good? They merely follow their hearts, indifferent to the dichotomy of good and evil. Gong Shuheng exited the clinic with her empty basket and pondered her second brother's words, deciding to first inspect the seeds and the needles and scissors she would need. Xingshou Prefecture had once boasted a famous alley known as Needle Grinding Alley, dedicated to sharpening sewing needles, but it had regrettably ceased to exist. However, by following a general direction, she could locate a grocery store where such items could be found. There, she discovered not only sewing needles, but also ready-made scissors and various threads. Gong Shuheng felt overwhelmed by the multitude of items she needed to purchase, yet her funds were limited. She focused solely on acquiring these 2 essentials, feeling discontented at their expense. The money she earned from selling a basket of herbs had only afforded her 2 sewing needles and a pair of scissors. Unbeknownst to her, she had failed to haggle, thus overpaying. Subsequently, she sought information about where to buy seeds. After the flood disaster, every grain seed had been requisitioned from Tiandu and collected from the surrounding areas, all under the control of the prefectural government. Acquiring seeds was no easy feat. It was not merely a matter of having money. For instance, one might need to serve in exchange for seeds, register their temporary residence, and provide the area of land they had cultivated. Gong Shuheng was completely ignorant of these requirements. Upon learning the general procedures for purchasing seeds, she swiftly evaluated her family's circumstances in her mind. With no parents and 2 brothers in military service, only her sister-in-law, second brother, third sister, fourth brother, and fifth sister remained, totaling 8 people who needed to be divided into 2 households for temporary registration. Yet she had no knowledge of where that would be. With the names of Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an available in the military service roster, Gong Shuheng successfully registered both families and even received 3 dough of wheat seeds. She was also permitted to visit her brothers in service. The authorities appeared to take the disaster seriously, demonstrating a strong resolve for reconstruction. It was imperative, as Xingshou, once a land of fish and rice, rich in resources, had suffered immensely due to the calamity, with losses so severe they impacted national strength. They needed to soothe the populace and expedite reconstruction. The 3 dough of wheat seeds filled her basket to the brim, leaving no room for anything else. Gong Shuheng squeezed the unspent small coins, feeling a pang of regret, and, with her stomach growling, she decided to buy a basket of mixed grain pancakes. Once a person who abstained from grains, she now found herself with a newfound appetite. This was the first time since awakening that she tasted a proper meal made from pure grains. The simplicity of the dish was accompanied by a delightful fragrance, making it quite delectable. After paying homage to the kitchen gods, she followed the directions she had gathered to find the laborers clearing the riverbanks. Initially intending to go stealthily, she decided to proceed openly since she had already registered and was permitted to visit. Gong Shuheng exited the city with the wheat seeds, her larger basket on her back and a smaller one in hand, resembling a tortoise that had somehow learned to walk upright, her short legs moving swiftly. After a bit of struggle, she finally encountered Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an. These two had truly met with misfortune. They had barely reached the prefectural gates when they were apprehended by soldiers. The common folk do not dare engage with the authorities. Even though Su Qingliang had numerous escape routes, he refrained from showcasing his prowess in front of these men, fearing it would implicate Zhuang Jing'an. The most tempting aspect of the official's offer was particularly appealing to Su Qingliang at that moment. The only consolation was that the two had been assigned together. While not particularly beneficial, it was far better than being alone. Su Qingliang was deeply concerned about the younger children at home, while Zhuang Jing'an worried about Tang Yu. However, their concerns proved futile as they were currently preoccupied with their own survival. Serving in a labor force was no easy task. From dawn till dusk, they barely managed 2 meals a day, their fatigue intensifying daily. Any hint of slowness would be perceived as laziness, and the supervisor's whip could strike at any moment, should they dare to flee. The only outcome would be death. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required in the eyes of those in power. People were significant yet as cheap as grass. After enduring for some time, Su Qingliang seized an opportune moment to offer a small amount of his meager silver to the supervisor. Though it was not much, it served its purpose. At least he would not be particularly targeted and would endure fewer beatings, enabling him to persevere until now. Gong Shuheng's arrival at the riverbank was an unexpected turn of events for Su Qingliang. Their time together was brief, and the pancakes she brought nearly choked the two men. Gong Shuheng sat quietly beside them, refraining from discussing the situation in the city or the mountains. She merely stated that, due to their names being on the labor roster, she had managed to register their households and obtain seeds, offering no further elaboration. Finally achieving what she had long desired, Su Qingliang's eyes glistened with tears of joy. He then proceeded to offer a barrage of admonishments, but even though Gong Shuheng's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard a word, it did not deter his insistence. Thankfully, their time was limited, and before Su Qingliang could wipe the crumbs of pancakes from the corners of his mouth, the supervisor urged him along. Chapter 18. The difficulty of surviving in this world having achieved her objective. Gong Shuheng rose decisively, carrying her burdens as she departed. With a large basket on her back and a smaller one in hand, she resembled a tortoise capable of upright movement, her short legs scuttling quickly. When fatigued, she would pause to rest, sprawling among the jagged stones as if she had met her end. The distance from Xingshou Prefecture to Baofeng Mountain, where they resided, was not particularly far, yet traversing it on foot was no small feat. The journey had taken her several days to arrive, and the return would be no different. However, her return was far from as smooth as her arrival. As night fell, she encountered a wolf. Fortunately, it was a lone wolf, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Had it been a pack, she would have been in grave danger. Her petite frame would hardly suffice as a morsel for them. Yet even this solitary, famished wolf, with its eyes gleaming with hunger, posed a significant challenge for Gong Shuheng. She possessed no tools, save for a dagger for self-defense. This would force her into close combat with the beast. She was all too aware of her own limited strength and dared not exhaust herself. She could only control a moment, waiting for the right opportunity to strike decisively. She could not allow that creature a second chance to retaliate. Lest she suffer the consequences, days had passed since she had descended the mountain, and even though Tang Yu could roughly estimate the time for a round trip, her second brother was filled with regret. He did not understand how he had agreed to let the youngest go down the mountain to seek help in a moment of impulsiveness. For a child of such tender age to venture so far to Zhou Prefecture was an absurdity. The perils along the way, even the slightest encounter, could cost her life. Despite her unique demeanor, she was still merely a child. However, worrying served no purpose. Their eldest brother had not returned, and if the youngest were to venture out and also fail to come back, They would be unable to continue their search. They could only rely on their current refuge and strive to survive. Otherwise, if one after another went missing, they feared they might never reunite in this lifetime. Yet, even with this understanding, they found it impossible to live peacefully. On the seventh day after Gong Shuheng's descent, her second brother was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream, followed by Tang Yu also stirring from her slumber. Ever since Zhuang Jingyan and Su Qingliang had left together, Tang Yu had moved in with the two younger girls, the third and fifth sisters, with no dependable young and strong individuals left in the village. It was perilous to be alone, especially with the threat of wild beasts lurking. Living together provided some measure of safety. Yet, while they had fortified themselves against wild animals, they had not been vigilant against humans. Someone had infiltrated their midst, mountain bandits, lurking in the woods for some time, and there were two of them. During the day, they had scouted the area, noticing the absence of any adults. However, to exercise caution, the two individuals decided to wait until nightfall before taking action. At this hour, the moon was obscured and the winds howled, ensuring that those nearby were deep in slumber, a safer course of action. Little did they anticipate the presence of traps in the vicinity. One unfortunate soul fell victim, his thigh pierced by the sharp stubble concealed beneath. As the second brother ignited the torch, the rapid pounding of his heart echoed in his ears. With the eldest absent, he being the most formidable, he felt an immense responsibility to devise a plan for their survival, irrespective of the circumstances. That he wielded the torch in one hand and a club in the other. The third brother, arriving a moment later, swiftly retrieved a bough that hung on the wall. The night was filled with blood-curdling screams, reverberating ominously through the pitch-black darkness. One individual, glancing around, noticed the torchbearer and attempted to flee. After only a few steps, he realized that his pursuers were mere children, and among them was a rather striking young woman. This entire family could not possibly lack a single robust young man. Could they? How fortuitous! He abruptly turned, and before he could take 2 steps, he knelt, feigning a pitiful expression. We are not villains. We harbor no malice. We are simply famished, and, upon seeing signs of life, sought to find something to eat. Why do you flee upon spotting us? Though young, the second brother had navigated the treacherous streets of the city, well acquainted with the malice of humanity. He was not easily deceived by such words. Approaching with the club in hand, he advanced slowly. The cries of the trapped individual were hauntingly tragic. If he were truly innocent, one would expect him to plead for rescue rather than suffer in silence. The second brother considered it might be merciful to assist him on his journey to the afterlife, sparing him further agony. The adversary momentarily lost his words, taken aback by the quick wit of these seemingly small children, who were far from easily swayed. Realizing that persuasion would not suffice, he resorted to force. Capturing the first child would render the others insignificant. In an instant, the one who had been feigning desperation revealed a glinting knife and lunged forward. Regrettably, he had not anticipated that the third brother would swiftly release an arrow, which flew through the air with remarkable force, piercing the assailant's body. The third brother was momentarily stunned. She knew her arrows were accurate. Having practiced extensively nearby, yet she had not fathomed that such power could be wielded, capable of slaying not only sparrows, but men as well. Overcome with shock, she sank to the ground. Previously, in the chaos, she had inadvertently caused a death through sheer commotion, yet now, she had intentionally taken a life with her own hand. The adversary, astonished that such a young girl could inflict injury, felt a searing pain surge through him. Halting his breath as he stared in disbelief at the arrow protruding from his chest, he seemed to contemplate staggering forward. But as he took a step, he collapsed in the pit. Another cry echoed. The second brother, undeterred, raised his club and struck downwards with great force. This was not their first experience with murder. They had already committed such acts on the first night of their arrival. Yet, fear still gripped them. The third sister leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, while Tang Yu trembled for an extended period. The fifth brother, terrified, burst into tears but quickly stifled his voice. Tang Yu reached out, embracing her and the fourth brother. Do not be afraid. They are the villains. If they do not perish, it will be us who meet our end. The fourth brother, being a boy, exhibited slightly better composure and rallied himself. joining the second and third brothers in dragging the mangled body from the pit. O not fear. They are evil. If we do not kill them, they will kill us. The second brother's voice was loud, addressing both Tang Yu and his siblings, but he was also reassuring himself. This was a world where one must consume others to survive, in a realm where it was either their death or his. One must strike first. Indeed, those who ventured out in the dead of night were not virtuous souls. Had they been good, they would have approached with open arms, seeking aid rather than fleeing at the sight of them. Tang Yu affirmed his words. The fifth brother, brandishing a torch, and the others proceeded to strip the two individuals of their clothing, leaving only a pair of underpants. They gathered all their possessions, which included 2 knives, 2 flint stones, and some scattered coins. Should they dig a grave? If so, it must be far from here. They could not leave another body nearby. As this area had already become a graveyard, it would be best to dispose of them in the forest, far enough to feed the wolves on the mountain. Digging a grave for 2 bodies would require considerable effort and time. Chapter 19. Still breathing, not dead, when Gong Shuheng returned, the house was empty, the door firmly shut. Initially, she assumed everyone had gone to the mountains to work, but her hastily salvaged straw sandals, halfway through their lifespan, shifted slightly, revealing dried bloodstains on the ground. Ignoring her fatigue, she hurried into the courtyard, discarding her burdens under the eaves before returning to inspect the area closely. The trap at the entrance had been tampered with. The stubble that had been buried had been pulled out, and there was blood on the surface. She crouched there for a time, striving to maintain her composure. After divining a few omens with some twigs, she exhaled in relief, and with her last ounce of strength, she stumbled back towards the courtyard. Just as she reached the door, she collapsed. Throughout her journey home, she had endured no respite. The burdens she carried were manageable, but the night had been unbearable, leaving her unable to achieve a full night's sleep. 3 bags of wheat seeds, a wolf pelt, and a piece of marten fur were among her haul. The basket, initially meant for steamed buns, still contained the butchered meat she had acquired later. Blood still oozed from it, as she could not bear to waste any of it, knowing she was nearing home. The wolf she had encountered earlier had also been butchered, and she had consumed every part of it during her journey. Refusing to let a morsel go to waste, in these times, when humans lacked sustenance, even the beasts were emaciated. The meat was truly tough. She had been too preoccupied with her journey to seek out herbs to mask the gamey taste. The food was unbearably unpalatable. Thus, as she lay there, it was not due to hunger, but sheer exhaustion. Having endured a taxing journey, she returned home depleted, her spirit drained from the divination she had performed. Lying there, before sinking into a deep slumber, she reflected on the state of the world and humanity. Each step was fraught with hardship, yet despite the difficulties, one must persist in moving forward. She felt the pangs of hunger and fatigue. This was the essence of life, was it not? After the incident, the second brother and his companions did not linger in the mountains. After disposing of the bodies, they hurried back. They needed to contemplate their next steps. The eldest had yet to return, and the 6th brother had vanished without a trace. Their lives must continue, and they required a solid plan for what lay ahead. As they approached, they noticed that the gate, which had been deliberately closed upon their departure, was now ajar. The second brother, still haunted by fear, felt a jolt in his chest, gripping his club tightly as he rushed forward. "Is that you?" Upon seeing Gong Shuheng sprawled on the ground, relief flooded over him, dispelling the tension in his chest. The 4th brother dashed forward, and before he could assist her, he instinctively checked for a pulse beneath her nose. She still breathing. She not dead. Gong Shuheng lifted her eyelids slightly, confirming her vitality. The second brother helped her to her feet, exclaiming, "You scared us to death. Why didn't you come inside?" Gong Shuheng thought to herself that she had intended to enter. It was merely a matter of timing. Lure, did you find the eldest brother? What is the situation down the mountain? Before Tang Yu could speak, the second brother and the others bombarded her with questions. Gong Shuheng produced 2 household registrations from her bosom, handing one to Tang Yu and the other to the second brother. "Household registrations. You managed to get us registered?" Gong Shuheng nodded. The second brother stared at the crimson official seal and the series of names inscribed. Su Qingliang, Su Qingzhou, Su Qingyu, Su Qingshun, Su Qingyin, Su Qingheng, he recognized a few characters, but not many. It was Tang Yu who read them aloud for him. These are our names? He was incredulous, having grown accustomed to being called by numbers. He never envisioned having a proper name. The other three children were equally astonished. Gong Shuang nodded. To register, names are required. Once registered, these will be your names for life. I merely thought of something on the spot. And this is what I came up with. She had done her best. I am Su Qingzhou. I am Su Qingyu. I am Su Qingchun. I am Su Qingyuan. We have names now. Several individuals were brimming with excitement. Even the typically composed Lao heir, who often feigned steadiness in front of the younger ones, could barely contain his joy, his face alight with exuberance. Tang Yu was equally elated, repeatedly perusing the household registration booklet, and then squatting beside her. Have you seen Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an? Yes, they are in service. They should return by the end of the year when the coldest weather sets in. Gong Shuheng, observing their merriment, felt herself caught in their infectious joy, a smile subtly curving at the corners of her mouth. What is the situation down the mountain? There is no one. Living souls are nowhere to be seen. Most of the survivors have gone towards the prefecture. Aid is being dispatched there. Even those of slightly greater stature must contribute labor, while the younger ones are relocated nearby. However, an outbreak has emerged in that area, and deaths continue to rise. It is uncertain how many will ultimately survive. Thus, when the officials inquired whether she wished to relocate closer to the prefecture, she unequivocally declined. The danger of remaining in the mountains was palpable. Yet it was undoubtedly preferable to venturing into the prefecture. Gong Shuheng rarely spoke at such length. Upon hearing her words, the few individuals who had recently acquired their household registrations fell silent. Their excitement swiftly replaced by concern. What about Lauda and the others? Unknown. We shall see what fate holds. She planned to seize the opportunity before the cold deepened to gather more herbs from the mountain, intending to trade them in the city for money, and also to prepare some medicinal pills to send to those too, though she had yet to witness firsthand the plight of those afflicted by the disease. She had heard whispers of their suffering and could roughly envision their condition. However, she had no intention of intervening. Life and death were matters of destiny. The affairs of the common people were naturally the responsibility of their sovereign, who would rely on the high priest of Sihuang Mountain to devise a solution and tea present. She was merely a humble citizen, still but a child, burdened by insufficient strength to shoulder such grave responsibilities. Looking after herself was already quite a challenge. Suddenly, she paused, as if she had truly let go. The shift in her mindset was surprisingly effortless. One merely needed to experience death once to relinquish even the most profound obsessions. Does Lauda know about the household registration? He does. I received permission to visit the two of them. The registration was shown to Su Qingliang, and since they are all under his surname, he must have seen it as well. He said nothing at the time, so it should have been accepted, right? Can we visit? That should be permissible, but we cannot go carelessly. Gong Shuheng rose. I have brought back grain seeds, calculated per head, totaling 3D OU in the jurisdiction of Xingzhou Prefecture. There is an exemption from tax for 3 years. After 3 years, taxes will be levied at 4 out of TEN. In other words, for every dough of grain, for Sheng must be paid in taxes. Yet, at this moment, no one is concerned with the affairs of 3 years hence. The priority is simply to survive these 3 years. This was meat procured from a hunt encountered along the way, suitable for stewing. There were also 2 hides. Su Qingyu should soak them in herbs, for they reek terribly. Then she produced the bought shears and sewing needles to hand over to Lao Air. Raising her foot, my shoes are ruined. They wore out while fleeing. It was unintentional, not my fault. Chapter 20. They all have names now. Lao San leaned closer to Gong Shuheng, exclaiming, the bow you crafted is truly remarkable. It felt as though it flew from my hands without my full aim, and yet it effortlessly struck down that person, making it seem like I possessed divine strength. Alas, the arrow broke. We are down one. Gong Shuheng merely hummed in acknowledgement, her thoughts trailing off. Having tasted human blood and born a life, the arrow's spiritual essence had been depleted. Its deterioration was only to be expected. Even a mundane arrow crafted from ordinary bamboo would ultimately meet its end with the passage of time. The meager spiritual energy she could imbue into the arrows could not sustain them for long. Yet, for the moment, One must make do. Surviving this winter was the priority. She intended to stew the meat, adding the herbal pouch from before to eliminate any gamey flavor, along with a pinch of salt. A gnawing hunger gripped her, leaving her devoid of energy. Lao Wu, no, she should henceforth be called Su Qingyan. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the blood-streaked meat in the basket as she strained to carry it towards the waterhole. Stewed meat. We must have a proper feast to celebrate. News of Lao had arrived. It was cause for celebration. They had secured their household registrations. It was indeed a reason to rejoice. They all possessed names now, and thus the celebration was warranted. Lao San and Lao Si followed suit, bringing along gong shuheng and 2 hides to prepare to them. Every item was a precious commodity. Once cleaned and dried, they would serve a purpose. Lao now had the responsibility of ensuring they had sufficient provisions to endure the winter ahead. Though he lacked experience, the presence of shears and needles made things considerably easier. Presently, making shoes was no simple task, yet they had animal hides. The simplest solution Tang Yu could conceive was to line the soles with rabbit skin and sew it in place with hemp thread. The shoe uppers would also be wrapped in leather and stitched securely, further reinforced with additional passes of hemp thread to ensure warmth. Especially for Gong Shuang, who urgently required footwear, as she no longer possessed even a pair of tattered straw sandals. The remaining hides could be stitched together with hemp thread, forming 2 pieces that could be used at night, particularly when it grew colder, allowing them to huddle together for warmth, preventing frostbite. They also needed to devise a method for clothing. The garments stripped from the 2 unwelcome guests, along with those taken from several deceased individuals, have been soaked and dried multiple times, with all salvageable pieces disassembled and combined with the fabric they had previously retrieved. They had amassed a considerable amount. They could tailor clothing according to their sizes, filling them with reed fluff to create warm winter attire. The reed fluff offered limited insulation. Their supply of hides was scant. So they had no choice but to proceed with this plan. While the concept seemed simple enough, akin to completing a task in a few moves, the execution proved challenging, as only Tang Yu and their group possessed sewing skills. Of course, such matters were not Gong Shuheng's concern. The tasks were entrusted to Tang Yu and Su Senyu, as the eldest daughter of the Su family. She had to learn to sew. Otherwise, how could she craft clothing for her siblings? How could she teach her younger brothers and sisters? Lao San, Su Qingyu, was initially reluctant to engage in such tedious work, but upon hearing Lao Su Qingzhou speak, he felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him. He had no choice but to learn, regardless of his initial impatience. Gong Shuheng's duty was to work alongside Su Qingzhou to plant the wheat as swiftly as possible. The weeds in the plots behind the house and in front of the door had sprouted anew. The edible plants had been nearly exhausted by their foraging. During this time, they had been steadily cultivating the land, which was already familiar and far easier to manage than untamed fields. There was a patch behind the house and another at the entrance, both ready for planting. Fortunately, their location was not in the extreme north, where the cold was severe. Wheat could withstand the winter. Although it was somewhat late, it was not too late to plant. For now, they could only plan. Whether it be sowing or farming, everything had to be done little by little. They needed to ensure they were well fed to have the strength to work. The water flowing from the mountain stream was somewhat frigid, and upon returning from washing the meat and hides, their hands were frozen and red. Yet, each was blissfully unaware, all filled with delight. They poured the clean meat into the pot and rinsed the herbs Gong Shuheng had specifically instructed them to use before adding them in. After rummaging around, they added a touch of salt. Only then did Su Qingyan remember they required one more item. The pot had a lid, which would facilitate boiling the water, as Su Qingxian went to fetch it from their pile. In the remnants of a last kiln, they searched and indeed found a small, flawed basin of a size that was quite appropriate, perfectly fitting when inverted atop something. Neither Gong Shuheng, who had just returned, nor the few individuals who had recently hovered on the brink of life and death had the heart to contemplate other matters at this moment. Once Gong Shuheng regained her composure, she rose and wandered outside the courtyard. Perhaps it would be possible to arrange a formation. However, lacking any materials, she could only entertain the thought. Without resources, there was always an unsettling feeling, especially in such desolate mountains. Unless those few could grow a bit and possess some means of self-preservation, for herself, she hoped to recover a little more the very least, she wished not to feel as drained as she did now, where even the slightest movement left her spirit exhausted. Yet, none of these aspirations could be achieved in a short span. Thus, she resolved to focus on the present, taking each day as it came. Everything was for the sake of survival. With tasks at hand, the daily meals were entrusted to Su Qingsheng and Su Qingyuan, as Su Qingyu remained at home learning to sew, occasionally assisting by fetching water and offering a bit of guidance. Although the land had been tilled, planting 3 dough of wheat remained a considerable undertaking, especially since none of them had prior experience in agriculture. Gong Shuheng had previously cultivated medicinal herbs and had recently gained some experience from planting wild vegetables. For the moment, they lacked farming tools, and she and Su Qingzhou could only use sharpened sticks to poke holes in the tilled earth, dropping in a few grains of wheat before covering them up and continuing the process. After preparing the meal, Su Qingsheng and Su Qingyuan took the bamboo bucket to the pond to fetch water for the wheat. It had been a long time since it rained. It seemed that ever since the skies cleared. Not a single drop had fallen, and the ground had become so dry that it was dusty. Without watering the wheat, they feared their efforts would be in vain, and the wheat might not sprout. While a wasted effort was one concern, the more pressing issue was that this small quantity of wheat represented their hope for the coming year. The water in the pond was also scarce. It would take an entire night to fill it, and they were uncertain when rain would return. Earlier, they had cried out to the heavens to cease the rain, yet now they longed for it after such a prolonged drought. Gong Shuheng lifted her gaze to the clear sky and thought it would likely be some time before they would see rain again. Su Qingzhou remarked, "If this continues after the floods, we will face drought, followed by rampant disease, and the population will dwindle." However, Gong Shuheng replied, "But perhaps people will come here. After a while, many places will become uninhabitable, and those who survive will flee to areas with water. With no food outside, they will turn to the mountains. Whether it be wild grasses or leaves, there is always something to stave off hunger. People will alter their thoughts for survival. Their potential is boundless." Su Qingzhou sighed. "For now, let's not dwell on such matters. We must plant these seeds first. At least we have a pond here that can collect some water. We must ensure they germinate." The time had indeed arrived. Yet it was still not particularly cold. Continuous sunny days made it impossible for the temperature to drop suddenly, unless a rainstorm arrived. And autumn rain would bring a chill, and yet they were already deep into the autumn season. Chapter 21. Chance encounter. From the moment Su Qingzhou opened his eyes in the morning until evening, he was so fatigued that he felt he could hardly stand, and Gong Shuheng was also struggling to cope. This kind of exhaustion was something she had never experienced before. Thus, while weary, she felt an exhilarating thrill. 3 dough of wheat had taken them several days of labor from dawn till dusk to plant entirely. Whether it would sprout or flourish remained uncertain. Yet, they chose to plant first and hope for the best. As long as the seeds were sound and the soil retained some moisture, they would eventually germinate. Su Qingzhou felt confident, knowing that half of the seeds had been sown by Gong Shu in the vegetable patch beside their house. All the plants she had nurtured were thriving, growing remarkably lush. He was older than Su Qingliang and the others, not as naive as they were. Over time, he had come to notice the subtle, extraordinary traits in Gong Shuheng. Although the two were perhaps a bit curious, they had no intention of probing further. They regarded it as a gift from heaven. Good deeds would ultimately be rewarded. Had they not acted upon their compassion, rescuing her from the mire, they would not have had such a remarkable girl to assist them. It was likely that after descending the mountain that day, Baofeng Mountain had gained 5 more corpses. Once the wheat was sown, there was still the matter of preparing some foul-smelling fertilizer, which could not be accomplished in haste. Su Qingzhou, meticulous by nature, had observed that areas with animal droppings or thick piles of decaying leaves yielded particularly lush wild grasses. Everything had a trace to follow. There was a latrine beside the house, and a section of the thatched roof had caved in, allowing considerable rainwater to accumulate during the earlier downpour, nearly filling the pit below. They needed to gather more leaves from nearby trees to pile there, then dip out the manure and pour it over the leaves to decompose slowly. In 2 or 3 months, it should break down adequately. This was the best course of action. With Su Qingliang absent, these responsibilities naturally fell to him. After planting, Gong Shuheng no longer attended to it and began her ascent up the mountain again. Upon seeing her run up the hill, Su Qingyu felt restless at home. Yet being the eldest daughter, she had to learn sewing. Moreover, she needed to quickly produce warm garments. The leather was already stitched together. Now, they needed to create the clothing, which was a substantial undertaking. The primary seamstress was still Tang Yu. As Su Qingyu struggled with the task, her hands were adept at tilling the earth and chopping wood, but when it came to wielding a needle, they seemed to falter. She was even less skilled than the youngest. Su Qingyuan. Although Su Qingyuan was younger, she possessed far more patience and meticulousness, truly a deft and talented individual. Watching Tang Yu cut the garments, she quickly grasped the essentials. She dared not attempt using others' work, choosing only to practice on her own. The outfit she wore was one she had cut herself. While the edges were not as smooth as those crafted by Tang Yu, given her little hands struggled with the heavy shears, she nonetheless managed to cut it out completely. The third sister, Su Qinyu, watched with great satisfaction, believing that if she persevered and endured this year, by next year, Su Qingyuan would be able to take up the sewing and no longer need to endure the hardship or rely on others. Meanwhile, as the only male in the household aside from Su Qingzhou, Su Qingsheng wished to accompany Gong Shuheng up the mountain. But seeing Su Qingzhou working with the fertilizer, he could only stay behind to assist him. Su Qingzhou attempted to fashion something akin to a basin using bamboo, capable of scooping up the manure. A gourd could also serve, yet their largest gourd was merely sufficient for ladling water from a pot, not for collecting manure. The smaller ones were utterly useless. Su Qingsheng was also intrigued by the bamboo, for Gong Shuheng had crafted such an impressive bow from it, which had sparked his desire to try his hand at it. However, he had been too busy to take any action. He wondered if Lu Er could manage the ascent alone. Su Qingzhou assured him, "I have instructed her not to wander too far." Gong Shuheng had no intention of straying far. She had ascended the mountain to gather herbs and hoped to find some edible items along the way. Most of the medicinal herbs she needed were nearby. In certain respects, Baofeng Mountain was a favorable location for her, secluded, resource-rich, and possessing a particularly vibrant area of spiritual energy. She made her way toward the bamboo grove. She recalled a large cluster of mountain bluebells there, precisely what she required at this moment. She needed money. The apothecary required specific herbs, each fulfilling their respective needs. However, as soon as she stepped into the bamboo grove, her instincts heightened. There were people in the forest. Su Qingzhou and the others remained at home today and did not ascend the mountain. Su Qingliang and the others were still serving and had not returned. Gong Shuheng was about to turn and leave when she realized she could not move at all. That a familiar, yet powerful aura instantly locked on her the moment her foot touched the ground. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely shouldered her basket and stepped deeper into the forest. As she advanced, the sound of flowing water reached her ears, and she soon spotted a young man in a long black robe casually reclining on a large stone by the pond. His gaze lazily sweeping over her form, a flicker of surprise flashing across his features. Taya had also ventured out to seek herbs. The prescriptions for treating the plague had long been in use. Yet the stored medicinal materials were insufficient, and gathering from other regions required time. The quickest solution was to utilize local resources. Some herbs had already passed their season, making it impossible to harvest them now. They could only adjust the prescriptions, substituting with other herbs of similar efficacy. The prerequisite was to find these ingredients in the nearby mountains. He had not expected to encounter such a favorable location on this outing. The concentration of spiritual energy here was comparable to that of Four Symbols Mountain. He planned to rest here for a while, and to prevent disturbances, he had set up a formation outside the forest to ward off any unwelcome intrusions. However, unexpectedly, it seemed his formation had failed. It seemed as though he had encountered a reclusive sage hidden away from the world, yet who would have thought that it was merely a child of tender years? In this young one, he discerned no extraordinary qualities. Rather, he noted some deficiencies. Gong Shuheng gazed in astonishment at the figure atop the massive stone. A celestial being, a deity, perhaps, observing her tattered garments and her emaciated frame. Her bewildered yet excited eyes stirred a flicker of compassion within Taiha. With a deft motion, he rolled up his sleeve and drew the ragged child, Gong Shuheng, towards him, placing her gently upon the stone. "Little girl, what is your name? Do you reside nearby?" "I am Su, and my name is Luer. I live just below there," she replied. Taiha was aware that there were indeed inhabitants at the foot of the mountain not far from the spot. Chapter 22. The celestial touch, our fateful encounter, signifies a connection. The very fact that you traverse from afar to meet me reveals that the threads of destiny have intertwined our paths. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a blessing. Perhaps due to his prolonged tenure in the healing arts, he was a man of notably frigid demeanor. Even among his fellow disciples, his willingness to engage with others depended solely on his mood. He rarely spoke unless it was essential, whether to his students or those seeking his medicinal expertise. At this moment, however, he found himself inexplicably taken aback by his own words, astonished that a ragged child could elicit such feelings within him. He perceived that the girl before him had suffered grievous harm, and her prospects for longevity were dim. Therefore, he resolved to assist her in rejuvenating her vitality, granting her a sound body to live her life free from affliction. As Taiha's hand rested upon Gong Shuheng's head, he experienced a moment of disorientation, reminiscent of the time many years ago when he first arrived at the Four Symbols Mountain. His master had gently placed a hand atop his head, declaring, "Since our fates are intertwined, I shall accept you, and you shall be named Ta, destined henceforth for a life devoid of sickness and strife." Gong Shuheng held her breath, not out of anxiety, but striving to maintain the semblance of an ordinary child. This was indeed a challenge for her. She had anticipated that, given the severity of the calamities and the outbreak of disease, the Four Symbols Mountain would dispatch aid to assist the officials of the court. However, she had not expected Taiha to come personally, and by sheer coincidence, to Baofeng Mountain, where they had crossed paths. That a gentle, soothing energy flowed from his hand into her being, quickly permeating her every sinew. She gazed curiously at him, not attempting to perceive his intentions, akin to meat upon a chopping block, vulnerable and at his mercy if Taiha harbored malevolent thoughts. With a mere flick of his wrist, she would meet her demise once more. The sensation of comfort gradually subsided, and her face lit up with curiosity as she looked at Taiha, her eyes sparkling. "Are you a deity?" she inquired. Taiha, moved by her gaze, smiled faintly and gently stroked her head. "Thus so? Would you be willing to take me as your master and follow me?" After uttering these words, he found himself momentarily stunned, questioning his own sanity. Gong Shuheng stared at him in disbelief. "Become your disciple? Change my name?" She shook her head resolutely. "No. I must return home." Setting aside the matter of titles, she had not entertained the thought of returning to the Four Symbols Mountain. She had been trapped there for far too long. Uncertain of how long her life would last, she was resolute in severing all ties with that place. Taiha did not press her. "Then go," he replied, a hint of relief evident in his tone. With a simple gesture, Gong Shuheng found herself back in her original spot, standing before her tattered basket. She looked around in confusion, and upon raising her gaze, she saw that the figure upon the stone had vanished. Yet she remained stationary, as if in a daze, even spinning around a few times. Eventually, she did not rush to depart, using both hands and feet to clamber up on a large stone where Taiha had previously sat, and then lay back down. Closing her eyes, she feigned sleep, but in truth, she was attuning herself to the frail body she inhabited. This body could not withstand her soul, even though her spirit was weakened. It had still inflicted considerable harm upon her physical form. Taiha's unintentional intervention had provided her with a brief reprieve. Every encounter, no matter how fleeting, had woven a thread in the tapestry of their destinies. Now, they belonged to two disparate worlds, and it would be best if they never crossed paths again. After lying there for a considerable time, she finally rose slowly and slid down from the stone. Upon inspecting her basket, she discovered 2 pieces of silver had been added. She pondered for a moment, realizing that humans truly are the most intricate of beings. She had 3 disciples, all raised within the Four Symbols Mountain under her guidance. While she wouldn't claim they were particularly exceptional, each possessed their own strengths, and the long years spent together had brought her immeasurable joy. Yet, after all this time, she realized that she knew none of them truly. For instance, the youngest, Taiha, was typically taciturn and exuded an air of aloofness. She had never imagined he could exhibit such kindness. Encountering someone in the wilderness, he would actively assist others in restoring their health, extending an invitation to take on disciples, and, when refused, he bore no resentment, even offering them silver. The essence of humanity remained an enigma to Gong Shuang. Choosing not to dwell on such thoughts, she decided to let things unfold naturally. She was presently a pauper, preoccupied with her daily sustenance. The arrival of the silver was fortuitous, a true blessing. With determination, she hoisted the basket onto her shoulder and set off to seek the patch of wild blueberries she had spotted earlier. Yet to her dismay, they were gone. Completely vanished, no matter. Her initial aim had been to trade for some coin, and those blueberries would have held some value. Having money meant she had to consider how to spend it wisely. They had managed to secure shelter and clothing, but the greatest challenge lay in procuring food. She could not rely solely on those 2 pieces of silver. Medicinal herbs still needed to be gathered, and she had to continue earning money because sustenance was a daily necessity, and these resources were finite. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she finally returned from the mountains, from a distance. She noticed the smoke rising from a roof. Even before she arrived, she could hear Su Qingyu's exuberant voice. "I feel I'm nearly ready. Tomorrow, I'll finish sewing Luer's coat. And what about the elder brother S? Once Luer S is done, I'll start on his." Previously, they had referred to the eldest as Big Brother, but after much discussion, they had deemed it inappropriate to continue this way. Since they all bore the surname Su, they would naturally begin calling him Elder Brother. They were now law-abiding citizens, intent on living respectable lives and no longer resorting to begging, as the youngest among them and perceived as the most capable. Gong Shuang instinctively found herself in a position of leadership. Aside from her, Su Qingliang held significant importance. "Once you finish Luer's coat, your elder brother S will be ready too," Tang Yu remarked. The distinction between those who could sew and those who could not was stark. One reflected the quality of stitching, while the other spoke to speed. They had crafted a coat adorned with bulrushes for Su Qingliang. Using new fabric for the lining and a waterfall for the exterior, though it was neatly assembled, it was still a patchwork of repairs. This arrangement had been orchestrated by Tang Yu. Having been born into a prominent family, possessed a wealth of experience and insight, ensuring that everything was meticulously planned at this moment. They were engaged in labor, and the notion of forced servitude was met with trepidation by all. Not only was it unpaid, but it was also a place that stripped individuals of their humanity. The items they brought could not be too conspicuous or extravagant. Otherwise, they would be of no use to them and might even bring them harm. Thus, while they had included bulrushes in the garments, they still appeared quite ragged from the outside. As for shoes, there was no option but to forego them. Leather shoes were simply too conspicuous. All they sought was for the 2 to return before the coldest days set in, to ensure they were not truly frozen to death outside. Chapter 23. Strength and labor. Gong Shuang paid little mind to these matters, had it not been for the unsuitability of her current body. She wouldn't have cared to go barefoot. "You focus on your tasks. I'm in no hurry, that I'm not particularly afraid of the cold." The others were chattering excitedly about their new clothes and shoes, their vigilance severely lacking. Had it not been for Gong Shuang's voice, none would have noticed a return. As Yu Qingzhou stepped forward to take the basket from her, it was quite heavy, and he could only wonder what she had brought back. Gong Shuang felt a wave of relief wash over her as the burden was lifted. "I plan to go to the city again in a few days, that we need to anticipate what we might be missing at home. So I'll bring back a little more this time," Yu Qingzhou replied. "I'll accompany you this time." Gong Shuang declined. "No, just like last time, you should stay home in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Indeed, the journey was fraught with danger, and their current situation was also precarious. The recent events still lingered in her mind, the memories tinged with trepidation. Yu Qingyu chimed in. "Then I'll go with you. I am strong." Gong Shuang didn't even glance her way. "If you're strong, then stay home and do more work. Learn to sew properly. You can't burden others with everything." Yu Qingyu felt utterly dispirited. Gong Shuang was fatigued. This frail body was truly delicate, requiring gradual care and nurturing. The pace of recovery was woefully inadequate compared to her deteriorating condition. Her meridians resembled a sieve, with the absorbed spiritual energy dissipating within her, unable to be retained in any substantial amount. Even though Taihe had just assisted her in nurturing her tendons, the comfort was fleeting. It seemed it was not yet mealtime. She needed to categorize the returned medicinal herbs and tidy up a bit. This task required minimal effort, She could simply find a corner that was out of the way to sit and work. The fourth brother, Su Qingshun, approached. "Let me help you." Gong Shuheng neither agreed nor declined, reverting to her usual taciturn and listless demeanor. While Su Qingyan was still cooking, Su Qingzhou could not afford to be idle either. He dragged some soaked hemp to the edge of the courtyard. He would strip as much as he could, intending to process it later. Hemp thread had numerous applications, and they would need it in various areas. Su Qingzhou even pondered how wonderful it would be if they could acquire a loom. Even the simplest kind, during their days of begging. They had ample opportunities to learn such skills, yet they had never regarded them with any importance. Their minds were solely preoccupied with pleasing others and finding ways to procure more items to fill their bellies. Su Qingshan had a purpose in approaching Gong Shuheng. "Luer, could you teach me how to craft the kind of bow and arrow that never misses?" He had secretly attempted this recently, using the same bamboo, differing only in size. However, his creation was merely a child's toy that "I cannot teach you da-da." Su Qingshan was taken aback, evidently unprepared for a prompt refusal, not even pausing to consider. Gong Shuheng cast a glance at him. "This is not something that can be taught. It is honed through practice. Mastery arises from familiarity and skill from practice. Only with skill can one achieve such results that if teaching were possible, it would be under such circumstances. After all, most people in this world are ordinary. If one could devote their entire life's effort to a singular pursuit, they might achieve something remarkable. The three children from Four Symbols Mountain were raised in such a manner. How many years have you practiced?" Su Qingshan inquired, intrigued. Gong Shuheng did not respond, focusing instead on sorting the medicinal herbs. Lacking a medicinal furnace, she would require additional materials to concoct pills like an ordinary physician, and she needed to bring tools up the mountain tomorrow. She called out to Su Qingzhou, who had just finished his tasks. "Help me find 2 stoppers, the kind that can seal a gourd mouth. I need to store something that." Su Qingzhou did not question what she intended to store, simply acknowledging her request and selecting suitable gourds from their home. After their meal, the sky had fully darkened, yet they had no intention of sleeping. They gathered around a fire, stripping the hemp that Su Qingzhou assigned tasks for the following day. "Third brother, you will continue sowing with Sister Yu, while I take fourth and fifth brothers up the mountain to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables." As for Gong Shuheng, he did not plan to assign her any task. Having spent considerable time together, he had come to understand that she was unlike them, possessing her own plans without needing his extraneous arrangements. His suggestions would only disrupt her intentions. Before Su Qingyu could speak, Tang Yu interjected. "Let us accompany you up the mountain. Many hands make light work. It's impractical to sit there sewing from dawn till dusk, and I also need to gather firewood. When my husband returns, we must start our own fire. We cannot rely on you for sustenance indefinitely. We must gather both what can be stored and what cannot. Life is long. We cannot continue to depend on others to survive." Su Qingzhou nodded in agreement. "I indeed did not consider this thoroughly." "You're quite considerate already," Tang Yu replied, only then realizing that Su Qingzhou had arranged for everyone except their 6th sibling. "What about Luer? We should see if she wants to join us or go her own way. She intends to gather herbs to sell in the city, which we cannot assist with. Not that we can't help at all," Tang Yu added. "This afternoon, while she was sorting the herbs, I noticed a few varieties I remembered. When we go up the mountain, we should keep an eye out. If we encounter them, we can dig them up. Who knows? It might be exactly what we need." Su Qingzhou's eyes brightened. "That's a splendid idea." He spoke while glancing outside in the firelight. The moon had yet to rise, and the outside world was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Nevertheless, he knew Luer was still there, relying on the moonlight to nourish her body and restoring her spirit with the fresh air of dawn. This was a lengthy process, yet Gong Shuheng was in no rush. She had always exhibited great patience for the tasks that needed to be done, and at that moment, she had not yet contemplated what to do the following day. Even the incessant chattering of the night owls did not disturb her. In fact, she felt quite pleased. Her senses had become significantly sharper than before, as the temperature gradually dropped, despite the warmth of midday sunshine. The early mornings and late evenings had turned quite chilly. Activity within the house only began when a hint of light appeared outside. Yesterday, Tang Yu and Su Qingyu had finished sewing the leather. They had slept under it, even breaking a sweat. After such a long time, it was the first time they felt warm. and she was somewhat reluctant to rise. Gong Shuheng exhaled a breath of stale air, rubbed her rumbling belly, and got up. I'm heading up the mountain. I may not return until noon. She tossed the gourd Su Qingzhou had prepared for her into a basket. Don't stray too far, Su Qingzhou cautioned. Gong Shuheng did not respond, shouldering her basket and departing. It was difficult to ascertain how far she would go. Once in the mountains, distances were ambiguous. Zhaoyue, Sparrow, lead the way. Chapter 24. The cunning sparrow, just as Gong Shuheng had departed, Su Qingyan began to shout. Second brother. We've lost another of our pet jump cats. They had only 4 in total, kept in a specially made cage. Su Qingyan diligently fed them several times daily, taking great care, except for the one that had died shortly after their return. The remaining 3 had grown considerably during that time. Who would have expected yet another would perish? Su Qingyan pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. As Su Qingzhou sighed, there's nothing we can do. We've never raised such creatures, and we're still figuring things out. If it's dead, we should just dig a hole and bury it. Whether it was merely one jump cat, or all of them, it could not disrupt their lives. They had to continue living. Gong Shuheng did not take the path they had previously traveled, and shortly after leaving, she caught a night owl, just when it thought it was doomed. She released her grip. The small yet plump creature flapped its wings, cursing as it flew away. However, it did not venture far, as if waiting for something while maintaining a self-imposed safe distance. Gong Shuheng remained unhurried, leisurely following her own rhythm. She would stop to gather whatever she needed, digging or pulling as required. She believed that if she ventured down the mountain to the prefecture, she would need a smaller spade in addition to her food supplies. The city likely had only copper. The iron smelting techniques were still rudimentary, and mining was still in exploratory stages, meaning neither pig iron nor refined iron had entered civilian circulation, even in the imperial city of Tiandu. Such equipment was not available to ordinary folk, and naturally, the price of copper would not be low. Nevertheless, she felt it prudent to inquire about its value, that if it proved too expensive, she would temporarily abandon that notion. When had she ever contemplated such trivial matters? She sighed. Today, her spirits were high, thanks to Taiha, and she had made a slight yet significant advancement. Her agility had improved markedly, and her perception had sharpened. Otherwise, she would not have been able to catch that night owl so effortlessly. The forest inhabitants were inherently aware of its contents. Having lived amongst its shadows for years, she entrusted the task of finding stone candy to the small creature. Locating it would be easy, yet the season had already passed. This year had been difficult. Not only were the people struggling, but even tiny creatures like spiritual insects faced hardships due to the lack of blossoms. Thus, the difficulty of obtaining stone candy was secondary. Whether it even existed remained unknown to it. Was evident that this little creature was rather unreliable. Finding the spiritual insect's nest was not a formidable challenge. Yet how had it led her so far astray? Gong Shuheng had initially paid little heed to distance, wholly engrossed in her quest for various medicinal herbs. Some were effective against the prevailing diseases, while others, though presently unnecessary, were rare even in ordinary circumstances. She mused that those could fetch a tidy sum at the apothecary. Naturally, she intended to carry as much as she could on her expedition. Only with wealth could she procure the items they needed, ensuring a modicum of security for the days to come. It was the roar of a tiger that jolted her from her thoughts. The elusive spirit insect remained unfound, and the stone candy was still nowhere in sight, yet her basket was nearly full without her realizing it. The sudden tiger's roar startled the nearby Zhaoyue, causing it to screech and take flight, its wings propelling it far away. Gong Shuheng furrowed her brow slightly. She could discern that the tiger was injured. Though its roar was thunderous, it lacked the usual vigor. For a fierce tiger to be wounded, there must surely be an even greater danger lurking nearby. Given her petite stature, it was prudent to retreat. However, in the forest, her 2 legs, albeit swift, could not outrun the reckless charge of 4-legged beasts. Fortunately, Gong Shuheng reacted swiftly. Sensing her escape was futile, she nimbly ascended a tree. Leaning against a branch, she gasped for breath, watching a pack of wolves pursue the seemingly robust, yet clearly beleaguered tiger. As for her, even if she were to, she cast a glance at Gong Shuheng, who leaned against the wall, appearing thoroughly exhausted, her face taut and unresponsive. Shifting her gaze to Su Qingzhou, she mused. Why not name it Golden Silk Tiger? The hue is rather exquisite. I hope it grows to exude the majestic aura of a tiger. Thus, it shall be called Golden Silk Tiger. Su Qingyuan cradled it and made her way to the kitchen, fashioning a cozy little nest from straw shavings beside her cooking. She then returned to stirring the tea as Su Qingzhou's voice drifted in from outside. I do adore such little creatures. This morning, I had discovered one of those leaping cats had perished, and I have been downcast ever since. Now, I feel joy once more. Among the group, it seemed that only Su Qingyuan resembled a typical child. Naturally, Gong Shuheng was the least childlike of them all. Having entrusted the found cub to Su Qingyuan's care, she seized the opportunity while daylight still lingered to continue organizing her belongings. Her face ached and her hands throbbed. While she could prevent the areas bitten by spirit insect from swelling, she could not eradicate the pain entirely. This discomfort rendered her increasingly taciturn, even during meals. As others chatted and laughed, discussing the day's work and planning for tomorrow, she remained utterly silent. After finishing their meal, Tangyu called out to her, "Come take a look. Is this honey grass?" Gong Shuheng accompanied her outside for a glance, and indeed, they had gathered quite a bit. Before the group settled in for the night, she finally spoke. "I do not intend to venture into the mountains tomorrow. I will tidy up the medicinal herbs gathered these past 2 days and head into town the day after." She then returned to her previous spot, clutching several twigs, and sat down to cast a divination. Specifically for Su Qingliang, the omen read, Great Misfortune, Chapter 26. A narrow escape thanks to the joint efforts of the disaster victims and the officials. The fields near the provincial capital had been nearly restored, and all the seeds distributed had been sown. The ongoing plague had little impact on the post-disaster reconstruction within and outside the city. Centered around the capital, vast tracts of fertile land had been cultivated and prepared near water sources. However, to prevent future floods, the ravaged riverbanks required reconstruction. Beyond the provincial capital, villages were methodically constructed based on the population registered for military service, ensuring orderly division according to numbers. Even after autumn sowing had concluded, the area remained bustling, with no one daring to pause for breath. Everyone hoped that before the harsh winter arrived, every living soul would find shelter from the wind and rain. The Rejuvenation Hall had been administering medicine daily at the city gates since their arrival in the provincial capital. Numerous doctors had also been dispatched to the plague-stricken areas. Yet despite these efforts, cases of illness continued to arise, with more individuals being sent to the plague quarters. Within those quarters, people were regularly carried out. Initially, they sought places to cremate the bodies, but eventually, soldiers simply dug a large pit and disposed of the deceased within, covering them with medicine, which turned them into a pool of foul water. The living faced countless perils, while the dead were reduced to mere remnants. The day after Su Qingliang met with Gong Shuheng, he began to feel unwell, attributing it to mere exhaustion. Few among the soldiers were in good spirits. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old lad who had lived by begging before the flood struck, enduring a meager existence of intermittent hunger. Following the deluge, he retreated to the mountains, where conditions worsened. He had survived by sheer luck amid calamity and misfortune, yet how could he muster the strength to endure the burdensome labor? As he worked, his pace gradually slowed, and the overseer's whip cracked mercilessly. Just as it was about to strike him, he collapsed, losing consciousness that a companion nearby reached out to check. "He-s burning up? He-s burning up?" Terrified, they recoiled from him, wishing to sever the hand that had just touched him. A fever indicated an infectious disease, which was both contagious and deadly. They had endured thus far, and no one wished to succumb so easily that it would be one thing to pass away instantly. The true terror lay in the prospect of lingering in the plague quarters, suffering without hope of escape. The plague quarters had been hastily erected by the court, constructed from wood, thatch, and various straw and twig materials. Situated far from the provincial capital, there were over a dozen rooms encircling a large courtyard. Wooden stakes had been driven in to create a tall fence for dispersed defense, with 2 shifts on guard. The entrance was heavily fortified, requiring a special edict for doctors to enter and exit. Cauldrons and pots lined the entrance, perpetually filled with either medicine or hot water. This area was permeated with a pungent medicinal aroma. rendering even death seemingly fragrant. The prescriptions from the rejuvenation hall proved effective, yet they could not fully halt the spread of the plague, which advanced with alarming speed. Su Qingliang was carried here, while unconscious, and, after being administered medicine, was unceremoniously tossed onto a pile of straw within the room. Many others, like him, had just fallen ill and might still be saved. The doctors who entered were meticulously wrapped, only delivering medicine that, if a patient awoke after taking the medicine, they could rise to fetch their own water and food, perhaps giving them a chance at survival. However, if they lacked the strength to even sit up after taking the medicine, they would simply lie on the straw, awaiting death. Once an observer determined that someone was no longer moving, the doctor would drag them to the entrance, where guards would dispose of them in the cremation pit. The place was filled with the scent of medicine and the stench of excrement, and the sounds of groaning echoed endlessly. In such a place, living was worse than dying. Few emerged alive after being confined there. Su Qingliang managed to rise. Staggering as he fled, he had to survive. He could not die, that if he perished, what would become of the younger ones? After 2 days of struggle, when he felt a slight improvement on the third day, a fever returned. He believed the medicine was effective, but he realized he should not remain there. In that place, he feared he would never recover, ultimately leading to his demise. He needed to devise a means of escape. Yet, by the time that thought crossed his mind, he found himself incapable of standing. Lost in a daze, he was unaware of how much time had passed when he sensed voices nearby, though he could not discern their words. He vaguely felt someone moving him. He wished to struggle, but he had no strength. It felt as if he had departed the foul-smelling shelter, greeted instead by a refreshing breeze that sent a chill through him, imparting a sense of relief. He consciously attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Perhaps this was akin to the sensation of meat being butchered on a chopping block. His body felt as though it had been cast down heavily, and he sensed pain upon impact, but that feeling was soon engulfed by a profound stupor. Gong Shuheng tied together a makeshift sling with branches, placing him inside and awkwardly dragging him into the woods. Just barely, she managed to arrive in time. Had she been a moment later, Su Qingliang would have been discarded into a pit of putrid corpse water, transformed into a pool of blood. Employing a scarecrow as a clever ruse, she deceived the soldiers tasked with disposal. She seized him from their grasp and fled at the swiftest pace, choosing the nearest woods as a refuge. To the untrained eye, Su Qingliang appeared lifeless, yet Gong Shuheng knew he still clung to the last breath of life and could be saved. However, this salvation would demand a price from her. Upon entering the forest, she halted at the location where she concealed her basket. She couldn't venture too deep for fear of encountering wild beasts, nor could she linger too close to the entrance, lest she run into those ascending the mountain. Summoning several night watchers to keep watch, Gong Shuheng then forced the prepared pills into Su Qingliang's mouth. He had reached a point where he could barely swallow, his basic reflexes having all but vanished. With a mix of determination and urgency, she pinched his cheek to open his mouth, shoving the pills inside, then used a gourd to pour water down his throat while simultaneously pressing on both sides of his throat. By this time, Su Qingliang's body had lost all warmth. He felt cold and lifeless, his breath barely perceptible, which was likely why he had been declared dead and dragged out. Gong Shuheng poured the little spiritual energy she possessed into him. While Su Qingliang remained unconscious, Gong Shuheng succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Whether he lived or died truly hinged on fate. By nightfall, the forest had fallen eerily silent. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the two figures. Gong Shuheng lay motionless. Had there been light, one might have noticed her skin fissured, with barely visible veins resembling a web across her face, not to mention the condition of the rest of her body. Under the mottled moonlight, the blood vessels gradually receded. Nearby, Su Qingliang stirred slightly. A chill enveloped him, and he thought, "How cold it is." Chapter 27. A change of fate. Had Gong Shuheng been awake at that moment, she would tell him, "What does it matter if one is cold? Does it hurt more than the agony of pain?" She had lived for so many years without ever experiencing pain. Since her resurrection, merging her spirit with this frail body, there had not been a single day devoid of suffering. As for the cold, she was no ordinary person. A mere chill could hardly affect her. so much so that she forgot. Su Qingliang was an utterly ordinary person, already ailing. Spending the night outdoors in such weather would only hasten his demise. He awoke during the peak of the moonlight, roused by the cold. Upon raising his eyes, he was greeted by a pitch-black expanse. The mottled moonlight that filtered down was insufficient to illuminate all corners. At this moment, his frailty rendered even the simplest action of getting up a daunting task, requiring several attempts and leaving him breathless. As he struggled to fully rise, he noticed someone lying beside him. The moonlight enveloped her like a tangible aura. Lure. He reached out, grasping her icy hands, shaking them gently and calling out several times. But she remained unresponsive. A sudden dread gripped his heart, prompting him to instinctively check for a pulse on Gong Shuheng's nose. Just as his hand reached out, before he could even touch her, Gong Shuheng stirred. Not dead. Su Qingliang exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, glancing around. How did we end up here? He recalled being taken to the pest house, where he lost consciousness due to fever. The most likely outcome was that he had perished inside and someone had removed his body for disposal. How could he possibly be here? It felt like a dream. He pinched his leg hard, the pain causing him to gasp. This is not a dream. They thought you were dying and dragged you out. Su Qingliang furrowed his brow slightly, still unable to comprehend. Then why am I here? I stole you out, she replied. If not here, then where? Do you wish to become a corpse? Su Qingliang was taken aback. You killed someone? He could think of no other possibility unless the person transporting the bodies had died. Otherwise, how could they have stolen a corpse infected with the plague from under their noses? Gong Shuheng disliked excessive explanations, believing they were futile. No, you think too highly of me. Regaining his composure, Su Qingliang reflected that Luer was still so young. How could she possibly have the strength to kill those robust soldiers? Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. He was hungry. Gong Shuheng tossed him a gourd filled with water. Even if you're hungry, you must endure it. We will strategize once dawn breaks. I need to sleep for a while. Having said this, Gong Shuheng closed her eyes, utterly exhausted and unwilling to utter another word or even move her fingers. Half of the night had already passed. Yet for Su Qingliang, it was particularly torturous. He shivered from the cold, his stomach in painful convulsions. Curling up beside the water-filled gourd, his mind raced with thoughts. His gaze occasionally lingered on the sleeping Gong Shuheng. He endeavored to think of various matters to distract himself, hoping it would alleviate his hunger. His mind was a tangled mess, ultimately settling on a few points. He had been saved by Gong Shuheng. Such a small person, he could only imagine the immense effort and peril it took to extricate him. And no wonder she was so weary. Ever since he had brought her back, they had settled together in that small village. He had not seen Gong Shuheng sleep at night. Lost in thought, he was unaware that dawn was gradually breaking in the east. The moon had quietly set at some unknown point. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes. Su Qingliang attempted to lift her, but after several futile attempts, he ultimately had to abandon the effort, instead leaning against a nearby tree to shakily stand. We shouldn't be so close. I've contracted the plague and could infect you. He should have considered this sooner. His mind had been addled by illness. Gong Shuheng didn't even glance his way. It's too late to think of that now. After saying this, she produced some pills from her bosom and handed them to him. Take the... Su Qingliang accepted them, taking a brief look before swallowing them dry, without even water to wash them down. There were two left, one to take in the evening and the last in the morning. Once consumed, he would be nearly fine. They needed to return home soon. It would be warmer there, and as long as he didn't continue to freeze and starve, he shouldn't face any major issues that I might have to return outside the city. Not home, but to continue serving. He worried that his name would be crossed off due to death, having just been registered. What will you return for? To continue laboring. He succinctly expressed his concerns that, no need. They're too busy, with so many on the brink of life and death. Who cares about you alone? They're preoccupied with disaster relief and controlling the plague. How could they possibly take the time to register a single death and erase your name from the household registry? You're overthinking it. Gong Shuheng stood up. I need to go into the city. You can either wait for me here or return home first. Regardless, now is not the time to go into the city. Su Qingliang was at an age where he was neither too old nor too young. If he appeared, he would surely be captured. Due to the plague, the number of laborers had dwindled, and soldiers would not overlook anyone capable of work. Su Qingliang's mind was beginning to clear, and he understood the situation. Then I'll wait for you here. I can help you carry some things later. Gong Shuheng handed him flint and 2 sections of yam, along with her dagger for self-defense. Then stay here. I should return before sunset. As for whether the little provision she provided would last through the day, that was not Gong Shuheng's concern. It wasn't that she was careless. She simply had never bothered with such trifles. The distance from here to the city was considerable, and with her short legs, even if she hurried, her pace was limited, unless she could truly fly. Most importantly, she had other matters to attend to. Su Qingliang followed her a few steps, his unease prompting him to call out, "Be careful." Receiving no response, he stood at the edge of the woods, watching Gong Shuheng depart with her heavy basket. Moving with purpose. This was the young girl he had rescued. Now, as an adult, he was relying on her small stature to survive. Gong Shuheng had no particular thoughts on the matter, and if pressed to express any, it would be one of gratitude. Fortunately, her precognitive abilities had improved slightly, allowing her to sense unease and timely divining of fortune. Thankfully, her legs were swift enough to bring her back just in time. Truth be told, the second child was still a bit too young and could hardly support himself. That Su Qingliang, being a few years older, made a difference. His presence provided a sense of security. Gong Shuheng felt this arrangement would alleviate her burdens, sparing her from constantly worrying about how to care for the younger ones in their current predicament. With Su Qingliang returning, those concerns became his responsibility. Simultaneously, the occurrences surrounding Su Qingliang's situation left her with considerable confusion. Since Taiha had already arrived in Xingzhou Prefecture, why was the plague still uncontained? A person's heartbeat had yet to entirely cease before they were declared dead and unceremoniously dragged away to be disposed of. What was he truly doing? Chapter 28. Desolation everywhere. The city seemed little changed since Su Qingliang's last visit. The shops along the street remained open, yet few patrons could be seen. Traveling merchants from afar had arrived, slowly making their way through the streets with their burdens, occasionally calling out, but still, no one paid them any mind. Even the grain shops were devoid of customers. The living were left with barely a breath, let alone spare coins to buy goods in the city. Gong Shuheng stood once more at the entrance of the Rejuvenation Hall. Inside, the hustle and bustle continued unabated. Unhurried, she waited outside in a less conspicuous spot. If an opportunity arose for her to enter, she would not hesitate to do so. The attendant at the entrance had changed. It was not the same one as last time, having visited once. Gong Shuheng had gained some experience. Without waiting for the attendant to speak, she went straight to the point. "I'm here to sell medicinal herbs. I was here before and spoke with the doctors." The attendant looked surprised, but nonetheless led her inside. The doctor was busy, so she simply handed over the items she had brought. These were the same few items the doctor, Chuan Bai, had mentioned previously, though this time there were plenty of mountain blue and a gourd of stone candy. The prices remained consistent with her last visit. After receiving payment, Gong Shuheng exited the apothecary with her now empty basket. She had not walked far when she encountered a grand procession, fully armed and imposing. Thankfully, the main thoroughfare had been cleared wide enough. Otherwise, there would not have been sufficient space for their display. The palanquin was shrouded, obscuring the occupant from those standing at the street's edge, but Gong Shuheng knew this display was reserved for significant events concerning Wanxiang Mountain. The occupant was most likely Taiha. She could only wonder what necessitated such a grand show. Taiha had never been one to relish ostentation or display. This time, however, he was evidently quite incensed. The disciples of the Four Elements Mountain were working tirelessly. With doctors present and prescriptions in order, the supply of medicinal herbs was consistent, yet cases of infection continued unabated, and deaths followed one after another. The heavens had dispatched 20,000 soldiers for disaster relief, forcibly conscripting able-bodied citizens. The pest house had been established with only a limited space, and now there was no room for expansion. The officials sent for relief were Taiha's close aides, influential figures in high positions. The entire province of Xingzhou has become his sole domain, focused solely on the post-disaster reconstruction of the state capital, utterly indifferent to the lives of the common people. Although the Four Symbols Mountain refrains from meddling in courtly affairs and remains unconcerned with the power struggles among officials, It cannot disregard the plight of the populace, by putting forth his full array of capabilities. He seeks to convey to others that Taiha is not merely a herbalist, should they continue to act obstinately. Treating human lives as inconsequential, the Four Symbols Mountain can support the Jiang clan and protect the entire Tianke, or alternatively, it can simply adopt a different surname, a different individual, a different name. None of this concerns the current Gong Shuang. She walked closely along the roadside, hastily making her way from the rejuvenation hall to the grain shop. Not far from their house, there lay a grinding stone in an open area of the small village, which had not been used for a long time due to the dwindling population. It was covered by a thick layer of fallen leaves, and, due to the prolonged rain, the stone's surface had become damp, the decaying leaves giving rise to a thick layer of moss. However, someone had begun residing there. It would certainly need to be cleared for use in the future. The stone grinder, distinct from the disaster relief grain, offered superior quality but came at a steep price. Gong Shuang, being unaware of such matters, lacked knowledge of the distinctions in cost. Each type of grain inside was priced considerably higher than the usual rates. She requested 3 dough of wheat and 2 dough of beans. She chose wheat as she had recently sown some, knowing it to be a staple food, while the beans were slightly cheaper. The silver she used was not from selling herbs, but rather from the sum given by Taiha earlier. The amount earned from selling herbs would hardly suffice to purchase such grain. Dressed in tattered clothes, her generous purchase of 5 dough of grain drew the attention of the grain shop's attendants, who scrutinized her several times, subsequently inquiring, "Where is your master? Are you able to manage alone?" 5 dough of grain certainly held some weight. "I can manage," she declared, feeling confident with the basket barely filled. Had the journey not been somewhat distant, she might have carried more, as the long distance made round trips inconvenient, especially with a large family consuming supplies rapidly. This visit was primarily to sell medicinal herbs and to deliver winter clothing to Su Qingliang and the others, as Su Qingliang no longer needed it, as she had delivered it to Zhuang Jing'an while attending to matters in the city. Zhuang Jing'an's situation was dire, leaving her uncertain how much longer he could endure. Thus, after purchasing the grain, she considered her tasks complete. Contemplating Su Qingliang, who awaited her outside the city, Gong Shuang bought a bundle of flatbreads, nibbling on one as she made her way toward the city gate. Not far from the city, she noticed 2 suspicious figures trailing her. Unbeknownst to her, she continued on her path, oblivious to the danger. She was unaware of the saying wealth should not be flaunted, but now that she had drawn attention, it was inevitable that malicious intent would follow. She walked further from the city gate, eventually out of sight of any passers-by. The 2 individuals trailing her lost their patience and hastily approached. "Little girl, leave behind what you're carrying, and we'll let you go." They demanded that if you cooperate, we only want the grain, and if not, we'll take both the grain and you. Though she appeared a frail girl, they recognized she still possessed some strength, enough to fetch a decent price if sold to slavers. Gong Shuang halted and turned to face them, and their expressions immediately turned vacant as they turned and walked eastward without a word. If they still had the energy to rob, they might as well put it to better use. The east. Workers were busy repairing the riverbank, and their numbers were already insufficient. They might as well contribute their meager efforts. She steadily made her way back to the previous location, finally setting down the basket she had carried and taking a moment to catch her breath. After she departed, Su Qingliang had not been idle, traversing the forest in search of anything edible. Even if he did not consume it himself, he could take it back. Their current plight did not allow for any time to be wasted. The more provisions they gathered, the more secure their lives would be. Unfortunately, the terrain was challenging, and his frail condition made it difficult to venture deeper. This area had already been scavenged by disaster victims multiple times, and aside from the thick layer of fallen leaves and pine cones scattered about, there was hardly anything edible to be found. His limited time, spent with Gong Shuang, had not allowed him to pay close attention to the herbs she had collected. Otherwise, he might have recognized a few medicinal plants. Unable to venture deeper, he also failed to find any water. The drought had left the moss in the forest devoid of vitality. After searching for some time, he ultimately had to abandon his efforts and return to wait silently at the original spot. The sun blazed down mercilessly, scorching the earth with its brilliant rays, showing no signs of relenting even as it inclined slightly toward the west. Though the hour Gong Shuheng had mentioned had not yet arrived, Su Qingliang remained vigilant, observing for any signs of movement at the mountainous base. Perhaps she would return early. Chapter 29. Two more recovered, though he had narrowly escaped death. Su Qingliang felt that in his current state, he would likely become a burden. Thus, while awaiting Gong Shuheng's return, he found a suitable spot in the forest and built a small fire. Roasting 2 pieces of yam that he consumed 1 piece, forcing himself to save the other for Gong Shuheng, he then diligently procured a sturdy stick to aid his walking. However, he did not wait for Gong Shuheng's return. Instead, he unexpectedly encountered a disheveled grandfather and grandson, seeking temporary refuge at the foot of the mountain. In these times, and in this world, particularly in Xingzhou, few were without misfortune or humiliation but a frail, white-haired old man, hunched over, accompanied by a half-grown boy, each carrying tattered baskets, stumbled to the base of the mountain, attempting to ascend further but quickly reached their limits, collapsing helplessly. Yu Qingliang observed from the slope, hesitating for a moment before gripping a branch and standing up. Gradually, he made his way down to them. The old man and boy, exhausted, heard his approach and struggled to rise, but their limbs felt heavy, rendering them unable to stand. As they gazed at the figure descending, stick in hand, they shrank back, trembling. The boy nearly burst into tears, while the old man's murky eyes glistened with tears. They had truly done their utmost. It is said that heaven does not completely cut off a person's path, yet the circumstances they faced felt utterly ruthless. Their entire family had dwindled to just the 2 of them. Was there truly no escape from death? Initially, Su Qingliang was uncertain of their fears, but he soon understood. He crouched down in front of them, still gripping his stick, but without any hostile intent. "Did you escape for a workshop outside the city?" he inquired, and their fear deepened. No answer was necessary. Su Qingliang had already guessed correctly. Remaining in the workshop offered some shelter from the elements. While it could not guarantee full meals, it provided enough sustenance to avoid starvation. Why, then, would they choose to flee? Su Qingliang had merely lucked into survival, not even fully recovered from his illness. Leaning on the stick, he appeared quite mature, yet his voice betrayed his weakness. The old man struggled to sit up, propping himself on the ground as he shielded the boy in his embrace, warily watching Su Qingliang. "And you, young man, why have you not gone to serve?" Although still young, he was clearly of age to enlist. Su Qingliang forced a smile, though it resembled more of a grimace. After a pause, he replied, "If one wishes to have their questions answered, one must first answer others' inquiries. There must be an order to things. Would you not agree? How he came to be, there was his own business, one he would not divulge to anyone. However, he needed to understand the backgrounds of the 2 before him, with just the 3 of them present. The situation was grim, yet the other 2 held the numerical advantage. He could have remained hidden in the forest, ignoring them entirely. After a moment's hesitation, he felt that would not be right. The area around Baofeng Mountain was vast and sparsely populated. Relying solely on themselves wouldn't suffice. They needed more capable individuals. "Yes, we did indeed escape from the workshop," the old man began, his voice low, hoarse, weary, and filled with despair. "My surname is Zheng, and I hail from Yuyang County in Xingzhou. Our family once numbered 13, but due to the calamities, only 4 of us remain." His concise words struck a chord within Su Qingliang, bringing forth memories he wished to bury in just half a year. A once joyful family had been reduced to this pitiful state. First, his wife succumbed to illness. Then their eldest son was killed during their flight. His daughter-in-law and grandchildren had been taken away one by one. By the time they fled into the mountains, only he, his 2 sons, and this grandson remained. In hopes of re-establishing their household registration and finding shelter, they decided to descend the mountain, pinning their hopes on the government's disaster relief. However, barely had they descended when both sons were conscripted, and he and his grandson were sent to the workshop to labor. If only they were all. Ultimately, there exists a sanctuary from the tempest, a haven where sustenance may be found. However, both of my sons succumbed to illness during their service. After their departure, I never received word of them again. That I am a sinner indeed, in the days of my ancestors. They endured the hardships of survival, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, yet they gradually established a refuge from the elements and secured daily nourishment. The torch of lineage was passed down, giving rise to us, their descendants. Yet here I stand, with a living family, and I have brought about our ruin. That I cannot accept this. I have betrayed my forebears. The youth beside me wept inconsolably. Yu Qingliang regarded the pair of them and spoke slowly. Have you never seized other women and children? The old man paused, then shook his head. We are human. How could we engage in such barbaric acts? The only thing we did was argue with others while desperately fleeing the flood, leading to a fierce scuffle. That I have 4 sons and 1 daughter. Back then, I thought if we could huddle together as a family, taking what we could, as long as we reached the mountains, we would surely survive the flood's onslaught. The rain must cease eventually. Once it does, we could return home as for the dangers along the way. I had 4 robust young men at home, to be honest. That gave me a modicum of confidence. Yet, as I spoke, the old man broke down in tears. Lingering near the great marsh of Yuyang County, the journey into the mountains was fraught with difficulty. Those who fled in panic, when pushed to their limits, became savage as wolves. If they lacked, they resorted to theft. Before even reaching the mountains, their eldest son was brutally killed. Subsequently, their youngest daughter was dragged away, and his wife could not endure the ordeal until they reached the mountains. In hindsight, that journey felt like an inescapable nightmare. They exerted every effort to reach the mountains, but they were not the only ones seeking refuge. Where there are people, camaraderie may not always prevail. More often, survival breeds a ruthless struggle for life. So, because the able-bodied in your family perished, did you simply abandon your workshop, seeking to live as wild men in the mountains? The last 2 sons fell ill and were taken away, never to be seen again. They likely perished as well. This was the primary reason. But there was another. The old man gazed up at the sky. It has not rained in a long while. Heaven has dispatched many to provide relief, and the fields outside the city have been cultivated extensively. Those near the river have sprouted long ago. However, those further away have withered after germination. The dust on the road rises with even a gentle breeze, and the riverbanks are cracked with intersecting fissures. Heaven truly seems unwilling to grant us a path to survival. The calamity persists even now. I must preserve a strand of blood for the Zheng family. Venturing into the mountains is the only means I can conceive to survive. Perhaps the risks are not negligible, but it is far better than sitting idly, awaiting death. 18 my age. What can I not fathom? For us common folk, survival rests solely upon our own shoulders. No one can save us. Chapter 30. A test of the human heart. When Gong Shuheng arrived at the foot of the mountain, she sensed something amiss. There were more than one presence in the forest. Upon encountering Su Qingliang, she could only exclaim, "You truly are remarkable." A master at rescuing others, as Yu Qingliang briefly recounted the circumstances of these 2 individuals. In such fleeting encounters, the truth of their words remained uncertain. Yet, once fate intertwined, pretense became impossible. Gong Shuheng dismissed these concerns. You handle it as you see fit. Can you make your way back alone? Su Qingliang not only wished to return alone, but also aspired to assist her in carrying the provisions. Regrettably, his intentions exceeded his strength, nearly causing him to spill the contents. Gong Shuheng gently shook her head, offering him 2 cakes. Eat something, take your medicine, and follow me today as for whether to share with the other 2, or how to distribute it. She left that to others' discretion. The old man was named Zhang Xian, and his grandson was named Zheng Huai. Su Qingliang kept 1 cake and handed the other to Zheng Xian. The old man hesitated, clearly taken aback by such unexpected generosity. Thank you. Thank you. He bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Su Qingliang, maintaining a stoic expression, stepped aside. It will take several days to reach our village. If you can persevere to that point, you may find a place of refuge. If you falter or perish along the way, I will not intervene. Upon reaching the village, how you survive will depend on your own efforts, for we are all struggling. Su Qingliang was willing to offer them an opportunity, but no more than that. To survive, everything depended on themselves. Reliance on others was futile. Thus, for the bewildered grandfather and grandson, this was an immense stroke of fortune. They were mistaken. The saying that heaven does not completely forsake humanity proved true. After exhausting every effort, a path would inevitably emerge. Zhang Xian divided the cake in half. giving the larger piece to his grandson, softly admonishing him, "Eat sparingly. Once we find shelter and settle, we will find a way to procure food." Zheng Huai, 13 and notably astute, understood their precarious situation. Living was a formidable challenge, yet it was a pursuit they must undertake. Xu Qingliang felt a twinge of shame. He had initially awaited Gong Shuheng with hopes of sharing the burden once she returned from the city. Instead, not only was there no assistance, but there were also signs of hindrance. Though he had awakened from his illness, his body remained weakened, and he began to wheeze with every step. Gong Shuheng had not intended to wait for them, and quickly distanced herself. The gap widening. The path was arduous, strewn with jagged stones, remnants of the flood's wrath, with many channels carved by mountain torrents now parched and dry. The journey into the mountains felt interminable. Su Qingliang could scarcely recall how they had traversed this path to Baofeng Mountain. The grandfather and grandson behind him were equally challenged. Luer, "This is not the way to our home. We've strayed off course." Gong Shuheng acknowledged, "Night is approaching. Let us find a place with water, procure something to eat, and devise a plan for the night." This was not the route to their village, but one she had traversed multiple times, well aware of where water could be found at this juncture. Any source of water would pose significant danger. The drought affected not only humans, but also the creatures of the forest, and with no one around, the wild animals grew increasingly bold, if water was available. They cared little for anything else. "Let us pause here, gather some firewood, and kindle a fire to spend the night. There are 2 towering boulders nearby that will provide some shelter from the mountain winds. If we gather enough firewood while there's still light, the fire will keep us warm through the night and offer a semblance of safety." Having spoken, she placed the heavy basket behind the boulders, out of the wind, and took 2 empty gourds. "I will scout ahead. You gather firewood." Although they were still some distance from the water source, it wasn't too far. She had left all the provisions she purchased there. But whether Su Qingliang could guard them, and whether the grandfather and grandson might harbor ill intentions for the few measures of grain, was beyond her consideration. Her focus was on ensuring that the creatures in need of water departed quickly. If they could be separated in the process, it would allow her to tackle one and address their immediate and future culinary needs. After proceeding approximately a quarter of an hour in the direction he had taken, she reached the mountain's base, where a small puddle formed from the mountain stream's runoff point. 2 adult wild boars and their piglets were leisurely drinking, completely unaware that someone intended to compete with them for water, or even to harm them. Small creatures are easier to catch, their flesh less tough, and they cook more readily. The crux lies in knowing how to seize them and where to take action. This particular area is certainly unsuitable. Should I capture those 2 smaller ones, the 2 larger ones would undoubtedly become frenzied. The proximity to their resting place is too close, and they would surely be affected. Thus, she resolved to lure these beasts up the mountain, heading deeper into the wilderness to deal with them there. As Yu Qingliang assumed, she was merely fetching water, and wouldn't stray too far. Considering how near their resting place was to the mountain, visible even at a glance. Hence, he only needed to gather firewood nearby while keeping an eye on their provisions, which he valued greatly. That basket of grain represented the hope for their entire family throughout the winter, exchanged for herbs by Luer. Simultaneously, he remained wary of the Zheng family, for at this moment, food was of paramount importance. A true test of human nature. Zheng Xian could not afford to be idle either, and he marveled at how this brother-sister duo managed to procure such a substantial amount of grain from the city at this time. Dressed in tattered and thin clothing, they appeared no different from him and his grandson, leaving him perplexed. Yet despite his confusion, he refrained from asking further questions. Their paths had crossed serendipitously, and the fact that they had offered him such precious steamed buns and were willing to guide them back to the village was already a tremendous kindness. Surely it was of some significance. Gathering firewood was something they were quite adept at. From the moment they first met, his gaze had lingered on that basket, but thereafter he paid it no further heed. The 3 of them moved swiftly, each possessing experience in spending nights outdoors, and thus they busied themselves until darkness fell, amassing 2 large piles of kindling of varying sizes in the midst of a pile of rocks. A fire was kindled, providing a modicum of warmth against the biting cold, as Yu Qingliang skirted around a large stone, following the direction in which Gong Shuheng had departed, yet he failed to catch sight of her silhouette. his heart a tumult of unease. After wrestling with his thoughts, he turned back to Zheng Xian and said, "You all stay here. I shall go look for my sister." Food was crucial, vital for the survival of their entire family during this winter. Yet, human life held equal importance. Moreover, that grain was earned through Gong Shuheng's own efforts. He was uncertain whether he would regret this decision, but at that moment his mind was resolute. However, he was not left in a predicament for long. Having scarcely walked a short distance, he could still see the distant flames when he suddenly heard Gong Shuheng's voice. "Elder brother, that is indeed what you call him, right?" The others at home refer to Su Qingzhou as second brother. So this must be elder brother. After all, from the moment their household registration was established, they had all taken on the surname Su. Qingliang paused, taken aback by her call of elder brother. And leaning on his staff, he stumbled toward her through the darkness. The moon had yet to rise, though the stars had arrived surprisingly early, providing little illumination. The world was shrouded in darkness, and his ability to avoid falling was a testament to his experiences in the mountains and forests. As Gong Shuheng approached, she tossed him a gourd she had hung at her waist. "I caught a few things, but it took a while." Su Qingliang caught the scent of blood. "Did you go hunting?" "Yes. I was fortunate enough to encounter a small monkey. Caught it and skinned it. We 1T have to go to bed hungry tonight." She spoke as if it were a simple endeavor. Yet, how could Su Qingliang possibly believe her? Nevertheless, what could he do? Gong Shuheng had not merely captured one creature, but two, and neither had escaped her grasp. After all, she had quite the appetite, and the other three were equally famished, in dire need of sustenance, especially Su Qingliang, who was still unwell. Though he had not succumbed, he was far from well. The fact that he managed to endure such a lengthy journey was a testament to his remarkable willpower. Without food, where would he find the strength to recover? The gourd lightened her burden somewhat. With one monkey in each hand, she led the way toward the flickering flames. Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai sat by the fire, motionless, until they heard the sound of footsteps, prompting Zheng Huai to spring to his feet. They were back. Zhang Xian sighed in relief and stood as well, soon spotting the young girl leading the way. Her hands full of meat. Meat, regardless of the type, it was still meat, and Zhang Xian was astonished, casting several glances at Gong Shuheng. She generously tossed him one. "Cook it yourself." Then she tossed the slightly larger one to Su Qingliang. "You take care of this." At that moment, she had been thinking of Su Qingliang as a patient who needed to eat more to recover quickly. Yet now, she seemed to have entirely forgotten his condition. Most importantly, she didn't know how to cook. She had done her part, bringing back the prey and preparing it as best as she could, even adding a few herbs to mask the gamey flavor. Although there was no salt, she had made the utmost effort. To be honest, she had only learned how to skin prey after their descent from the mountain during their journey. Zhang Xian responded with a sound. But regrettably, it was still not yet late at night, and he himself began to doze off. The campfire had burned throughout the night, and the three of them had remained undisturbed. Even the distant roars of wild beasts in the mountains did not rouse the slumbering trio. It was not until dawn that the moon had long since concealed itself, and the eastern sky began to show a faint light, rendering the ground beneath them somewhat unclear, when Gong Shuheng's voice broke the silence. "Awaken, we must set forth." In pursuit of a place to rest and find sustenance, they had intentionally taken a detour. Thus, they needed to return along the same path to rejoin the road leading to Baofeng Mountain. Su Qingliang jolted awake, realizing that the campfire before him still flickered, though the nearby firewood had been exhausted. Had he truly slept until this hour, leaving Lu Er to guard alone throughout the night? Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai, however, remained sprawled in a daze, still not fully awake. Gong Shuheng felt an uneasy premonition. She approached and crouched beside the two, gently touching their foreheads. As expected, they were feverish. "You haven't taken the remaining pill, have you?" she inquired. "Not yet," was the reply. Without needing further prompting from Gong Shuheng, Su Qingliang handed over the medicine. As someone approached, Zheng Xian forced himself to awaken. "Is it dawn already? I cannot believe I've slept this long. I truly apologize." Gong Shuheng then split the pill in half, stating, "Both of you have developed a fever. You must have contracted an illness. There is but one pill left. We shall share it." They needed to hasten their return and figure out how to brew more medicine. She hoped the pill would provide some relief, and given their small number, the impact would not be too severe, allowing them to endure until they reached their destination. Upon hearing Gong Shuheng mention her infection alongside her grandson's, Zhang Xian felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Without a second thought, he swallowed the medicine presented to him. The prospect of illness terrified them more than death itself. The anguish and torment of a life worse than death were the most dreadful and grueling experiences. After consuming the pill, he patiently waited for a while before rousing Zheng Huai, whose dry, feverish lips were in need of hydration. He administered the medicine to him. With this delay, by the time Zheng Huai awoke, dawn had already begun to break. Su Qingliang felt significantly better today. Without waiting for Gong Shuheng, he hefted the basket onto his back. He remained somewhat weak. A single meal could not replenish his strength, and the weight of 5 dough of grain pressed heavily upon him, making his legs tremble slightly before he finally steadied himself. He did not overexert himself, continuing to lean on the same stick from the previous day. "Let us go." He was willing and able to carry the load, which brought relief to Gong Shuheng, allowing her to quicken her pace. Although Zheng Huai had regained consciousness, his condition remained dire. The half-pill had provided some effect, but not substantially. He experienced alternating waves of heat and cold. At times, it felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, while at other times, he trembled uncontrollably, his complexion turning pale, even as they walked under the sun. The warmth seemed elusive. Gong Shuheng, unburdened by carrying anything, moved more swiftly, searching for suitable medicinal herbs along the way. Unfortunately, as they circumvented the mountains, they found themselves in a desolate expanse strewn with gravel. Without venturing into the depths of the mountains, it was exceedingly difficult to locate medicinal materials. They managed to gather a few scattered herbs with similar properties, but it was impossible to brew them, let alone form them into pills. After a day of hardship and another passing, they finally entered the mountains and devised a plan. They discovered the bamboo, known as bamboo, and, after considerable effort, gathered several sections, igniting a fire on the spot to brew a medicinal concoction for the 3 of them. Naturally, Su Qingliang had to partake as well, for he needed to be alert repeatedly. Compared to the last time when he was alone on the journey, Gong Shuheng found this trip far from lonely. However, with 3 ailing companions, their progress was slow, and they could not travel at night, prolonging their delays. Before departing, Gong Shuheng consulted an oracle for Su Qingliang and then hurried down the mountain. She did not disclose her intentions to anyone, merely stating that she would sell some herbs in exchange for grain and deliver winter clothing for the 2. As the temperatures had turned quite chilly in the mornings and evenings, with previous experience in mind, knowing how long her round trip would take, Su Qingzhou and Tang Yu refrained from anxiety this time. Unlike before when they had fretted from the moment she left, their focus shifted to continuing their ascent in search of food to resolve their 2 daily meals, as well as gathering firewood. Of utmost importance was the wheat they had sown. They had a total of 3 dough of wheat seeds, 2 for them and 1 for Tang Yu. Arriving late, Tang Yu and his companions lacked tools and time for tilling the land, so they merely cleared some weeds from the patch beside the house and planted the seeds temporarily. With the seeds in the ground, they had much to monitor. They needed to check whether the wheat had sprouted. They had to find ways to remove the faster-growing weeds. Once the weed had grown a bit, they would need to figure out how to fertilize it. In short, they had to do everything within their power, completing their responsibilities and leaving the rest to fate, waiting to see how much the heavens would allow them a harvest. Another significant matter was that their winter clothing had been steadily completed. After much practice, Su Qingyu had finally achieved a degree of uniformity in her stitching. She even found some tricks while cutting the garments. Without needing Tang Yu's assistance, she could manage to sew a winter coat reasonably well. Su Qingzhou and Su Qingshun could not remain idle either. They had 2 pieces of monkey skin at home, which differed from other animal hides. The coarse fur resembled barbed wire and could be quite prickly. Thus, they had not used it for blankets. It was set aside for a different purpose. Su Qingzhou continued to weave straw sandals, which proved to be exceedingly tedious, drawing from Tang Yu's previous repairs of a pair of shoes for Gong Shuheng. Su Qingshan suggested, "We really only need to create the soles. We can add a layer of leather on top, use another material for the sides, and then stitch it together with hemp thread. That would save time." They had an abundance of tasks to accomplish each day, It was impossible to expend all their energy solely on crafting shoes. Yet, the shoes were wearing out quite rapidly, and their consumption was absurdly high. Just as Su Qingzhou was about to dismiss his suggestion as impractical, thinking it merely a shortcut, the words lingered on his lips, and his mind processed the feasibility of the idea. Chapter 33. Likely usurpers. Su Qingqian's thoughts were straightforward. There was no shortage of materials for making straw mats, yet they were fundamentally not durable. As they traversed the mountains daily, it would not take long for the shoe soles to wear out. The soles deteriorated the fastest. Therefore, they needed to produce more soles. While the other components were not unimportant, they paled in comparison to the sole's significance due to their differing rates of consumption. Adding a layer of leather to the soles would enhance their durability while providing moisture and warmth. The uppers could also be crafted from leather, using inferior quality if necessary, and perhaps even indulging in a layer of cloth within to prevent chafing. After all, they would not wear out easily. If they did, replacing the soles would suffice. Although they were all growing and their feet would expand accordingly, their ages varied. The older ones would outgrow them, while the younger ones could continue to wear them. Ensuring nothing would go to waste, he even pondered if the soles could be crafted from different materials. He had seen palm leaves in the mountains, which appeared remarkably sturdy, though not particularly soft. Their texture resembled that of monkey fur, seeming far superior to their current materials. Su Qingzhou's thoughts were even more detailed and intricate. Having spent the most time alongside Su Qingliang in the city, he had encountered numerous individuals and naturally knew much more than the younger ones. The city was filled with all kinds of people, rich, poor, and everything in between, with varying styles and materials in their attire. The straw sandals they fashioned were the most basic, inexpensive, and suited to their needs. Yet, these shoes could also be made from other materials, such as hemp or others. Furthermore, who had decreed that they must wear only grass-made footwear for the rest of their lives. They had already left behind their days of begging and had become decent citizens. One day, they too would wear proper shoes and boots, and as the weather had turned cold, they no longer rushed to the mountains early in the morning as before. After rising, they tended to their chores, preparing meals, and busied themselves around the fire. Once the sun had risen and warmed the air outside, they would ascend the mountain. When Su Qingliang and the others returned, they found a layer of green sprouting in the field before their home. The house remained unchanged, still adorned with the thatched roof they had added after moving in, now glowing golden in the sunset. To the right, leading towards the pond, stood 2 tall stacks of firewood, alongside a considerable heap of thatch concealing an unknown object. Gong Shuheng remarked, "Second brother mentioned that we should soak some manure to scatter in the wheat field. This way, the wheat can grow robustly. That pile over there is for that purpose, and it can be spread after some time." None of them possessed any agricultural experience. They were merely fumbling about based on assumptions. However, this was no longer a concern, as a seasoned farmer named Zheng Xian had arrived, replete with abundant experience in cultivating crops. Approaching the entrance of the house, the sight of the makeshift door propped up with sticks indicated that the others had yet to return from mountains. Gong Shuheng set down the basket she had been carrying at the entrance. The golden-furred tiger confined within the house instinctively let out a couple of soft growls upon hearing the commotion outside, followed by a meow. Gong Shuheng stood at the door, momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how little time had passed. Indeed, Lao Wu was quite capable, transforming a fine young tiger into a mere house cat. Its once proud roar now distorted as Su Qingliang pointed towards a nearby house from outside the fence. "This is our home. The neighboring family bears the surname Zhuang. Their lord has gone off to serve, leaving his family behind. They must also be up in the mountains at this hour." He then led them a short distance further, past a charred structure reduced to blackened earth, indicating both of these places are available for habitation. They are unoccupied. It turned out that the occupants had been slain by marauders, and they had managed to bury the bodies. He gestured towards a nearby area. There used to be a family living there as well. But unfortunately, a landslide has buried the entire house, and countless lives, young and old, were lost with none able to escape. Thus, they had chosen residences at the foot of the mountain, in a slightly flatter area behind the houses. "Like you, we arrived later, albeit a bit earlier than you. It was only after the rain ceased that we found a place to settle. Lord Zhuang and his family are in the same predicament." Consequently, life had been quite challenging for them, relying solely on their own efforts. They could only bring people to this location. The rest depended entirely on themselves, since they had chosen to flee the workshop and seek a path to survival in the mountains. They ought to have prepared themselves mentally, rather than harboring misplaced hopes for divine mercy and the goodwill of others. Zhang Xian was no fool. Rather, he was an astute elder who quickly grasped the implications of Su Qingliang's words. He then seized his grandson's arm, and both knelt directly before Su Qingliang, startling him that he hastily jumped aside. "What are you doing?" This old man thanks the benefactor for his great kindness. The gratitude expressed was sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. Had they not encountered this brother and sister pair, the grandfather and grandson might have perished midway. To have reached this point was indeed a stroke of fortune. One bestowed by the other party. One may lack ambition, but one must not be oblivious to kindness. Su Qingliang sighed. "Let us not dwell on such matters. I have not been able to assist you, and cannot do so now. Choose a suitable dwelling among these houses, one that offers shelter from the elements, and then devise ways to survive that we, too, are seeking means to sustain ourselves." However, they were numerous, and strength in numbers was a significant advantage. The old man and his grandson were at a considerable disadvantage. It remained uncertain whether they were registered with the authorities, and they lacked seeds. The baskets they carried contained what the eldest brother deemed their most precious possessions. Su Qingliang had no knowledge of the contents, and would not provide for how they would proceed with their lives. That was for them to determine. Ultimately, Su Qingliang could not bring himself to withhold the worn utensils they had arrived with. He handed them to the grandfather and grandson. The mountains here were unlike the vast mines below. Despite the severe drought, the nearby stream provided a trickle of water, and signs of greenery persisted around the pools. This hint of new life fostered boundless hope. Upon the return of those who had ascended the mountain, the sight of smoke curling up from the rooftops filled Su Qingyu with excitement. "Lu'er must be back," she exclaimed, eagerly preparing to rush down the mountain with her firewood, only to be halted by Su Qingzhou's firm grip. "Wait." His typically gentle tone had shifted, leaving the others momentarily stunned. "What is it?" Lu'er had never had the privilege of starting a fire or preparing a meal. She lacked the skill. Moreover, as they observed, smoke was rising from two locations. It was likely that others had encroached upon their home, forcibly taking over. The thought left Su Qingzhou feeling suffocated, struggling to breathe. Su Qingchen, with wide eyes, finally articulated, "Lu'er's bow, her handmade bow, is still inside." In a fit of anger, Su Qingyu discarded the firewood onto the ground. "I will go take a look. You all stay put. Hide, and if things seem off, flee without concern for me." With the eldest and Lu'er absent, they still had a few people left. How could they allow their home to be taken from them? Chapter 34. The new neighbors. It was Su Qingliang who was tending to the fire. Although it appeared that their situation had improved, they were still far from recovery. This was what Gong Shuheng had remarked. Thus, they needed to continue brewing medicine. Now that Zhang Xian and his companion had returned, they would no longer need to worry about them. They divided some medicinal herbs and tended to their own needs. Gong Shuheng went to inspect the wheat in the field and then headed to the pond to fetch water to wash her hands. Just as she was returning, she spotted Su Qingyu lurking behind a pile of firewood. Glancing around furtively, Gong Shuheng approached and placed a hand on her shoulder, but before she could speak, Su Qingyu let out a startled yelp and spun around with astonishing speed, throwing a punch towards her face. Gong Shuheng deftly dodged. "Have you lost your mind?" Su Qingyu paused for a moment. "Lu'er, is it really you? You have returned." Gong Shuheng nodded. Only then did Su Qingyu's racing heart begin to calm. Though the residual adrenaline still coursed through her veins, she then dashed towards the back ridge. "Second brother, Lu'er is back. There's nothing wrong at home." Gong Shuheng glanced towards the back ridge. Puzzled, what could possibly be wrong at home? Soon, several individuals who had ascended the mountain came rushing down in a flurry. Each bore firewood and carried various items in their hands. Zhang Huai, hearing the commotion, rushed out to see several people returning from the mountains. Their family was indeed numerous and quite capable. 6 individuals, excluding Su Qingliang, appeared to be quite young. Surviving here, skillfully evading calamities, was no small feat. After all, they had all witnessed a glimpse of Gong Shuheng's capabilities along the way. Zhang Xian emerged from the house, his voice weary yet aged. Perhaps this is a sign from heaven. Indeed, this is a path that can truly sustain our lives. The return of Gong Shuheng was not the most astonishing news. The real surprise lay within the house. Eldest brother, big brother. No one had anticipated Su Qingliang's return. While he appeared gaunt and in poor condition, he had returned intact, a blessing in itself. Tang Yu had just placed the firewood she collected next to her own pile when she heard a chorus of cheers from the neighboring Su family. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried next door to Su Xiaoga. Has it come to an end? You've returned. Where's my husband? As she spoke, her teeth chattered, and her heart raced, feeling as though she might suffocate at any moment. All those around her had vanished, save for Zhuangjing, and he is still over there. I contracted a disease and was expelled. I managed to escape along the way. He did not mention that Gong Shuheng had rescued him. Instinctively feeling it was best not to bring it up to AS for Zhuangge, he would likely be delayed for another half-month. Luer had sent him winter clothing, and he was holding up well. We shall go fetch him later. Only then did Tang Yu exhale deeply, feeling her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance. Su Qingyu, quick to react, rushed forward to steady her. Sister Yu, I'm fine, as long as he is well. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qingliang's return was a positive development. With the addition of an elder, it felt as if a pillar of strength had emerged, instilling a remarkable sense of security. Su Qingliang kept his distance, wary of getting too close. I am not yet fully recovered. You should keep your distance, lest you fall ill as well. Though Luer is acquainted with various herbs and even possesses the skill to prepare medicinal pills, which yield results surpassing those of esteemed physicians, it remains imperative to exercise caution against illnesses, particularly those that are contagious. That it is best to avoid such afflictions altogether. Proximity is inconsequential, for the individual has returned, and the younger ones are delighted. Su Qingliang carried the steaming medicine to the edge of the courtyard, while Su Qingzhou and the others, despite their gnawing hunger, were in no haste to prepare a meal. They sat in a row on the stone step beneath the eaves, reporting to their leader the achievements they had accomplished during their time at home. Tang Yu did not return either. Today, he had only discovered a handful of wild beans on the mountain and unearthed some wild vegetables. Beans can be preserved for later consumption or saved for planting. Yet wild vegetables cannot withstand the passage of time. They wilt overnight, and, even in the cooler evenings, cannot be kept for long if not pickled. They must be consumed promptly. They had been sharing meals and sleeping together during this time. The first to showcase their accomplishments was Su Qingyu. The winter garments we were sewn by me and Sister Yu. The clothes on Seer and Wooer are entirely my handiwork, that Su Qingshan remarked. I have devised a new method for making shoes with ergo, utilizing palm fibers to weave sturdier and more comfortable soles. Ergo has also crafted numerous household items from rattan, and our home now boasts many new additions, becoming increasingly complete. That Su Qingyin, impatient, interjected, I, too, can accomplish many tasks. I am now responsible for cooking our meals at home. And I have learned to recognize many edible items, striving to enhance their flavors. Sitting on the stone, Su Qingliang cradled the hot medicine, feeling a warmth in his heart. This sensation embodied the essence of what he had long yearned for, the feeling of home. They spoke of recent changes within the household, but refrained from discussing the dangers they had encountered. The atmosphere was lively. Once the younger ones had finished their animated exchanges, Su Qingliang finally spoke. We have new neighbors, an elderly man and a young lad, both surnamed Zheng. The elder is named Zhang Xian, nearing his 60th year, while the young gentleman, Zheng Huai, is just 14, slightly older than Ergo. He gestured. They have chosen to reside in that house over there for the time being. Su Qingzhou inquired. Will the number of people here continue to increase? If so, they would not only need to gather firewood, but also cultivate the nearby land. Ensuring nothing lay fallow, for a neglected forest could become a source of confusion with so many people. That is uncertain. We shall take it one step at a time. Our location is already quite remote, and few survivors from this calamity remain. Most have opted to stay near the state capital, where the government has cleared vast tracts of land, instilling a sense of hope. However, only those like us, who have survived in the depths of the mountains during this disaster, understand that whether through floods or droughts, such secluded areas offer greater security than the outside world. when he had first taken in Zhuang Jingyan and his wife. He had seemingly mentioned that this would not become a precedent, yet plans are always outpaced by change. Along the way, he had brought back the Zheng family's grandfather and grandson. After reporting to Su Qingliang, Tang Yu returned briefly, while the younger ones ventured to inspect the items that Gong Shuheng had brought back. The bamboo basket was filled to the brim, heavy enough that Su Qingzhou, being a lad on the cusp of adulthood, struggled to lift so much. It contained only grain. Nothing else had been purchased, as their funds had been exhausted. She referred to the money earned from selling medicinal herbs and the funds Su Qingzhou had provided before leaving. Initially, she had intended to explore further, but upon descending the mountain, she had abandoned such thoughts. Their immediate priority was to satiate their hunger, for no one could predict what lay ahead, should the rains continue to elude them. The sprouting seeds would wither under the sun, and the calamity would persist until autumn of the following year. Not to mention the toll it would take on lives, the price of grain would be staggering. She raised the issue of grain prices and inquired if the family had any remaining funds, suggesting, if possible, we should dig a cellar, one that remains hidden, known only to us, in matters of survival. Everyone is selfish. When prosperous, one should aid the world. In poverty, one should safeguard oneself. Undertake what one is capable of. Generosity in poverty only brings calamity upon oneself. Su Qingliang was not surprised by her words. He nodded. Thus, we must devise a means to procure more grain and expedite the excavation of the cellar, ensuring it remains discreet. And one outside our family must know. Su Qingyu asked, what about Sister Yu? Can she know? Su Qingliang cast her a profound glance. Su Qingyu understood, refraining from uttering another word. Subsequently, Su Qingliang pondered the matter. The current prices of grain in the city were already significantly higher than before. With the influx of relief workers, merchants selling grain dared not overtly raise prices. However, the relief workers could not remain in Xingzhou indefinitely. Moreover, if the rains did not come soon, even the officials in charge of disaster relief might struggle to control grain prices. Hence, this matter required careful consideration. Su Qingliang's suggestion. Su Qingyu made a trip to deliver some fresh wild vegetables to the Zheng grandfather and grandson. Their harvest from the mountain that day had been relatively good. Aside from their evening meal, they had enough left over for the next day. Being new arrivals, they could extend a gesture of goodwill within their means. Su Qingyan, as she had claimed, had now mastered some culinary techniques. She diligently worked to manage the cooking process, striving to make their limited provisions as palatable as possible. In the past, when they had meat, they would feast. Now, however, they preserved the meat with a modest amount of salt and hung it up, cutting off tiny portions to add to their daily meals. One large pot contained not just boiled wild vegetables, but also beans, yams, or radishes, mixed with minced meat. Occasionally, she would add scallions or even a hint of spicy herbs to enhance the flavor. The aroma finally resembled that of a proper meal. After they had just finished dining, Zhang Xian visited with his grandson, Zhang Huai, to express their gratitude and formally introduce themselves, due to their still recovering health. They maintained distance, agreeing to venture into the mountains together once they had fully healed. The grandfather and grandson then returned to their dwelling, carrying the dried grass gifted by Su Qingzhou. The items in their new home had long been scavenged by Su Qingliang, so bringing back a few bundles of dry wooden grass served merely as a temporary measure to prevent them from succumbing to the night chill and worsening their illness. As for Su Qingliang, upon returning, he noticed that the food was not yet cooked, and the younger ones had forgotten all about it, clustering around him. When they finally realized their oversight, they had already made contact. Gong Shuheng remarked, "There's no major issue." Following this, the group felt entirely at ease. That night, as they lay down, the youngest, Su Qingchun, quickly fell asleep, emitting soft snores. Su Qingliang, feeling physically weak and somewhat drowsy, found his mind racing with thoughts, making it impossible to drift off immediately. Su Qingzhou, too, was restless, pondering the matter of grain. Should we withdraw the remaining money and exchange it all for grain? Su Qingliang's heart was torn with hesitation. He was uncertain how much longer the drought would persist. Moreover, he could not enter the city. Aside from Gong Shuheng, he trusted none of the others. It was too far. not to mention whether they could safely transport the grain back. It was doubtful they could even reach the state capital without incident. The area outside the city was currently quite perilous. However, Luer had gone twice and returned unscathed. As Yu Qingliang sighed, I was stricken by illness and had to flee. I cannot be seen in that vicinity before the labor ends. You, too, cannot go. Although you are older than them, you are not Luer. Many things are beyond your capability. Su Qingzhou understood the implication. He could not ask her to make another trip. Indeed, Su Qingliang sighed heavily. She is unlike us. She possesses that ability and perhaps many special qualities we remain unaware of. Yet, she is also the youngest. Continuously burdening her with the most challenging tasks makes me feel as if I am committing a crime. Although they are all relatively young, apart from Su Qingyuan, the rest are older than Gong Shuing. This is a hurdle that weighs heavily on Su Qingliang's conscience. Ever since he miraculously survived, he has harbored a fervent desire to become stronger and more formidable. Only then can he care for others rather than be a burden upon them. Su Qingzhou is at a loss as to what to do. He understands that, for their current situation, having sufficient provisions is essential for their security. Moreover, with food in hand, they must also be able to safeguard it. In truth, the two of them are overthinking. The next day, without needing to speak up, Gong Shuing proactively suggested they descend the mountain once more. She had not exhausted her financial resources, possessing a total of 2 taels of silver, of which she had barely utilized half. She wished to make another trip, for how to transform the food they would procure into something edible. That was a matter for the others at home to handle. She did not concern herself with it. Tang Yu hesitated for quite some time, finally stating, I shall accompany you. In half a month's time, my husband will return, and we must prepare to light the fire. Whether her eagerness stemmed from a personal desire to catch a glimpse of Zhuang Jing'an remained a mystery to all. Yet, as a beautiful young woman, it was evidently inappropriate for her to visit the riverbanks. In the city, however, with a bit of tidying up, she could manage, as Su Qingzhou remarked, since my elder brother has returned. I shall accompany you this time. At least I can share the burden, considering the distance involved. Just a few coins of broken silver can be exchanged for food, and should prices rise unexpectedly, it would render little utility. The two had conferred the previous night, resolving to bring back whatever they could from this descent. Silver is indeed a valuable asset, but it must serve a purpose. Expending it where needed is what makes it truly valuable. Otherwise, it remains merely a cold, lifeless object. They were aware that they could not conceal their actions from those around them, yet they endeavored to speak cautiously. A vigilant mind is essential, and they must remain ever mindful. Chapter 36. Like an observer, Su Qingliang had returned. The reasoning presented by the other two was not without merit, and Gong Shuing nodded in agreement. Setting off early, they aimed to cover as much ground as possible during the day, striving to avoid spending the night outdoors. After the three departed, the household was not idle. Su Qingliang directed Su Qingyu, with one fetching water while the other tidied up, clearing away the stone mill that had long been neglected. It had accumulated a thick layer of moss and decaying leaves, emanating an unpleasant odor. Together, they managed to move the heavy millstone, washing it repeatedly until it was cleansed. In such weather, drying was hardly a concern. Once cleaned, Su Qingyu prepared to ascend the mountain to join Su Qingshun and the others. Time was not to be squandered. A day wasted could lead to hunger the next. The discomfort of that feeling was too great for anyone to bear, hence the necessity of diligence. Zheng Xian and his grandson Zheng Huai were also not idle at home. Although they had not fully recovered, they were significantly improved. They did not dare venture too close to others, yet could gather firewood in the nearby woods, hoping to stumble upon something edible, regardless of the circumstances. They could not remain at home, as that would be akin to waiting for death. Meanwhile, the three descending the mountain faced inevitable misfortune. Be prudent, Gong Shuing attentively observed the herbs along the way. Collecting a considerable amount that, as Su Qingzhou assumed, she was solely focused on exchanging money in the city, following behind her in search. Who would have thought these herbs would soon prove indispensable, while seeking a place to rest for the night? Gong Shuing crushed stones to create a paste, applying it to Tang Yu's face. Her complexion, already slightly jaundiced, became smeared and unkempt, with even a couple of her teeth appearing blackened. making her resemble someone missing a significant portion of their smile from afar. Transforming an ugly duckling into a beauty is no easy feat, yet degrading a beauty into an ugly visage is remarkably simple. While ugliness may bring many disadvantages, it does afford a certain degree of safety. Su Qingzhou watched in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the depths of his sister's undisclosed capabilities. Her thoughts and actions seemed incongruous with her tender age. Although Gong Shuheng had never ventured far from the Four-Symbol Mountain, there existed a forbidden area behind the Two Instruments Palace known as Dust Lake, where, should she desire, she could witness the myriad of people and events beyond the mountain's confines. This, perhaps, was heaven's compensation for her perpetual confinement to the Four-Symbol Mountain. Thus, despite her initial foray into the mortal realm, she possessed a clear understanding of the treacherous hearts of men, residing within the Four-Symbol Mountain and remaining untouched by the mundane world. She felt like an observer, indifferent to all that she beheld. Only by stepping into the fray, by experiencing it firsthand, could one truly appreciate the bittersweet nature of human existence that as they approached Xingzhou Prefecture. Two plump Jiayue birds abruptly fluttered from a pile of stones, alighting upon the bamboo basket on Gong Shuheng's back, chirping excitedly. Jiayue, while not a rare creature, is renowned for its timidity. Thus, it was a first for both Tang Yu and Su Qingzhou to witness such unafraid proximity. Gong Shuheng's countenance revealed little emotion, yet the moment the birds landed, Su Qingzhou perceptibly detected a fleeting shift in her demeanor. We may not be able to enter the city or procure food. What do you mean? Tang Yu inquired, puzzled. They had journeyed from the mountain for several days, finally reaching this point. How could they possibly be unable to enter and purchase provisions? Gong Shuheng replied, Zhuang Jingyan is in trouble. Following her words, she swiftly took off in the direction indicated by the two Jiayue birds. These two small creatures were left behind after her previous visit to deliver winter garments. Having seen Zhuang Jingyan, whose fate seemed grim, she feared he was in dire straits. Although she had cautioned him, luck is an elusive concept, difficult to predict. Zhuang Jingyan had acknowledged her warning, yet in times of exhaustion, he could hardly remember anything. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck on the leg by a falling stone from the embankment. The injury was severe, leaving his flesh mangled and bloodied. T.O. rely on the river construction supervisors to transport him for medical attention? That was utterly delusional. They needed capable workers, those of value. The fate of the useless was of no concern. Better for the useless to perish than waste food. Consequently, Zhuang Jingyan, with his leg shattered, received no aid and was cast aside like refuse. In the wilderness, aside from the inherent dangers, such a grievous injury without food or water meant he would not last long. Upon hearing of Zhuang Jingyan's predicament, Tang Yu's mind exploded with chaos. Leaving her no energy to ponder how Gong Shuheng had obtained this information, observing her sprinting ahead, she hastily followed suit. I end this calamity. While they had not honed other skills, their endurance and resilience had markedly improved. On the occasion of Gong Shuheng's previous visit, Zhuang Jingyan had just received news, with a mere half-month remaining before he could return home. Everything else was manageable. His only concern was for Tang Yu and for Su Qingliang, who had been sent away. They had endured thus far. To him, half a month felt like hope was within reach. Who could have anticipated that just as he was on the brink of survival, he would suffer a leg injury from a falling stone? No matter how he pleaded, it was futile. He was dragged out and discarded. The person who removed him as they departed remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate we discarded you. If you're lucky and have other kin at home, perhaps you may reunite. Staying there, unable to work or contribute, only leads to a dead end." This statement ignited a flicker of hope in the despairing Zhuang Jingyan. Enduring excruciating pain, he leaned on his other relatively sound leg, inching his way toward Baofeng Mountain. Yet, this place was such that even with two healthy legs, one would need several days of relentless travel to arrive. Let alone in his current condition with one leg. He could barely move, spending most of his time crawling across the rocky wilderness, hopelessly disheveled. He felt more wretched than when he had been in the mountains. Akin to wild beasts surviving on raw flesh, at least then, he had been whole. Now, not only did he endure pain, but he also faced the imminent depletion of his strength. The sensations of hunger and cold overwhelmed even the pain in his leg. He lost track of how long he had been crawling, only aware of his utter exhaustion, with every inch forward a monumental struggle. He could not recall when he finally closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. He had wandered aimlessly in the wilderness for a considerable time, oblivious to the nearby wolves hunting for food. Gong Shuheng ran with all her might, for this was a matter of life and death. In this desolate place, even a healthy person would not dare linger, let alone one with a shattered leg. She feared that if she hesitated, there would be nothing left of him but bones. Having met him once and spent considerable time with Tang Yu, she could not turn a blind eye, even if she could not compare to the Su siblings who had rescued him. Chapter 37. The divine maiden Zhuang Jingyan, in a dazed state, felt something warm and moist licking his face. Instinctively, fear gripped him, and he struggled to open his eyes, yet they remained stubbornly shut. Then, it seemed he heard the voice of his beloved Au. Zhuang Jingyan. My lord. He felt as though death was imminent. It is said that when one approaches death, they experience hallucinations, seeing those they long to behold. Yet he saw no one. Instead, he heard voices that seemed so unreal. Tang Yu, certain that he still clung to life, had no choice but to temporarily leave him behind. They were confronted with a formidable threat. Accompanied by 2 children, she noticed 2 ravenous wolves lurking nearby. Summoning her courage, she grasped a stick that had been discarded, but before she could act, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The petite Gong Shuheng lunged forward, wielding a dagger with agility, piercing it straight through the wolf's neck. Another wolf leapt at her from behind. Be careful. Tang Yu dared not hesitate any longer, raising her stick and charging forward. However, Su Qingzhou was even swifter, bringing the wooden stick down forcefully upon the wolf's head. The wolves posed a colossal threat, a terrifying menace. Yet, having taken human lives to survive, what fear did they have of these wild beasts? After the first strike of the stick came a second. The wolf, with its thick skin and tough flesh, was momentarily dazed, turning to retaliate, only to be met again by Tang Yu's stick, striking it fiercely on the head. The 2 fought with all their might, alternating blows with relentless determination. The brave fear nothing. Gong Shuheng, regaining her focus, delivered another blow to the wolf's abdomen. The dagger pierced through its hide, sinking into its belly. Reflecting on the past, she realized how fortunate Su Qingliang and the others truly were. So many lives were lost in this flood, yet he had managed to survive with a group of small children present. The technology for iron smelting was still underdeveloped, with most weapons wielded by the warriors of Tiandu being predominantly bronze. Yet, he had somehow acquired a dagger as sharp as fine iron. Without such a tool to rely on, they might not have survived at all. With both wolves now lifeless, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gong Shuheng knelt down to grab a handful of yellow earth, rubbing it on her bloodied hands and cleaning the dagger before she sheathed it. Then, she approached Zhuang Jingyan to assess his condition briefly. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must hasten to the city and seek a physician for treatment. His leg was shattered, and she lacked the ability to mend broken bones. It required a variety of medicinal herbs, which she did not possess. Furthermore, they were too far from Baofeng Mountain, while the city was relatively closer. Regardless of how one measured the situation, it was more appropriate to head into the city. Then let us proceed to the city. Gong Shuheng cast a regretful glance at the 2 dead beasts. Although wolf meat was not particularly palatable, it was still meat, and they had wasted a fine pelt. Unfortunately, Zhuang Jingyan's leg was of utmost importance at that moment. The distance to the city gate was still considerable, and they were situated in a desolate area, making it difficult to even find a stick that was already quite a challenge for the 3 of them to move him. And they could not afford to consider anything else. This time, the city was different from before. The sun had risen for quite some time, yet all the shops along the main road remained closed, including the Huachuntang. The empty street felt eerily quiet. 2 night owls fluttered down from the eaves, chirping incessantly. Gong Shuheng lifted her eyelids. Let us wait here for a while. The temple of the goddess at the eastern altar? She recalled that Emperor Jiang Shaoyang, in gratitude for the protection granted by the high priest of the 4 Symbols Mountain, had once decreed the construction of altars across Juzhou to honor her statue. Xingzhou had one as well, but it had been damaged during the calamity to in such times. With limited manpower and resources, how could they divert efforts to build such a thing instead of wholeheartedly assisting the victims in their reconstruction? She found it increasingly incomprehensible. Zhuang Jingyan lay unconscious at the entrance of Huachun Tang, while Tang Yu sat on the ground, allowing his upper body to rest on her lap. Perhaps it was the dryness of the day or the prolonged waiting that caused even Gong Shuheng to feel a tinge of restlessness. How strange it was. It was already quite late, yet why was there no one opening their doors? It was Su Qingzhou's first visit, and as he gazed at the tightly shut doors of the shops, it seemed as though they had just been constructed and were yet to be occupied. Otherwise, it was utterly absurd for every single one to be closed. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the eastern end of the street. Someone was approaching. A cart was coming. The sound of hooves was heard. The once tranquil street suddenly came alive with activity. An unremarkable mule cart came to a halt at the entrance of Huachun Tang. And Gong Shuheng recognized the driver as the previously arrogant apothecary boy. Once the cart was steady, Dr. Chuanbai dismounted and was taken aback upon seeing the person lying at the entrance. Injured? It's you. Clearly, he recognized Gong Shuheng. She succinctly replied, My neighbor, his leg was crushed by a rock. Another apothecary boy accompanying him opened the door, and Chuanbai glanced at the unconscious Zhuang Jingyan, calling the apothecary boy over. Along with Su Qingzhou, as they worked together to carry Zhuang Jingyan inside, they laid him on a wooden plank at the back of the clinic. His injury was severe, the bone was fractured. Moreover, too much time had passed without timely treatment. The leg was under considerable strain, and the bones inside had already misaligned, and I can only do my best to reattach it and provide medicinal support. How much he recovers will depend on his vitality. Tang Yu could not help but shed tears, kneeling before Chuanbai. Doctor, I implore you to save him. He is still young, if his leg is ruined. Our family will not know what to do. In this world, even those whole and intact found it arduous to survive, let alone someone who would be left with a disability. Chuanbai sighed, gently supporting her. I am a physician. It is my duty to alleviate the suffering of patients. But ultimately, I am merely an ordinary person with some skills. There was no need for the patient's family to say much. He would naturally exert his utmost effort within his capabilities to treat him. Chuanbai conducted a thorough examination of Zhuang Jingyan once more, then wrote a prescription to hand to the apothecary boy that if my master were here, he could directly realign the bones and then reattach them. Unfortunately, I lack his expertise and can only do my best. Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Then may I ask where I might find your master? My master is unpredictable. I cannot say for certain. It is quite a coincidence. His fate seems unfortunate. He was still around when the goddess statue was unveiled, but thereafter he vanished without a trace. Chuanbai suspected he might have returned to the Four Symbols Mountain, as there had been troubling news from that direction. Chapter 38. The lives of mortals are as fleeting as ants. Whoever truly cares? The two prescriptions. One was for cleansing the wound, the other for pain relief. The process of resetting the bone would be unbearable without medication. The assistance of such remedies would make a significant difference. You will likely need to stay here for several days, and his leg will not allow him to stand or exert himself for at least half a year. Where do you live? How will you return home afterward? Tang Yu had not yet considered these matters. Her current focus was on how much silver would be required for 3 days, coupled with the subsequent medicinal needs. They were in dire straits financially. At this point, not only could they not afford food, but they also feared that even their utmost efforts would fall short of covering Zhuang Jingyan's treatment. Chuanbai observed their patched clothing and let out a barely audible sigh. I only charge for the medicine. The total comes to 146 large coins. The world is rife with those in need of healing. A single Huachun Tang cannot save all. Tang Yu felt a slight relief and was about to kneel again to express her gratitude when Chuanbai evaded her once more. After preparing the medication, Chuanbai used silver needles for acupuncture, rousing Zhuang Jingyan momentarily to administer the medicine, only for him to slip back into unconsciousness shortly thereafter. The medicine was effective. Zhuang Jingyan remained oblivious during the bone realignment. Correcting misaligned bones was an exasperating task. Without medication, the pain would be intolerable for an ordinary person. Such a remedy could only be concocted at Huachun Tang. Nowhere else could replicate its efficacy. Gong Shuheng stood against the wall. like an invisible observer, quietly watching Chuan Bai at work. That it must be said that, although this disciple of Taihe was not of advanced age, he executed his tasks with meticulousness and composure, displaying a degree of genuine skill in the art of healing. Since Zhuang Jingyan could not be moved for the time being, they would have to remain in the city for several days, unable to hasten their return. Seeking accommodation was out of the question, as any additional expenses were not something they wished to incur. Gong Shuheng herself did not mind. She would not be sleeping properly at night anyway, nor would she feel cold. She could make do in any corner. Su Qingzhou believed he could manage as well. He could squat anywhere for the night. Although the weather had turned chilly, they had donned winter clothing, and their shoes were leather-bound, ensuring they would not feel excessively cold even at night. If the two children could endure, what could Tang Yu not overcome? This is her husband, and naturally, she wishes to remain here to attend to him, as soon as the apothecary opened its doors. The hustle and bustle began, with Chuan Bai and the young apprentice overwhelmed, unable to focus solely on this one patient. Although he had yet to awaken, the three of them were already famished and in need of sustenance. Tang Yu entrusted Su Qingzhou and Gong Shuheng to watch over him, while she ventured out into the streets to procure some food. With the patient still unconscious, lying there as still as if he were deceased, the so-called care was merely a formality, quite uncomplicated. After Tang Yu departed, Gong Shuheng stepped forward to grasp Zhuang Jingyan's hand, closing her eyes for a long moment before finally releasing as Su Qingzhou stood to the side, opening his mouth as if to ask something, yet uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Noticing Gong Shuheng retreat to a corner of the room, leaning against the wall to sit down, he joined her on the floor, crossing his legs beside her. How much food should we purchase this time? Gong Shuheng turned to scrutinize him. How much silver do you possess? This did not require guessing. During her first descent from the mountain, she had been given a piece of broken silver by him. The family was unaware of her having money, yet they still sent someone to accompany her down the mountain to buy provisions, which implied she must have brought funds, as Su Qingzhou had nothing to hide from her. They were now family, akin to siblings bound together. He pulled out a substantial ingot of silver from his pocket. This is what we found after the flood receded during our last trip down. The small pieces of silver have gradually been spent, leaving only this larger one. I also have a bit of loose change. You should keep this and ideally return it to our elder brother. We must not flaunt our wealth in the city, as it attracts unwanted attention. Gong Shuheng had some experience with this, having been followed during her last outing. Su Qingzhou understood her implication. Last time, you brought back 5 dough of grain. This time, let us buy 4 dough and claim that is all we can afford. One must remain vigilant against deception. They had begged for food for years and had witnessed the treachery of humanity. Living together had its advantages and disadvantages, but no situation was ever without flaws. Gong Shuheng nodded. Upon our return, I will continue to gather medicinal herbs to sell in the city, bringing back small quantities each time, avoiding crowds as much as possible. Despite her ethereal demeanor, Gong Shuheng had accumulated some experience over time. Tang Yu returned swiftly, clutching several flatbreads. They could not afford anything else, but this sufficed. They asked for water. They had a gourd and a bamboo tube for carrying it. Hot water was plentiful at the clinic. With hot water and a place to shield them from the elements, they were quite content. Tang Yu handed a piece of flatbread to each of them, but Su Qingzhou declined. Sister Yu, you should eat a little and save some for when Zhuang Langjun awakens, to soak in hot water for him. Lure and I will go for a stroll. If we get hungry, we will find a way to manage. The less money they had, the less they could afford to take advantage of others. Gong Shuheng and Su Qingzhou stepped onto the bustling street, where the atmosphere was much livelier than before. Passers-by were discussing the altar being erected on the eastern side of the city. Today, the statue was completed, and the townsfolk could receive a stick of incense for free to offer prayers to the high priestess for her blessings. Upon hearing the word free, Su Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and he tugged on Gong Shuheng's sleeve. Let us go. I've yet to see what my high priestess looks like. Gong Shuheng sighed. Fine, let us take a look. After all, she had already passed away. What was the point of erecting a statue and offering prayers? In life, she was unable to fulfill every wish for every person, much less now that she had departed. The altar was situated not far outside the eastern city gate. towering even higher than the gate itself. A grand spectacle. The colossal statue of the goddess loomed above, surveying the masses at that moment. Many people were gathered around the altar, with massive bronze incense burners stationed at each corner. Tendrils of smoke curling into the air. Gong Shuheng did not approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance. To pay homage to one's own likeness seemed rather peculiar. The townsfolk knelt in sincere devotion, each engaged in fervent prayer. They beseeched the divine for rain to alleviate their suffering. Amidst this, there were discordant whispers, suggesting that the prior flood was the result of a conflict between the deity and the great river dragon. To them, mere mortals were no more significant than ants. Life and death were of little concern to the divine. Such supplications were nothing short of absurd. Constructing such an altar and crafting a statue of this magnitude undoubtedly consumed vast resources, both financial and human. With such wealth, how much grain or medicine could be acquired? How many homes could be repaired? And how many displaced individuals could be sheltered? Thus, it was not merely the high priestess who disregarded their lives. Even their sovereign and government held little regard for their existence. Chapter 39. Relying on oneself. Gong Shuheng sighed. The timing of the altar's reconstruction was hardly fortuitous. Was the emperor losing his mind? Was he too detached from reality? She silently chanted, Su Qingheng, Su Qingheng. She was now Su Qingheng. There's a well-known saying, one should not meddle in affairs beyond their station. Her current concern was merely for her family's sustenance. Unable to ponder anything beyond that, Su Qingzhou ran toward her from the crowd. Lure. This was his first visit to the state capital. Being still young, he felt a surge of excitement. Usually composed, he was restrained by Su Qingliang's authority, but now with his sister, he exhibited his natural exuberance. Why don't you make a wish? Gong Shuheng pondered. My wish has already been fulfilled. Finally, she inquired of Su Qingzhou. Have you made your wish? I have, he confided quietly. I hope the divine can bless our family with safety, enough food, warm clothing, free from disaster and illness. Gong Shuheng regarded him thoughtfully. Su Qingzhou, feeling bashful, scratched his head. Is my wish too extravagant? Not at all. Whether it is too much or not is inconsequential. In life, one must rely on oneself for many things. Even if deities exist, even if she truly watches over us from above, with the multitude of beings and affairs in this world, she cannot attend to them all. Su Qingzhou reflected on this, as well in this world. Nothing endures without effort. The common folk have their struggles, while deities bear their own burdens. After enjoying the spectacle, the two returned to the city, purchased flatbreads, and asked for hot water, munching on their food as they walked. They did not return to the clinic immediately, unsure of what to do upon their return. The bitter scent of medicine lingered, clouding their minds. Unwittingly, they wandered to the western part of the city. Compared to the southern and eastern areas, the west remained chaotic, with a market for cattle and mules, primarily for livestock trade. Although not yet fully established, one could already see scattered individuals attempting to sell their animals. These sellers were mostly from afar, some with their own trained beasts, while others were professional brokers. The people of Xingzhou had nearly perished. Where would they find surplus livestock for sale? Following the flooding, drought had ensued, transforming a once temperate region into a harsh landscape. If the people struggled to survive, how could the animals fare any better, be it mules, horses, or even the massive elephants? None appeared spirited. Those that could lie down did so, occasionally making faint sounds to confirm their existence. Su Qingzhou had never encountered such a scene during his wandering in the county, and stumbling upon this place was an eye-opener. Suddenly, Gong Shuheng halted in her tracks. Su Qingzhou followed her gaze to two vendors selling mules and donkeys. One donkey, appearing rather small, lay there as if on the brink of death. The vendors, employing both coaxing and force, could not rouse it. This was surely a losing venture. The vendors, devoid of any frustration, were now only filled with dread. They suspected that this donkey might be afflicted with a disease typically found in humans. It was incessantly dripping mucus, weeping, and even frothing at the mouth. One vendor pleaded with his companion. You must help me keep an eye on it. I must find a way to get it out of the city. It cannot die here, or it will impact our future trades. Given the donkey's current condition, they, having trained animals for years, recognized that it was beyond saving, and its symptoms mirrored those of an infected human. They needed to hastily remove it and find a place to bury it. Otherwise, they would find themselves in deep trouble. Although it appeared fine, how could they transport it? Their cart could not accommodate it. Just as his companion finished speaking, the donkey, after numerous attempts, trembled and managed to stand. All beings possess a spirit. Perhaps it sensed its impending abandonment. It is evident that it is struggling mightily, unwilling to succumb to death. A low, mournful bray escapes its lips, akin to a lament. Yet, even if it were to rise, it would remain powerless to alter its fate. Its owner sighed heavily, patting it gently before leading it toward the city gates. The donkey, clearly reluctant, understood that being led away signified something dire, but it lacked even the strength to resist, its four hooves stumbling aimlessly behind. Gong Shuheng pondered briefly before following suit. Su Qingzhou softly called out, "Luer, let us go take a look." Su Qingzhou assumed her curiosity was piqued by the donkey, which appeared gravely ill, likely on the brink of death. The man intended to dispose of it. Amidst the rampant illness, none possessed the courage to consume livestock that had succumbed to disease. This was the only feasible course of action. Gong Shuheng acknowledged with a sound, trailing behind the man with her bamboo basket. Maintaining a careful distance until they exited the city, Su Qingzhou grasped her intent and proactively called out, "Esteemed sir, wait." After several attempts, the young broker finally registered their presence, observing the two ragged children approaching with their basket. "Sir, are you selling this donkey?" The broker hesitated, eyeing their patched garments. "This donkey is unsellable. It's about to die, Su Qingzhou replied. "I understand. So you intend to dispose of it? Might you sell it to us at a reduced price?" Given the severity of the outbreak, this donkey-esque condition rendered it inedible. The broker pondered, suspecting these two emaciated children harbored a desire for meat. Gong Shuheng nodded. "We do not wish to eat it. We merely find it pitiable and wish to purchase it to set it free." The broker retorted, "Is there really a distinction between discarding it and setting it free? Regardless, it's all the same. After having brought it this far, I cannot bear to send this creature to its end myself." He had other items to sell, and entrusting them to another care made him uneasy. Abandoning it here felt like a loss, and sending it further away would still result in abandonment. He scrutinized the two children once more, then released the rope, gently stroking the donkey's head before turning back toward the city. Su Qingzhou was about to step forward when Gong Shuheng halted him. "Return to the clinic. I fear, sister, you may struggle alone. I shall take this donkey into the mountains to find it some fodder. We will meet at the southern gate in 3 days, but it is dangerous for you to go alone in the mountains," he protested. "Wolves roam the wilderness even in daylight, let alone in the woods." Moreover, he essentially intended to spend the night in the mountains. Gong Shuheng glanced at him, and though Su Qingzhou's worry lingered on his lips, it morphed into a different sentiment. "Then, do take care." Chapter 40. The donkey must rely on itself too departed. One returned. Zhuang Jingyan remained in a deep slumber, while Tang Yu stood vigil, lost in thought, unaware of her own musings. The sound of footsteps roused her, and she turned to see Su Qingzhou entering, inquiring, "Where is Luer?" "She has other matters to attend to. She mentioned that she will join us at Huachuntang in 3 days when we can depart." "She has come alone, indeed, twice already to the city." Tang Yu refrained from further comment. The swiftness with which she had dispatched the wolf was beyond the capability of most adults. The children of the Su family had survived calamity and lived to this day, a feat not achieved by mere chance. As evening fell and the effects of the medicine waned, the pain gradually intensified, leading Zhuang Jingyan to awaken, roused by discomfort. Tang Yu called to him twice before he laboriously opened his eyes, staring at the shadowy figure before him in confusion, tentatively uttering, while the voice matched, the figure did not. Zhuang Jingyan felt as though he were still dreaming, haunted by phantoms that despite being out in the world. The clinic had closed for the night. The apprentice and the physician had retreated to the back courtyard for rest. Tang Yu remained cautious, uttering not a word that should not be spoken. Su Qingzhou asked, "How does Zhuang Langjun feel now?" "In pain. Apart from the pain, I feel hungry and cold." Su Qingzhou sighed. "I shall fetch some hot water from the pharmacy to prepare something for him to eat. And then I will seek out the physician to see if he can come take a look." Tang Yu expressed her gratitude, and Zhuang Jing'an managed to thank him as well, albeit weakly. Before Su Qingzhou swiftly exited the room, were it not for the Su siblings, you would have been little more than a pile of bones by now. How did you find me? Zhuang Jing'an inquired. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had not considered this question. How they found him was simple. They had followed Luer recklessly forward, and in their frantic running, they had encountered him. Initially, their aim had been to enter the city to procure grain. But then Luer had declared that her husband was in trouble. Now, as he had escaped death and was no longer in immediate peril, Zhuang Jing'an's inquiry left her uncertain how to respond. After a pause, Tang Yu finally spoke. Perhaps it is simply that you were not meant to perish. We sought to buy some grain, and fortuitously found you at this moment. Gong Shuheng had already entered the forest. The donkey's condition was indeed dire, and even upon finding some grass, it could not eat due to the swelling in its mouth. She ventured deeper into the mountains, gathering a few herbs, yet the forest was sparse. And even locating water proved elusive. She could only crush the wilted herbs and smear them near the donkey's mouth. If you wish to live, you must strive and swallow this bitter concoction. Though it is bitter, once you weep, the pain shall lessen that if you do not exert yourself, no one can save you. The donkey twitched its ears, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, seemingly perplexed by its comprehension of her words. Its large head housed a limited intellect, but that mattered little. Understanding that someone was attempting to save it was sufficient. It opened its mouth in earnest, allowing the bitter taste to enter, struggling to lick the herbal juice from its lips bit by bit. Observing its efforts, Gong Shuheng reached out to pat its head. She crushed more herbs and applied them to its forehead and back. The pungent scent triggered a wild commotion among the parasites hidden within its fur. They fled but did not get far, unable to escape completely. The donkey felt discomfort, yet also a sense of relief. It lay there, occasionally braying softly to indicate its continued existence. After finding a way to administer the medicine, Gong Shuheng ceased her attention toward it. She rationed the water in her gourd to last until the next day, and with some flatbreads in her basket, she decided not to venture deeper into the mountains, choosing instead to spend the night in the shallow woods. This young donkey, not yet a year old, seemed to resonate deeply with her. Having been impoverished, its illness rendered it worthless. Yet she needed a companion to carry Zhuang Jing'an back to Baofeng Mountain. The timing of their meeting was fortuitous. Was this not fate? 3 days swiftly passed, as Su Qingzhou had not felt at ease during his stay in the city. Although he had wandered about, a sense of unease lingered within him. He had considered seeking out Gong Shuheng, yet he had no idea where to find her. He could only await her return. As for the grain, they had not procured any, with Zhuang Jing'an unable to move his legs. Transporting him back posed a significant challenge, let alone the matter of grain. Over the past few days, Su Qingzhou had become acquainted with the pharmacy's apprentices. Learning much from them, he fashioned a wooden raft using sticks and twine, binding together a modest-sized structure. The sticks were dry and light, yet he had yet to find the 2 thickest, most robust pieces. In due time, they would place Zhuang Jing'an upon it and gradually carry him back. As for grain, prices remained stable, and it was said they would not rise significantly in the immediate future. They would need to return with Zhuang Jing'an before making another trip. Gong Shuheng appeared punctually at the gate of Huichun. Compared to 3 days prior, her hair was now a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, with bits of grass clinging to it. She led a donkey that could now walk steadily by her side. The basket on her back was filled to the brim with herbs, specifically honey grass and mountain blue. When Xuanbai saw the unrefined herbs she had brought, he was taken aback. Did you gather all of this from the nearby mountains over the past few days? Such bravery for a young girl. Even adults would hesitate to venture alone into the mountains, especially in these troubled times when wild beasts grow bolder. Gong Shuheng replied with an affirmative sound. We are lacking in funds. Any exchange is welcome. Having tasted the flavor of flatbreads, the meager sustenance of wild vegetables no longer suffices. When she brought Zhuang Jing'an out of the door, Chuanbai finally noticed the donkey outside. Is this yours? Gong Shuheng responded with another affirmative sound. A wild donkey, I found. The donkey brayed in protest, as if to argue that it was not wild but had a home. Promises made should not be disregarded. Given the donkey's emaciated state, could it truly bear the burden? Gong Shuheng confidently asserted, It can. Let's take a moment to rest. This donkey resembles the head of their household, although it has nearly recovered from its illness. Its body has yet to heal completely and requires proper care. However, this nurturing cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. Duties must still be fulfilled for the sake of survival. One cannot afford to be idle. And neither can the livestock. Chapter 41. A difficult journey. Several individuals worked together to gingerly assist Zhuang Jing'an onto the donkey. His calves were wrapped tightly, resembling bamboo poles, rendering him unable to move even slightly. Fortunately, as it was merely his lower legs, sitting was still manageable. In addition to him, there were several large bundles of medicine. He could not afford to miss a dose for an entire month. Chuanbai advised, since we have a donkey, it will be much more convenient for our travels in about a month and a half. Based on the circumstances, return to the clinic, and I shall examine you again to ascertain whether a change in medication is necessary. Tang Yu and Zhuang Jing'an expressed their gratitude once more. Chuanbai waved his hand and turned back toward the clinic. Have you purchased the grains? Gong Shuheng inquired. No, not yet. Tang Yu replied that I was preoccupied with how to get my husband back home and did not dare to buy in advance, fearing I would not be able to transport it. Then let us go now. The primary purpose of their trip was indeed this. The three of them halted at the entrance of the grain shop. Leading the donkey with Zhuang Jing'an on its back, Gong Shuheng and Tang Yu entered the shop. Tang Yu purchased 2 dough of wheat and 1 dough of beans. She could not carry too much, considering the long journey ahead and her fear of not making it back. Gong Shuheng bought 4 dough, 2 dough each of rice and millet. After dividing the load with Su Qingzhou, each carried a portion. Even though Gong Shuheng had initially stuffed her basket with additional items, it was relatively light for her. It was worth noting that during their previous trip, she had carried 5 dough of grain back. I could have carried a bit more, but alas, there's no money left. Su Qingzhou sighed. Gong Shuheng replied, we can gather more medicinal herbs on our way back. Next time we come for medicine, we can buy a bit more. Little by little, it will accumulate that as long as we can endure until next summer when the crops we have sown can be harvested, we will not need to spend money on food. Gong Shuheng felt that there was no need to wait until then. After the harsh winter, food in the forest would become abundant, and they would not have to rely solely on purchased grains. The crux of the matter lay in the need for rain. Regardless of the temperature, without favorable weather, obtaining food would be exceedingly difficult. The siblings chattered softly, their voices barely audible, yet Zhuang Jing'an on the donkey and Tang Yu, walking alongside, could hear them clearly. The donkey, having just recovered from serious illness, was indeed weak, and carrying Zhuang Jing'an was a considerable burden for it. Gong Shuheng feared for the donkey's life, prompting them to walk slowly, taking breaks along the way, even slower than their previous return with Su Qingliang and Zhang Xian's family. The journey proved challenging. The newly dug well outside the city had run dry. Even after a night of accumulation, they could draw no water. The number of deceased along the riverbank increased, as did the number of individuals fleeing from the workshops. The area outside the city was chaotic, and they occasionally encountered soldiers pursuing the disaster-stricken populace. Su Qingzhou and his companions encountered such soldiers twice in a single day. Had it not been for Gong Shuheng's company, their journey over these few days would have been fraught with trouble. Thus, even before entering the mountains, Gong Shuheng began to feel overwhelmed, her energy entirely depleted. Su Qingzhou was the first to notice something amiss. Luer, your face. Gong Shuheng instinctively touched her face, although she could not see it clearly. She noticed her hands. They appeared marred, resembling ruptured blood vessels, covered in an intricate network of red lines that looked particularly alarming. Throughout this journey, she had been enduring, holding on to the hope that reaching Baofeng Mountain would allow her to breathe easy. Yet, her frail body could scarcely hold on. Su Qingzhou had sensed her distress earlier. She was moving slower and speaking less, her presence nearly fading into the background. When they paused to rest, she sat down and closed her eyes, as if instantly falling asleep. Normally vigilant, she required several calls to respond at the start of each leg of their journey. They all came to a stop. Even the donkey paused, looking towards Gong Shuheng with an almost sentient awareness. Gong Shuheng said, I am feeling unwell. You all go. I need to find a place to rest for a while. They were on the cusp of entering the mountains, which signified they were almost there. Su Qingzhou could not bear to leave her alone. He turned to Zhuang Jing'an. Sister Yu and Zhuang Langjun should proceed first. Once you arrive, please convey a message to my elder brother. We will seek a place nearby to rest. Su Qingliang had completely recovered. After tidying up the stone mill, he took advantage of the sunny weather to dry their grains thoroughly before grinding them with the stone mill. He had not previously undertaken such a task, but fortunately, they had Zhang Xian, who possessed considerable life experience. The better the grains were dried, the easier they would be to grind, the more times they were ground. The finer the powder would become that, if they had a sieve, it would be even better, as they could separate coarse from fine, regrind the coarser grains, and the fine powder could be formed into cakes. It would be practical for them to use a copper plate or a stone slab for this purpose. They would heat the stone slab until it was scorching, then knead the powdered mixture into thin cakes, and place them on the hot slab until both sides turned golden brown. Resembling the flatbreads sold in the city shops, since they currently lacked a sieve, they would attempt to grind the grains as finely as possible, knowing that whether they boiled wild vegetables or stewed meat, they could add some to the mix. Having grains on hand would stave off hunger and contribute to better health. He pushed the stone mill in continuous circles, while the golden-striped tiger trotted behind him. Resembling a shadow, playfulness is an inherent trait of all young creatures. The golden-striped tiger, having gradually accepted its role as a pet, was no different. The cubs, who had been feasting with Su Qingliang, were now able to crawl out of their nest, energetically frolicking in the yard under the sun. When thirsty, they would dash to the riverbank to drink water, but that was the extent of their ventures, never straying too far that if they wandered slightly away, they would mewl, emitting sounds reminiscent of a civet rather than a tiger, and even lacking the courage of a civet, Su Qingliang gave it little thought, as this creature had already been mewing upon his return. The younger members of the Su family unanimously declared it to be a civet they had found, so that was what it was that it appeared robust, yet they had no idea how recently it had been born, nor whether it had reached a month old. They merely felt it must be at least half a year old. As the sun rose high at noon, everyone scampered up the mountain, returning in the afternoon to attend to their respective tasks. The division of labor had become quite clear. Gathering firewood was the responsibility of Su Qingyu, who would chop it into manageable pieces and stack it. Cooking was the domain of Su Qingyuan. Due to Gong Shuheng's bow, Su Qingchun had developed a fascination with crafting, occasionally returning with a piece of bamboo or gathering resilient vines while collecting firewood. He had learned how to construct simple baskets and was now producing increasingly refined items. After grinding the grains and storing them, Su Qingliang began to tidy up the previously neglected land behind the house. With only their small group present and the weather being unpredictable, they could not ascertain the current season. The backfield required attention, otherwise it would quickly become overgrown. Regardless, spring would inevitably follow winter, and they would need to continue sowing to prevent the land from falling into complete disrepair, as it would be even harder to manage later on. Zhang Xian and his grandchildren shared similar thoughts. Although they lacked wheat seeds, they had brought turnip and bottle gourd seeds when they fled from the workshop. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to prepare the land beside the house and plant at least one crop to address their immediate needs. Chapter 42. What opinion could the donkey possibly have? Tang Yu and her husband returned at midday when everyone was engaged in their respective tasks. The first to notice them was Zhang Xian, who was cultivating the land by the door. He stared at Zhuang Jingyan atop the donkey, momentarily stunned, before calling out from a distance, "Yun Yangzi has returned. Why have only two returned? The one on the donkey must be the esteemed Zhuang Langjun I have yet to meet." "Where are the Su siblings?" Tang Yu replied, introducing Zhuang Jingyan. "This is Zhang Xian, my husbandess elder." Zhuang Jingyan remained seated, his condition not being particularly robust. He acknowledged Zhang Xian with a bow from the donkey. "Zhang Laober." Zhang Xian hurriedly dropped the weeds in his hands to return the gesture. Tang Yu reassured him, "Do not mind the formality. My husband is injured and cannot move, so we must apologize for the lack of courtesy." "Ah, no need for apologies. Given the injury, it is best to return home to rest." Then, as if recalling something, he stepped forward, asking, "Do you require any assistance?" "Indeed, assistance is much needed. It is just the right moment to lend a hand to Zhuang Jingyan as he descends from the donkey." After Zhuang Jingyan's departure, Tang Yu predominantly shares her meals and rest with Su Qingyu and the others, yet she also finds time to tidy up the household. even though she is no longer the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. The essence of her character remains unchanged. The courtyard is now adorned with a plethora of fallen leaves, despite having been meticulously cleaned just previously that a considerable amount of firewood has accumulated at the side of the entrance. In a clay pot prepared earlier, she has stored the pickles she made. The entrance is draped with a grass curtain strung together with hemp rope. One of Zhuang Jingyan's legs still possesses some strength, allowing him, with a little help from Zhang Xian, to enter the house. Once he is settled, Tang Yu accompanies Zhang Xian outside, where Zhang Xian inquires, where are Su's younger brother and his sister? After all, they were rescued by Gong Shuheng, and naturally, he is concerned. Not having seen them, he feels compelled to ask that I was just about to find Su Shaoling to discuss this matter. She replies that Luer has been feeling unwell. Su Qingzhou is taking care of her, and I asked him to inform the family that they will rest for a while and return later as she speaks. Su Qingliang has already arrived. Thus, there is no need to repeat the original message that Su Qingliang then asks, "What is wrong with Luer? Perhaps she is simply exhausted." Her spirit appears diminished, and both her face and hands bear the harsh marks of the mountain winds, severely cracked and even bleeding. Subsequently, he hands over the donkey, saying, "This is a wild donkey Luer encountered outside the city. It is remarkably obedient, and it has been our sole means of returning home. Otherwise, my husband would have been at a loss." Gong Shuheng is incredibly resilient. She consumes more than others, yet possesses greater strength despite her small stature, accomplishing tasks with the prowess of an adult, even exceeding their reliability. Yu Qingliang is all too aware of this. The discomfort has rendered him unable to walk, which speaks volumes. Thus, he finds himself devoid of even the inclination to inquire about Zhuang Jingyan's well-being. Simply asking Tang Yu for a general direction, requesting that she relay the message to the younger members of the household, he then steps inside briefly, clutching the knife they had previously seized from the bandits, leading the donkey away. The poor donkey, having traversed mountains and rivers, barely has time to catch its breath before embarking on the descent once more as Tang Yu gazes at the sun dipping below the horizon. She takes a few steps forward, contemplating calling out to Su Qingliang, but her voice falters. Gong Shuheng, being pulled along by Su Qingzhou, has only just reached the foot of the mountain when she can no longer proceed. She tosses the empty gourd to Su Qingzhou, instructing him, "Go nearby and see if you can find water. If not, gather firewood. More is better, but do not wander too far. They must inevitably spend the night here. It is uncertain when she will awaken. Fire is essential for their safety." After issuing her instructions, she lowers the basket, handing the dagger to Su Qingzhou, then collapses amidst the rubble, curling into a ball. The pain is excruciating, a sensation of her body threatening to tear apart without actually doing so. Without her needing to say it, Su Qingzhou understands he cannot stray far, even in the light of day. Her current condition is dire. There at the mountain's base, a desolate place where danger lurks unseen, Su Qingzhou scours the nearby forest, searching for water, but finds only a patch of damp sand and stones. This discovery brings him a flicker of joy. He breaks a stick from a nearby tree and begins to dig. Not long into his endeavor, he uncovers water mixed with mud, which fills him with delight. He works diligently to enlarge the puddle, allowing the water to surface. While waiting, he searches for firewood and edible wild vegetables. In this season of transition, food is scarce. Gong Shuheng sits motionless, resembling a statue. As the fine lines on her face expand like a spider's web at an almost imperceptible pace, she exerts every ounce of her strength to mend her body, yet the toll on her spirit over recent days has rendered her already fragile form even more shattered. Her once quiet soul roars like a frenzied dragon, yearning to escape, tearing at her with unbearable agony. The fragmented, intricate pain persists until nightfall, when the moon finally rises and offers a slight reprieve. Su Qingzhou guards the bonfire, too anxious to sleep, fearing that if he were to doze off, the flames would extinguish or some unforeseen danger might emerge from the mountain. Su Qingliang sets out from the house in the evening, leading the donkey. It is not long before darkness envelopes him. Yet he harbors no regrets, nor does he intend to turn back. If Gong Shuheng's health were stable, he would feel no concern and could afford to wait until tomorrow for their return. However, With her condition deteriorating, she would never allow Tang Yu and the others to leave first unless it were dire. The prospect of spending the night in the wilderness with a compromised companion, alongside a somewhat inexperienced Su Qingzhou, leaves him uneasy. He recognizes the lateness of the hour and the dangers of the night in the mountains, recalling that he had intended to retrieve a weapon for protection but had forgotten the flint, rendering him unable to light a torch once darkness fell. How rare it is to be so muddled. Yet, having come this far in a daze, turning back is not an option. He must press onward through the dark, descending the mountain. Fortunately, this path is relatively familiar to him, and considering the recent clear weather, by the time the waning moon reaches its peak, there will be sufficient light to illuminate the way. Thus, as night falls, he finds a sheltered spot to rest, patting the donkey, intending to huddle there for a brief respite until the moon rises and they can continue their descent. What objection could the donkey possibly have? It too is hungry and thirsty, with no hope of finding water. Yet it can smell the surrounding vegetation and nibble on whatever it can find, which is far better than perishing from hunger after narrowly escaping danger. Chapter 43. Finding something to eat becomes increasingly challenging. Su Qingzhou awakens from the cold, shivering, and his heart skips a beat as he opens his eyes. The fire is burned low, leaving only a few embers. Breathing heavily, as if emerging from a nightmare, he glances at Gong Shuang, who remains seated in her unchanged posture, before hurriedly rising to add wood to the fire. As the flames reignite, the moonlight brightens the surroundings. And Su Qingzhou feels warmth return to his body, prompting him to inch closer to Gong Shuang. After a moment's hesitation, he gently places his hand beneath her nose to check for breath. Suddenly, he feels a pang of dread. There is no air. He refuses to accept this and tries again. Just as his hand approaches, Gong Shuheng's voice breaks the silence. "Bring me the water." Su Qingzhou is taken aback, then quickly responds, "Oh," as he hurriedly hands her the gourd filled with water. Gong Shuheng takes it and drinks deeply. Perhaps parched from thirst, the cold water is sweet on her tongue, providing a moment of relief that washes over her entire being. Much like the barren earth receiving nourishing rain. After quenching her thirst, she lapses back into silence. Nonetheless, Su Qingzhou feels considerably reassured. As dawn approaches, he cannot resist the urge to sleep again. When he awakens, it is to Su Qingyang's voice calling him. The day has brightened considerably. Gong Shuheng is cradled in Su Qingyang's arms, draped over the donkey like a wilted blade of grass, limp and lifeless. One might mistake her for a corpse, chilled to the bone. "Elder brother. Are you awake? If so, we must hurry back. We should return in time for breakfast." He carries Gong Shuheng's bamboo basket and leads the donkey, which bears her up the mountain along the path they had taken. Su Qingzhou follows closely behind. The dawn light is still muted, the sun yet to reveal itself, and the mountain air is crisp, filled with a chill that is somewhat unsettling. However, Gong Shuheng, resting on the donkey's back, finds it oddly comforting. If only there were some dew. Alas, such thoughts are futile at this moment. "Elder brother, have you noticed how dark the sky seems today? It's typically sunny. We haven't seen rain or even overcast skies in quite some time. The heavens know how they long for clouds to appear. While no clouds are visible, the mountains are shrouded in mist, a gray haze enveloping them. Could it be that rain is on the horizon?" Su Qingzhou's flickering hope ignites. Su Qingliang glances upward. "Let us hope so. It is indeed time for rain. Oh, how difficult it is for the heavens to grant rain after such a prolonged drought." By the time we returned to the mountain at noon, the sun had pierced through the clouds, radiating its brilliant light, illuminating the entire world once more. The sky was once again a deep azure, as if the dreary morning haze had been nothing but a fleeting dream. Today, Su Qingyu and the others had not ventured far. Upon hearing from Tang Yu that Gong Shuheng was unwell, Su Qingliang had descended the mountain to fetch her, and no one knew quite how she was faring. That a sense of unease settled in the hearts of the group, rendering them listless in their endeavors. They had wandered through the mountains in the morning, inspecting the traps they had set earlier, and each returned with a small bundle of firewood, like a tea this moment, aside from the few edible plants sporadically growing by the mountain stream. Everything else had withered away. Even the leaves had silently turned yellow, cascading down in batches, Searching for food had become increasingly arduous as Yu Qingyin spotted a squirrel darting through the woods, tirelessly collecting acorns and chestnuts. Diligently ferrying them back to its hidden tree hollow, she called out to Su Qingyu and Su Qingshun, eldest sister, fourth brother, "Look, aren't the treasures that squirrel is hoarding delectable? If that little creature can consume such morsels, surely we can as well, right? I remember seeing a mountain chicken pecking at them in the forest before, that I believe if they can eat it without harm, we can attempt it too, if we are to try. Let us gather some and find a way to peel them. Once the eldest and Lure return, we can consult them. They possess a wealth of knowledge, and if they deem it edible, then it surely is. Even if it is a meager yield due to the poor growing conditions brought on by the weather, it is still better than having nothing at all." However, uncertainty loomed over whether it was safe to eat, so they could not afford to waste their entire day on this pursuit. After their meal, the group frequently glanced down the mountain, anxious for the return of their companions. They resolved to continue tidying up the area behind the house. When Su Qingliang returned, he spotted several small figures on the back beam from a distance, as Yu Qingyu, who had been distracted, was unable to focus on her tasks. When the eldest was away, the second brother would take charge, guiding her through their chores. But now, with both absent, she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, leading her to feel unsettled as the eldest sibling, caring for her younger siblings. Thus, though she appeared to be working, her gaze kept drifting towards the road down the mountain. So, when someone appeared on the path, she was the first to notice. The eldest has returned. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively called out, her voice breaking the silence. The three of them immediately turned and dashed towards home. Eldest brother, second brother. Lure, upon seeing Gong Shuheng, slumped and feeble atop the donkey's back, her exhilaration dissipated, replaced by a tinge of fear. Lure, Su Qingyu called out again. Gong Shuheng slid down from the donkey, exhaling a sigh of relief. "I am fine. I feel much better. I will prepare a meal for you." Su Qingyuan announced that it was indeed time to eat, especially for Su Qingliang, who had not dined since the previous morning. In his haste to check on Gong Shuheng and Su Qingzhou, he had rushed down without even a sip of water. His mouth felt parched and his limbs weak. Sustained only by sheer willpower, as Yu Qingyu curiously observed the newly acquired donkey, ignoring the golden-striped tiger pawing at her feet, and tentatively reached out to pat the donkey. The young donkey, lively and sprightly, nuzzled her hand and let out a braying sound, startling even the typically fearless Su Qingyu. As Yu Qingchun chuckled at her surprise, as Yu Qingzhou sighed, "Why don't you take it to the creek and give it some water?" He then turned to see Gong Shuheng listlessly sitting by the courtyard, and he went inside to check on Su Qingyuan as she cooked. Not only did they need to prepare a meal, but they also needed to boil some water to drink. They had been consuming only cold water during their journey, and he suspected that Lure felt unwell due to having drunk too much untreated water. Chapter 44. Its name is Jiang by Gong Shuheng sat on a stone at the edge of the courtyard, lifting her hand to examine it closely. The once alarming red thread had vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Surely her face had improved as well. It resembled a rag doll hastily stitched together. One could easily see the frayed edges, but it mattered not. For the time being, she would remain on the mountain to recuperate. On this day, she observed a few clouds drifting across the azure sky through her fingers, foretelling impending rain, with the moon still gracing the nights in the past couple of days. She resolved to bask in its glow, cherishing the beauty of the moonlit moments. Tomorrow, she would venture to the bamboo grove and find solace there. It should bring her much comfort, as Yu Qingyu led the donkey to drink water before tying it near the compost heap, intending to create a cozy nest for it there. They were already composting, and having the donkey around was ideal for the purpose. The key was that this nest needed to offer shelter from the wind and rain. "Eldest brother, come quickly to help." She realized that she could not accomplish this task alone, that a pen must be constructed as the weather was turning colder, and the donkey could fall ill if left outside. Su Qingliang replied, "Let me eat first, then I'll go up the mountain to chop some wood to build a shelter. Where shall we construct it? I can start digging." Su Qingliang surveyed the area and chose a spot near the toilet, ensuring it wouldn't obstruct anything. A perfect choice. Moreover, The shelter would conveniently shield the two kittens' nest, serving a dual purpose. Su Qingyu, known for her strength, wasted no time and began digging vigorously as soon as the location was decided. Su Qingchun rushed over to assist, unable to resist the allure of the meal Su Qingyan was preparing. However, they had already eaten earlier, and it was still too soon for a second meal. Not only was he unable to resist, but Su Qingyan felt the same urge. She called out to Su Qingliang and dashed outside. Meanwhile, the golden-striped tiger, still small, meandered around Su Qingzhou's feet, seeking scraps, despite her young age. Su Qingyuan was remarkably mature. Aware that Su Qingliang had not eaten since the previous evening and recognizing Gong Shuheng's poor health, she had prepared a generous amount of food, including plenty of nourishing ingredients. Their finest provisions were the meats they had saved and the grains they had ground, which they rarely indulged in. They still filled their dishes with wild vegetables, adding only a hint of meat for flavor. However, this meal was particularly bountiful. Su Qingliang sighed, serving Gong Shuheng a large bowl for herself, then adding water to the pot and asking Su Qingzhou to wash the remaining wild vegetables and throw them into the pot. After mixing everything together, it became a hearty stew. He then called out, "Everyone, come back for dinner." He knew that none of them had truly filled their stomachs in quite some time. Their previous meals consisted of wild vegetables. And even with a bit of meat, they lacked any substantial oil or richness. They were all still growing, after all. So, what was the harm in one more bowl of rice per person? Su Qingyu paused, looking at Su Qingyuan in surprise. "Did you cook for us as well?" Su Qingyan, puzzled, replied, "No, I didn't. Each of you can manage with 2 bowls. That should suffice." She had gained some experience in cooking, using the same pot daily, so she could easily gauge how much food would fill each bowl. Su Qingzhou called out again. Eldest brother added more ingredients. "Come over and eat a bit more." It was unreasonable for them to let the younger ones watch while they feasted. Furthermore, it was evident that the meal contained more than usual. If their household were affluent, it would be one thing. But currently, none of them went a day without hunger. What they had to eat was merely enough to survive. That Su Qingyu abandoned her digging tool and rushed into the courtyard. Eating had become their greatest obsession. Su Qingliang served Gong Shuheng her meal. She noticed her bowl was particularly large, which was convenient that a smaller bowl would have required multiple scoops, which was quite troublesome. She did not realize that her dish was different from the others. She simply found the porridge made with grains and meat to be exceptionally delicious. After finishing her meal, she stood and walked towards the house. That Su Qingliang inquired, "Would you like to lie down for a while?" Gong Shuheng nodded. She entered the house, closed the door, and quietly slipped out the back door, heading straight for the back mountain. Lying down for a bit there would yield far better results than resting indoors. After the meal, Su Qingyu glanced toward the house, wondering, what could be wrong with Luer? Su Qingliang paused for a moment before responding. "Perhaps she is simply exhausted." Su Qingzhou sighed. "First, she brought you and old Master Zeng back. And then she rescued Zhuang Langjun. She hardly had any proper rest during this time. Though young, her actions were often more reassuring than those of an adult. Su Qingliang had yet to inquire about Zhuang Jing'an's condition. And now was the perfect moment to ask, that weren't we supposed to go to the city to buy grain? We encountered him on the way. Su Qingzhou's words contained 8 parts truth and 2 parts falsehood. In front of Su Qingliang, he had always been a considerate and meticulous younger brother and helper, never resorting to lies. However, when it came to matters concerning Zhuang Jing'an, he could not help but gloss over them, his words laced with a degree of embellishment. This was largely due to his own disbelief, as he preferred that fewer people knew about the incredible aspects of Gong Shuheng. During his work, he suffered a misfortune when a stone fell and broke his leg, after which he was cast out into the wilderness to fend for himself. Crawling his way back, he encountered 2 ravenous wolves. Fortunately, he was blessed enough to meet Luer, and the 3 of us managed to slay the wolves and transport him to a medical facility in the city, where the doctor set his bone and kept him under observation for 3 days before he could return home. The situation in the city was bearable, but outside, peace was a rare commodity. The drought had persisted for far too long. Even the makeshift wells had run dry, and the wheat, whether sprouted or not, had perished. Many were at their wits' end, devising various means to escape. The soldiers were constantly apprehending people, and upon exiting the city, we encountered several waves of them. continually interrogating us. Each time, they appeared fearsome, yet ultimately relaxed their grip. Su Qingzhou instinctively felt this had a significant connection to Gong Shuang, as he keenly observed that she appeared markedly more fatigued after each encounter. Su Qingliang nodded in agreement. Let her rest well. We shall attend to our tasks without disturbing her. The group collectively nodded in understanding. The most pressing task of the afternoon was to construct a shelter for the donkey to shield it from the wind and rain. This chore was suitable for Su Qingliang, Su Qingzhou, and Su Qingyu. Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan would venture nearby to forage for food for the jumping cats. Indeed, with the addition of another donkey, we had one more mouth to feed. Has the donkey been named yet? Su Qingyuan was the kind of person who even named the jumping cats. Su Qingzhou thought of the golden-striped tiger. Weiyun and Baiduo she kept at home and said, Jiangbai, named it Jiangbai. Jiangbai, the donkey, Weiyun, the gray rabbit, Baiduo, the white rabbit, golden-striped tiger. Chapter 45 could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Jiangbai, Weiyun, and Baiduo now resided under the same roof. The golden-striped tiger, eager to join in, was met with disdain from Jiangbai, who would raise its hooves at its mere appearance. Before darkness fell, Gong Shuang emerged from the house punctually, finally displaying a semblance of vitality. Though still somewhat reticent, she appeared not much different from her usual self. Su Qingliang took Su Qingzhou next door to check on Zhuang Jing'an. Zhuang Jing'an had returned, and Tang Yu had moved back in. Although the house was bare, the presence of man brought a sense of security. Zhuang Jing'an's leg required careful tending. He could not move at all and even needed a stool to assist him when using the restroom. Thus, until he fully healed, he was rendered completely incapable of any task, Su Qingzhou remarked. In retrospect, this could be considered a blessing in disguise that I have heard that the northern regions have resumed hostilities. In the east is also unrestful. It seems that at least half of the soldiers dispatched for disaster relief in Xingzhou will need to withdraw. The fields that were previously planted are now covered in dust, and those forcibly conscripted for labor are either dead or have fled. Here in the mountains, no matter the circumstances, we have a chance of survival, which is far better than what those people face. Had Zhuang Jing'an not been cast out by misfortune, he would have been trapped for at least another month, that he would either have perished under forced labor or been beaten to death by the overseers. His fate would have been grim regardless. Su Qingliang sighed. Is the court truly prepared to abandon Xingzhou? Zhuang Jing'an shook his head. In the face of natural disasters, man-made calamities are bound to arise. Many things are beyond human control, Su Qingzhou countered. But do we not have the great priest of Suxiang Mountain to protect us? The great priest, I have heard someone say, has passed away. Zhuang Jing'an's words left Su Qingzhou in stunned silence for a long while. She is a deity. How could a divine being perish? This, Su Qingliang had also heard during his time in service. It was said that she fought against the divine dragon of the great marsh and lost. Hence her demise. Furthermore, the prolonged drought was attributed to the great priest having angered the dragon, which refused to bring rain as punishment upon the people of Tianke. He did not know of any other calamities elsewhere. This was merely what he had heard outside. Su Qingzhou recalled that not long ago, he had gone to the statue to offer incense and make a vow, instinctively rebutting. Impossible. The altar east of the state city was just completed. I have seen the statue of the goddess. It towers several zhang high, sacred and solemn, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it. The incense offerings were abundant, and the populace flocked to worship. Seeking the deity's protection, how could she have died? And how could her death be the cause of this drought? Zhuang Jing'an regarded him for a moment before slowly speaking. Is it possible that the statue represents the newly appointed great priest? A new great priest? Are not the great priests divine beings themselves? Can one simply be replaced like an emperor? Is the new great priest still a deity? Can they still protect the people of Tianke as before? Su Qingzhou's inquiries went unanswered. Even Su Qingliang could not provide clarity, for he truly did not know. Despite having endured hardship for over a decade, living by begging and never experiencing true comfort, he had never witnessed or heard of such severe natural disasters. First a flood, then a drought, not to mention the turmoil in the north and east. It seemed as though Xingzhou was destined to become a barren wasteland. turning the era of peace into mere illusion. That if Suxiang Mountain indeed had a new great priest, could this be considered protection? Could it be deemed a blessing for the people? Su Qingliang sighed. These matters are too distant from us. Those who need to recuperate should do so, and those who need to gather firewood should go about their tasks. And no matter how dire the current situation, we must strive to endure. The affairs of the powerful have no bearing on us. We are but ordinary folk seeking shelter from the wind and rain and striving for sustenance. Even this requires our utmost effort. Otherwise, we risk losing our very lives. Who has the energy to concern themselves with anything else? The two brothers conversed with Zhuang Jingyan for some time before the outside world faded from view. Rising, they made their way back through the darkness. Before entering the house, they heard the sound of chattering within. Having visited the bamboo grove in the afternoon, and with the arrival of the waning crescent moon, Gong Shuheng had surprisingly not settled early at the edge of the courtyard. Instead, she was in the kitchen, gathered around the fire with Su Qingyu and the others. That is this really edible? Came Su Qingyu's voice. Yes, we just had some. It's not a problem, replied Gong Shuheng. This kind has a sweet flavor, while this one is relatively less palatable. But neither poses an issue. It was Su Qingyuan who had presented the chestnuts and wood nuts she foraged from the mountain to Gong Shuheng. That I noticed that both Xuanyu and Tian Liao were also gathering these items. They are likely stockpiling for winter. That if they can eat these little things, surely we larger beings can partake as well, right? Regardless of taste, they should be non-toxic, as we all share the same mortality. Gong Shuheng, without hesitation, grabbed a handful and tossed them into the fire. Once roasted, she sampled each one, each distinctly different in appearance. That it was a rather reckless act, leaving Su Qing trembling with apprehension and a touch of regret. After all, Luer was only slightly older than herself. How much could she possibly know? What if they were toxic and harmed her? For Gong Shuheng, however, ordinary toxins could not bring her down. Her only potential demise lay in her physical form's slow recovery, juxtaposed with her spirit's rapid restoration, ultimately leading to her own explosion. They are edible, she affirmed once more, but there can't be many of these in the forest, right? After all, it's already the early winter season. Moreover, this year's weather had been abnormal, with months of rain, resulting in failed crops. Various flora in the mountains were not blooming or bearing fruit according to their usual cycles. Those that bore fruit were exceedingly fortunate. Indeed, they are scarce. In the vast expanse of forest behind us, most are gone, and very few have fallen to the ground. We searched for half a day this morning and only found half a basket's worth. But we have discovered edible items again. Little by little, we are gathering, and even if the quantity is small, the variety is beneficial. Su Qingyuan was exceedingly optimistic. That Su Qingliang, standing at the door, inquired, "What is beneficial?" Su Qingyuan came alive. "I mean food. We discovered 2 more edible items on the mountain," she exclaimed, lifting the basket to show Su Qingliang. Once the two brothers were seated, they handed over the roasted chestnuts and wood nuts. Luer says the wood nuts are tastier. We'll start bringing them back whenever we see them from tomorrow onwards. Chapter 46, Turning Clouds and Rain, much like a game of strategy. That works. Ultimately, we have 2 more edible items. Any addition is a good thing. Su Qingliang reflected with satisfaction, observing his younger siblings. Life was not easy for them, yet they were all quite sensible and diligent. Old Man Xing mentioned that he could craft spinning wheels and looms. So we should select suitable wood on our next mountain trip and allow it to dry for a while. That Su Qingyu expressed her surprise. Old Man is quite the craftsman, having lived more than half a lifetime. I have seen much, heard much, and learned much. That if there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to seek advice. For instance, regarding farming or certain tasks at hand, inquiries can be made. Furthermore, there are those like Zhuang Langjun, whose couple are both well-versed and literate individuals, possessing considerable knowledge on various matters, as Yu Qingshan remarked. However, we cannot constantly rely on others for assistance. We must have something to offer in exchange. They are a family, sharing everything among themselves. Yet outsiders remain just that, outsiders. What they possess is not easily given strangers, and what others can teach them is not readily shared. Despite his youth, Su Qingshan has many thoughts. Su Qingliang responded, "Thus, learning from others must be approached with caution. When faced with problems that one can resolve independently, one should strive to do so. Only when all else fails should one seek counsel. And before doing so, one must carefully consider what to offer in return. Point one must be clear about their own aspirations and the challenges they need to overcome, rather than floundering aimlessly. They have no retreat. Their only option is to forge ahead through thorns with their eyes closed. How shall we procure our grain? Su Qingzhou's vigilance never wavered, or rather, among the few, only the youngest, Su Qingyun, remains somewhat innocent. The others harbor their own suspicions and maintain a constant guard against anyone outside their group. Digging a cellar is, in this generation, rather impractical. Su Qingliang broke their original plan, stating, though currently we face severe drought. It is typically quite rainy throughout the year in our region, often excessively so. While he initially found the idea proposed by Gong Shuheng feasible, recent contemplation led him to reconsider its practicality. Su Qingshan, devoid of any sense of security, insisted, "Yet I still believe we should dig one. Regardless of the dampness, at least we could store some items, which would provide a sense of assurance that if we were to approach it this way, it could work. Otherwise, we might try the corner of the mountain at the back door. There are shrubs nearby, providing some concealment, and since it is not on flat ground, perhaps it would be drier inside." None of them have experience in this endeavor. All they could do was theorize and then experiment. They need not discuss further details such as the size of the opening, what precautions to take, how to ensure stability and ventilation, or how to prevent a collapse while digging. All of this remains uncertain in Su Qingliang's mind. Moreover, such matters are not easy to discuss with others. After all, it is prudent to maintain a sense of caution. Why announce their intentions before even starting? The task of digging the cellar must commence immediately, and other chores cannot be delayed. They've already stockpiled a considerable amount of firewood, which is not an urgent concern for now, but no one can predict whether it will suffice for next year, so they must continue gathering. The palm fibers on the mountain still need to be harvested. They are valuable and can be utilized in many ways, so the more, the better. Additionally, they have 2 surviving kittens and a donkey to care for. Although the family appears numerous, they are hardly idle. In the latter part of the night, the moon emerged only to be completely obscured by dark clouds. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes to the pitch-black sky, then slowly closed them again. It was not until dawn approached that she heard the whispering of the wind. The rain still had not fallen in this world. Whether in matters great or small, what one desires most often proves the most elusive. Yet, the absence of sunlight imbues those yearning for rain with a heightened urgency, especially for the newly arrived Zheng Xian and his grandson. The radishes have already been sown. Recently, they have been busy collecting firewood and in Zheng Xian's view. Despite the unpredictable weather, an old saying rings true. Prolonged sunshine inevitably leads to prolonged rain. At any moment, the weather is unlikely to maintain a single state. Once it rains, it may remain clear for a long time afterward. Moreover, once the seasons change, the chill will intensify immediately, although winters in their generation are generally not severe. This is still the mountains, and this year, the weather has been particularly unusual. They must prepare as thoroughly as possible. Lacking thick winter clothing or furs for warmth, they can only rely on firewood. They also need to stockpile a significant amount of hay. Beyond that, they must prepare food for the winter. Whether firewood or hay, the mountains currently have an abundance, but food remains in short supply. Yet, solutions often outnumber difficulties. Yiyang, being close to the Great Marsh and surrounded by water on 3 sides, sees its inhabitants primarily living by weaving and fishing. Zheng Xian contemplated whether to return to Yiyang, as it lies near the Great Marsh. Even if the water were to completely dry up, such a place would always have some moisture. However, after much deliberation, he chose to venture into the mountains. A flood had instilled genuine fear in him. Not only of the flood, but also of the great marsh upon which they depended for survival. He had witnessed, just before the storm, the towering waves from the great marsh, and had been fortunate enough to escape. At his age, having endured so much, he no longer approached matters with the naivety of youth. Talk of returning home is futile when a home has been destroyed. In these times, preserving one's life takes precedence. There are ways to live by the water and ways to live in the mountains. Those by the water can weave nets and navigate boats, while those in the mountains can set traps and snares. When the weather becomes erratic, both people and animals alike feel the unease. Humans require sustenance, and so do the animals. They are food for humans. and in their eyes, humans are food as well. It is merely a matter of who can seize whom. The next morning, Gong Shuheng awoke and immediately went to inspect the wheat she had sown. The mountains fared a bit better, and her family worked diligently. Su Qingyu and the others cherished this plot of land deeply. It embodies their toil, their hopes, and their very livelihoods. They must fetch water almost daily to irrigate it bit by bit. However, the water in the nearby pond has long ceased to flow, and even after a night, it has not filled. Obtaining drinking water has become quite challenging. They now must venture to the waterhole behind the bamboo grove for water, leaving none to spare for irrigation. Even now, under the blazing sun, the little water they manage to pour onto the crops yields minimal effect. The first vegetables they planted grew well initially, but have now wilted, appearing far from fresh. Gong Shuheng gazed up at the clouds, perceiving a restless sky despite its seeming tranquility. The rolling clouds resembled a tumultuous game of fate. Meanwhile, the Emperor Jiang Shaoyang led his officials in a rain prayer at Tiandu, even issuing an edict of self-reproach, denouncing his own incompetence and moral failings, thereby inciting the displeasure of the divine, resulting in heavenly punishment. He was willing to accept divine retribution, pleading only for the heavens to grant a path of survival for the multitudes. At Four Symbols Mountain, the newly appointed High Priest Tai Su echoed this sentiment. Chapter 47. A calculation of time. Su Qingliang, accompanied by Su Qingyu, spent considerable time behind the house without settling on a location. Upon returning from the fields, Gong Shuheng noticed the door was unlatched and recalled their discussion about digging a cellar the previous night. She pushed the door open slightly and slipped inside. "Elder brother," Su Qingliang responded from behind the house. "Are you feeling better today?" "Much better. I plan to head up the mountain. If you begin now, it would be wise to take the long route outside to secure the door and then proceed with your tasks. This way, it will attract less attention. Indeed, no one is watching. Everyone has gone up the mountain, leaving the house emptied. Su Qingliang found this reasoning quite sound. As Gong Shuheng turned to leave, he called out, "Come help me determine where we should start." Gong Shuheng stood still for a moment, resting her chin on her hand as she surveyed the area, then pointed right beneath that small tree. "We can dig straight down from there." Su Qingliang, upon hearing this, took a digging tool and marked the spot. "Is it here?" Gong Shuheng nodded. Su Qingyu looked on, somewhat doubtful. "Is this really feasible? You don't believe me?" Su Qingyu's eyes darted around. "Chuckling, of course. I believe you. With you all brainstorming, it saved me a lot of trouble. I just feel you're different from before. The eldest was once very decisive. Whatever was said went, and they had no choice but to comply. Disobedience could lead to light punishment or worse, being cast aside. Perhaps it's because you've settled down. There's no more wandering, and we have a proper home. Either way, I feel our elder sibling has become more relatable." She thought this was a good thing. Gong Shuheng declared, "I shall dig the cellar as well." She found it a fascinating endeavor, a rare opportunity that she must partake in. Aren't you supposed to ascend the mountain? Digging the cellar is more important. That we can go up the mountain any day, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yes, she spoke. She reached for the digging tool from Su Qingliang's hand. "The basket for storing grain is the one I carried. And there's another digging tool underneath. We just need a handle." Su Qingliang understood her implication immediately. "Then you all start digging. Take your time. No rush. I'll fetch a handle for your tool, and we can dig more efficiently together." Both individuals possessed strength exceeding that of ordinary folk, yet it was merely a modest enhancement. The area was strewn with stones, and employing the digging tool was a task that required finesse. One could not afford to compromise on quality. Su Qingliang had spent a considerable time searching for a suitable stick outside, only to find none, and thus resolved to venture to the back mountain to procure one. The digging tool was not to be taken lightly. Its effectiveness depended on its straightness and durability. A brittle stick would snap under the slightest pressure, rendering any effort futile. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu and Gong Shuheng remained behind. Observing Gong Shuheng's hesitance, Su Qingyu excitedly proposed, "Shall I give it a try?" Gong Shuheng replied, "Allow me. I shall dig the deepest hole with the utmost speed and minimal effort." Having identified a promising spot, she deftly hooked a protruding stone with the digging tool and effortlessly extracted it that moment. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the dark cavity revealed. Is it empty inside? No one answered her. Gong Shuheng had already commenced her second strike. Thoroughly pleased with her progress at Su Qingliang, having found a suitable stick in the beams, cut it to size, and smoothed the outer bark to ensure it was as comfortable to grip as possible before fastening it to the digging tool for added strength. Once he completed his task, he made his way to the back, and before he arrived, he could faintly hear Su Qingyu's excited exclamations. Overwhelmed with disbelief, she instinctively covered her mouth upon recalling the secretive nature of their endeavor. It was beyond comprehension that a mere few strikes could yield such a hole. Before Su Qingliang reached them, Su Qingyu could hardly contain her excitement, urging, "Elder brother, come quickly and see." Following her gaze, Su Qingliang was equally astonished, but quickly regained his composure. Asking Gong Shuheng where she had begun digging, impressed by her apparent expertise, to his surprise, she pointed to the very spot where they stood. As Gong Shuheng continued to excavate, the hole revealed itself to be quite substantial. If fully unearthed, it could easily accommodate an adult person walking bent over. Yet, no one questioned why the entrance had been so convincingly concealed. Thick moss clung to the stone walls. Tangled weeds and vigorous shrubs obscured any signs of a hidden cavity. Thus, it was evident that this hole had not been excavated by the original inhabitants of the home. Perhaps even unbeknownst to them how did Gong Shuheng come to know of its existence? By some mystical intuition. Su Qingliang glanced at the industrious young girl, silently withdrawing his gaze. The two continued to dig. While Su Qingyu busied herself transporting the moss, soil, and stones they had unearthed to the side until the hole was fully exposed. "I'll take a look," Su Qingyu declared boldly, leading the charge without a hint of trepidation. Gong Shuheng seized her arm. "Not yet. First, gather some firewood to smoke it out," Su Qingyu responded. "Oh, to drive out the dampness, right? I'll fetch some right away." She turned and dashed off. Su Qingliang then realized, "Are you concerned there might be something inside?" Gong Shuheng nodded. "Is the dagger from home with you?" The second brother took it up the mountain. "Then bring me the bow and arrows." That it was not mere apprehension. It was a certainty that Su Qingliang frowned slightly. "Then step back and keep your distance." Such caution indicated that whatever lay within posed a significant danger. Hastily, Su Qingliang departed. Su Qingyu returned with an ample supply of kindling and sturdy firewood. Tossing them at the cave's entrance, "I asked this enough?" "Yes, that's plenty." She could already sense movement from within. "Then I'll ignite it." "Not yet. Let's wait for elder brother." Su Qingyu was perplexed by her intentions and stepped back a few paces. "What is eldest brother doing?" No need for Gong Shuheng to respond. Su Qingliang arrived, bow and arrows in hand. Su Qingyu's excitement surged. "There must be something valuable inside, right? Let me go." Gong Shuheng took the bow and arrows, declaring, "This time, I shall take charge. You're not ready yet. Go light the fire and then exit with elder brother. Your presence here is a hindrance." She aimed carefully, for their home depended on her precision. Chapter 48. When it comes to food, fear dissipates. After a moment, Su Qingyu glanced at her, then ignited the fire before stepping back to stand beside her, gripping the digging tool and fixating her gaze on the inky black entrance. She was eager to uncover what lay within, curious as to why it warranted Gong Shuheng's involvement. Could it be some sort of creature? What would it be doing in there without an exit? As the flames roared to life, thick smoke billowed into the hole without a trace of waste. Sounds began to emanate from within. The unmistakable hissing grew gradually clearer, and before their eyes, a long, serpentine tongue flicked out, spitting saliva far and wide. Gong Shuheng swiftly yanked Su Qingyu back, retreating rapidly until they were safely inside the back door, where they finally glimpsed the terrifyingly large head of a boa constrictor. Clearly displeased by the choking smoke, it violently swung its massive head, scattering flames in all directions. That Su Qingyu and Su Qingliang had never witnessed such chaos. That a snake. Indeed, it was a freshly shed boa. After a century, it becomes a python. After a millennium, a dragon. Gong Shuheng harbored a deep-seated aversion to such legless creatures, believing that none, regardless of age or size, were to be trusted. Su Qingyu, lacking prior experience, felt an innate fear, gritting her teeth to suppress her trembling, clutching the digging tool tightly. Su Qingliang, being slightly older and more seasoned, fared a little better, but not by much. None of them anticipated that their simple intention to dig a storage space would attract such a formidable creature. Collectively, they were no match for it. Its maw seemed capable of swallowing them whole. Gong Shuheng drew an arrow from her quiver, not immediately knocking it to her bow, but pricking her finger to let her blood flow onto the arrowhead, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The serpent, having lived long enough to possess some degree of sentience, recognized the allure of the offering. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth, flicking its tongue and lunging towards Gong Shuheng. Lure, Su Qingliang reached out to grab her, but he couldn't even touch her sleeve. The serpent's south head was close enough that its tongue nearly touched Gong Shuheng's face in a swift motion. She thrust the bloodied arrow into its throat, an action that had once seemed trivial to her. Yet now, it was a monumental test of her resolve. Fortunately, the boa had just shed its skin and had yet to fully regain its strength, making it particularly vulnerable. Otherwise, Gong Shuheng would have had no choice but to flee. The serpent, perhaps taken aback by the audacity of such a small figure to harm it, had never encountered such a sensation in its long life. The pain shot through its entire body, overwhelming it with a sensation akin to being pierced through. This agony ignited a frenzied rage, and the colossal serpent burst forth from the cave, thrashing wildly. Still not running, Su Qingliang's voice snapped him from his daze, and seeing Gong Shuheng retreating, he grabbed the now paralyzed Su Qingyu, pulling and rolling her towards safety. Gong Shuheng had no intention of allowing the creature time to process its predicament. Another arrow followed swiftly, piercing through its flesh and embedding itself in its spine. The boa, in a fit of rage, slammed its massive body against the ground, shaking the very foundation of the house. Dust swirled around them. Gong Shuheng was buried beneath the rubble. Avoiding the beams, the thatched roof was inconsequential. She was struck by the serpent's enormous head. Su Qingliang, gripping the digging tool, summoned his courage to approach. Uncertain of whether the boa was truly dead, for the time being, it lay still, and he struck it a few times with the tool. Only then did he gasp for breath as he began to search for Gong Shuheng beneath the serpent's head. She lay hidden beneath it. Su Qingliang's strikes felt like mere echoes against the massive creature. Gong Shuheng's head throbbed from the blows, nearly rendering her unconscious. After several arduous attempts, she finally managed to shift slightly. Responding with a faint acknowledgement, Su Qingyu, regaining her composure, crawled over to assist Su Qingliang in freeing Gong Shuheng. "How are you? Lure, are you all right?" Su Qingliang's voice was laced with panic as he brushed away debris and dust from her. Assessing her condition, "I'm fine. I'm all right." There were no external injuries, not even the slightest trace of the recent cut on his hand. It had healed completely. Only his legs felt somewhat weak. The three of them, having narrowly escaped a disaster, felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them, as if their bodies had momentarily collapsed into a heap on the disarrayed ground. Su Qingliang exclaimed. "Lure, your audacity knows no bounds." At that moment, he felt undeniably alive. It was as though he had just returned from the brink of death. Su Qingyu interjected, "I nearly met my end. To unearth such a massive entity while attempting to dig a cellar is perilous. Thankfully, it was me. Had it been the fourth or fifth, they would likely have been frightened to death." Gong Shuheng sighed, her voice tinged with fatigue. "I truly apologize. I merely sensed emptiness and wanted to conserve energy. Otherwise, with the solid ground or the rocky slope, how long would it take to excavate a hiding place with that cumbersome hoe?" Initially, she had detected a faint trace of life within, but she had thought it might just be a groundhog, perhaps simply a long-lived creature that had become somewhat sentient. Who could have anticipated it would be such a colossal being? It was only after they had excavated the entirety of the hole that the creature stirred within, and she realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, one must approach tasks diligently and step by step. Shortcuts are ill-advised. Su Qingyu inquired. "What shall we do now that the house has collapsed?" Su Qingliang replied. "Only the rear wall has fallen. The front remains intact. We should first chop some trees to make repairs and address the rest later. Most importantly, a storm is approaching at this critical juncture. The house collapsing is concerning. Not to mention if it rains, the damage could be far worse." The hides we covered ourselves with last night, and all the items Luer had saved, they're all buried beneath. The thought of their belongings revived Su Qingyu. And with a swift motion, she sprang to her feet, noticing the enormous corpse shudder slightly. This creature was far more terrifying than any of those hairy beasts. Even in death. Luer, you mentioned that an arrow cannot pierce large entities. I refer not only to arrows, but to you all as well. When shall we be able to wield ordinary bows and arrows to hunt substantial prey like you do? Who knows? Through diligent practice, hone your strength and accuracy. When your hands are strong and your aim true, progress will surely follow. Ultimately, it depends on your own capabilities. While bows and arrows hold significance, they're secondary to your own skills. Gong Shuheng also rose, reaching for the serpent. First, lend me a hand to remove this creature. We must devise a way to skin it and extract the sinew, for these are invaluable resources. Su Qingyu asked, shall we prepare snake soup? When it came to food, her fear dissipated. Chapter 49. The mind has yet to fully return certainly. We cannot let such a bounty go to waste. This enormous serpent, aside from a single bone, is entirely flesh, far more than we could consume in one meal. Snake meat is inherently nourishing, especially from a creature that has thrived for so many years. She feared that consuming it might overwhelm them. Rising, she spotted Zhuang Jing'an leaning on a stick, staring at them in bewilderment. None of the three took the initiative to approach. They first collaborated to drag the creature away. The golden silk tiger, startled, yelped and darted into the donkey pen, curling up beside the rabbit cage. Elder brother, go see Zhuang Laojun and borrow his dagger. Not every dagger is sharp enough to slice through iron. Yet we must act swiftly. The creature is dead, and we need to drain the blood and skin it before rigor mortis sets in. The meat can be stewed, but the skin, blood, and bones are all treasures in their own right. 1,000-year-old snake skin, blood, and bones can yield great benefits if utilized correctly. When Su Qingliang approached, Zhuang Jing'an had only just regained his senses. Your minds are returning, yet it seems not entirely so. He stammered, struggling to articulate coherent thoughts. His gaze towards Su Qingliang had shifted dramatically. This unexpected escape had led them to encounter such extraordinary individuals. Were they hidden masters? Any ordinary person would have been petrified by such a massive serpent. Who would possess the courage to confront it? He had witnessed the creature's tail demolish a house, an undeniable reality. Yet these three had managed to slay. Su Qingliang waved his hand before Zhuang Jing'an's eyes. Brother Zhuang, are you back with us? What did you say? May I borrow your dagger? Yuji did not take it with her, did she? No, it's safe. The responsibility of cleaning up fell upon Su Qingliang as he borrowed the dagger. Gong Shuheng called for Su Qingyu to observe how to remove the entire serpent skin. Though we are fortunate that this python has just shed its skin, otherwise we might not have been able to kill it. Yet it is unfortunate, for the newly grown layer lacks optimal defensive qualities. Its effectiveness for crafting bows and arrows would be significantly diminished. As time passed, and familiarity grew, Gong Shuheng's words flowed more freely. Su Qingyu remarked, there are rarely situations where everything can be perfectly balanced. In comparison to a fine bow, our lives take precedence. Without life, what value does a bow possess? Gong Shuheng nodded seriously. That is true. She then asked, have you understood how to do it? The snake's blood had been drained, and the necessary components, such as the gallbladder and venom glands, had been extracted. What remained was the skinning and bone removal. I have skinned countless creatures before. Even if the tools were not ideal, she could still perform better than most. The python skin was challenging to work with, but not impossible. Gong Shuheng tossed the dagger to her and attempted to rise. Nearly staggering and leaning against the wall for support. Startled, Su Qingyu exclaimed, Luer, what is wrong? She suspected that the six had sustained some internal injury. Gong Shuheng took a moment to catch her breath. Quickly wiping the blood from her mouth's corner, Su Qingyu gasped. Leaping up, you are bleeding? It's nothing. I'll manage. You focus on your task and follow my instructions. Su Qingliang, hearing the commotion, set down what he was doing and approached. Having been ill just a day prior, he felt it best to take Luer down the mountain to see a doctor. It's nothing. You tend to your work. Gong Shuheng halted his words, her steps a bit unsteady as she made her way to the water's edge. Sitting by the water, she washed her hands before returning to collect the items they had extracted. While Su Qingliang and the others busied themselves, she quickly took a detour to the back mountain. What she saw was quite simple: a tree that had mostly withered away. The dead portion had long been harvested for firewood. The remaining half thrived, though it was now barren of leaves. The roots jutted upward, taller than a person and too large for one to embrace, that a somewhat decayed stump was covered with thick moss, and beneath a layer of fallen leaves, it had turned to soil. She poked it with a stick. It was hollow. Probing further, the stick fell straight through, leading to the depths below. Momentarily invigorated, she rushed to find an axe. Everyone was preoccupied, unaware of her intentions, as Yu Qingliang glanced at her, noticing her swift strides and feeling a slight sense of relief. She appeared energetic. Surely, she was not gravely harmed. Gong Shuheng felt far from well. Every part of her ached, but she had grown accustomed to physical discomfort over the days. As long as her spirit was not overly drained, she could manage. Moreover, there were countless tasks she wished to accomplish, leaving her no time to rest properly. Armed with the axe, she swung at the stout roots, each strike resonating with a sound that belied her strength. Yet every blow inflicted deeper wounds upon the stump. She angled her strikes from the living side, hoping to confirm her suspicion that the root was indeed hollow, extending down to the cavern below. The python must have entered through this passage when it was smaller, yet its current size could not fit through. This spot was merely a breathing hole that it could not possibly go without sustenance. When hunting, from where did it emerge? It was crucial to understand, given that the cave was situated behind their house, and the outer layer had been excavated, leaving no protection, that if they did not clarify this, it would surely cause sleepless nights. Those who ventured up the mountain could not have anticipated that upon their return, their home would be in ruins, as Yu Qingliang exerted all his strength to unearth the items buried within, setting aside the undamaged thatch. Thankfully, the house was relatively spacious. Only the rear wall had collapsed while the side walls remained intact, shrouded in thatch. However, they hoped it would not rain. If it did, the dwelling would be rendered uninhabitable. As soon as Su Qingshan opened his mouth, he received a sharp slap on the forehead from Su Qingyu. "What nonsense are you spouting? I would gladly welcome a downpour right now. We have a place to stay. And even if it rains, we won't get drenched. But look around you. Can we continue like this? Forget about the water for watering the fields. We are about to run out of water for drinking. That brat is truly asking for a beating. I wish I could sew his mouth shut. After waiting so long for the rain, he dares to say such things." Chapter 50. Feast upon meat, Zhang Xian inquired. "Do you need a hand to tidy up again?" Su Qingliang declined. "We can take our time. It won't hinder our stay tonight. It's getting late. Uncle Zheng should start cooking while there is still daylight." With that, he hurried into the house and emerged with a piece of snake meat tied with a grass rope that was not much, just a chunk about the size of a palm. Bound with palm leaves, he quickly approached the two elders, saying, "Today, we were fortunate enough to hunt a little something. Here, that's a portion for you. Take it back, chop it up, and cook it." Zhang Xian refused. "How can I keep taking your things? We are neighbors. It's fine to share in good times. If we had nothing ourselves, we couldn't offer anything." Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "You are far too courteous. This meat has been around for a while. I suspect it will be difficult to cook. I'll try to chop it into smaller pieces, add plenty of water, and see if we can make a soup out of it. Whether it will cook tender is uncertain. It looks like meat, but there are differences in the quality of meat. Regardless, soup is still acceptable. Even if it's tough, it remains meat. As for Zhuang Jingyan, he had already received a share when he was given a dagger before. Zhuang Jingyan was busy washing the meat in a clay basin, trying to cut it into small pieces to stew it in advance. The strong fishy odor was overwhelming, prompting him to ask Su Qingliang for some herbs to mask the smell. Tang Yu returned home, carrying firewood and wild vegetables, immediately catching a whiff of the aroma. Having tasted numerous delicacies before, she felt a sudden craving, detecting even the faintest scent of meat from afar. Placing the firewood outside, she approached the door with her basket, exclaiming, "I seem to smell the fragrance of meat. Why, dear husband, what have you cooked? The brothers from the Su family gave us a piece of snake meat, an old one at that. I'm afraid it won't cook well. So I've started stewing it early." This was already the second time adding water, truly confirming the saying about tough, old meat. Who knows when it will be ready? Nevertheless, as long as the broth has flavor. That is sufficient. Tang Yu sighed, brushing off the grass particles clinging to her. I feel guilty for always taking advantage of those children. Zhuang Jingyan gazed at the steam rising from the pot. Once my legs are a bit better, I will repay them. I will find a way to do so. Su Qingliang and the others did not stew the meat in such a direct manner. It was Gong Shuheng, who chopped into pieces on a wooden board and then mashed it into a paste to throw into the pot with water. She added all the necessary ingredients, while Su Qingyun merely had to wait until it simmered sufficiently. Then fish out the herbs, wash the wild vegetables, and later add the grains before cooking. Su Qingyu was showing off the snake skin she had peeled off. Impressive, isn't it? While you were away, we didn't waste a moment, Su Qingzhou replied with a grunt. You didn't waste time? That is for sure. You've turned the roof upside down. Stop boasting and come help. The group moved the bed from the corner of the room, working together to tidy up. Gong Shuheng was sorting through the segments of snake bones. The snake's blood had already congealed. She planned to dry it out and turn it into powder for future use. The snake gallbladder and venom glands required similar treatment, as they could be valuable if taken to a pharmacy in the city. However, she had no intention of exchanging them for money. One reason was that it would draw too much attention. And another was that these items were relatively rare. Keeping them for personal use would surely be beneficial. Her current physique was weak, and encountering such things could be considered fortuitous. The other children were also not in great health and needed proper care. Consuming meat in one sitting was impossible. It would have to be a gradual process. Once they had eaten enough meat, results would begin to show, allowing her to formulate different remedies accordingly. She set aside several crucial items. These few must not be touched. They are poisonous. If you come into contact with them, it could be disastrous. I will need to find a secure place to store them later. Su Qingzhou accompanied Su Qingchen to the back. Clearing away the firewood obstructing the entrance, peering into the dark hole, he felt a chill of apprehension. There wouldn't be anything else in there, would there? Certainly not, Su Qingyu replied. Even if there were, it likely fled. After I killed that large snake, I spent an entire afternoon smoking out the area with firewood. If anything had been there, it would have been charred by now. She was quite clever. At that moment, Gong Shuheng was busy above, completely unaware of the smoke billowing out. It was as if the place had turned into a giant chimney, nearly choking her, just when her vision was nearly obscured. Su Qingyuan called out, "Dinner time, dinner time." The famished group wasted no time pondering and quickly covered the area again before rushing to the kitchen. With all the commotion outside, they hadn't realized how cold it had become. Upon reaching the warmth of the fire, they belatedly recognized the chill that had settled outside. Who knew how long this rain would last? Now that the clouds had gathered, it should be soon. Su Qingshan exclaimed, "Why is this meat taking so long to cook? It feels as if it's still tough after all this time. The focus is on the broth, if the meat remains chewy. Just skip it. What if it doesn't digest well? It's not that dramatic. Gong Shuheng has treated it specifically. While it may be a bit tough, it will still be edible after prolonged cooking." Where exactly did that large snake come from? The spot where Gong Shuheng extracted it has been checked. It should have been easy to enter as children, but it's quite difficult now that we're grown. Moreover, that spot is at the cave's top. Rather than saying it was an entrance, it would be more accurate to say it was a place it fell into by accident. There must be other exits. How about we explore tomorrow? Su Qingliang suggested. Let us not rush into tomorrow's matters today. If the weather holds, we need to go chop wood to bring back the logs early and set up some supports for the roof beams. Otherwise, even if we temporarily block the back with firewood, it's not a long-term solution. It's far too obvious. Then let us chop wood. They had limited tools, and this task would not be easy for them. Gong Shuheng remained silent, sitting quietly by the riverbank after finishing her meal, her gaze lowered as if deep in thought. That night, the wind howled outside, and Gong Shuheng, unusually, did not sit cross-legged on her stone slab due to the absence of the moon. Yet she did not retreat indoors to sleep, instead leaning against the wall with a pile of dry grass beneath her, resembling a bird nesting in the underbrush. She likely had an inkling of where the cave led, but was unsure of the precise location. Thus, she felt compelled to investigate. Chapter 51. The delayed wind and rain as dawn approached, there was finally some movement. The sound remained a rustle, unlike the whisper of wind through fallen leaves. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes. It was raining. She looked at the darkened sky. her expression indifferent, showing no joy at the first rain after a long drought. Last night, everyone had slept exceptionally well, better than ever before, without even a single dream. They awoke to the bright light outside, startling Su Qingliang awake. He had never slept so deeply. Without pondering the reasons, he hurriedly called out to Su Qingzhou and Su Qingshun, "Wake up, it's morning." Su Qingzhou rubbed his eyes and groaned. Opening them a crack to see the dim light in the room, he sat up abruptly. They usually rose at dawn. When had they ever slept in this late? It was akin to being in a deep slumber as Su Qingshun jumped up and dashed outside, urgently needing to relieve himself. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted, "It's raining! Big brother! It's raining!" His shout finally roused everyone. The rain was substantial, carrying a chill that made one shiver. Swirling into the house with the wind, it was uncertain how long it had been raining. The ground was already damp. The weeds by the fence, which had been drooping, lifted their heads in just a short while, brimming with vitality. This is the power of weather. The nourishment from rain is irreplaceable by human means. Su Qingshun braved the rain to relieve himself, then wandered around in the downpour without seeking shelter, soon getting his hair soaked and messy as Su Qingyu called out, "Su Laosi, are you itching for a beating? You're not sick. You're just uncomfortable. Aren't you? You rascal." They have grown accustomed to the harshness of life since childhood, having endured both the biting cold and scorching heat, with skin toughened and flesh rugged. They are not the delicate types. Illness seldom befalls them. However, not long ago, amidst relentless downpours in the mountains, Su Qingyuan fell victim to a chill, suffering from a persistent high fever that nearly claimed her life. The memory lingers vividly in everyone's mind. That incident truly terrified them. Despite having braved storms and the trials of life, accustomed to the specter of death, they could not bear to witness the demise of one of their own. Su Qingshun was scolded, chuckling nervously as he retreated indoors, resembling a fool as he crouched beside Gong Shuang, inquiring, "Why don't you return indoors in this rain? Is it not cold outside?" Not at all. Although the moon is absent, the dew has descended. For her, any circumstance is preferable to sleeping on the wooden planks of the house. Su Qingshun was taken aback and filled with envy. If only I could be like you. Despite their shared upbringing, why was she so exceptional? If he possessed Luer's resilience, fearlessness, and strength, he need not dread the eldest brother. With the rain pouring, there would be no tree felling today. Su Qingliang nodded, and without waiting for his siblings to join him indoors, he swiftly kindled a fire in the pit. "I'll head to old Zhang's house shortly to learn how to operate the loom. Their tools are scarce, and it will take time to gather them. So we must make do with what we have and create the best we can. Clothing requires frequent washing, and with their family size, even if each person had a change of clothes, it would consume a significant amount of fabric, which they cannot afford. They still have a considerable stock of hemp, several large bundles, and with the rain preventing outdoor work, they must find ways to transform their limited resources into something useful. As the eldest, he must always concern himself with their sustenance and living conditions. Su Qingzhou wished to seek out Zhuang Jing'an, as they had agreed on the way back that he would teach him to read. Yet he hesitated. Currently, learning to read seemed merely a personal ambition, bringing no tangible benefit at home. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. "I'll accompany you." Su Qingliang did not refuse. The second brother was clever and attentive, and together they could achieve more, learning and working more efficiently. Su Qingyu proposed. "Then I shall continue crafting shoe soles with Wu'er. Making soles from palm fibers is a laborious task, requiring meticulous preparation of the palm fibers, twisting them into fine cords, and then carefully coiling them to ensure the soles are sturdy. With several family members involved, they rarely find the time to work on it. The rainy weather, however, provides the perfect opportunity. Third sister, accompany me to the bamboo grove and help me carry back a few poles. Outside, the rain falls incessantly, soaking anyone who ventures out. Su Qingshun, you truly are a bit reckless. Why are you always itching to run outside? I cannot remain idle. I wish to accomplish something. Moreover, despite the rain, we still have livestock to feed, and I must gather grass. I'll cut some bamboo, and the leaf will be just right to feed the donkey. While I'll also scout for some grass suitable for the cats. Just focus on your own matters. Worry not about the donkey or the cats. He was advised that I end the plots near the pond. They had planted considerable quantities of radishes and giant mustard greens, and the transplanted rice had grown significantly due to consistent fertilization and watering. The vegetable patch also flourished with an abundance of chicken heart vegetables and various herbs. Unfortunately, due to the weather and the recent rejections, the growth was still timid, only just beginning to sprout. With a bit more time, they would soon be ready for harvest. The older ones would be fed to the donkey and the cats, while the tender ones would serve their own needs. That if the rain persisted today, he would go alone to gather some radish and mustard greens leaves for evening porridge, leaving the rest for the animals. Su Qing-chan sighed as he leaned back against the firewood pile. Had he known, he would have preferred to sneak away and gather things on his own. Now, it seemed, he would have no company on his venture. Su Qingliang poured the water from yesterday into the pot to start boiling, then made 2 trips to fetch 2 basins of water. Gong Shuheng glanced over. What are you fetching that water for now? I suspect the rain is quite heavy. It may muddy the water later, so I wanted to collect some while I can. Gong Shuheng gently shook her head. It's better to pour it out. It began raining heavily in the night, and all the rainwater has mixed in. After a long dry spell, the initial rain is particularly dirty and could upset our stomachs. The whole world seemed tainted, and one could only hope this rain would cleanse the impurities. Once the water in the ditches rises and flows away, they could collect fresh water later. As Yu Qingliang sighed. Had we known, we should have prepared the water source sooner, lining it with stones and covering it with a lid. It would have been much better. Chapter 52. Exploring the path. How could we have known in advance? Knowing now is not too late. Once the rain subsides, we can find time to address it. With no way to ascend the mountain, breakfast must be served early. Gong Shuheng produced another piece of snake meat, boiling it along with the water. This snake meat was different from what they had yesterday. It had been marinated with herbs the night before, still requiring a shredding before simmering in water. As Yu Qing-chan patted his belly, I've noticed I don't feel as hungry today. Growing bodies digest food swiftly. Even if they typically eat and sleep, waking up famished at dawn, today was unusually devoid of intense hunger. Upon voicing this, Su Qingyu and Su Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we don't feel as hungry. Could it be because I slept soundly last night without dreaming? Su Qingchen gasped. Third sister, you didn't dream either? Neither did you. The group exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in unison. They then turned to Gong Shuheng. Lure, could it be the snake meat? Does it stave off hunger? Perhaps, she replied. The meat is too tough and difficult to digest. Tea has a spirit of its own, and if consumed in excess, ordinary people might struggle to process it. The body could react adversely. That is why I sliced the meat, combining it with herbs I had saved for a few days and simmered them together. It must be taken slowly as it was their first meal. Its effects were immediate for everyone. The impact would not be as pronounced later, but once they finished consuming the entire snake, their bodies would undoubtedly transform completely. No wonder this is such a remarkable food, sustaining yet lacking in flavor. Without the herbs, the fishy taste is unbearable. After adding them, a subtle herbal aroma emerges. However, they are not picky. They simply wish to satiate their hunger. After breakfast, rainwater had gathered on the thatched roof, cascading down in streams. As Yu Qingliang observed the sky, we should attempt to craft hats and raincoats. Otherwise, we cannot venture outside in the rain. They possess the necessary materials, but he lacks the knowledge to create them. He had only seen others donning such attire. He vaguely understood that they were made from bamboo and palm. The hats incorporate a waterproof layer, but he is uncertain what it is made of. Thus, he must seek counsel from others. He wondered if Zhuang Jun and his wife were aware of this. Fortunately, their home was not far. After breakfast, the two brothers ventured out into the rain. Su Qingchan took an axe and began fashioning a few sticks. Third sister, you wouldn't know. The bamboo grove feels a bit eerie now. Su Qingyu, busy with her work, inquired. What do you mean by eerie? It feels as if there are spirits present. I wandered around for ages but couldn't enter, merely circling at the entrance that I couldn't even cut down a couple of sturdier bamboo stalks. Oh, I see. You want me to accompany you for courage, with assistance being secondary. No. No, both are equally important. You spend your days pondering how to make bows and arrows. Do you think you can achieve that? How can I know without trying? Didn't Luer say that to accomplish something, one must begin, practice, identify problems, learn from experiences, rectify issues, and gradually improve until success is attained? Gong Shuheng remained silent. The bamboo grove was ensnared in a formation set by Taihe. And while the formation persisted, ordinary individuals could not enter. It was indeed fortunate that they should not. She recalled the 2 large snake skins she had retrieved earlier and decided to investigate. After tucking the flint in her pocket, she ignited a torch. Luer, what are you planning to do? Gong Shuheng did not respond, and when Su Qingshan attempted to follow, Su Qingyu pulled him back. Calm down. If you have nothing to do, help out? Or do you no longer wish to wear shoes? Luer is surely heading to that cave behind. What should we do? She yearned to explore as well. Although she could venture alone, she hesitated to bring Su Qingshan and Su Qingyin along. The dangers within remained uncertain that if there were any, they could pose trouble for Luer. Meanwhile, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Hoping there wouldn't be further complications, would it be safe for Luer to enter alone? Thus, while she spoke of Su Qingshan, her gaze remained fixed upon him, her hands busy, yet her heart had already soared away with Gong Shuheng. Gong Shuheng lit a torch and pushed aside the firewood that blocked the entrance, slipping inside and deftly covering the firewood again. The opening she had created above was left uncovered, and the branches outside were not particularly thick. She merely wished to allow fresh air to circulate within the cave that had been sealed for who knows how long. Estimating the time, she figured it was about right. The poisonous gas inside had not completely dissipated, but it was unlikely to be fatal. The torch burned steadily, and she could vaguely sense a cold breeze seeping in from outside. The interior space was not particularly vast, yet it was significantly larger than a single room. After years of neglect, water dripping from the tree hole above had created a considerable layer of silt on the ground, uneven and hard as stone. Scattered across the floor were numerous bones, likely dragged in by the serpent during its hunts. There was even a skin that appeared relatively fresh, having been shed not long ago. Not far ahead lay an exit, also covered in a thick layer of silt. Worn smooth by the serpent's frequent passage over the years, sloping upward at an angle that made climbing it somewhat challenging. However, this posed no challenge for Gong Shuheng. She left the serpent's skin untouched for the time being, knowing it wouldn't escape. Holding the torch in one hand, she braced herself against the silt and swiftly ascended. As she moved outward, a fierce gust of cold wind hit her face, and a faint light became discernible ahead. The force of the wind was akin to a hurricane, making it difficult for Gong Shuheng's petite frame to maintain her footing. The torch extinguished instantly. Fortunately, the faint light ahead guided her as she struggled to move forward, feeling the cold wrap around her like a thick blanket, threatening to freeze her solid. After advancing about 10 paces, she realized the wind was rushing from a cave on the opposite side. She had reached the exit, where to her left loomed a thick, massive wall of silt, forming a dead end as far as her eyes could see. Yet, Gong Shuheng sensed there was still potential beyond that barrier. To her right lay the source of light, an entrance draped in vines, situated about 20 paces ahead. Below her feet was a pool of water, not overly deep, merely a collection of droplets that had fallen from above. Regrettably, the wind was too strong. Without the torch, she could not discern its depth. Her feet remained outside the water, but the chill penetrated her veins and bones. The distance was short, yet Gong Shuheng moved with extreme caution, having been numbed by the cold and relying solely on instinct to probe outward. Approaching the cave's mouth, she spotted numerous serpent skins. Further ahead, the cold sensation vanished, and warmth surged within her, invigorating her spirit. 9 spikes grain. No wonder this great serpent could inhabit such proximity to the village for so long. Thriving for years, it was likely due to the secretive nature of its lair, coupled with the presence of this 9 spikes grain. The 9 spikes grain, a herb that grants immortality to those who consume it. The red sparrow carries the grain, hence it does not perish. Yet, doubts lingered in Gong Shuheng's mind as she did not advance immediately. Opting instead to carefully sense her surroundings, the 9 spikes grain, revered as the herb of immortality, is the companion spirit of the immortal red sparrow and thrives under exceedingly stringent conditions. While she had encountered it on Four Symbols Mountain, Discovering such a rare treasure in the commonplace Baofeng Mountain was truly astonishing. Even more remarkable was the absence of any living presence, indicating that apart from the deceased serpent, no sentient beings resided here. She refrained from approaching the nine spikes grain for now and followed the sound of flowing water toward the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the mouth, she used a stick to push aside the nearly invisible vines that concealed it. She soon realized that water flowed from a spot about 2 or 3 paces away, leading down to the bamboo grove. Surrounding the cave's entrance were numerous dream herb and starry night plants. Spiritual herbs she had only previously encountered on Four Symbols Mountain. The rich spiritual energy nearly condensed into mist, illuminating the source of the potent aura that permeated the depths of the bamboo grove. This cave held peculiarities, the nature of which required further contemplation and exploration. For the moment, she needed to return. Otherwise, the cold would render her immobile, and future opportunities for investigation would be lost. This place was indeed remarkably concealed, shrouded in mist, and with a thick layer of obstruction outside. Alongside the lush, evergreen bamboo below, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover its secrets without prolonged observation. As the rain intensified, the small creek swelled with water. The sound of raindrops striking the ground resonating loudly. Earlier in the morning, Su Qingyu had been thrilled by the arrival of the long-awaited rain, but now its incessant patter disturbed her tranquility. Lu'er had been inside for quite some time without emerging, and Su Qingyu could no longer suppress her impulsive desire to check on the situation, disregarding Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan after such a long interval. There had been no signs of movement, leading her to wonder if any danger had befallen Lu'er. Frustrated, she tossed aside the half-finished shoe sole she had been crafting and stood up to call out to Su Qingchen. "You finished the rest. I need to see what has happened with Lu'er." Su Qingchen rose as well, eager to follow her, but he sat back down under Su Qingyu's warning glare, pouting. Curiosity aside, he did not wish to face punishment. As Su Qingyu approached the entrance, preparing to push aside the obstructing firewood to slip inside, a pale, bloodless hand, tinged with a hint of blue, reached out from within. Even with her usual boldness, she was startled. Her heart racing. Soon, Gong Shuheng emerged, her face devoid of color and looking quite ashen to Lu'er what happened. Gong Shuheng quickly scrambled out, brushing aside the remnants of her cover, and hurriedly ran toward the kitchen. Her legs felt somewhat stiff, as if they had become numb. Anyone else in her place might not have returned at all, as Su Qingyu chased after her, only to notice that her legs were soaked halfway up, her shoes thoroughly drenched, filled with water. Was there water inside the cave? Yes, she replied. Yet, I didn't see it flowing out. Upon entering, it had seemed relatively dry. Typically, within a cliff, one would expect only stone and soil. Yet inside, apart from rock, there was only silt. The serpent's years of movement had polished it to a smooth sheen, resembling jade. The only downside was the unbearable stench. Otherwise, it posed no other issues if one wishes to enter again. It would be wise to wait some time for the odor to dissipate or to burn some herbs to mask the smell. Otherwise, it could be quite suffocating. Su Qingchen inquired. Are you saying it's still expansive and long inside? With water at the far end, Gong Shuheng affirmed. Moreover, the wind is particularly strong. The torch extinguished upon entering, rendering visibility impossible. 1 step inside, and I was immediately soaked. Had my body been in better shape or the weather warmer, I wouldn't have exited so quickly. The silt contained life. Beneath the pool, there was undoubtedly a significant spiritual vein, perhaps even spiritual essence. Otherwise, such a rich aura could not exist over such a vast area. Baofeng Mountain was indeed a treasure trove. Su Qingchen felt overwhelmed with questions. If there's water, how could it not flow out? Su Qingyu shot him a glance. Are you foolish? Water flows downhill. That means the other side of the mountain is lower, allowing it to drain away. After speaking, she turned to Gong Shuheng. Uncertainty in her gaze. Is that correct? Gong Shuheng confirmed with a N-O-D. As Su Qingyu's spirits lifted, and she grew enthusiastic, there shouldn't be any dangers inside. Right? For now, there are none, but that wind is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It would be best to avoid that area for the time being and wait for the rain to cease. Once the rain stops, we can fortify the back wall to enhance concealment and ease entry and exit. Most importantly, we need to ventilate the area. The stench is unbearable. I will require more time to explore further. She also planned to visit the bamboo grove to search for a potential path upward. If none existed, that would indeed be fortuitous. Have Big Brother and Second Brother returned yet? Not yet. They vanished after leaving. Gong Shuheng looked at Su Qingchen. You've been cooped up at home the whole time, not even peeking outside? No, he replied. I'm not interested in such matters. Not interested at all? Su Qingyu shot him an exasperated glance. You only care about eating and playing. Su Qingchen let out a huff. Once I fashion a bow like Lu Er's, one that never misses its mark, I shall certainly not allow you to use it. Su Qingyu chuckled softly. With your abilities, by the time you manage to create one, my bones would have turned to dust. Children can be truly bothersome. While they may seem foolish, their minds often work quite swiftly. Conversely, when they appear clever, they are invariably muddled. Can Lu Er be like them? It is said that the same sustenance nurtures a myriad of individuals, but some are fundamentally different. What is easily at hand for them may be something that others toil a lifetime to attain. Chapter 54. Reluctance. Gong Shuheng glanced at Su Qingchen. Having aspirations is commendable, but sometimes it is unnecessary to be overly fixated on a single pursuit. In this world, one cannot solely master one thing. You could learn from your elder brothers. Some principles are universal and can be applied across various disciplines. Craft a fine bow. There is much to learn. It cannot be achieved merely by chopping a few bamboo shoots and attempting a handful of times. What exactly must one learn? That depends on whether you wish to create or if you seek to utilize what you create. Su Qingchen hesitated. I wish to make a bow like the one you crafted. One that ensures every shot is a success, regardless of who wields it. Gong Shuheng chuckled and shook her head. Perhaps you should reconsider. Think about what you are truly capable of. It is unwise to indulge in fanciful dreams. The kind I made is unique. I shall not replicate such an item. Then how shall we procure food in the future? Our bow has already splintered out of the 9 arrows. Only 6 remain, and even those seem ineffective without the bow. Su Qingyu paused in her actions and regarded him. Before we had that bow, did you starve? That bow was damaged when we shot the great serpent yesterday. Su Qingyu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, no matter how much it hurt, no one is more important. Had it not been for Lu Er's presence yesterday, they would not have escaped. They would not be sitting here, idly conversing, even without bows and arrows. Alternatives exist, such as your own hands. Gong Shuheng looked at him. Go find me what you consider the finest vertical fork. She raised her hand, demonstrating with her index and middle fingers, just like this. I will craft a spring-loaded mechanism for you. But the condition is that you must stand at the entrance of the main hall and strike the wooden stake by the fence 100 times every day. Gong Shuheng regarded Su Qingchen. You must swear you can achieve this. Then procure what you deem the best materials for me. This opportunity is singular. There shall be no second chance if you cannot meet the challenge now. That is acceptable. You may return when you believe you can. However, if you swear and fail to deliver, that would be a breach of your vow, and your promise shall be fulfilled. Su Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Falling silent, Gong Shuheng was not surprised. It is commendable that he is contemplating his abilities rather than impulsively agreeing. Su Qingyu, brimming with envy, asked Gong Shuheng. Then, what about Lu Er? What can I do? She felt that whatever emerged from her sister's hands was extraordinary. She desired something too, but was unsure how to articulate it or what precisely she wanted. In contrast, she felt less capable than her younger brother. Lacking a CL, after all, there is Su Qingyang, who is no longer a child. Moreover, Su Qingzhou and Su Qingyu are also not youngsters. It is indeed quite necessary for them to sleep separately. That is of no concern. It merely requires a bit more diligence in gathering firewood. Furthermore, they typically roast their fire during rainy days or when at home. Most of their time is spent in the mountains. And there are a few occasions when they are idly lingering at home. Is Master Zhuang feeling any better today? Yes, somewhat improved. Last night, he slept exceptionally well, and it has been a long time since he felt so invigorated. Indeed, snake meat is a remarkable tonic, and that particular snake, being so robust, appears to be of extraordinary quality. Contemplating this as he gazes at Su Qingzhou, Zhuang Jing'an feels that perhaps staying in the mountains is not such a bad option after all. The members of the Su family, though young, are by no means ordinary individuals. Perhaps remaining in the mountains would offer better circumstances than descending, whether for them as a couple or for future offspring. Encountering these siblings might just be a stroke of fortune that we also slept quite well last night. Recently, our home has accumulated quite a bit of palm fiber. Master Zhuang, being well-versed, I would like to seek your guidance on how to make a raincoat and a bamboo hat. As for the bamboo hat, Zhuang Jing'an replied, I do have some knowledge, albeit limited. I have never attempted to make it myself. As he spoke, he sat up, preparing to rise from the bed. As Su Qingzhou hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, Master Zhuang, just tell me, and I will try it myself later. I also have palm fiber at home. It would be a great help if you could assist me in gathering some. We can figure it out together, which might expedite the process. As long as the weather returns to normal, it will rain from time to time. Raincoats and bamboo hats are indispensable. Their family needs these as well. He only knows how to make them theoretically. He has never actually done it, so the task must be explained and practiced. Tang Yu first helped him sit on the ground, leaning against the hay stacked against the back wall, before going to another room to fetch the harvested palm. The raincoat is composed of an upper and lower skirt, and the harvested palm leaves must be processed in a palm fluff at the bottom. Fine ropes must be woven from the palm fluff, which will then be sewn together using a needle. However, the sewing needles purchased for clothing or shoemaking are inadequate, as they cannot accommodate the thickness of the palm ropes. It is impractical to venture into town specifically to buy suitable needles for making the raincoat. So crafting a bone needle becomes the best choice. Hence, once the detailed production method is understood, it becomes imperative to polish a suitable bone needle. Finding the right bone is relatively easy. However, the crafting process is not as straightforward. The bone must be polished, one end sharpened while the other remains flat. The flat end requires a hole to be drilled, which demands not only patience but also a degree of skill. As it rains, Su Qingshun, feeling rather idle, is summoned by Su Qingzhou to lend a hand, who turn the bone into a needle. Upon realizing the task at hand, Su Qingshun is momentarily taken aback. What else could it be? Hurry up, we need both thick and thin needles, so let us prepare several. They may come in handy elsewhere. Most importantly, we need to drill holes at the end. It may not succeed on the first attempt, so we should prepare a couple of extras. After gathering the necessary tools, the two return to sit by the fire. Su Qingzhou is unaware that Gong Shuheng has already ventured into the cave. She merely observes her sitting cross-legged by the fire and finds it peculiar. Has she finally felt the chill? Gong Shuheng affirms with a hum. With a flesh and blood body, isn't it natural to feel cold? As for her squatting outside in the dead of night, it was merely because the benefits she gained outside could easily counteract the chill. With the season changing, this rain will only make it colder. I just visited Master Zhuang's house. They dug a pit in the room where they are staying to build a fire for cooking, and they used thatch to create a curtain at the entrance. Though not entirely windproof, it blocks most of the cold wind, keeping the room warm. That I was contemplating whether we should dig a similar pit in the room you're staying in. They're faring quite well with a strong fire. Young ladies are inherently more delicate and prone to cold. Su Qingyu declined, saying, We are perfectly fine here. Why dig a pit just for our room? If we dig one for our room, shouldn't we dig one for yours as well? Our situation is different. We have furs, and at night we warm ourselves with them, huddling together to keep warm, so it's not that cold. Very well, my suggestion was promptly dismissed as Su Qingzhou decided not to pursue the matter further and focused on crafting the bone needle he intended to make. Su Qingshun inquired, Now that you know how to make the raincoat, what about the bamboo hat? Let's tackle one thing at a time. Once we have completed the task at hand, we can discuss the next. Alternatively, I can work on one while you work on the other. Aren't you always restless and eager to do something? Why not seek advice from someone? Chapter 56. His aspirations I shall continue with the bone needle. Completing this task is also a skill that Su Qingzhou shot him a half-smile, discerning that this young lad is quite bold at home but lacks courage when venturing outside. The daylight gradually faded, and those laboring grew weary, their necks stiff from bending. Only Gong Shuheng lay, comfortably nestled in the haystack, sound asleep. The voices of Su Qingyu and the others grew softer, and a person who usually stays awake for long hours suddenly drifts into slumber. And so deeply at that, it raises concerns. With only 2 meals a day, the difference is negligible. Although the weather has turned cooler, meat left too long will inevitably spoil. Gong Shuheng has cautioned against overeating. So they only stew the portion allocated for each meal. In recent days, this meat must be consumed promptly. Fortunately, with this pot of meat, they feel at ease despite the rain, as Yu Qingzhou's worries were entirely unfounded. Indeed, the night rain brought a chill, but they were unaware if it was due to the furs covering them, as they felt warm and did not experience any discomfort from the cold. As for Gong Shuheng, her behavior seemed abnormal, yet suddenly normal. At night, she still nestled in the corner by the wall, unwilling to go inside. The rain persisted for 3 to 4 days, and just as the household was filled with trepidation, it finally ceased. To be frank, it has only been a short while since the previous flood disaster, and the memory still weighs heavily on their hearts. With rain falling for days on end, sleep has been elusive. They dread the thought of another disaster. In such frigid weather, it would be catastrophic. Thankfully, by the 4th night, it finally stopped. Once the rain ceased, even in the nighttime forest, life resumed its bustle. Creatures emerged from their humble dwellings, chattering incessantly. Unbeknownst to them, the waning crescent moon had passed, and it was now time for the first quarter moon to appear. This rain has truly poured down thoroughly. The waterhole they had dug was breached, sending slightly murky water rushing down the mountainside. Su Qingliang rose early in the morning, armed with a hoe, to further excavate the washed-out waterhole that it needed to be wider and deeper to hold more water. He leveled the breached area, allowing the water to fill up and overflow without further concern. Su Qingyu, upon waking, resumed her previous task, wielding the knife she had acquired, swinging it vigorously at the entrance. Each strike resonating. To be honest, 500 strikes may sound simple, but after her first attempt that morning, her arms felt nearly incapable of lifting. To persevere through it all, she relied solely on her tenacious spirit. Either she does not begin, or if she does, she must see it through to the end. To abandon the task midway is not the way of Su Qingyu. It was only when she started swinging the knife that Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou realized what Gong Shuheng had promised the 3 of them. Being younger, Su Qingzhou could hardly contain his impatience. After finishing his meal, he approached Gong Shuheng and asked, "What do you think I might learn?" Gong Shuheng scrutinized him for a moment. "It's not about what I think. It's about what you think. The path you choose to take in the future must be based on your own circumstances. Once you make a choice and commit to it, every little effort will draw you closer. The path others point out may not be suitable for you, and you may not be able to endure it. Always follow your heart. Su Qingzhou is a fine young man, diligent and steady in his endeavors. Perhaps he lacks a bit of thoroughness, but after all, he is still quite young. He possesses a measure of luck that others may not, albeit this luck can be fickle, regardless of how arduous the task. He rarely complains and labors silently. He is indeed an exemplary youth among ordinary individuals. That it is precisely because of this that he appears balanced and lacks sharp edges, leaving Gong Shuheng uncertain about what path would be most suitable for him. Su Qingzhou felt somewhat lost, unaware of the road he should take. Su Qingliang stood up and patted his shoulder. "There is no need to rush. Take your time to think it through. It is better to contemplate thoroughly before making a choice than to make a hasty decision and change course midway. Every path will have its challenges. Only the one you truly desire to walk will enable you to persevere despite the numerous obstacles." Su Qingzhou turned to Su Qingliang. "What about you, elder brother? Do you have any particular ambitions or dreams you wish to fulfill?" Su Qingliang gazed at the distant, mist-laden mountains and chuckled softly. "The things I wish to accomplish. I've already achieved quite a few. If I desire more, then I hope to nurture you all well, allowing you to live a life free from the worries of food and clothing." In his days of begging, he constantly yearned never to return to that dilapidated temple. And no longer would he have to fight with others for a place that did not leak, that he longed for a space entirely his own. A refuge from the wind and rain. He also wished for a household registration, to live as an upright and ordinary person. Now, he possesses all of this. One must not be insatiable, nor should one be oblivious to their own limitations. Whether in action or thought, it is imperative to remain within the bounds of one's capabilities, or at least strive for that which can be attained through effort. Are we to ascend the mountain today? The path is utterly soaked, and the dew upon the mountain is as heavy as can be. Perhaps it is better to tend to the tasks at home. What shall we do? The soil of the back wall is completely saturated. I consulted Old Man Zung on how to make adobe bricks. Taking advantage of the soaked earth, we shall mold some bricks to dry, gathering enough to see if we can rebuild the wall. This way, we can save ourselves the arduous effort of carrying wood back from the mountain. It only requires knowledge of the process. The technique is not particularly complex, but it does demand some strength. After all, the thoroughly soaked clay needs to be kneaded anew. The adobe must also be compacted in one go using simple tools. After breakfast, the sun had risen high. The ground would take time to dry. But the dew had considerably diminished. Su Qingyu planned to take the donkey out for a breath of fresh air. Keeping it tied in the shed was hardly ideal. She would also gather some edible wild vegetables. She hesitated to disturb the purslane in her field, opting instead to search elsewhere, first foraging the distant areas before harvesting from her own land. Purslane and other greens had also begun to emerge, and she occasionally encountered chicken heart vegetables and wild leeks. The recent rainfall had made the wild greens grow abundantly. Su Qingyin accompanied her, and their baskets grew larger, allowing for more sustenance. The past few days of rain had left them in a state of half-satiation, to the point where hunger had them gnawing on cages. With the weather clear, it was essential to collect more grass. Otherwise, how would they grow strong? Chapter 57. Under heaven's gaze with the sun shining. Idleness at home was out of the question. The morning dew was heavy, making it difficult to venture out. After the sun had warmed the earth for a while, Zheng Huai approached Su Qingzhou. Shall we ascend the mountain? Today, there are matters to attend to at home, so we shall not go to the mountain for now. The sun has just begun to shine, and the mountain path is treacherous. I shall not stray far. Only nearby, as our firewood supply is still inadequate. Food is particularly scarce. Su Qingliang learned woodworking from Zheng Xian, reciprocating by sharing knowledge of edible items found in the mountains. The two were overjoyed. As they resided by the great marsh, surrounded by water, many things found near water were entirely different from those in the mountains. What exists by the water may not be found in the mountains, and vice versa. Without exploring for themselves, they would take ages to recognize even a few items, likely starving long before that. Now that they are aware, with clear skies, they must try their luck. Every little bit counts. Then you should go. Zheng Huai glanced around. Have Qingyu and Qingyuan already left? Yes, they have gone to let the donkey out. Even Jin Si, who has followed them. However, the sisters did not head to the mountain, but instead followed the riverbank downwards. Zheng Huai, unable to find a companion, was preparing to set off when he encountered Tang Yu, who was also bound for the mountain, and so they decided to journey together. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered. Has Qingheng ascended the mountain as well? Lu Er, accustomed to this, almost did not react. She likely has. They are diligent, regardless of rain or shine. No one remains idled this moment. Gong Shuheng was indeed idling. She had ascended the mountain early, but had directly ventured into the bamboo grove, measuring the water levels. Given her current stature, she could barely see anything, according to her exploration the previous day. The other exit of the cave was not far from the water's edge. However, all she could see now were the branches of the bamboo, interspersed with shrubs and vines, with nothing else in sight. The cliffs on either side were so steep that there was no path. Only if something were urgently needed would anyone dare attempt to climb. After assessing the situation for a while, Gong Shuheng decided to ascend using both hands and feet, making her way up the right side of the waterfall. Despite her small stature and nimble movements, she could not entirely avoid the thorns, which left several scratches on her exposed hands and face. Sturdy as she was, by the time she reached the top, her breath was still uneven. This was fortuitous. The more challenging the climb, the less likely it would be discovered. Furthermore, with Taiha's formation left in the bamboo grove, there was no immediate worry of someone uncovering this exit. However, due to the recent rainfall, there was a large water pool above the waterfall. Quite substantial. The slightly murky water flowed rapidly, and the shallower areas were difficult to gauge. Gong Shuheng hesitated. She was unsure whether her petite frame could navigate through without being swept over the cliff. After eating, the others had vanished. Su Qingliang had a fair idea of where Gong Shuheng had gone, but he chose not to voice it. He directed Su Qingzhou and Su Qingshan to break apart the soaked wall soil and mix it vigorously with sticks. Though this task appeared simple, it required significant strength. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to accomplish. After not much time, Su Qingshan's face turned red, and in the frigid weather, he was drenched in sweat, warm and sticky. Su Qingzhou chuckled at him. "Little brat, can't take it anymore. How much older can you be than me?" Su Qingshan retorted, unwilling to yield, determined not to take a break. Su Qingzhou felt equally exhausted but believed he could endure. This task was essential. It was inevitable that if they did not complete it, their house would remain in disrepair, or even worsen. Without reliance or expectation, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. Su Qingliang found a piece of wood and, following Zheng Xian's method, carved out a groove with his axe. This should do. We can fill it with soil now. The ground needed to be leveled, and then the soil filled in. Once the soil was packed in, they would need to strike the wood firmly towards the center, compacting it from above. The more solid it was, the better. This process would yield a square adobe brick. The general procedure was clear, but whether they could craft it well depended on their own exploration. This task was quite labor-intensive. Perhaps they should have kept the third sister around, as she was strong and enjoyed exerting herself. Wasn't he this more effective than her daily sword practice? Su Qingliang glanced at him. "You are quite ambitious. What does strength have to do with it? Just because she is strong, does that mean she must lead the way? You are a man, and so is she." There were many issues. Su Qingliang felt that the youngest had recently become rather mischievous and in need of discipline. Previously, when there was little stability, he had not paid much attention to such matters. Now that things had settled somewhat, he began to notice the boy's numerous flaws. Perhaps it was simply due to their insufficient time together, lacking the necessary discipline. Su Qingshan was subdued. He dared to bicker with the second and third siblings, but not with the eldest. He understood that if the eldest were genuinely angry, she would not hold back, regardless of age or gender. Disobedience would surely lead to punishment, that if one continued to misbehave after being disciplined, they would simply be cast out. Despite sharing a household registration and the same surname, some rules would remain unchanged. Luer said, "Let me find the most suitable wood for a slingshot." "What qualifies as suitable wood?" Su Qingzhou replied. "It should possess a bit of elasticity and be particularly sturdy. Only then will it be durable. But I do not know what the sturdiest is. Then search extensively. Bring back all that you deem appropriate, and we shall select the best among them." She insisted that he guarantee to hit the wooden post across from the doorway 100 times each day and required him to swear an oath. How should one even go about swearing? Having never done such a thing, Su Qingshan's mind was a jumble, unsure of where to begin. Was it truly so difficult to procure a slingshot? Su Qingzhou advised, "Consider the thing you fear most. If you fail to accomplish it, your greatest fear will become reality. However, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Under heaven's gaze, some words are best left unspoken. Oaths hold great power. For instance, if I fail to persist, let me never taste meat again." Su Qingliang interjected. "What is that?" "You should say that if you do not succeed, you will live as a beggar for life. Forever hungry, like a dog. Merely surviving an oath is inherently a constraint upon oneself, and the more potent it is, the better. Only through such intensity can one cultivate a sense of trepidation within, thus spurring oneself to relentless ascension. What significance does a trivial commitment hold? Chapter 58. The absence of resolution is a most dreadful affliction. Su Qingshan sighed, sensing that his desire to engage with this endeavor had considerably waned. When a leader finally spoke, his words were indeed venomous. Su Qingliang observed his sudden silence, a sardonic smile creeping into his thoughts. The lack of resolution, whether in adults or children, constitutes a grave predicament. Today's thoughts differ from tomorrow's whims, that if one merely indulges in contemplation without diligent effort, even the fruits of labor will be undervalued. Although he followed the steps imparted by Zheng Xian, Su Qingliang had merely consulted him on the method of crafting a mold. The distinction between knowledge and practical application remained apparent. The rectangular wooden frame, with its mortise and tenon joints, featured one side that could be opened, referred to as a jiaoziu or mold. The quality of the mold determined the standards of the earthen bricks produced. Due to limitations in tools and craftsmanship, the one he fashioned was somewhat crude, barely functional, but certainly not standard. Additionally, a pestle was required. Ideally, it would be crafted from stone, but lacking suitable materials, they resorted to wood. The strength exerted by hand also had its impact. After numerous attempts, the appearance was satisfactory. Yet the solidity remained doubtful. After much toil, the soil had been beaten to a sheen, finally yielding a block that they deemed acceptable. Su Qingshan soon resumed his chatter. This process feels akin to making flatbreads. If we harvest wheat in the future and grind it into flour, we could employ this method to create flatbreads. Can you make them? I cannot, but I have observed others. It's similar to this clay, kneaded into a ball, then rolled out with a wooden stick. Just as his words trailed off, voices emerged from behind the house. That's sister you. Su Qingzhou dropped the pestle in hand and dashed towards the back beam. Su Qingliang and Su Qingshun swiftly followed. After a couple of strides, Su Qingliang turned back to retrieve the pestle before rejoining them. Tangyu called out while running back, hoping someone at home would hear and respond promptly. Su Qingzhou, running the fastest, called out before even arriving. Sister you, what is the matter? Hurry, a large monkey has fallen into the trap at Brother Xing's place, a massive one, and it is thrashing about trying to escape. I saw it clinging to a tree, and I came back to summon help. That beast is rampaging, and they dared not approach it, hoping that sheer numbers would enable them to subdue it. The scarcity of food is dire, thus leading to a haze of desperation. Su Qingliang shouted to Su Qingshan, "Go back and fetch an axe and some rope." Being small, he may not contribute much otherwise. But his speed is an asset, Su Qingshan yelped, and turned back to you ended Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou, not bothering to wait for Tangyu, nimbly clambered up the tree branches. Upon arrival, they found that the monkey had managed to hoist itself up with its front hooves. This creature could communicate to some extent and exhibited a degree of intelligence. Realizing that by digging into the earth, it could elevate itself and escape, that a thick layer of soil had already been piled beneath its feet as it exerted all its strength to climb out. Zheng Huai, being more prudent, had distanced himself and climbed a tree. Su Qingliang, stealing his resolve, rushed in and swung the pestle down. The monkey screeched and fell back into the trap. An adult monkey, with its tough skin and sinewy flesh, found the fall merely an inconvenience. The debris within did not pose any significant detriment. It likely felt only a fleeting pain, insufficient to break the skin. The greatest injury it sustained was the blunt force of Su Qingliang's strike, leaving it disoriented and sprawling back down. Zheng Huai, realizing assistance had arrived, swiftly descended from the tree. The ferocity of an adult monkey could rival that of a tiger or leopard, aside from its tough hide and robust physique. It possessed a long snout and sharp teeth. Although primarily herbivorous, it was not averse to carnivorous indulgences. Thus, tales of monkeys attacking humans are not entirely unfounded. Second brother, where's the dagger? It's on me. He had developed a habit of always carrying it. For those like them, who navigated life through hardship, even with shelter and sustenance, a sense of complete security remained elusive until they possessed the means to defend themselves. Having a weapon at hand provided a semblance of safety. Upon hearing he had the dagger, Su Qingliang felt a slight relief, yet could not wholly relax. The monkey had begun to spiral into madness, not only rampaging wildly, but also howling frantically. It was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Otherwise, it might attract companions or other wild beasts, an exceedingly troublesome affair. Despite it being broad daylight, they were in the mountains, where human presence was scant and daytime appearances of feral creatures were not uncommon. Su Qingliang gripped the pestle tightly, timing his strike with the monkey's ascent, and brought it down forcefully. After several blows, the monkey finally recognized the peril and ceased its frantic attempts to escape, retreating into the trap and howling in distress. It was pleading for help. Su Qingliang did not comprehend the creature's language, yet its behavior was unmistakable. That moment, Su Qingshan arrived, axe in hand. "Here, brother," Su Qingliang passed the pestle to Su Qingzhou and positioned himself at the edge of the trap, kneeling precariously if that beast attempted to leap up. Second brother, do not hesitate. Exert all your strength. He then lay flat at the trap's edge, raising the axe without hesitation and striking at the monkey within. The beast could not be allowed to continue its cries. Otherwise, they would all be in jeopardy. The most prudent course of action was to terminate it swiftly. It must be said, their audacity was rather excessive. The adult monkey weighed no less than 2 stones. A challenge for any mere youth of 16 or 17 to subdue with ease. Even with Su Qingliang's experience in the marketplace, possessing more survival skills than the average person and his agile movements. He was ultimately a mortal being. The monkey feigned a move that caused a startled Su Qingliang to slip and tumble into the trap. Brother, Su de Ge. The group gasped in horror as Su Qingliang felt a brief wave of panic, but quickly steadied himself, calling out to Su Qingzhou, the dagger. He rolled aside just in time to evade the monkey's initial attack. But he seized the dagger, rolled again, and with a swift upward thrust, plunged it into the monkey's that moment. Su Qingliang felt his limbs weaken, sustained only by sheer will to survive. The monkey truly sensed the pain, a profound agony that clouded its already somewhat intelligent mind, sending it rampaging within the trap. Brother, come up, a clear voice rang out. Gong Shuheng had appeared, holding the rope Su Qingshan had brought. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, she deftly tossed it, ensnaring Su Qingliang and pulling him out from the trap. These reckless souls, emboldened to the point of forgetting their own limitations, dared to confront such a formidable beast head-on, leaving Gong Shuheng at a loss for words. Chapter 59. A Bountiful Harvest. The moment Su Qingliang landed, his legs felt utterly limp. Had he lingered a moment longer, the monkey-esque gaping maw would have claimed him. The confined space, the disparity in strength, and the overestimation of one's own abilities nearly cost him his life. Gong Shuheng snatched the dagger from his grasp, still firmly held, and leaped into the trap. She landed on the monkey's back, and with unerring precision, drove the dagger into the nape of its neck. Without granting the creature a moment's respite, she fully embedded the blade into its flesh before withdrawing it and nimbly escaping. What are you dawdling for? Pass me the rope. Bind it and haul it down the mountain. If they do not depart soon, it may be too late. With the aid of a nearby branch, Su Qingliang managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. After a moment of mental steadiness, he observed that the creature trapped within had fallen silent, with only its blood gurgling outwards. The last time they had encountered a monkey, it was but a cub, discovered by Gong Shuheng, Su Qingyu, and Su Qingyin, who had subsequently dispatched it with a few swift blows. Neither Su Qingliang, Su Qingzhou, nor anyone else had ever witnessed such an event. This time, however, they stood witness to an adult monkey meeting its demise at the hands of Gong Shuheng. The shock was undeniable. Regardless of the tumult within their hearts, the immediate concern was to bind and extract the creature with utmost urgency. Su Qingliang discerned the urgency in Gong Shuheng's tone, fearing that further delay might invite complications. Although they were on the front mountains, their dwelling was still a considerable distance away. Zhang Xian, arriving late and breathless, could hardly fathom that his grandson had encountered such a creature while merely foraging for wild fruits. Even though the monkey had succumbed, the old man remained thoroughly shaken. Fortunately, with age came resilience. He had weathered many storms and was able to maintain composure in this situation. Under his direction, several individuals worked in tandem to bind the monkey's limbs, fashioning a robust stick through the ropes, and together they hefted the creature down the mountain. However, Gong Shuheng did not rush to follow. Instead, she began to cover the blood in the trap with soil, meticulously ensuring that every drop was concealed. All the while, she trailed behind, leaving a path of earth in her wake. The monkey was transported directly to the Zheng family, a group of young lads, possessing ample strength, hastened along with the sizable beast. Zhang Xian followed closely, finally catching up as they approached their destination. This ought to be taken to your home. Had it not been for you all, particularly your sister Qingheng, we might never have captured such a creature. The last time we ventured uphill, if it were not for that 6th girl from the Su family, we might have perished along the way. And this time, once again thanks to that little girl, lives might have been lost. While it may not necessarily be your cousin Zheng Huai, Zhang Xian remembered this favor. As Yu Qingliang remarked, whoever set the trap owns its catch. As for the others, in our village, it is only we few. Should anyone be nearby, they would lend a hand. If anything were to happen to us, old sir, could you and Zheng Huai truly turn a blind eye? Rules are rules. Without them, there can be no order. It is essential to conduct oneself with a degree of propriety. Otherwise, chaos ensues. Zhang Xian felt undeserving of such kindness, and with the burden of such a large creature arriving at his doorstep, he lacked the means to manage it. Ultimately, the monkey was brought to the Su family's threshold. The task of skinning the creature had traditionally fallen to Su Qingyu. However, with her absence, it fell to Su Qingliang, the eldest brother, to take charge. Gong Shuheng provided him with brief guidance. First, hang the creature, starting from its hooves. Truth be told, Gong Shuheng had little experience herself. She had observed Su Qingyu skillfully skinning a cat before, and it appeared to be a straightforward task. A crowd gathered around. Including the physical, he bore some abrasions on his body. Yet to them, such minor injuries were inconsequential, had it not been for Luer's timely arrival. He feared that his injuries might have escalated to something far graver, perhaps even the loss of his life. He dared not contemplate the thought, as it still sent a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, if we lend them our assistance, might we receive a share in return? Perhaps. I shall allow Uncle Zheng to handle it himself once I have performed the incision. They have all exerted themselves, and it would be unthinkable for Zhang Xian to remain indifferent if he were truly to disregard the matter and take his courtesy at face value. There would be no future dealings to speak of. Shall we continue to consume snake meat this afternoon? Yes, it is getting late. You all should take a breather and prepare a meal, as I will soon be finished. As Yu Qingyu acknowledged with a brief "oh," and entered the house to fetch a basin for water. After feeding the two playful kittens some grass, Su Qingyuan took a bit of dry hay inside to start a fire. Earlier in the morning, they had added wood, buried it under ashes, and now, upon uncovering it, there were still glowing embers. They merely needed to add the hay and blow through a bamboo tube, and the flames would leap to life. They ate 2 meals a day and had been feasting on snake meat for several consecutive days. Today was the last piece. Fortunately, the weather had turned quite cold, or would have spoiled long ago. Even so, the freshness had waned compared to the initial days, and the taste had grown somewhat pungent. Yet for them, discarding food was utterly out of the question. Food was far too precious. No one was idle today. Su Qingliang had just finished processing a monkey, while Zhang Xian and several others had already produced numerous earthen bricks. Using nearly all the yellow clay that had collapsed, it felt as if something was still lacking. If there were clay or yellow mud in the vicinity, they could make a bit more and finish the job in one go. How could a sturdy house, appearing so sound, simply crumble? Fortunately, no one was injured. Otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle. As Yu Qingliang called out, "Uncle, it's done." He had already extracted the internal organs, leaving the entire monkey hanging upside down from a wooden post, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Zhang Xian rubbed a handful of grass to clean the mud from his hands and approached, saying, "Young brother, with your hands and that knife of yours, might you divide the meat?" "How should it be divided? Should it be cut into small pieces? Simply split it in half with an axe, and then have one of those halves again. The rest, they would take care of themselves." Following his instructions, Su Qingzhou took the axe and swiftly divided the meat. Zhang Xian then remarked, "Speaking of which, this creature fell into the trap we dug. Yet without your help, we would have been unable to procure it. If we had encountered it ourselves, it could have fled, and we wouldn't even dream of consuming its flesh. Thus, to put it plainly, we owe our good fortune to you siblings. This entire portion rightfully belongs to you. As for the remaining half, I shall divide it with Madame Yu and the others, and I shamelessly claim the pigskin and the internal organs." He then turned and called out, "Zheng Huai, go over to Zhuang Longjuan's house and summon Madame Yu." He then looked at Su Qingzhou and asked, "Do you think my division of the spoils is fair?" There were only 3 households present, and each was in need of sustenance. Their contribution lay in laboriously digging the trap for half a day, while Tang Yu's effort was in returning promptly to summon AIDAS for the Su siblings. Their role was self-evident that, as Yu Qingliang, no longer as formal as at the outset. replied, "If uncle feels this division is appropriate, I have no objections because it was the truth. Without lure, none of them possessed the ability to subdue such a large monkey. The group consisted entirely of the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. The pigskin was a valuable asset, sorely needed, yet even more so by Zheng Xian and his grandchildren, who had arrived last. As for the internal organs, he pondered what Zheng Xian would do with those foul-smelling innards. They certainly would not be cleaning them. The previous ones had been tossed directly into the latrine for composting. Anyone who wished to salvage them must know how to handle them, or perhaps seek some advice that if you believe it fair, then we shall proceed as such. Tang Yu hurriedly arrived and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The monkey had been divided, and Zheng Huai had come to inform her to take the meat back. Tang Yu was aware that their haul had been bountiful today. Even though her efforts had been minimal, she had run errands and would surely receive her share. However, she did not anticipate it would be this substantial. She hastily declined. "This is inappropriate. This is inappropriate. I have contributed nothing. How can I take so much?" Their household was in dire need of food, truly in want. Zhuang Jingyan's leg was injured and would require a long period to heal. They relied solely on the little grain she had purchased in the city last time and the wild vegetables she foraged daily. Barely managing to stave off starvation had exhausted all her strength. Yet, she would absolutely refuse to accept what she did not deserve. Taking what was undeserved would surely come with a price. This, she understood better than anyone else. Chapter 61. If not wanted, then give it to him. Su Qingliang refrained from commenting. Since Zheng Xian had taken charge of the division, it was fitting for him to see the matter through. In the end, Tang Yu accepted the portion near the pig's head. Even so, she felt she had gained an immense advantage. Yet, it must be said that receiving such a large piece truly alleviated her pressing needs, bringing her considerable peace of mind. Everyone was satisfied. Su Qingliang felt equally content. Once the outsiders had departed, Su Qingchun leaped with excitement. "We have meat to eat again." It was worth noting that although it was merely one piece, it was substantial. Vastly different from the small creatures they had previously caught. Su Qingyu and Su Qingyuan were equally ecstatic. Even the usually composed Su Qingzhou wore a smile. Su Qingliang wielded the axe to separate all the bones, then sliced the exterior meat along the joints into manageable pieces. Without needing to be prompted, Su Qingyu hurried off to find some palm leaves, instructing him to pierce a hole in the top of each meat piece with his dagger, so she could thread the leaves through and hang them up. "Our salt is running low. These pieces of meat could not possibly be consumed in one sitting, so they needed to be salted lightly and then hung to dry or smoked." They had heard that smoked meat was especially delicious, particularly with these wild ingredients, which bore a strong gamey flavor. The smoke would help mask that taste considerably. Moreover, the salt would not go to waste. When it came time to cook, they would not need to add any more. However, given the time they had spent recently cooking salt during favorable weather, it seemed unlikely they would have enough to cure this meat. With the current weather, the previous methods of salt production would be unfeasible. So, should we venture down the mountain again? To be frank, Su Qingliang was reluctant to frequent the city so often. The situation remained chaotic. And Xingzhou would not calm simply due to a rainstorm. He could not go himself, and he did not trust others to go, including Gong Shuang. The last time, she had almost not returned, which had truly frightened him. "How much do we need?" "Choose a portion of salt, and we can eat a little bit recently." The question was not whether they wanted to eat meat. Who wouldn't want to? But they could not continue without salt. Recently, they had been sparing with salt, relying on the various herbs Gong Shuang had foraged from the mountains to enhance the flavor. Yet, lacking that bit of salt, something felt amiss. Gong Shuang had been somewhat absent during the latter part of the day. Upon returning from the mountains, her family had been busy, and she had nestled into her pile of grass without engaging in any particular task. Hearing Su Qingliang and Su Qingyu conversing, she finally paused and raised her head. "Then we shall go down the mountain to buy some. I happen to need to go to the city." Su Qingliang sat by the embankment, turning to glance at her. "It has not been long since we last went. It is likely still unsafe. I am but this small. They cannot possibly conscript me for service that I could tea worst. I might suffer a few scrapes or encounter someone who wishes to eat meat, which does not frighten me. Do you not remember how you could scarcely move on your way back last time? You ought to stay at home a bit longer." This time I shall go alone. It will not be a problem. Do not let anyone accompany me. It is too troublesome that I will take Jiang Bai with me. He can carry my load, and if I tire, he can carry me as well. When she had initially requested Jiang Bai, it was not solely out of pity for the donkey. It was also to have something to carry her when she went out. Though walking was not particularly challenging for her, there were times when she simply could not walk or did not wish to. In Xixiang Mountain, she had never ventured out, yet she had always had a mount. Once she spoke, the matter was settled. Subsequently, Su Qingzhou made a trip next door to inform Tang Yu and Zheng Xian about the plan to buy salt. Upon arrival, he found Zheng Xian busy, a large fire crackling in the yard, producing a foul stench. Zheng Huai was repeatedly fetching water with a basin. "What is uncle doing?" "I'm cleaning out the contents of the monkey's belly." "We can eat those later." Su Qingzhou was taken aback. "How do you intend to eat those?" "Aside from the gallbladder. The rest is all edible." I am aware that most individuals perceive this as merely a collection of filth, feeling it is both dirty and foul-smelling. However, when properly prepared, it can be quite palatable. Regrettably, we lack several essential ingredients. With a bit of seasoning and marination, it can indeed be consumed without that unpleasant odor. I, though not particularly skilled, can recognize a few herbs that can help eliminate the fishy smell, and I have encountered a couple of them here, which I wish to experiment with. The scarcity of food is our primary concern. Even the innards can be considered a form of meat, which is certainly preferable to the meager broth of wild vegetables we have been subsisting on. Su Qingzhou squatted down to inspect the dark contents of the basin and inquired, "Are you washing it with ash?" "Indeed, the ash from dry grass and what is most suitable for cleaning this. It can render it impeccably clean. Once cleaned, if one were to add some bay leaves, fragrant seeds, mountain pepper, shun chili, and other seasonings, it would be even better to include a splash of strong liquor, allowing it to marinate in water overnight. This would effectively neutralize any lingering odors, should it still seem inadequate. One might skewer it with sticks and hang it over the fire to smoke for a fortnight, then boil it in a pot. The resulting flavor would be exquisite." Su Qingzhou, though unsure of the specifics of the exquisite flavor described, found himself swallowing in anticipation just from hearing the description. Zhang Xian remarked, "If fortune smiles upon us in the future, and we manage to catch prey, even if it is just a single swallow, do not discard the insides. Some of these creatures from the mountains have quite a bit of moisture within them. You may wish to try the method that I have suggested, that if you are uncertain, feel free to inquire. Should you find the process too tedious, do not discard anything. Simply call out to the old man, and I shall take it." Su Qingzhou agreed with a smile, and then broached the topic of descending the mountain to enter the city. Upon turning back, he noticed Su Qingliang sitting alone on a stone, gazing blankly at the undulating mountains in the distance, lost in thought. "Elder brother," Su Qingzhou called out, as Su Qingliang snapped back to reality and glanced at him. "Have you conveyed the message?" "I have," replied Su Qingzhou. "They said they would discuss it further before departing tomorrow morning to As for Yunyang and the others. They may have a little money on them, but it is likely that Zhuang Laobua and his group do not. Those who fled from Yuyang have done remarkably well to survive, and having spent so long in the workshop, those who escape have brought very little with them. The message has been conveyed. Whether they have or have not is of no concern to you. To survive, one must strive independently. We are not in a significantly better position ourselves. We owe our fortunes to Lu Er. Without Lu Er, what predicament would they be in now?" Su Qingliang understood that it would not be better than their current situation. Perhaps they would not even be alive, that he had already faced death once before. In fact, he had been saved twice by that little girl he had taken in. "Second brother, I sometimes fantasize about becoming stronger one day. Yet I do not know how to achieve that strength. If I cannot protect myself, how can I safeguard these younger ones?" Su Qingzhou replied, "But I believe you are already quite formidable, elder brother. You are an ordinary person, yet the myriad of tasks you have accomplished are far beyond what an ordinary individual could achieve." Chapter 62. She struggled to recall how she had once raised children regardless of whether I could comprehend. Su Qingliang reiterated numerous times, "Remember, this is your home. Wherever you go, you must ensure to bring people back." He then filled 2 gourds with water, all of which had been boiled in a cauldron, infused with rujin, white grass root, imparting a subtle sweetness to the water. Are you Jin, along with a few vegetable dumplings. served as provisions that, in case food was scarce during the journey, they would not perish from hunger. Su Qingliang had visited the city once, and he was well aware of the circumstances along the way. Su Qingzhou assumed that she had already exhausted all her funds and had given her all the family's money. If the opportunity arose, she could bring back some food. After all, with a donkey accompanying them this time, there was no need for Gong Shuheng to carry everything back herself, thus alleviating Su Qingzhou's concerns. As for money, it only held value if one possessed the means to spend it. They lacked even the ability to descend the mountain to enter the city, rendering any remaining funds nearly useless. Among the 6 family members, the youngest sister they had recently rescued was the most reliable and capable. Knowing that Gong Shuheng intended to enter the city, Tang Yu also wished for her assistance in procuring a few items, primarily salt. She also wanted to see if there were any vendors selling agricultural tools, as they needed to cultivate their land. Additionally, she hoped to find slightly warmer white cloth, as women had their monthly inconveniences and needed to find a solution. Zheng Xian was also in dire need of various items. He had not tasted salt in a long time, yet he was penniless and could only dream of it. Despite their lack of resources, the grandmother and grandson rose early. Gong Shuheng carried a bamboo basket filled with items, prepared for bartering in the city. Zheng Huai observed her leading the donkey away and then turned to his grandfather, asking, "Grandfather, may I learn from Sister Qingheng how to gather medicinal herbs? If I can manage to collect some, I could sell them at the clinic in the city and earn at least a little money." They were currently destitute, and life was exceedingly difficult. Each person has their own means of survival. What we can rely on is not what we have gleaned from others, but rather what is inherent within us. The suitable wood has been procured. You must diligently work with your grandfather to construct the loom and spinning wheel. And in due time, we shall have wealth. As the sun rose higher, the 2 consecutive days of sunshine had nearly dried the damp earth at the entrance. Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou busily molded adobe bricks and constructed walls, simultaneously spreading out the chestnut husks and wood from the past few days to dry on the straw mat. The rear wall had collapsed, causing discomfort over the past few days. Little by little, they began to rebuild it, smoothing a layer of mud over the exterior while leaving a door in its original position. Once completed, it would bring them a sense of security. The pace of their work was rather slow for just the 2 of them, and this task required meticulous attention, leaving no room for haste. Once the wall was fully erected, the chestnut husks and what accumulated at the entrance would also increase. Su Qingyuan was particularly meticulous regarding food. Even during the drying process, she separated the 2 items. Wood was far tastier than chestnuts, and although they appeared somewhat similar, their flavors were entirely different. The chestnuts filled 2 sieves, while the wood only filled half. After 2 to 3 days of drying in the sun, the outer skins had become crisp. Once the back wall was completed, the original back door would no longer suffice and would need to be replaced with wood or bamboo. Rearranging the back door is a task that Su Qingzhou can effortlessly accomplish, as Yu Qingliang cautioned a few younger individuals, forbidding them from mentioning the cave in the back to anyone, nor permitting anyone to enter it without permission. He then resumed his own work as for how to consume the chestnuts and wood nuts. Su Qingliang himself was uncertain. He contemplated grinding them on a stone mill, much like other grains, before proceeding. Afterward, he would utilize the simple winnowing baskets and sieves made from vines to remove the outer shells. This method would not require the meticulous grinding necessary for wheat or legumes. It sufficed to break them into a few pieces, enough to detach the shells. While this may sound straightforward, it was in practice quite a challenging endeavor. It was a meticulous task that demanded considerable patience. The optimal moment when the sun shone brightly. Su Qingliang began, estimating that he could sweep them down with a brush once he had enough. At this point, they were no longer struggling for containers to hold their harvest, even having enough to lend to the Zheng family. The dried chestnuts and wood nuts were easily crushed on the stone mill. The only drawback was that the wood nuts, due to their sweet aroma, had developed weevils within just a few days. By the time the afternoon crowd returned from the mountain, everything laid out at the Su family's doorstep had been ground into powder, as Yu Qingliang managed to keep things relatively tidy, and the grinding was quite fine. Unfortunately, without a sifter, there remained several small particles, though it did not significantly impact the overall outcome. Ultimately, they had gained 2 more edible resources. Not only were they pleased, but the Zheng Xian and his family were also delighted, as Yu Qingliang had set a proper example for them on site. After the rain ceased, they too busied themselves gathering this food. Over the past 2 days, they had been drying it at their doorstep, and if the weather proved favorable tomorrow, they would need to take half a day to sort through it. After all, they were on the brink of starvation. Especially for the Zheng grandfather and grandson. Prior to receiving that small amount of meat, their meals had consisted solely of bland wild vegetables, leaving them weak and unsteady on their feet. They were in urgent need of some sustenance, lest they feel their bodies could no longer endure. Gong Shuheng descended the mountain this time with a rather casual demeanor. She did not head directly towards the city, but instead ambled along, stopping intermittently. Although the night air was chilly, she managed to find several flint stones and easily kindled a fire. The cold weather deterred most beasts from roaming the mountains at night, which was one reason for her delayed journey. Before she left, Su Qingliang had filled 2 gourds with water for her, along with a mixture of wheat and legumes, complemented by wild vegetable dumplings, a thoughtful gesture on his part. However, for her appetite, it was barely sufficient for one meal. The notion of saving was entirely foreign to her. She prioritized eating first and devised plans as she walked. The trip to the city was no small feat, requiring several days for the round trip. Even with the addition of a donkey, it still needed food and rest, hindering their pace. That night, as she rested, Gong Shuheng found herself unusually bored and scrutinized her appearance from head to toe. They all looked equally ragged, their bodies exuding a foul odor, and their hair was a tangled mess. Without a basin to wash her face, she had only splashed some water from a pond when the weather was warm. Now, in the biting cold, she refrained from doing so. She was as dirty as a beggar in the city. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a wretched state, unable even to perform the simplest act of cleaning. She had heard that the elder next door could craft wooden barrels, so perhaps a wooden basin was within reach. This time in the city, she needed to explore thoroughly to find where woodworking supplies were sold. If she could not procure any, she would have to resort to using the earthenware basin from home. They had indeed made too few during the last firing. Once the weather warmed, she would need Su Qingliang and the others to make another batch. Not to mention, she absolutely needed to purchase wooden combs and hair ties. Time had passed so long that she could scarcely recall how she managed to care for several children in the past. What preparations were necessary? The 4-Elephant Mountain was teeming with mountain spirits. It seemed she had never truly concerned herself with such matters before. After a rainfall, the area near the state city began to exhibit signs of green. The crops that had been sown revived with remarkable vitality. While a reduction in yield was inevitable, it was still preferable to complete crop failure, and the absence of Hope Point 1 could only hope that the forthcoming season would bring favorable weather. Devoid of any further mishaps, the surviving populace was truly clinging to life, unable to withstand any more turmoil. That on her journey to the state city, Gong Shuheng encountered a couple of locations with people. Though they were few in number, approximately a dozen or so, men and women of all ages, although predominantly in the biting wind, they huddled together, shivering, as they labored to construct shelters. It appeared that the forced labor had come to an end. The rumored conscription had not been enacted in Xingzhou. Given the devastation in Xingzhou, initiating conscription would be tantamount to a massacre. If such measures were taken, Emperor Zhang Xiaoyang's reign would likely be nearing its end. Gong Shuheng's first stop was Hua Chuntang. She intended to empty the bamboo basket she carried and inquire with the physician about the existence of any woodworking shops in the city. She recognized this particular physician and found him to be relatively approachable. Upon arriving at Hua Chuntang, she felt that the previous turmoil should now be behind them. Each time she had visited the clinic before, it had been bustling with patients, but today it was eerily quiet, devoid of any sick individuals. Physician Chuanbai leisurely sat in the courtyard, brewing tea over a small fire. Upon seeing Gong Shuheng, Chuanbai was not surprised. He recalled that this young girl never came empty-handed, often bringing something to sell, yet her attire remained tattered, increasingly so with each visit. Her hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, far more orderly than her own hair. However, upon closer inspection, her complexion seemed considerably improved. It appeared she had gained a bit of weight. Unable to resist, he raised his hand and performed a cleansing gesture for her silently. Gong Shuheng feigned ignorance. She was well aware of her body's changes. They had been gradually consuming the substantial serpent meat each day. Even slightly aged snake meat is known to nourish one's chi and blood and strengthen bones. Let alone that particular delicacy. She had felt much more comfortable in her body these past few days, her steps lighter and her spirit uplifted. What herbs had she brought this time? Just a few good items. Gong Shuheng placed the bamboo basket at his feet, and as she unveiled its contents, Chuanbai's expression shifted dramatically. Did you gather all of these? Indeed. Do you know their names? Are you aware of their uses? Gong Shuheng shook her head. I don't know. It's my first time seeing them. They seemed rare, so I brought them for you to examine. As she spoke, her hands continued to move. I also have 2 snake skins I found in the mountains. They appear quite large. The snake that shed its skin must have been around for a while, that I've heard that the older the skin, the more valuable it is. Could you help me appraise it? Chuanbai, having studied under Taihe and previously spent time in the 4-Elephant Mountain, had gained some experience. However, upon seeing these items, he couldn't help but gasp. Where did you find these? In the mountain where we live. Deep within. Chuanbai sighed heavily. You actually ventured into the depths of the mountain. Your courage is quite remarkable. What kind of snake must have shed such a large skin? If you had encountered a living one, it would have been enough to fill your gaps between teeth. Gong Shuheng remained expressionless, unfazed. Chuanbai's emotions were a tangled mix. Where does your family reside? Baofeng Mountain. Where is Baofeng Mountain located? Since arriving in this area, Chuanbai had been preoccupied, not once venturing far from the city. He had never heard of this place before. Perhaps it was time he took a trip outside the city to explore. The items you brought are indeed valuable. What do you intend to do with the money from selling them? Buy some grain, and perhaps some cloth. Is there a woodworking shop nearby? I also want to purchase some woodworking tools. Oh, and I need some salt as well. That was quite a substantial list of requests. You have someone at home to sew clothes for you if you buy cloth? Yes, my elder sister can. How many people are in your family? 6. Chuanbai was somewhat taken aback. After the floods and subsequent droughts, the number of survivors had dwindled significantly. In the city, most people were wealthy outsiders coming to establish businesses or trade while the region was in disarray. For a family of 6 to have survived was quite remarkable. Why haven't I seen any adult from your family? It's always just you. Aren't you afraid of encountering trouble on the road? This question carried a hint of scrutiny. However, Gong Shuheng did not perceive it as such. She held a favorable impression of Chuanbai. I'm bold and unafraid. How far is your home from here? From the mountain to the city, I walk quite fast, but it still takes 3 days. That was indeed a considerable distance. Chuanbai settled her account, handed her a money pouch, and cautioned her, be careful. Don't flaunt your wealth. It's best to keep it separated. This journey is filled with valuable items, yet it costs quite a sum. Gong Shuheng expressed her gratitude to him, then inquired about the location of the carpentry workshop, followed by questions about where to purchase salt. Chuanbai, enjoying a leisurely day, even accompanied her to the door, providing her with directions. He then advised her, not far ahead lies the fabric shop. Once you have the means, your elder sister at home can sew garments, so do purchase a bit to make 2 new outfits for changing. He continued, and regarding your hair, procure a wooden comb and a hairpin, allowing your sister to teach you how to style it. You are a pretty young girl, yet your hair remains in disarray. Gong Shuheng earnestly thanked him, declaring, you are a good person, and good people are rewarded. Chuanbai noted that this was the 2nd time he had heard such word from the lips of this young girl. Xingzhou is not lacking in salt. It is, after all, a primary salt-producing region of Tiancai. The largest salt pond of Tiancai lies at Bailutan to the north of Xingzhou. However, it is uncertain at this moment whether the salt ponds have returned to their original state after the recent flood. Chuanbai informed her of the salt market's location and cautioned her with a few details. As Gong Shuheng prepared to leave, she turned back and asked him, will you remain here for long? Taken aback by her sudden inquiry, Chuanbai replied, for the time being, yes. Once I find a suitable physician to take my place, I shall move elsewhere. I am merely traveling down the mountain and cannot linger in one place for too long. One must explore various locales to gain broader insights. He did not ponder why the young girl had asked such a question and thought nothing more of it. Upon returning to the apothecary, his mind momentarily blanked. He wondered what he had come there for. He rubbed his brow and stepped back outside. Sitting in a chair, He took his own pulse. The pulse showed no significant issues. Why had he suddenly felt so dazed? Gong Shuheng set off toward the salt market. The salt in Tianke is sold uniformly by the government, and Xingzhou follows suit, due to differing environments and methods of salt extraction. There are broadly 4 types: bitter salt, coarse salt, shaped salt, and sweet salt. The names alone reveal their quality hierarchy. Bitter salt is distinctly bitter and the cheapest, prevalent in the market, often used by impoverished folk. Coarse salt, derived from the evaporation of seawater, is slightly milder in taste but comes at a higher price. Shaped salt is official salt cut into tiger shapes, used for banquets, while sweet salt, a mildly sweet pond salt, is reserved for the royal family and is the most prestigious and costly. Whenever the royal household requires salt for seasoning, the salt merchants must prepare the appropriate kind in advance, as mistakes are intolerable. After considerable contemplation, Gong Shuheng decided on her purchases in terms of price comparison. She acquired 2 types, bitter salt and coarse salt. The bitter salt, large grains taken directly from the salt pond without any processing, is particularly salty and bitter. While she could cook with it, it was cumbersome, so she opted to use the slightly milder coarse salt for the time being and deal with the bitter salt later. After purchasing the salt, she headed toward the carpentry workshop. Along the way, she caught a whiff of meat, leading her toward a bustling stall, but was shooed away. "Go away, little beggar, don't disturb my business." Unfazed, Gong Shuheng stepped aside, leaning against a donkey, and inquired of the vendor, "I can smell the delicious aroma. Clearly, your skills are commendable. I do not seek a free meal. I will pay for what I buy. I just wish to know what you're selling at. You little beggar, you have quite the boldness and a silver tongue. Look at your appearance. Can you truly afford to buy meat buns?" Gong Shuheng produced some coins and placed them on the steps. "How much can this buy me?" The vendor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this seemingly disheveled little beggar to possess silver. He hurriedly approached to collect the coins. "Are you certain you want to spend all this on meat pies?" "Yes, but do not deceive me. If I find out you've tricked me, I will come here daily to disrupt your business. Whether she brings misfortune or fortune depends on how the other party conducts themselves." Vendors are typically cautious about offending customers. Who wouldn't prefer to make money amicably? After all, encountering a rogue could lead to trouble, not to mention the annoyance it would cause. The vendor quickly found her a corner to sit and serve her a meal. In Tianke, the staple foods consist of steamed buns and meat pies, along with grains and half-bean rice. Steamed buns and pies are typically consumed by those in better conditions, while the common folk often resort to grain known as wheat rice, which involves steaming the wheat directly for consumption due to the difficulty of milling it into flour. In Xingzhou, rice is grown but yields are low, primarily reserved for tribute, with the remaining grain sold to the nobility. If one does not eat grain, they mix beans, millet, and other cereals, grinding them together and cooking them, which is the half-bean rice that Gong Shuheng currently enjoys. The distinction between buns and pies is minimal. Both are chewy, with the difference being that one is steamed and the other baked. "What meat is inside your bun?" she asked. "It's pork, prepared using traditional techniques. Seasoned and then shredded into a paste, stuffed inside the bun. It is truly fragrant." Gong Shuheng pondered whether she should find a pig farmer to inquire if they had piglets for sale, intending to raise one in the mountains, ultimately to slaughter it later. This meat is tender and flavorful, starkly contrasting with the coarse, gamey meat of wild animals. With each bite, her mouth was filled with oil. It was simply delightful. At this moment, her thoughts of purchasing grain were completely overshadowed by her desire to acquire a piglet. The vendor and his wife cast curious glances her way. What kind of little beggar spends so lavishly? Not only did she hand over silver, but she also led a donkey, suggesting she might be better off than they were. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Gong Shuheng paid no mind to the peculiar looks cast her way. Once finished, she wrapped the remaining food in dry lotus leaves and stowed it in a palm leaf pouch. Gong Shuheng ambled away from the food stall, feeling that as her health improved, her appetite had grown significantly. The feeling of being full was incredibly satisfying. This experience was indeed different from the last. She had purchased a variety of items. With the donkey in tow, she thoroughly explored every corner of the prefectural city. Not only did she visit the carpentry workshop to acquire a complete set of tools, but she also bought a hoe for Tangyu. Like salt, farming tools are regulated by the government. The proficient copper crafting and the newly initiated iron smelting techniques are entirely under government control. Various bronze tools glistened enticingly, while some iron implements appeared somewhat rudimentary, but were not as heavy as bronze. Due to the rarity of certain items, even the simpler tools came at exorbitant prices. Gong Shuing patted her pocket, ultimately deciding against purchasing them, instead opting for a bronze alchemy furnace. She had gathered quite a collection of items, though not yet complete, and needed a dedicated vessel to facilitate her simple concoctions. Not only did she intend to bring farming tools for Tangyu, but she also planned to buy soft white cloth from the fabric shop. Although Gong Shuheng was unsure of the purpose behind acquiring such items in these financially strained circumstances, she felt obligated to fulfill her promise. While purchasing the fabric, she squeezed her coin purse. When she emerged, she had not only acquired 2 additional feet of white cloth, but also a pouch on the donkey containing the cheapest fabric from the shop, although all made of linen. They came in various colors: green, white, and blue. Upon returning, she could gather reeds or save up some leather to sew each of them a set of clothes for changing. It would be impractical for everyone to wear the same outfit all the time. With her hair still a tangled mess, she bound it up with 2 red ribbons, forming little buns atop her head. Inside her pouch, she had also added a comb and a few hair ties. In summary, ever since she began savoring the meat pie earlier, she understood that when out and about, one must present oneself a bit more decently. This decency begins with cleanliness and tidiness, for that is all they could manage at present. These were thoughts she had never entertained before, issues she had never contemplated throughout the ages. Such matters were not something Su Qingliang had ever recalled to teach them. One reason was that his upbringing had not instilled such habits in him. The second was that their current circumstances did not afford them the opportunity to remember to keep themselves clean and organized. After leaving the fabric shop, the shopkeeper gazed at the clump of stray hair on the ground and shook her head in confusion. She was bewildered, as her shop was always kept spotless and immaculate. How could there be such a mess of hair? Gong Shuheng led a donkey carrying a bamboo basket, but ultimately failed to procure the desired pork. This was because the city had none. It only had butchers who specialized in sourcing pigs from the outskirts. The east and north of Xingzhou lay villages dedicated to raising such animals. Yet the journey was far from short. The final destination of Gong Shuheng's foray into the city was a butcher's stall. After tasting the pork, she found it utterly unpalatable compared to the wild game she had previously enjoyed in the mountains. Having already indulged, the remaining meat pie would likely find its way into her stomach if she encountered no game along the way. Thus, she resolved to purchase some fresh meat to bring home, allowing her family to savor the rich, fatty flavor as well. However, before she could reach the stall, she abruptly halted, her eyes narrowing at a woman who had just passed by, with a slight furrow of her brow. She turned and followed the donkey. Chapter 65. A shared bird in the household was bustling with activity, leaving no one with the time to think of those descending the mountain during the day. Su Qingliang prepared chestnut silkworms and wood silkworms, which he simmered into a porridge for the evening meal. Knowing the flavors well, he added a bit of both, mixing in some beans and wheat. Had it not been for the predominance of wild vegetables, it might have resembled the half-bean dish Gong Shuheng had eaten in the city. "Shall we continue foraging for these?" he inquired. "If we can find more." "Let us proceed, but as always, we must remain close to the nearby mountains and never venture too far alone. Should we encounter any danger, we must climb a tree." Climbing was a skill they all possessed. Initially, they would not have known how, but during the rainy months spent in the mountains, they had learned to survive. Had they not, they would have long become prey for the wild beasts, perhaps even reincarnating without a complete form in their next life. As long as it is edible and can be brought back, we shall continue to gather. Our food supplies are limited, and this time, Luer descends primarily to procure salt and other tools. This is our last bit of money. Once spent, it will be gone. We must continue to accumulate food. Su Qingzhou asked Su Qingliang, "What is the term for the loom and spinning wheel that old Manzeng makes?" They had already discussed it. If Luer could bring back some tools, he could begin crafting them. Initially one for shared use among the 3 families, we provide the tools. Old man Zeng contributes his skills and time, and sister-in-law Zhuang will spin the thread and weave the fabric. The finished cloth can be utilized by us all, as Old Man Zeng is also in need of fabric. However, he also mentioned that once completed, he wished to continue borrowing our tools to create additional items for trade in the valley. This was entirely reasonable. While he would lend a hand and learn the craft, mastering any skill is not an easy feat ultimately. It was Zhang Xian who needed to take the lead. Time and effort invested must yield returns. Besides, the two of them were destitute, lacking everything. The loom and spinning wheel were of utmost importance to them. What happens once we have the fabric we need? How shall we account for the loom and spinning wheel? This had yet to be thoroughly discussed. Since it would be shared, each family could use it for a designated period. Or do you have a better proposal, second brother? Su Qingzhou shook his head. I cannot conceive a better plan. However, the most critical aspect now is that Lu Er must find a place to purchase tools and successfully bring them back. Otherwise, all is for naught, with only that not-so-sharp axe and Old Man Zheng's worn ruler. How could they possibly create something so large and complex? Thus, we must wait for Lu Er to return. Well, there is no need to wait idly. We shall continue with our tasks in the meantime, ensuring you are not left idle. Old Man Zeng has already selected most of the lumber. It is up to us to assist him in bringing it back. Their tools are limited, relying primarily on manpower, making the task exceedingly arduous. Consequently, they dare not select particularly thick timber. Anything that is somewhat usable will suffice. Once selected, they must climb up to tie a rope to the top, then chop from below. When they reach halfway, they can all pull together in the chosen direction. After felling the tree, they will remove the branches above. Zhang Xian measured the dimensions with his ruler, chopped with his axe, and then carried the timber back to peel and dry it at his convenience. It was all labor-intensive work, a true test for those who had long endured hunger. Tang Yu felt as if her feet were floating on her way back. She had not participated in the tree felling. That task fell to Zhang Xian and his grandfather, along with Su Qingliang and the others. Even the younger Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan had not joined in. Some tended the donkey, while others gathered grass and wild vegetables. Yet, Tang Yu felt that since they were creating items for communal use, she must contribute in some way. Otherwise, how could she bear to use what others had painstakingly crafted? Zhuang Jingyan could now touch the ground with his legs, yet he still dared not exert himself, relying on a stick for support wherever he went. After Tang Yu's repeated reminders, he rarely moved except for necessary activities like using the toilet. Although he could not assist with external matters, he endeavored to help with household tasks. He consulted Su Qingzhou about making small basket from palm leaves, as well as crafting a conical hat and a raincoat for Tang Yu. When she returned from outside, he was busy cooking, steam rising from the pot, mingling the scents of wild vegetables and yam with a hint of wheat, intensifying the hunger of those with empty stomachs. Zhuang Jingyan was not idle either. He was diligently carving a small wooden cone from a piece of smooth wood he had shaped with a stone. They had found themselves in dire straits. With nothing to their names, he could not even afford to buy Tang Yu a wooden comb or a hairpin, but if he could not purchase them, he would find a way to make them. Life must go on, after all. Yet at this moment, he had not yet completed the comb. It required further polishing, lest it catch on her hair and scalp. Hearing the soft footsteps, he quickly stowed away the unfinished work. Using the stick to help himself stand, Tang Yu had already entered the room. "Have you brought everything back?" she asked, stepping forward to brush away the bits of grass and leaves from Tang Yu's hair. Yes, having many hands certainly helps. However, the fresh timber is quite heavy. Even the pieces Old Man Zeng chose are not particularly thick, yet they remain quite burdensome. Compared to those wealthy women, she was far more capable. Having frequently walked outside and learned a bit from the family martial artist, yet she had never experienced such a demanding life, devoid of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower. To exert such effort left her feeling utterly drained. "Then you should rest." Zhuang Jingyan leaned against the wall. Uncertain of what to say, he had no idea when his leg would heal or if it ever would. A grown man, unable to do anything, relying entirely on a frail woman. He felt like a burden. Tang Yu was utterly exhausted. Upon sitting down, she leaned against the firewood pile and closed her eyes, appearing as if she had drifted into sleep. The short distance back from the Su residence weighed heavily on her heart, filled with discomfort, grievance, and even a hint of despair. Yet upon seeing Zhuang Jingyan at home, her mood gradually calmed. And no matter what, she was not alone. so many had perished. Their survival until now was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Natural disasters had not claimed their lives, and since they had survived, they would undoubtedly live well. Everything would eventually improve. Zhuang Jingyan gazed at her, his expression complex, filled with heartache. Suddenly, Tengyu opened her eyes. It's time to eat. I truly feel famished. I hope Luer returns soon, and that she can successfully bring back the tools. Regardless, those two items needed to be made. The state of the prefectural city had nearly stabilized. The common people should have the items necessary for daily living. The primary concern was the price. She was unsure how much money the Su siblings had left and whether they could afford those items. The tools used by craftsmen were not cheap. Chapter 66. A sense of filth. Gong Shuheng's journey down the mountain had cost her a fair sum. Yet the items she sold were also valuable. Thus, despite purchasing numerous things, she had not touched the money Su Qingzhou had given her, as she had yet to exhaust her own earnings from sales. Originally, she had intended to buy some meat to bring home as a treat for the family. However, who could have anticipated that before reaching her destination, she would sense a faint, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence? With the great priest of the four symbols stationed at Tiankei and checkpoints established in all cardinal directions, there were no demons within the realm. All demonkind resided on the islands to the east of Dongyi. To the west of Dongyi lay Qianlong Pass, where any demon daring to cross the boundary would be obliterated by the power of the demon-slaying platform. So, how could there be any trace of demonic energy? Gong Shuheng would never doubt her own feelings. Even if her spirit were deliberately suppressed, it would never misperceive. The individual before her appeared to be in their early 20s, still quite youthful, with features that could only be described as graceful, but not breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a brown gown, her hair simply styled and wrapped in a light-colored scarf, she carried a basket lined with cloth, from which Gong Shuheng could keenly detect a strong stench of blood. It was unclear what she was carrying in that basket. However, since the person was a demon, it was indeed a transgression. Having encountered her, there was no way to feign ignorance. She followed closely behind. Leading her donkey to this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, and her pursuit was glaringly obvious. Gong Shuheng had not considered concealing her presence. The mere act of the other appearing brazenly within Tiankei territory constituted a breach. If discovered, she would undoubtedly be dispatched. Yet prior to that, she wished to ascertain how the individual had crossed over. The troublesome reptile in the great marsh had already been sealed, and the demons it had ferried over had been slain. Was it a case of cutting the grass without uprooting the weeds, or had there been an unexpected incident at the demon-slaying platform of Qianlong Pass? These were matters she needed to clarify. Leading her donkey, she unwittingly veered into a rarely trodden alley. The young woman seemed oblivious to the fact that someone was trailing her, walking at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the end of the alley, she suddenly turned around with a beaming smile. "What is the little girl doing following me? Could it be that you lost your way while accompanying an adult?" Gong Shuheng maintained a stoic expression and earnestly nodded. "Yes. I cannot find my way home. Might I request a bowl of water from you?" After speaking, she discreetly loosened the rope at her hand. The woman's face remained adorned with a warm smile. Seemingly normal, yet beneath that warmth lay something sinister. "Very well. I can indeed spare a bowl of water. Come in." Gong Shuheng stepped forward, her basket on her back. The donkey, seemingly oblivious, remained where it stood until the two entered the courtyard. Then turned and galloped away. The demon is going to eat the child. Its hooves clattered against the blue stone slabs. Gong Shuheng stepped into the courtyard, but before she could discern its true appearance, everything around her suddenly transformed. It was as if she had been dragged into an entirely different realm. The previous faint aura of demonic energy now enveloped her, thickening to the point of almost solidifying, completely ensnaring her within. "What a delectable little morsel," came a voice, rich with a sweet scent that made her blood run cold. She had suppressed her urges for so long, consuming only livestock, yet at this moment, she could no longer resist. Gong Shuheng stood there, frozen in fear, as the demon wrapped her in its oppressive aura, reaching out to seize her throat. Its foul mouth descended toward her neck, in her hand. A faint glow materialized silently. Before she could raise it, a thunderous voice boomed. "Wretched creature, release her." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chuanbai, clad in a white robe, appeared incongruous against the murky backdrop of the demon's presence. The young woman chuckled lightly. "Let us see who is faster, you or I." It was rare to encounter such a tempting little creature. It would be a pity to let her go unconsumed. A cascade of light, reminiscent of fine rain, surged toward her, and Gong Shuheng initially intended to shatter the demon's core directly. But now she hesitated. She wanted to witness just how far someone trained by Taihe had progressed. Thus, she allowed the demon's teeth to sink in her neck. Yet the demon, clearly not expecting this seemingly tender and youthful girl to possess such resilience, found its bite ineffective, almost hurting its own teeth instead. In the next moment, she realized that this seemingly young girl was no ordinary person. Indeed, how could an ordinary individual follow her for such a distance? An ordinary person would not have made her lose control so instantaneously. However, there was no time for further contemplation, for Chuanbai did not grant her that luxury that a swarm of fine light, akin to silver needles, descended upon her, instantly merging with her form. The demonic wind raised by the demon provided no defense whatsoever. Even in her own territory, she found herself at a disadvantage. Taihe's self-created technique, Wanye Qianhua, could overcome all. Once engaged, unless there was a vast disparity in cultivation, nothing could escape its grasp. Chuanbai, aware of his own lack of mastery and infrequent combat experience, resorted to his most formidable skill out of instinct. Feeling a piercing agony, the demon temporarily released Gong Shuheng, swiftly revealing her true form. A wave of foul, briny air enveloped the space. It felt as though the ocean were surging forth. Before them lay a grotesque, massive fish, so hideous it was repulsive. Indeed, it had come from beyond. Chuanbai had been vigilant in this area for so long, partly due to the plague, and partly because he had sensed something amiss in Xingzhou, with demons stealthily infiltrating. This was far more serious than the plague. It was extraordinary. Simply slaying it would not suffice. Further investigation was necessary to determine how many demons had infiltrated Tianke and how they had arrived. However, time was of the essence. With the demon no longer concealing itself and poised to strike at humanity, Chuanbai could no longer afford to wait. The enormous, hideous fish opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of foul black water toward Chuanbai. The healer abhorred such filth. He felt disgusted and wished to conclude matters swiftly. A slender bone needle appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingertip, it pierced through the waves, undeterred by the impurities, and flew toward the fish, subsequently sealing its gaping mouth. Chapter 67. Thought she had been frightened in a stupor. The conclusion came swiftly and unexpectedly. They were transported from the demon realm back to an ordinary courtyard. Had it not been for the lingering briny scent and the grotesque fish clutched in Chuanbai's hand, everything prior would have seemed like a fleeting dream. Gong Shuheng gazed at the abominable creature he held. And truth be told, it was exceedingly ugly, resembling a monster on land. Far from the elegance of a fish in human form, it had appeared so refined. Chuanbai, seeing her stand there in a stupor, assumed she had been petrified by fear. He stepped forward, placing his hand atop her head, a wave of warmth cascading down, enveloping her completely. The foul, briny scent vanished instantaneously, along with the residual dampness, leaving her surrounded by an unparalleled freshness. "What are you doing here?" Gong Shuheng gasped, as if awakening from a dream, her gaze finally meeting his. "I don't know." Chuanbai did not ponder further. The devious tricks of the demon clan were far too numerous. It was effortless to bewitch a young girl. Will you need to purchase anything else? I wanted to buy some meat from the butcher. Chuanbai glanced at the sky. At this hour, how long would it take to walk from the city to your home? 3 sunrises and 4 moon cycles. Chuanbai scrutinized her again. Such a small girl would dare undertake such a long journey. As for her family, they seemed overly trusting. Were they not concerned about wild beasts? At her size, should she encounter one, there would be nothing left of her but bones. It's late. The meat stalls have likely closed, and you won't be able to buy anything. The city gates will soon be shut. Since you Haven Tea acquired everything you need, let us remain in the city for the night. Come, follow me. We are somewhat acquainted, and I will find you a place to stay. Gong Shuheng followed him with ease. Exiting the alley, the donkey was still meandering about, seemingly oblivious to its own escape. Gong Shuheng waved, and it trotted over, laden with goods. That you've raised that donkey quite well. It seems rather intelligent. Gong Shuheng chuckled. What is it you are holding? It's so ugly. So foul. Her comment prompted Chuan Bai's brow to furrow. You don't recognize it. But I assure you, it is nothing good. Having thwarted the opponent's immediate attempt to unleash the demonic core, she still retained a breath of life, rendering her useful for future endeavors. Otherwise, such a repulsive object would hardly warrant a second glance. Without uttering a word, Gong Shuheng found herself at an impasse. Asking too many questions would only arouse suspicion. Accompanied by Chuan Bai, she returned to the Huichun Hall, where he arranged for a place to stay in the back courtyard. He then sent the donkey to graze alongside the mule that pulled the cart, ensuring that everything was settled. Out in the world, Gong Shuheng remained very obedient. She did not rise to seek the moon. Being from the Four Symbols Mountain, she wished to avoid prompting any undue doubts from Chuan Bi, a present. She was merely an unremarkable child. She dutifully climbed into bed, pulling the quilt over herself. Yet sleep eluded her. One reason was her unfamiliarity with the situation. The more pressing reason was the multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind. Chuan Bai's timely arrival was fortuitous, but he could not remain by her side indefinitely. He likely already knew of the demon infiltrating Xingzhou City and had been keeping a watchful eye. His hesitation to act might suggest ulterior motives. Her appearance today may have disrupted his plans. The sea demon, indeed, did not emerge from the vast marshes but from the sea east of Dongyi. It was clear that there were issues with Qianlong Pass. However, if Chuan Bai was aware, then the Four Symbols Mountain must also be informed. The next step would be to observe how they would resolve the matter. Ultimately, it bore little relevance to her, nor was it something she could afford to contemplate at this moment. As night passed uneventfully, the first light of dawn coaxed Gong Shuheng from her slumber. Armed with a newly purchased wooden comb, she mimicked the techniques of the fabric shop owner from the previous day to style her hair anew. Only upon sensing movement outside did she open the door, solemnly expressing her gratitude to Chuan Bai. She then accompanied the apothecary boy to retrieve the donkey, departing from Huichun Hall. The new year was approaching. Yet a palpable absence of festive cheer lingered both within and beyond Xingzhou City. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if brewing an impending tempest. After several days of sunshine, the weather once again turned overcast. Su Qingliang harbored concerns. Lu Er had descended the mountain several days prior, and by his calculations, he should be on the return journey. Now, he hoped that the rain would hold off for another couple of days. For without a raincoat and hat, what would they do if it poured? Gong Shuheng, aware of the impending change in weather, promptly mounted her donkey, urging it to gallop back home. Just as they neared their destination, the rain began to fall. Fortunately, she had come prepared. Throughout her ride, she had not been idle. Like a spider weaving its web, she had gathered a few palm fronds, cut some palm fibers, and fashioned a remarkably rudimentary, yet oversized hat by hand. Placing it atop her head, it shielded not only herself and her basket, but also the donkey. Though somewhat cumbersome, it served its purpose. The rain, though not heavy, fell in a fine mist, quickly soaking everything. The donkey, unable to move swiftly uphill, quickened its pace, eager to escape the rain. Despite its thick fur and tough skin, being drenched in the chilly winter rain was quite uncomfortable for the animal. It longed for its grassy shelter. Lu Er, brother, Gong Shuheng never anticipated that Su Qingliang would descend the mountain to fetch her. Had she delayed even a day or two in the city, he would have met her directly at the city gates. Chapter 68. An unusually normal person. The path down the mountain toward the state city was dotted with several villages. As she descended, she observed that they were currently under construction, and by now, they had already settled in. Gong Shuheng was genuinely surprised that the change in weather prompted her elder brother, Su Qingliang, to come down the mountain for her. Su Qingliang, equally astonished by Gong Shuheng's cleverness and resourcefulness, recognized that she could adeptly procure materials from her surroundings to protect herself. Yet, it felt only natural. This girl had always been extraordinary and could not be judged by ordinary standards. Perched upon her donkey, Gong Shuheng ambled back home, while Su Qingliang, clad in his raincoat and hat, trailed behind, listening to her chatter. Each village consisted of perhaps 20 inhabitants, slightly more than their own, which comprised merely 3 households totaling 10 people. Nonetheless, this simplicity was rather advantageous, as fewer people meant straightforward interactions, mutual assistance, and collective problem-solving, enabling them to lead a sustainable life. As she passed one of the villages while fetching water, she encountered a sickly child. With her knowledge of medicinal herbs, she offered her help, which caused her to linger longer than intended. Otherwise, she would have likely arrived home by now. Had the labor on the mountain concluded, it seemed that construction of temporary shelters had commenced. Yet Su Qingliang remained uncertain. While it appeared to have ended, he hadn't specifically checked. However, he sensed that peace had yet to settle in the lower regions. Having brought back all the supplies he could think of, they should remain in the mountains for now. She needed to venture into the deeper woods to gather medicinal herbs and nurture her body as best as she could. She sought not a complete fusion of spirit and flesh, but at least to endure as much as possible. Otherwise, she would be perpetually constrained, a passive participant in her own life. As for Su Qingliang and the others, they had their own plans by now and were busy with their own affairs. Surviving and striving to meet their basic needs was paramount. Other matters were beyond their control. The issues at Qianlong Pass indicated that the infiltration was not limited to a single demon. The task of eradicating this threat would undoubtedly require a considerable price. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the specific problems plaguing the demon-slaying platform on that side. Primarily, she had no means to ascertain the situation. Whether or not Taisu could resolve the issues swiftly and seamlessly remained uncertain. All she knew was that the impending storm could not be halted. She could only prepare as best as possible and stand firm against the winds. As a mere mortal, she found it impossible to align her spirit with her physical form, rendering her efforts insufficient. Thus, she resolved to cast aside distractions and focus on her own path for the time being. Having not purchased any grain, she calculated that their supplies at home would suffice. They had reached the coldest part of the year. Once they weathered this period, the blooming of the golden waste belt, spring flowers, would herald the gradual warming of the weather. Su Qingliang nodded in agreement. Everyone is working diligently. And we've been stockpiling food supplies a few days prior. Su Qingzhou had encountered 2 nests of Xuanyu eggs on the mountain, saving them for her return. They had also collected a fair amount of chestnuts and woodworms. Although the chestnuts were somewhat bitter, they were filling. Coupled with their original stock, they had accumulated a decent amount of provisions. Once the weather normalized, wild vegetables could be foraged on the mountain during winter, allowing them to endure until the harvest season, as long as they could wait for the warmth of spring. The mountain would yield an abundance of edible resources, alleviating any concerns. Furthermore, with the arrival of warmer weather, they could begin planting. The seeds they had saved, such as those for loaf and gourds, could be tested. With the rain growing ever denser, droplets cascaded from the edges of the cloak. At last, they neared home. Before even reaching the yard, Jinsi, who dashed through the rain to greet them, causing by, though familiar with the animal, to bray in surprise. The commotion was not loud, but those inside awaited her return, keenly attentive to the sounds outside. The moment they spotted both Gong Shuheng and the donkey returning, excitement ensued. Even Zheng Huai, who lived furthest away, rushed out, exclaiming, "Qingheng, you're back!" Gong Shuheng replied with a soft as she rode her donkey to the entrance of the fenced yard, handing the bamboo basket to Su Qingliang. She then unloaded the items from the donkey's back, placing them temporarily in a spot sheltered from the rain. A clever donkey, sensing the absence of weight, trotted back to its shelter, after ensuring the donkey was settled and providing it with some grass. She carried her oversized cloak to her doorstep. Su Qingchen immediately took notice. "Lu Er, you're truly clever. This is wonderful. It covers your entire body, rendering the raincoat unnecessary. The straw raincoat is indeed rather cumbersome. However, it does possess its advantages, as it can shield one from the biting winds during colder days that, if you fancy it, feel free to take it with you." "Really?" Su Qingchen was instantly thrilled. He had a penchant for things that stood out. Su Qingchen glanced at her, noticing she remained dry, and inquired, "Are you hungry? I can cook some porridge for you." It was still a while until dinner, but after being out for so long, with the arduous journey affecting their appetite and rest, it was only reasonable to prepare something to eat upon returning home. "No, let's wait and eat together later," said Gong Shuang. who first handed the purchase tools to Su Qingliang. Subsequently, she retrieved a sizable piece of meat from the bottom of the bamboo basket. I specifically chose the fattest cut, although it does have some lean portions as well. This meat is rich in fat and exceptionally fragrant. She had sought the plumpest part and even consulted the butcher on a few cooking methods, only to inform Su Qingyan later that she would not partake in the cooking herself. Su Qingzhou, carefully suppressing his excitement, accepted the meat. We could render some oil and savor it slowly. Gong Shuheng paid no mind. She knew from experience that it would be delicious. She then called out to Su Qingyu. Third sister, this is for you. It was a pair of wooden combs and several hair ties. Only then did Su Qingyu notice that her previously disheveled hair was now neatly tied into two small bunches atop her head, adorned with red ribbons. Did you do this yourself? Gong Shuheng nodded affirmatively. Would you like me to assist you? As she spoke, her gaze drifted from Su Qingyu to her siblings, Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou. Everyone appeared disheveled, resembling wild savages that Yu Qingliang and Su Qingzhou instinctively touched their own unruly hair. And it dawned on Su Qingliang that he had long neglected a matter he should have prioritized. He had always aspired to lead a normal life and wished to guide his younger siblings toward a semblance of normalcy. But could they truly be considered normal? The couple next door, the Zhuang family, shared a similar plight, if not worse. Yet they maintained clean faces and, despite their unkempt hair, managed to style it neatly atop their heads each day. Only they had never bothered, living like savages. Chapter 69. Matters he should concern himself with. Su Qingyu waved her hand. You'll learn to manage it with a bit of practice at her age. It was rather unreasonable to expect her younger sister to assist her with hairstyling. Gong Shuheng pondered for a moment. We should fetch a basin. As the weather turns cold, we ought to heat water for washing our faces and hair. I'll head to the mountains later to gather some herbs for you, to soak your hair. Su Qingliang felt his face grow warm upon hearing this. These were the very responsibilities he, as the eldest, should have been attending to, yet it fell to the youngest to take charge instead. Gong Shuheng, oblivious to the deeper implications, focused solely on completing her tasks and then resting well. This fabric is for our clothing. The small piece of white is for Sister Yu. I'll take it to her when I deliver the salt, and the rest is for us. What? The others looked at her in astonishment. All of this is ours. Su Qingyu, eyeing the two large bundles, swallowed hard. Yes, we'll gather more reed flowers later and make some garments. While there are ready-made clothes for sale, even the cheapest ones are not as cost-effective as making our own. Having made a few purchases herself, Gong Shuheng had become quite adept at budgeting. She was learning to be frugal, especially with a family of this size. Though she had some money, she did not intend to spend it all at once. It needed to be a gradual process, as she reflected on her past mistakes. Sometimes, sailing too smoothly is not advantageous. It is through hardship and growth that one learns discernment and fortifies their resolve. So much fabric, all in different colors, brand new. The sudden influx of happiness left them in a daze, as if they were dreaming. So is all of this salt. Su Qingyan's voice was laced with uncertainty. Gong Shuheng confirmed. The portion set aside separately is for Sister Yu. The rest is all ours. Su Qingzhou licked his lips. This must cost a fortune, right? He had given the largest ingot of silver to Lu Er, intending for her to bring back some grain. While he hadn't seen any grain, the items returned seemed far more valuable. Gong Shuheng added, the herbs from last time were quite costly. I bought everything I thought we might need. The situation in the valley is unstable, so we should avoid venturing out too much. Having completed her explanations, she sought a place to rest. But Su Qingliang stopped her, and, as the two entered the room, he quietly asked, is that cave behind usable? In recent days, Su Qingzhou had fashioned a rudimentary fence from branches to camouflage the area, and a bit of firewood was placed outside, making it less likely for anyone to notice the hidden entrance. The space inside is fine, but don't climb up. It leads to a wind tunnel where the gusts are so fierce they could tear one apart. Thus, they realized this was the only safe exit. Also, we need to find a way to disguise the hole in the back mountain. The best solution would be to plant some shrubs there. They stay green year-round and would easily obscure the entrance. Su Qingliang made a mental note. Given the danger of that location, it sufficed to secure the back exit. A bit of camouflage outside would be much better than leaving items openly displayed in the house. Reinventing a cellar in the solid ground was no small feat, so they would put that thought aside for the time being. Su Qingyu organized the items and delivered them to Tangyu. Meanwhile, Su Qingzhou squatted with Su Qingchun, pondering over the newly acquired tools. They were unfamiliar with the names and uncertain how to use them. As Su Qingliang emerged from the room, he heard Su Qingyuan calling to him. "Elder brother, are there two types of salt? Is there really a difference?" She scrutinized the salt, noticing it appeared distinct. As Su Qingliang, possessing some knowledge, replied, "Indeed, the larger granules are unrefined, saltier, with a hint of bitterness and a strong flavor, while the finer salt is of better quality." Su Qingyuan exclaimed, "Oh!" She retrieved a small earthen jar and filled it with the bitter salt. "Let us use this stronger one first. We can save the better quality for later." She felt a twinge of reluctance as Su Qingliang temporarily set aside the remaining salt, recognizing the necessity of storing it in the driest place to prevent spoilage. Thus, he wrapped it in several layers. Before doing so, he reserved a bit of the bitter salt, wrapping it in banana leaves and tucking it into his cloak. He called out to Su Qingzhou, "Pack up the tools. We're heading to Old Man Zhang's." "All right, I'm coming too. I'll take one," that the three brothers set off eagerly. Zheng Xian was aware that Gong Shuing had returned, but refrained from approaching since they hadn't asked anyone to assist them. The old man simply wished to know if they had managed to acquire the tools. After all, it required a significant amount of money to purchase everything necessary. Zheng Huai contemplated checking in, but was called back. After so many days of back and forth, and being caught in the rain on their return, they ought to allow the young ones to catch their breath. Regardless of whether or not they had succeeded, the brothers would surely come to report. If they could not manage such trivial matters, how would they ever navigate life? Su Qingyang called out, "Old man." Zhang Xian responded from within, and Zheng Huai opened the weathered wooden door, welcoming them. "It's raining. Hurry inside." The three brothers entered, each carrying their belongings. Zhang Xian thought that regardless of the outcome, if they could at least procure a couple of useful items, it would suffice. Who would have thought they would return with such a complete set? A saw. With this, cutting wood will be much easier. It's far superior to an axe. He examined the tools, noting a framing square. Similar to my old broken one, but this new one will certainly be more effective that a plane can smooth the wood we need. This is particularly crucial. In addition, there were a chalk line, chisel, and drill. Though small, each served a significant purpose. They were indeed the simplest yet most essential tools required at present. Legend has it that ancient woodworking tools comprised 26 items, including axes for felling trees, chisels for shaping wood, and planes for smoothing surfaces, each irreplaceable in its own right. Zhang Xian carefully explained the functions of each tool to the brothers that we prepared the lumber over the past few days. Even in this rain, we can bring what we can do inside. There is an overwhelming multitude of tasks at hand, and with the rain pouring down, there is little else that can be accomplished. Thus, one can only seize every fleeting moment to attend to these matters. The first tool to prove invaluable is the chalk line, essential for marking. Many things may be understood conceptually, yet true comprehension only arises through hands-on experience. Revealing the practical application of each tool. Before heading out to gather timber, Su Qingliang handed over the wrapped bitter salt to Zheng Xian, stating, "The items I bring back are rather assorted, and given the limited funds, the salt is not plentiful. However, it is better to have some salt than none at all, so I can only distribute a little among you." Both Zheng Xian and his grandson were taken aback, for they had not a single coin between them, and during their descent, they were unable to assist one another in carrying anything back. Who could have anticipated that they would be presented with tools and salt upon a visitor's arrival? Chapter 70. Even tigers must provide for themselves. Not only were Zhang Xian and his grandson surprised, but Su Qingzhou and Su Qingchen, the brothers, were equally astonished. Yet the elder brother had his own reasoning for his actions. Any doubts could wait until they returned home to be addressed. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, under Zhang Xian's guidance, the four began to process the timber. Although only one weaving loom and spinning wheel were currently necessary, they would also require buckets and wooden basins, with at least 6 pairs needed for each household. Each of these tasks demanded meticulous attention and immense patience, not to mention time. Meanwhile, the household was not idle. With such a generous cut of succulent meat at their disposal, it was imperative to prepare it promptly. Su Qingyu and Su Qingyuan had never rendered lard before, but with Gong Shuheng directing them, they were set to proceed. If the objective was to extract lard entirely, then there was little to be concerned about. Culinary experience alone sufficed for this task. Many processes are interconnected. Cooking over a high flame could result in charring, and rushing would yield less oil. Thus, a gentle flame was necessary. If the cauldron's bottom was uneven, a touch of water would be added to cover it. Then, the diced meat was added in. The lard rendered in this manner was said to be snow white. Although Gong Shuheng was no cook, her experience in alchemy provided her with insights on how to eliminate impurities. It was not a particularly complex task, merely requiring a modicum of patience. As the meat simmered, the aroma wafted through the air, filling the room with a fragrance unlike that of the wild game found in the mountains. Gong Shuheng remained indoors. Reclining against a pile of hay, feigning sleep, the golden-striped tiger, enticed by the delightful scent, ambled about, nudging this and that. Su Qingyu playfully tapped its head, saying, "Stop nudging, it won't help you. You must fend for yourself. If we can spare you a morsel to stave off hunger, that is our utmost effort." They could hardly bear to consume the meat themselves, let alone share it with a pet. It was a privilege just to share a single pot of rice with the tiger, which should be grateful for such an arrangement. The golden-striped tiger, somewhat dejected, lay by the fire and emitted a few pitiful sounds. Who among them could afford to feed a tiger with vegetable broth daily? Even a raccoon would require a bit of meat. Gong Shuheng glanced at it without a hint of sympathy, saying, "If you wish for meat, go out and find it yourself, relying on your own skills." By now, the tiger had grown significantly. Despite being kept like a raccoon, its predatory instincts remained intact. While larger prey might elude it, smaller creatures were still within reach. Even a raccoon could catch a sparrow or a rat. In these times, survival necessitated self-reliance. The golden-striped tiger let out a couple of huffs, as if it understood her words, curling up into a ball, shifting through various positions yet unable to find comfort, ultimately deciding to rise and leave. Su Qingyu and the others had not descended the mountain in several months. However, they harbored no desire to do so. The base of the mountain had always been a perilous place for them. Even before any natural disaster struck, they had never known a moment of peace down below. On the mountain, shielded from the wind and rain, a little diligence ensured food, sparing them from hunger. This was an unprecedented sense of security. The enticing aroma from the house drifted outside, carried by the mountain breeze. Once the meat had shrunk and turned golden, Su Qingyan deemed it ready. She buried the fire beneath, and, using a ladle crafted from bottle gourd, carefully scooped out the oil and residue into a prepared earthen jar. With a significant amount remaining at the bottom, she tilted the cauldron slightly to allow the oil to flow together before pouring it all out. Even without consuming meat, the remaining oil mixed with water produced a flavorful broth, especially with a touch of salt. Today's main dish was chicken heart vegetable. Su Qingzhou had gathered quite a few Xuanyu eggs, eagerly awaiting Gong Shuheng's return to share. However, given the richness of today's meal, they would save the eggs for another time. In the pot were crushed wheat and chestnuts, and once they were nearly cooked, the chopped chicken heart vegetable was added, mingling with a good amount of garlic chives. As soon as the salt was added, the fragrance intensified, making it impossible for the hungry diners to resist salivating. The 6 family members gathered around the fire, each with a bowl, heartily consuming their meal. The golden-striped tiger had its own small bowl at the door, steam rising from it as the little creature anxiously circled around. After finishing the meal, Su Qingchan proudly presented a collection of items to Gong Shuheng, exclaiming, "Look, Lur, these are the things I've gathered during my spare time." He was uncertain about which type of wood was the best. Gong Shuheng regarded him with a knowing glance. Suddenly recalling a crucial point, he leaped up, standing at the doorway facing her, raising a hand solemnly. "I, Su Qingchan, vow to follow Su Qingheng's guidance from now on, to hold myself to a high standard, to persistently strengthen my skills and precision daily, and to never give up midway. Should I falter, let me be condemned to a life of poverty, never knowing fullness or warmth." After speaking, he hurried over. "You mentioned that to achieve accuracy, One must hone their precision and strength. I now train with third sister every morning, though not as skilled as she is and haven't practiced as much. However, I believe that over time, I will improve. He recalled the early days of training, when his arms ached so much he could hardly lift them, contemplating giving up, only to be met with Su Qingyu's scathing ridicule. Determined not to be overshadowed by third sister for the rest of his life, he persevered. Recently, he had grown accustomed to the routine, feeling less pain and noticing a significant increase in his strength. He felt genuinely useful now. Moreover, he discovered that third sister had been quietly increasing her repetitions, now surpassing 500 with each session. The most challenging aspect remained perfecting his aim. Zheng Huai had crafted a simple slingshot for him from bamboo. Yet standing at the edge of the eaves, he struggled to hit the wooden stake at the door, let alone from further back. Gong Shuheng responded with an her gaze lingering on the wood he had gathered. Make another vow. Should you use your hands for wrongdoing, may you render them useless, suffering until your end. That's rather harsh, isn't it? I merely wish to learn this skill for hunting. I have no intentions of committing misdeeds. Su Qingyang shot him a glance, stating, if that is the case, what do you have to fear? A vow serves as a constraint, a constant reminder that if you believe you will not stray, then there is no need for trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingshan renewed his vow. Gong Shuheng then turned to Su Qingyu. You as well. Me? Su Qingyu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found herself at a loss, but recalling her commitment to wielding the knife for so many days. She shrugged and solemnly made her vow. Gong Shuheng surveyed the pile of wood before her, selecting one, and sketched a simple design in the dirt with a branch. Let this be the one. Take the time to consult with Uncle Zeng and shape it to match this design, smoothing it out, and then bring it to me. Seeing her certainty, Su Qingshan was elated and eagerly took the wood. Gong Shuheng also possessed a skin from a forest python and sinews extracted from its body, ideal for crafting slingshots or bows. Of course, the skin and sinews from the great dragon of days would be even more suitable. However, given her current strength, she was far from capable of dealing with such a formidable creature, so she must proceed according to her abilities. Whether wielding a knife or a bow, precision and power were crucial. But steadiness of heart and hand was paramount, requiring daily practice and reflection. Chapter 71. Days the rain fell for an entire day and night, finally ceasing just before dawn on the following day. The mountain was shrouded in mist, leaving one uncertain whether the weather would clear or continue to rain. The household had amassed several stacks of firewood, including large piles of pine needles and fir leaves for kindling. There was no urgency to chop more wood. The pressing need was to attend to the carpentry tasks at hand. Upon awakening, some swung their blades in the yard while others kindled a fire to boil water within the house. Su Qingyang, the elder brother, had declared that from this day forth, they would wash their faces with hot water in the morning, tying their hair atop their heads. Once the wooden basin was completed, they would wash in the morning and soak their feet at night, striving to present themselves as clean and orderly individuals. To be honest, it had been so long since they had washed their faces that it felt quite unfamiliar. As the hot water enveloped me, it felt as though a layer of skin was being scrubbed away, leaving my face tingling with a fiery sensation, yet also a refreshing coolness. Su Qingyu was busy styling Su Qingshan's hair, tugging at it while Su Qingshan cried out, "Third sister, do you even know how to do this? Could you be gentler? I'm on the verge of becoming bald. You're nearly pulling my scalp off. Just hand me the comb, please. I can manage myself. That you're utterly hopeless. Wooer and lure can style their own hair, yet you, as the elder brother, can't even manage that." As the first rays of dawn broke, the entrance filled with a lively chatter. Once everything was tidied up, Zhang Xian and his grandchildren arrived. The old man gazed at the clear sky and declared, "It seems the rain is held off. While the weather is fair, we must attend to the wood stacked outside." Zheng Huai joined them, but once the sun was high and the dew had dried, he would venture into the mountains in search of food. With his grandfather possessing such skills, he could learn whenever he wished. There was no rush. Moreover, he already had a foundation of knowledge. He was familiar with simple tasks and could observe and assist when it came to more intricate work. Gong Shuheng called out to Su Qingliang. Elder brother. Su Qingliang, who was conversing with Zhang Xian, turned and walked toward the entrance, asking, "What is it? I need to head into the mountains, Su Qingliang responded with an O. And then realized, are you going deep into the mountains? Gong Shuing nodded, sort of, although it's not far, there's a chance I might not return tonight, or even for several days, and I must go into the depths of the mountains. Then take some provisions and be cautious, he advised. I've packed a gourd, flint, and some salt, she replied. Make sure to be careful and return early, he urged. Gong Shuing affirmed, if I'm not back soon, don't send anyone to look for me. There's nothing to worry about, as Yu Qingyu observed the two whispering, unable to discern their conversation, and approached, inquiring, what is going on? Nothing much. You're heading into the mountains, right? Yes, I need to take Jiangbai out for a stroll. The sun is nearly up, I'll also cut some grass for him, so he has something to eat tonight. This will help him grow faster. Then off you go, she said. Aren't you coming with us? No, I have other matters to attend to. Very well. After everything was settled, Gong Shuing packed her belongings into the bamboo basket she frequently carried and confidently made her way up the mountain. Besides what she had mentioned to Su Qingliang, the basket also contained the shed snake skin and the extracted tendons, dried snake blood, and segments of snake bones. It wasn't that she intended to delve into the heart of the mountains immediately. Rather, she aimed for the bamboo grove. Near the entrance of the cave, she cut a piece of bamboo and hoisted it on her shoulder. She pushed aside the thick vines that concealed the entrance and slipped inside. Upon entering the cave, she couldn't help but shiver. The refreshing chill instantly permeated her being. Any ordinary person would likely become an ice sculpture, merging with the ancient stone marrow that had existed for countless years. Not far behind her, two strange gusts of wind collided, creating a disconcerting sound that sent shivers down her spine. Gong Shuing set down her bamboo basket and crawled back out of the cave, beginning to forage for firewood nearby. The sun steadily climbed over the mountain, its radiant light illuminating the dew on the leaves, which sparkled in a myriad of colors, like the Su family entrance. Two wooden racks had been erected, laden with the cut wood. Su Qingliang had already learned how to use a saw, cutting the timber along the marked line. Zhuang Jingyan emerged from the house, sitting on a pile of hay at the entrance, smoothing the cut wood with a plane at this pace. We should have the loom and spinning wheel ready in a few days, right? Zhang Xian glanced at Su Qingchun, who had posed the question. It's not that simple. I'm not a professional carpenter. I only remember the basics and can manage a few rudimentary tasks. With Zhuang Langjun's guidance, success is not guaranteed. But at the very least, we should avoid unnecessary work. Zhuang Jingyan remarked, I'm even less skilled than you, uncle, that I've only seen it done. I know nothing about woodworking. Life is truly unpredictable. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, one should seize every opportunity to learn. Having many skills is never a burden. He had once lived in comfort, without worries about food or drink, and had encountered more than most. He believed himself to be quite exceptional and diligent. Yet the skills he possessed were only applicable in times of peace, in times of disaster. They were utterly useless, in this world. There are only things one cannot conceive of. Nothing is truly impossible. Zhang Xian concurred. Zhuang Langjun speaks wisely. No matter what, one must learn what they can. I heard from my elder brother that you reside in Yuyang near the Great Marsh. Are there mountains in that vicinity? There are no mountains nearby. The closest mountains are to the south of the state city. Otherwise, the recent flood wouldn't have been so severe. Water naturally flows to lower places. Xingzhou is already at a low elevation, and Yuyang is even lower, lacking mountains for refuge, leaving nowhere to retreat. In the past, he had thought that living near water provided ample resources, ensuring they would never face starvation. Looking back now, it was indeed short-sighted, focusing solely on the present while neglecting the future. Are there many fish in the Great Marsh? His brothers had only mingled in the county town. Had it not been for the natural disaster, they might have been stuck there for a lifetime. Even then, they had never ventured elsewhere. The places they had not visited filled them with curiosity. Indeed, the Great Marsh is aptly named, as it is a confluence of waters from all directions. If it weren't for the Dongyi to the east and a stretch of land, it would be no different from a sea. The tidal waves during high tide are truly terrifying. However, when the tide recedes, the shore is strewn with various edible treasures. This is why many choose to settle there. Chapter 72. The origins of calamity after this flood recedes. Will there be plenty of food washed ashore? Zhang Xian paused briefly before chuckling softly. Yes, indeed. During high tide, many creatures flee from the great marsh. And when the tide goes out, many cannot return and perish outside. However, many have drowned in the flood, and the various corpses mixed in with such food are not unpalatable when one is starving. Yet the consequences of consuming such fare are beyond my comprehension. It simply feels terrifying. Moreover, there are likely no survivors left there, and even if there were abundant food, no one would be left to gather it. Zhuang Jingyan inquired, There's a legend that a dragon resides in the great marsh, capable of summoning wind and rain. Is there any truth to that? Zhang Xian paused with his axe. Perhaps there is. However, what are we common folk to see of such things? He hesitated to speak, knowing that even living close to the great marsh and frequently fishing there, he remained unaware of many things. The great marsh had another name many years ago, Thunder Marsh. Back then, the water flowed not from west to east. There was no great marsh, only the Thunder Marsh inhabited by a multitude of dragons. The yellow dragon sensed the essence of heaven and earth, giving birth to Huaxiu. Huaxiu, in turn, sensed the mark of the thunder god, giving birth to the human ancestor Fuxi. Then came a cataclysmic battle, splitting heaven and earth apart, nearly destroying humanity. Rivers transformed into desolate mountains, and highlands became oceans. The dragons vanished from this world thereafter, and Thunder Marsh transformed into the Great Marsh, where rivers and lakes converged. No one knew that Thunder Marsh lay buried beneath the endless depths of the Great Marsh, sealed away forever. The legends of dragons within the Great Marsh were but fragmented memories of ancient times. There were no dragons, only a set of remains, which, if not called a dragon, could merely be referred to as a soulless skeletal dragon. Taiyuan, the chief disciple of the Grand Priest of the Four Symbols Mountain, was traveling abroad to find suitable materials for sword forging for his junior sister, Tai Su. Hearing rumors of the essence of mystery within the Great Marsh, he ventured into its depths to his surprise. He discovered that the skeletal dragon had inexplicably begun to regenerate flesh and blood, surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy. This was no trivial matter. The reanimation of a long-forgotten skeleton, now possessing flesh and intelligence, was indeed a strange occurrence. Taiyuan had initially intended to avoid disturbing the creature, planning to gather the essence and report back to his master at the Four Symbols Mountain before deciding on further actions. After all, since he had come this far, how could he return empty-handed upon discovering something he sought? Excessive arrogance ultimately leads to catastrophe. The colossal skeleton of the dragon, that is the remains of an ancient divine dragon, reborn in flesh and blood, is truly extraordinary. Though he has studied under the great priest of the Four Symbols Mountain and acquired remarkable abilities, having long forsaken the consumption of grains and transcended the cycle of reincarnation, he remains, in essence, a mortal, with his limited prowess, even a mere fragment of thought before the ancient divine dragon could lead to his obliteration. Despite his utmost caution, he inadvertently provoked the entity in the face of imminent peril. He shattered the life token bestowed upon him by his master, one he had never utilized. The great priest, who was in seclusion at the star-picking tower of the Four Symbols Mountain, was compelled to emerge prematurely in response to his summons, confronting the flesh-reborn bone dragon on his behalf. The battle was fierce and tumultuous, darkening the heavens and obscuring the sun and moon, lasting merely a fleeting moment for the great priest and the bone dragon, yet stretching into 3 full months for the living beings of the world. During this time, the skies were shrouded in darkness, thunder roared, and torrential rains poured, claiming countless lives with merciless devastation. Since the great priest received the mandate of heaven, she had never encountered such a formidable adversary. The opponent had merely regained a fraction of their strength and was already proving to be a thorny challenge. In their true prime, she would have been utterly powerless against them. More critically, having not faced a foe of this caliber in ages, she sensed something amiss with her own body. Her cultivation was suppressed. Prior to this, she had not engaged in battle for a long while, leaving her entirely unaware of this predicament. The millennia of accumulated cultivation was unexpectedly stifled, rendering her incapable of unleashing her full might to vanquish her opponent, with no option for a swift resolution. Prolonging the conflict would spell doom for the entire celestial palace. Reluctantly, she resorted to a strategy that would cost her dearly, sacrificing herself to imprison the bone dragon deep within the vast marsh. In doing so, she fell into the depths of the marsh, descending into the endless abyss, submerged in the former Thunder Marsh. Zhuang Jingyan inquired further. Elder, have you heard of the matters concerning the Four Symbols Mountain of Tiandu? Ah, the Four Symbols Mountain. Who among us is unaware? It is the sacred mountain of our celestial palace. The very essence of Tiandu derives from the Four Symbols Mountain, where the Four Symbols Mountain stands. There lies Tiandu. Located to the east of Tiandu, it boasts the largest altar in the celestial palace, adorned with a statue of the great priest carved from Haoyue stone, with incense offerings abundant. Behind the altar is the entrance to the Four Symbols Mountain, shrouded by formations, leaving the populace only to gaze from afar, with none able to discover the path upward. The mountain is strewn with white jade, known as Haoyue, and is perpetually adorned with blooming star flowers that never wither. Upon the rise of the Haoyue, the dream grass emits a faint glow, entering dreams to induce deep slumber. Within the mountain reside unicorns, dream butterflies, and paired birds, all beings unseen by the ordinary folk of the world. The mountain is replete with pavilions and towers, exquisite beyond measure, with the ancient and solemn Two Instruments Hall and the towering Star-Picking Tower. Beyond lies a vast lake that mirrors the full moon. Its surface is tranquil as a glassy mirror. This is the mirror of mortals. At the lake's edge stand a massive stone known as the Xiantianshoyu stone. When not in seclusion, the great priest often stood atop this stone, gazing over the lake's surface, surveying the entire celestial palace and the myriad lives of the world. In her resplendent purple robe, she radiates a regal elegance that is unmatched, every gesture imbued with an air of nobility absent from the mundane world. Yet, compared to before, the patterns on her robe are even more lavish. She has visited this place countless times since the fall of the previous great priest, temporarily assuming the role herself, having climbed the Xiantianshoyu stone on numerous occasions. However, not once has she succeeded in unlocking the mirror of mortals. She has often envied her master, who could summon clouds and rain at will, commanding the faith of the world's populace and standing above all. They are but three siblings, Taiha, lost in the art of healing, and only she could accompany her master, comprehend her, become her, and even surpass her. In her heart, she has often fantasized about what it would be like if one day she became the great priest, the focus of all attention. Yet, when that day finally arrived, and her dream materialized, she felt no joy whatsoever. The phrase "the world's populace" appears light as a feather, but only when truly bearing it upon one's shoulders does one realize its weight. In just a short time, it has rendered her breathless. News from Xingzhou flows incessantly back to the Four Symbols Mountain. Simultaneously, reports from the northern Wuling Pass arrive. The Hu clan is advancing aggressively, gathering numerous talented individuals and ferocious beasts. Locked in a stalemate with the Celestial Palace S forces in Yinzhou, due to the turmoil, the populace near Wuling Pass has fled southward, with no resolution in sight. Issues have arisen at Qianlong Pass to the east. Chapter 73. Time flies and never returns since the incident with her master. Her senior brother Taiyuan has shut himself away in deep seclusion. Her junior brother, Taha, harbors doubts about their master's sudden departure from the Four Symbols Mountain to the vast marsh, questioning the circumstances of her death, doubts that equate to questioning himself. He suspects her, Tai Su, of usurping her master's position. Tai Su gazes upon the still surface of the lake, sighing deeply, once more temporarily relinquishing her efforts. She descends from the Xiantianshoyu stone and slowly makes her way to the front hall, subsequently ascending the star-picking tower step by step. Taya has lingered in their usual spot for quite some time. In the days when their master was present, she often sat cross-legged on the star-picking tower's observation platform, playing the zither, while they listened and learned beside her. Time flies and never returns. The observation platform remains, yet the people are no longer whole. I shall make a trip to Qianlong Pass. Taiha turns to glance at her, after returning from Wuling Pass with injuries. You still wish to push on to Qianlong Pass? Are you angry with me? Taiha looks coldly at her. You now hold the esteemed title of the Great Priest of the Four Symbols Mountain, shouldering heavy responsibilities. You're no longer the maid who acted on whims. How did our master conduct herself? I do not expect you to mirror her precisely, but surely you can follow her example. The great priest must remain with the four symbols mountain. This is the divine decree. The cautionary tale of our master is before us. It has not been long, and for a mere Jiang Shaoyang, you have forgotten everything. Ignoring the populace, you place yourself in danger. The Hu clan and their formidable sorcerers are no trifling matter. While Jiang Shaoyang may be an emperor, he is still but a mortal. And what of it? He wields the imperial seal. Can he perish? In the past, with our master present, the entire Four Symbols Mountain overshadowed the Tiandu court. Jiang Shaoyang was already discontent, but he dared not act rashly. Now that our master has fallen, if you rashly leave the Four Symbols Mountain to confront the Hu clan and their sorcerers, will he offer his assistance? You bear serious injuries, and Jiang Shaoyang has caught wind of it. The Hu clan being repelled is merely a matter of time. Yet the status of the Four Symbols Mountain is in your hands, and you risk its very ruin. Tai Su takes a deep breath. I do not wish to argue with you. Further words are futile. Since you acknowledge I am now the great priest, you should adhere to your role as a junior and diligently assist, rather than repeatedly question and provoke me. Taiha casts her a glance. Snorts coldly. I have said all I need. Do as you wish with that. She sweeps away. Zhuang Jing'an sighs. Indeed, from childhood to old age, no one among the people of the Celestial Palace is unaware of the Four Symbols Mountain or the Great Priest. However, during my service at the foot of the mountain, they all claimed the Great Priest had perished. Zhang Xian furrows his brow slightly. Heard through the grapevine, mere hearsay. The Great Priest is a divine being, nurtured by heaven and earth, sharing the same lifespan as the cosmos. How could she possibly die? If she truly had, the rains would not cease, and the calamities would not abate. This world would have long since descended into a hell rife with demons and devastation. Su Qingzhou remarks, I too believe it is mere rumor and nonsense. Those who spread such tales undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives, not of good intent. Perhaps they are even demons seeking to sow discord. The court has specially constructed altars to honor the great priest. How could she possibly be dead? Yet, there is a saying, there is no smoke without fire. I can't shake the feeling that there are matters concerning the Four Symbols Mountain in Tiandu that we do not know. Su Qingliang interjects, but those places and those matters are beyond our understanding and not for us to know. Even if we were to learn, it would only lead to endless anxiety. Without any ability to effect change, Zhang Xian sighs. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, surviving this far is already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Find a corner of safety in this desolate forest is commendable. Zhuang Jing'an nods in agreement. In the midst of their busyness, they managed to have a meal at noon, working tirelessly until evening when the light began to fade. Su Qingyu had already ventured out to look several times. Why has Luer not returned? The sky is nearly dark. Let us not wait for her. Let us eat. Su Qingliang suggests, already convinced that Gong Shuheng would not return today. Upon hearing this, the younger ones were momentarily stunned. Is she planning to spend the night in the mountains? If she does not return, it means she is indeed spending the night in the mountains. She must have gone quite far. Returning would be inconvenient. Su Qingshan furrows his brow. The depths of the mountains are perilous. Even though it is quite cold now, wild beasts will still venture out to hunt. Su Qingliang glances at him. Having spent so long together, you are not fools. You should realize she is different from us. The places she must go are beyond our reach, and the things she must do are beyond our capabilities. Shall we simply ignore her? Even the smallest of Su Qingyuan is well aware that they're distinct from one another. Luer is remarkably skilled, surpassing many adults they have encountered. How could one remain indifferent? We should manage what we can when she is present, and if there is something we can provide that she needs, we shall do so. Sometimes, refraining from adding to her troubles may indeed be a significant assistance to her. Su Qingliang not concerned. In truth, he harbors worries, yet he simultaneously attempts to reassure himself. Gong Shuheng finds her life in the mountains far more pleasurable than at home. She has gathered enough firewood to pile by the pond nestled within the bamboo grove, taking advantage of the early hour. She climbed up and settled cross-legged at the cave's entrance, quickly entering a meditative state. The lush greenery at the cave's mouth swayed gently under the starlit sky. The barely discernible, intricate glimmers of light gradually converged upon Gong Shuang, enveloping her like a translucent cocoon, solidifying slowly around her. Initially, she intended to descend when hunger struck to catch a couple of fish from the pond and roast them for sustenance. However, she found herself in deep meditation, remaining unaware until darkness enveloped the land. The moon ascended gradually, its silvery light silently blanketing the earth. Although the vines at the cave's entrance provided a degree of concealment, they now posed a slight inconvenience. The silver light still managed to filter through, entering at an oddly captivating angle, as if drawn in by an unseen force, intertwining with the spirit energy within the cave. Initially, they resisted one another, but ultimately they surrendered, merging completely into a singular entity. As the moon gradually waned, Gong Shuang slowly opened her eyes. Utilizing her keen perception, she began to explore the depths of the cave. The faint bioluminescence of the dream grass was gradually extracted from the ground, coalescing in midair, all drawn toward a single stalk of 9-grain rice. In the darkened cave, this ethereal glow appeared quite peculiar. Yet, Gong Shuang did not spare a glance, walking past the 9-grain rice with unwavering focus. 2 powerful gusts of wind toward her body, and after relinquishing her resistance, her form soon bore the crisscrossing patterns of blood once more. This time, however, it was an entirely different experience from the previous mental exhaustion. It felt as if her very being was being torn asunder. As her body underwent the process of healing and reassembling, the outside world quietly brightened. Engaging in carpentry is no simple task. Without the requisite skills and experience, even the most rudimentary items can be clumsily crafted. After numerous attempts and adjustments, they finally prepared the materials needed. The spinning wheel, though simple in its materials, employs a rope-driven mechanism. This contrivance not only facilitates spinning, but also allows for the blending of threads of varying thicknesses into a more uniform yarn. In addition to spinning, it serves the significant purpose of producing weft yarn. Chapter 74. Striving to excel in what one can do. The loom is equally uncomplicated, consisting of a basic wooden framework equipped with a single shuttle, known as a reed. Its operation, however, requires the collaboration of 2 individuals. As it is one of the oldest forms of weaving apparatus, in larger workshops, one can find looms capable of being operated by a single person, enabling the creation of substantial quantities of fabric. Yet sadly, Zheng Jingyan had only seen such machines without closely examining them. As for Zheng Xian, he had never even encountered one. For now, they could only produce this traditional version, sufficient for their needs, and later aspire for something more efficient. Once they had acquired the necessary household items, they would ponder on more effective alternatives. The usability of their creations would require the expertise of Tang Yu. One person alone could not accomplish it, so Su Qingzhou accompanied him. His meticulous nature, intelligence, and patience made him an ideal partner. Transforming their high-quality hemp in a thread on the spinning wheel and then weaving it into fabric would not be an instantaneous endeavor. The 2 of them spent a full 2 days familiarizing themselves with the rudimentary machines, eventually producing a piece of relatively light hemp cloth. Completing these 2 substantial projects did not mark the end of their woodworking tasks. They continued to press on. Zhang Xian understood clearly that neither he nor his grandson, Zhang Huai, could execute the spinning and weaving effectively. Therefore, they would entrust these tasks to those more skilled, focusing instead on what they could accomplish with diligence. When Zheng Huai entered with a bundle of wild vegetables, the golden-striped tiger darted past along the small path with astonishing speed. The golden-striped tiger at Su's house has grown so quickly. It truly resembles a real tiger. He had never seen a raccoon grow at such a rapid pace. Zhang Xian continued to work on the wood, crafting wooden basins and barrels. This was a task that could be ongoing, with no limit on quantity. Besides their own household's needs, any surplus could be sold, as these items were always in short supply. Regardless of the circumstances, relying on others' goods could not be a long-term solution. Utilizing their own labor to earn some money and eventually procure their own equipment would be ideal. Zhang Xian glanced at him, smiling. What do you mean it looks like a little tiger? It is a little tiger, after all. It's called a golden-striped tiger. Zhang Huai exclaimed in surprise, but Sister Qingyuan said it is their raccoon. The old man paused momentarily. Raccoon. These children can't possibly confuse a raccoon with a tiger. Can they? The younger ones can't tell the difference, and the older ones can't either. Su Qingyang certainly knew what a raccoon looked like, though he had never kept one during his days of begging in the city. He often spotted raccoons lounging in the sun or stealthily eyeing the fruit from the trees within the walls of affluent households. He had seen both black and yellow variations. Thus, he was all too familiar with the appearance of a raccoon.